In his previous life, a humorous young man, bedridden due to illness, finds himself reborn into the world of the Harry Potter saga that resides in his memories. As the impending darkness and the enigmatic realm of magic approach, Aiger roams freely like a wild dog, unleashed, spreading chaos in his wake. Author, why do you not follow the plot? Aiger, plot? What concern is that to me? I seek joy. Voldemort, you possess great talent. I permit you to become my servant. Aiger, that is not how one recruits a follower. My friend, have you ever heard of Amway? Voldemort. Snape, I swear, Mr. Morisers, if I catch you using a cauldron to cook hotpot again, I cannot guarantee that my Wolfsbane Potion will not accidentally drip into your pot when you least expect it. Aiger, once upon a time, there was a little witch of Muggle descent who possessed a pair of emerald green eyes. Snape, do not challenge my limits. Aiger, do not challenge my audacity. Chapter 1. Aiger Morisers. Ahem. A cough reverberates through the quiet hospital room, where a dark-haired boy reclines against the head of his bed, covered by a blanket. Beside him rests a thick stack of books. The boy, looking haggard, gently closes the book in his hands and places it on the bedside, gazing longingly out the window. Outside, the sun shines brightly, and the gentle spring breeze rustles through the treetops. Two sparrows flit past the window, chirping as they alight on the branches above. A smile graces the boy's lips, though his bright eyes and wan visage seem somewhat incongruous. Just outside the hospital room, a couple weeps as they converse with a doctor clad in a white coat. It is highly likely this will be his last spring. Of course, I say this with hesitation. The doctor's voice emerges from beneath his mask. In truth, a body like young Masterling's reaching the age of 20 is already an extraordinary miracle. He is a remarkably resilient boy, and I believe even God will look after him. What should we do now? The sobbing woman wipes her tears and intermittently sniffs. I do not know how to convey this news to him. Doctor, is there truly no other way? The progression of a disease is far too rapid. The doctor slowly shakes his head. It can only be said that he was not born at the right time. If the medical advancements of today had been available a decade ago, there might have been some hope, but now there truly is none. Young Masterling is the strongest person I have ever encountered. He was diagnosed with leukemia at 2 years old and has persevered until 20. I believe a person like him, even in death, will not let his smile lose its luster. I suggest you both take him to do things he wishes to experience and communicate as much as possible. In the corridor, the woman's weeping continues, and the man beside her, his eyes reddened, nods at the doctor before leading his wife into the room. Inside, the boy's frail figure stands by the window, gazing longingly at the sky outside. You cannot get down. Stay in bed and rest. The man exclaims in alarm at his son's demeanor. The boy slightly shakes his head, a flush of excitement coloring his cheeks, as if brimming with joy. Outside, the spring breeze wafts through the air, and the peach blossoms are in full bloom, marking the splendid season of vibrant colors. The boy gently opens his arms, his gaze fervently fixed on the world outside. I have never felt as healthy and vigorous as I do now. I can feel it, Father. A smile flickers across the boy's face. My time is running short. Upon hearing this, the woman behind him sobs even louder, while the man's expression turns bitter as he looks at his son. I am sorry, my son. The boy shakes his head, a deeper flush spreading across his face. I am very grateful to you both for allowing me to experience this world, even though I have not ventured out much. It has been truly wonderful, hasn't it? I once read a book where a sage stated that death is merely the beginning of a grander adventure. The boy chuckles. If this is to be an exhilarating adventure, I am more than willing to embrace it. Life is short. Why not give it a try? As he speaks, the boy finds amusement in his own words. I would gladly pass away amidst this fragrant spring breeze, surrounded by blossoms and the songs of birds. Living may not guarantee happiness, and death may not entail suffering. I am delighted to have witnessed such a beautiful world and fortunate to have parents like you. The hospital window is slightly ajar. A gentle spring breeze sweeps through, and the boy's gaze quickly dims as he stumbles into his mother's embrace, murmuring softly, "Forgive me for saying I love you one last time." Under the warm sun of spring, the sounds of anguish fill the hospital room as a couple loses the most precious treasure of their lives. A free spirit embarks on a new adventure. In England, London, the late 1980s London is bright in hue, yet the people bustle about in haste, oblivious to the vivid architecture and vibrant colors surrounding them. Perhaps it is the somber tones of the sky that render the passers-by devoid of joy. Amidst the throngs of the bustling street, at the mouth of an alley, a handsome blonde boy sits at a shoe-shining stall, humming a tune as he leisurely observes the passing crowd. Unlike the cacophony of the London dialect surrounding him, the boy's speech is imbued with an antiquated quality, a rhythmic and obscure language flowing from his lips. Shoe shine, do you shine bright? The language the boy speaks is Chinese, hailing from the far eastern of the world. Yet in this place, where gazing at the stars is a renowned delicacy, the brilliant civilization of the East seems to be little known, leaving few around him capable of comprehending his words. Nevertheless, his inexplicably joyful tone still captures the attention of many. With a crisp tinkling sound, the boy's lips curled into a smile, for it was the sound of a penny dropping into the money box. A beautiful blonde lady sat gracefully on a small stool before him, her vibrant red lips exhaling a plume of smoke that wafted onto the boy's handsome face, causing him to squint slightly. "Good morning, Miss Smith," the boy exclaimed, gazing at the woman with a smile. "I would prefer you to call me by my name, Aisha, little egg." Aisha chuckled lightly, reaching out to pinch the boy's cheek. The boy laughed heartily, his face contorted under Aisha's playful grip, mumbling indistinctly, "I would much rather you call me Aiger, rather than little egg." Aisha huffed, releasing her grip and casting a discontented glance at Aiger. "Of course, if you are willing to move out of that orphanage and into my home, I shall grant your request." "Never mind. I cannot barter my body, as you know. I am not that kind of person," Aiger replied bashfully, touching his own face. "Aiger Morisers." Aisha inhaled deeply, her eyes flashing with anger as she glared at Aiger. "Polish my shoes." "But you are wearing high-heeled shoes." Aiger shrugged his shoulders. "That does not matter. They still need polishing." Aisha waved her hand dismissively. "Very well." Aiger tilted his head, picking up the towel draped over his shoulder and gently brushing it against the woman's shoes. "Thank you for your patronage." Aisha rolled her eyes and retrieved a banknote from her handbag, stuffing it into Aiger's embrace. £5. "Too much. That is what I earn in a day." Aiger waved his hand. "This could have been resolved with just a few pennies." "That is the established price, is it not?" Aisha shrugged nonchalantly. The two locked eyes and burst into laughter. Aisha seemed to know precisely how to engage with the impish boy before her, and Aiger always managed to conjure peculiar ideas in the most unexpected places. Aiger found it rather curious that this lady had taken such a liking to him for quite some time. Heaven knows why. 8 years ago, when Aiger first opened his eyes to this world, he was greeted by the scowling visage of the headmaster. Aiger was alarmed, momentarily believing that the wrinkled old lady was his mother, only to realize that the situation was far more dire than that. He had been abandoned by his parents at birth. Glancing at Miss Aisha Smith before him, Aiger shook his head slightly. Miss Aisha was barely 18 years of age and hardly seemed like someone who could have given birth at the tender age of 10. Not only had the beautiful woman always treated him kindly, but she also frequently visited the orphanage in hopes of adopting him. Unfortunately, the elderly headmaster suspected her intentions to be nefarious, fearing she might sell Aiger, and in truth, unmarried individuals were not permitted to adopt children, so Aisha had never succeeded. "Take this. It is a down payment for you to be my little lover in the future." Aisha smiled, rising gracefully to leave. Aiger felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Having laid in a hospital bed for 20 years in his past life, he had never experienced romance. If Aisha could indeed wait for him to mature, he would not mind embarking on a sibling romance. Aiger's face flushed slightly, lost in thought. Indeed, Aisha was quite beautiful. In the distance, a group of children came running down the street, with one boy leading the pack, waving excitedly at Aiger. "Aiger, how did business fare today?" The boy, freckled with brown hair and an unremarkable face, appeared rather endearing. "Not too bad." Aiger tilted his head. "What a pity. If you had parents like us, perhaps you could attend school." The boy gazed at Aiger sincerely. Aiger gritted his teeth in mild annoyance. "If you truly lack the ability to comfort, I suggest you refrain from forced consolation, lest you attract trouble." The boy shrank back slightly, mumbling, "You shouldn't say that." As a wild child from the orphanage, Aiger clearly possessed more physical stamina than these pampered children. He was grateful for his robust physique in this life. Setting aside physical prowess, Aiger often felt as if another power lay dormant within him. On several occasions, strange occurrences had transpired around him, leading him to suspect he might be experiencing some form of mental instability. A raindrop pierced through the thick clouds, gently landing on Aiger's head, prompting him to shake his head in resignation as he unfurled his umbrella and began to pack up a stall. Cursed weather. The London showers are utterly dreadful. Aiger grumbled as he stowed his belongings into a small box, folded up the 2 small stools, and turned to walk down a narrow alley. The alley twisted and turned, and Aiger moved swiftly within, eventually revealing a somewhat dilapidated orphanage. This was the orphanage that had raised Aiger, home to a fierce headmaster, a kind-hearted nun, and a few neglected children. Aiger had heard just days ago that it was on the verge of closure, with the remaining orphans set to be redistributed to other orphanages throughout London, as this little establishment, located near the city center, was slated for repurposing. "Sister Linda, I'm back. Did you miss me, dear?" Aiger pushed open the door to a rather quiet and aging room. "In truth, I would be quite pleased if you obediently left the orphanage to live with that woman who is enamored with your beauty. I would expedite the paperwork for you," came the gruff voice from behind him. Aiger turned with a cheerful grin, revealing the aged face of the headmaster. "Has Granny Hurl's menopause been delayed again?" Aiger casually set the shoe-cleaning tools by the door. "Where is Sister Linda?" "Umph, you little rascal. No wonder no one wants to adopt you." Granny Hurl huffed, stooping to indicate that Aiger should assist her. "Sister Linda took a few children to buy school supplies. You know, while you are clever enough to self-study through elementary school, it does not mean the other children can do the same." Granny Hurl sighed heavily as Aiger helped her to an old sofa in the room. "The orphanage is out of funds, and we do not know when it will merge with another. The children still require tuition. I have £5. Aiger shrugged and produced a banknote. "Put away your meager savings. You ought to think about yourself. The new orphanage clearly will not accept an 8-year-old who is yet to be adopted." Granny Hurl shot Aiger an angry glance. "You should have just gone with that girl. Why stay here and stubbornly contend with us old and frail folk?" Aiger chuckled softly. "I can at least earn my keep. I have managed to accumulate a small fortune." Granny Hurl sighed. She understood Aiger's intentions. The boy wished to repay his nurturing. Over the years, he had earned money through shoe polishing and delivering messages, all of which he spent on the orphanage. "Aiger, you are a good child." Granny Hurl turned her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You are not going to call me a rotten egg anymore?" Aiger replied with a blank expression. "Humph." Granny Hurl huffed, raising her chin in a somewhat childish manner. "I will only adopt you until you turn 11. Once you are of age for secondary school, I will not hesitate to expel you from the orphanage. I swear by my name, Hurl Morisers. Prepare yourself, you little rascal." Aiger, with a solemn expression, offered a respectful salute, declaring, "Lord Aiger Moriseth accepts your challenge. Bring it forth." The two exchanged glances for a moment before bursting into laughter. After a while, Aiger's stomach grumbled audibly, and he cast a sidelong glance at the elderly Mrs. Hurl, pouting slightly as he inquired, "Where's Linda not returned yet?" Casting a glance out at the gloomy sky, Aiger rose with a hint of worry, stating, "I shall step outside for a moment. London's rainy days are far from delightful in every conceivable sense. Make haste and return swiftly," Mrs. Hurl admonished, her gaze peering over the newspaper to scrutinize Aiger. Nodding in acknowledgement, Aiger briskly exited the room and made his way toward the alley. The torrential rain poured into the alley, and faint curses echoed from a distance. Aiger felt a surge of unease, compelling him to quicken his pace. "Stop wasting my time and hand over the money." Amidst the curses, a man brandishing a knife glared menacingly at several figures ahead. The nun before him frantically shielded a group of children, trembling in fear under the man's fierce threats. "No, you cannot do this. We have no money left. I spent all I had on books for the children." Linda felt a chill run through her as the rain washed over her, making the man's knife appear even more ominous. The fear, however, did not linger long, for a slight figure suddenly dashed from the alley's entrance, a shadow flashing in hand. Aiger leaped high, striking the man on the back of the head with a brick. The man stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. In a flurry, Aiger threw the knife far away, exhaling in relief as he turned to the others. "We should leave. This place is not safe." Linda nodded, visibly relieved, and hurriedly led the children away. Aiger shook his head at the man lying on the ground, feeling a sense of helplessness. The safety of London was far from assured, particularly in these winding alleys flanked by towering buildings, often populated by drifters or inebriated individuals wandering aimlessly. Who knows where they found the time to loiter? In this era of London, with a willingness to work, one could earn a decent living. Just as he turned to leave, Aiger's expression froze, and he glanced back to find the man on the ground had unexpectedly grasped his ankle. "Kid, you meddle too much." The man's face twisted with fury as he clamped his hand over Aiger's mouth, while his other hand tightened around Aiger's throat. Aiger's face turned a deep shade of red as he desperately kicked at the man's chest with his slender legs. The man's yellowed teeth flashed as he laughed heartily, a glint of pleasure crossing his face. Aiger felt his head spinning increasingly, darkness creeping around his eyes. He realized he was experiencing a severe lack of oxygen. A wave of crisis surged within his heart, and tendrils of dark mist began to swirl around him. The man, now somewhat panicked, noticed the dark energy enveloping Aiger and attempted to release his grip, only to find himself ensnared by the very shadows. Panic seized him as he cried out in alarm. In the man's gaze, Aiger's form was consumed by the black mist, which then surged toward him in a relentless tide. Chapter 2. Albus Dumbledore. For the inhabitants of London, today was evidently not a day of joy. A mysterious force, seemingly conjured from the ether, howled across the skies, wreaking havoc in the streets and alleys. Enormous billboards were mercilessly slashed, leaving gaping wounds, along with deep gouges on the walls beneath them, which silently lamented their plight. After all, who could bear to utter come again upon witnessing such a tragic sight? Aiger's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool, engulfed in darkness. He was utterly oblivious to his actions, feeling only a restless agitation within his heart. The panic screams of the populace gradually snapped him back to reality, and he realized he was soaring through the air at an alarming speed, yet unable to see his own body, only a seething black mist surrounding him. Stop! Aiger's heart raced with panic as he suddenly pivoted and landed in a narrow alley, the black mist dissipating around him. Breathless and trembling, Aiger sought to calm the storm within, hurriedly navigating the labyrinthine alleyways. Just as he vanished from sight, two robed figures appeared in the alley with a pair of resounding cracks, materializing at the spot where Aiger had just stood. Where'd he go? A dark-complexioned man inquired, scanning the vicinity. The quietus. Such power is truly terrifying. Do not fret, reassured a shorter man beside Kingsley. Quietus are merely children, in their untransformed state. They pose little threat and are quite manageable. Kingsley, wand in hand, cast a resigned glance at his colleague. Only a child would fail to defeat you, Delirious. That is precisely why I am reluctant to undertake missions with you, Delirious retorted sheepishly, waving his wand, which revealed a set of distinct footprints in the alley, the very path Aiger had fled. This way. As the tempest in the sky gradually subsided, Aiger felt an unsettling chill enveloping him. He dared not return to the orphanage. The recent chaos was too dire, shops destroyed, streets ravaged by his own tumult. The sole resolution he could muster was to avoid harming the innocent. Footsteps echoed ominously behind him, prompting Aiger to whip around to face the approaching figure. Before he could discern their identity, the newcomer raised a hand. Sleep, commanded a man with a short wand directed at Aiger. In a reflexive motion, Aiger hurled himself aside, narrowly evading a crimson beam that shot toward him. Do not strike, Delirious. Kingsley urgently intervened. He is but a child. Delirious hesitated for a moment before retracting his wand. Aiger regarded the two with a furrowed brow. Are you here to capture me? We need to take you for treatment, child, Kingsley approached, striving to exude goodwill to prevent an impulsive transformation from Aiger. Aiger exhaled in relief. Give me a reason. Why should I accompany you? We are Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. You are a quietus, and we must take you for treatment. Otherwise, your survival is in jeopardy. Quietus typically do not live past the age of 10. Kingsley endeavored to simplify his explanation. Aiger was momentarily taken aback. The Ministry of Magic? Aurors. Was this not from the pages of a book? Had he traversed realms? He scrutinized the two men before him, his capacity for acceptance remarkably strong, yet still wary. What are your names? I am Kingsley Shacklebolt, and this is my colleague, Delirious, Kingsley offered amicably. Very well. Members of the Order of the Phoenix, Aiger nodded. Let us hasten, lest I perish. Kingsley was taken aback, gazing at the previously wary boy with astonishment. Additionally, I hope you can assist me in sending a letter to my old headmaster, assuring her not to worry about me. And to a lady named Aisha Smith, she is quite fond of me. I absolutely must not let her know about my condition. It will be best to inform her that I am embarking on a journey. Aiger rambled, leaving the two Aurors momentarily speechless. Aiger lamented internally. It was one thing to not survive past 20 in his previous life, but to barely reach 10 in this new one felt utterly unjust. Heaven knows what a quietus truly was. Hadn't the Deathly Hallows saga concluded? Where had the quietus emerged from? Harry Potter and his son, who would not see his 10th birthday. The name was a bit convoluted. Kingsley observed the boy before him, surprised by his composure, and extended his hand. Take hold of my hand. We must separate. Aiger nodded, grasping Kingsley's arm, and was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness as he felt himself transforming. It felt akin to being squeezed through a pipe, spiraling through a whirlpool, until he was abruptly deposited before a chilling glass display case, within which a statue stared ominously back at him. Where are we? Aiger turned to Kingsley. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Though it is a magical hospital, we lack any means to treat quietus. It is more a matter of recuperation, Kingsley replied with a smile. Your comfort does little to brighten my spirits. Aiger shook his head. What of your colleague? Delirious? You must return to the ministry to file a report. After all, the chaos you caused was significant. 6 streets were obliterated by your actions. Fortunately, there were no casualties, which is nothing short of miraculous. Kingsley chuckled. To avoid harming others was the utmost I could manage. It is merely a matter of effort, not a miracle. Aiger shook his head. That is indeed good news. It suggests you are not beyond salvation. Kingsley chuckled again. If you can truly master the quietus and survive, your future holds limitless possibilities. I swear. So do not succumb. My life is resilient. None can take it from me. Aiger beamed brightly. Let's hope so. What is your name? Kingsley inquired, gazing down at Aiger. Aiger Morisers, he smiled. Vile egg? Kingsley blinked in surprise. You are the vile egg. Aiger playfully kicked Kingsley's sturdy leg, though his slight frame caused no discomfort to the aura, who instead found him quite amusing. As you can see, Mr. Vile Egg requires examination for his quietus, Kingsley remarked, observing the figure within the glass case. Aiger's gaze fixated on the figure, which then nodded slightly. Shall we proceed? Kingsley led Aiger forward, passing through the glass door, and was immediately met with a cacophony of noise. Aiger beheld an array of peculiar patients queuing for treatment, upon spotting a sullen wizard clutching what appeared to be his prized possession. Aiger suddenly felt that perhaps there existed a fate worse than not living to see 10, being rendered unable to perform as a man. I heard that fellow was caught fooling around behind his wife's back, and she cursed him. Ha ha ha. A diminutive wizard nearby snickered, exchanging knowing glances with Aiger. Aiger glanced at the sign nearby and awkwardly chuckled. He ought to head to the 5th floor, right? The cursed damage department? It appears that Kingsley is also experiencing a wave of unease, further deepening his hesitation regarding the matter of marriage. So, which floor should we ascend? AEG glanced at the sign. 1st floor, Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. 2nd floor, Department of Biological Hazards. 3rd floor, Department of Strange Bacterial Infections. 4th floor, Department of Potions and Plant Poisons. 5th floor, Department of Curse Damage. 6th floor, Tea Room and Shop. AEG pondered for some time, unable to ascertain to which category silence belonged, and then turned to Kingsley. Shall we ascend to the tea room and shop to soothe my troubled mind? We ought to inquire. Kingsley shook his head and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, In truth, I have a more suitable destination in mind, though I am uncertain what that gentleman is currently engaged in. Who? AEG blinked in surprise. Albus Dumbledore. Kingsley chuckled, the greatest white wizard. Just as Kingsley finished speaking, a hearty laughter echoed from behind them, and they turned to see a tall, white-bearded elder gazing kindly at them. I am delighted by your assessment. Kingsley Dumbledore smiled, his eyes sparkling with mirth behind his half-moon spectacles. It is fortunate that I had the time today to find you both. Professor Dumbledore, Kingsley exclaimed, taken aback. What brings you here? Our young friend, Aiger, has certainly stirred quite a commotion. The visitors from the Ministry of Magic rushed to my office at the first opportunity. Given that it has been many years since his silence has appeared, Dumbledore remarked, appraising Aiger. For reasons unknown, Aiger felt as though he had been stripped bare, as if every penny of his savings was laid open to scrutiny. Aiger was acutely aware of the stature of the individual before him, in the present circumstances. This venerable white-bearded man was undoubtedly the most formidable figure in the magical realm. Moreover, the eccentric elder had a penchant for legitimacy. Aiger could not forget the rumors circulating online about Dumbledore being a notorious old glassmaker. He averted his gaze from Dumbledore's penetrating stare, fixating instead on the elder's snowy beard, resolutely avoiding eye contact. However, Aiger was uncertain whether the elder could indeed perceive his past life. Even if he could, given the man's disposition, it was unlikely that he would harbor any ill intentions toward a mere child. After all, this was a person who, in his pursuit to vanquish Voldemort, had employed questionable means and utilized anyone to achieve his ends, yet he still possessed emotions, and it had not yet come to the point of acting against an 8-year-old child over a mere memory. Furthermore, it was quite possible that he was a child destined to live less than a decade. You ought to have sought me out, nonetheless. I anticipated that you would first bring him here, Kingsley, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, gesturing for them to follow. Aiger had never envisioned that his first encounter with the magical world would lead him to St. Mungo's. Fortunately, he did not linger long in that place filled with wails of despair, and they quickly departed from St. Mungo's. Kingsley glanced at Dumbledore. Then let it be so, Professor. I believe you will fare better with you. In truth, I have always felt that the doctors at St. Mungo's have become somewhat unhinged after so many years of treating patients. You need not worry, Kingsley. Even without my presence, I trust that St. Mungo's will diligently attend to Mr. Morisers, Dumbledore reassured, waving his hand. Kingsley chuckled, and with a snap, vanished in a thin air. Turning to Aiger, who was feigning humility, Dumbledore waved his hand, and in an instant, Aiger's figure disappeared as well. Moments later, they reappeared at the grand entrance of an expansive estate, with a long train track stretching before them. Aiger gazed in wonder at the track, realizing this was the route of the Hogwarts Express. Now then, Mr. Morisers, let us proceed, Dumbledore said with a smile, leading Aiger into the campus. Upon his first sight of Hogwarts Castle, Aiger was utterly awestruck. He could not decide whether to call it a castle or a cluster of castles, as the sprawling green mountains encircled the grand edifice, with a vast lake beside it, where he could faintly see the waves lapping and occasionally a peculiar tentacle emerging. The creatures inhabiting the lake welcomed new students each year, often rescuing first-year wizards who accidentally fell overboard and returning them to their boats. However, this does not imply that the Black Lake is entirely safe. There are always elements in this world that elude our comprehension, are there not? Dumbledore's aged voice echoed in his ears, in truth. As a master legilimens, though I may have self-appointed this title, I can discern that some individuals with secrets do not conceal them from me very well. In this respect, Mr. Morisers, you have not performed admirably. Aeg felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I am currently in the company of the world's most powerful wizard, and he has detected my secrets. What should I do? I am anxiously awaiting guidance. Of course, I would never forcibly intrude upon a child's memories, despite my considerable curiosity. Dumbledore soothed Aeg, leading the way. Although I can tell that your secrets may be significant, even pivotal for the future, I still do not intend to pursue them. I believe this distinction illustrates the difference between a white wizard and a dark wizard. Aeg breathed a sigh of relief, quietly following Dumbledore. On this note, I suggest that if you have the opportunity, you should learn some techniques for mental shielding in case one day I am suddenly struck by curiosity. Dumbledore winked at Aeg, embodying the spirit of an old rascal, or to face some more formidable entities, for not all wizards are as amiable as I am. You must understand, one of my former students was a master legilimens, although regrettably, he later strayed from the path. Aeg recognized that Dumbledore was referring to Voldemort. In his past life, Voldemort had cast a long shadow over people. Especially the dark circles surrounding him were even more terrifying. Not to mention the exorbitant dowries demanded by certain individuals or those who drained men dry for their amusement. In summary, it was all quite fearsome. Dumbledore led Aeg onward, and due to the August holiday, the castle was devoid of people. Even the portraits on the walls were sparsely populated, with the occasional ghost drifting by, casting curious glances at Aeg. The two arrived at a statue, and Dumbledore softly intoned, "Ice-cold lemonade." The statue slowly rotated, revealing a series of staircases. Aeg stifled a laugh. The old man certainly had a fondness for ice-cold lemonade. What else was there? Fizzing Whizbees? I quite enjoy that flavor. It is delightful, though maybe a bit too stimulating for the elderly. Dumbledore smiled at Aeg, leading him into his office. The circular chamber was remarkably spacious, adorned with portraits of past headmasters lining the walls. On a table sat an array of silverware, and Aeg found himself entranced, contemplating the potential value of the silver items, envisioning how they might improve the living conditions of the orphanage and assist the cantankerous old woman. "Would you care for something to drink?" Dumbledore inquired, looking at Aeg. "Freshly squeezed watermelon juice, with a hint of lemon and preferably a touch less sugar," Aeg replied without hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than the desired beverage materialized on the table before him, the red liquid swirling in an exquisite crystal glass. "Add some ice." Aiger tilted his head and gestured as a few ice cubes fell into the glass, creating tiny splashes. He was aware that a house elf was likely waiting nearby, ready to heed his commands, yet Aiger had no intention of disturbing it now. Clearly, his own life took precedence over summoning the elf. Chapter 3. The Wand. "I would like a glass of iced lemonade," he declared. Dumbledore smiled kindly, and before him appeared a refreshing drink. Aiger sipped from the cup, occasionally glancing at Dumbledore. Neither of them spoke, and the room fell into a tranquil silence. Nearby, a large red bird perched on a shelf. Aiger recognized it as a phoenix. This creature could indeed rise from its ashes. Why didn't Voldemort learn from the phoenix? As he savored the coolness of the ice, the earlier unease gradually dissipated, and Aiger settled comfortably into a cushioned chair, exhaling a soft sigh. "For an 8-year-old, you exhibit far more composure than I would have anticipated. I dare say even most adults would struggle to face impending death with such equanimity." Dumbledore regarded Aiger with approval. Embarrassed, Aiger smiled shyly. "In fact, I should be 28, and I have already experienced death once. Professor, how do you intend to handle this? Merely existing?" Aiger inquired, casting a glance at Dumbledore. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "For the time being, let us leave it as it is. How about residing at Hogwarts for a while?" "I'm not quite sure I understand your meaning," Aiger replied, somewhat perplexed. "Merely existing is controllable. I have indeed witnessed this firsthand." Dumbledore nodded. The emergence of the merely existing is primarily due to the prolonged suppression of one's magical power. I believe that even many Muggle-born wizards realize they are different, which prompts them to perform simple magic. However, you may have chosen to consciously ignore this due to your rationality, inadvertently suppressing your innate magic without knowing how to harness it, resulting in this phenomenon. Dumbledore scrutinized Aiger, who scratched his head, realizing there was truth to this. Centuries ago, wizards suppressed their magic to avoid Muggle persecution, which indeed led to the emergence of those who merely existed. Yet such occurrences have become rare in recent decades. Dumbledore shook his head. Is it possible to remove this from my body? Aiger asked, hope gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Dumbledore. The only way is through death. It will emerge then. In a sense, it is a highly concentrated product of your magic, severely compressed and altered. You may understand it in that manner. Dumbledore shook his head again, adding, however, I believe it is controllable. You will likely need a strong will to master it. Has anyone ever controlled it, Professor? Aiger asked, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. Dumbledore's eyes turned towards the window, deep in thought. Yes, there was one. He then turned back to Aiger. Historically, most who merely existed were extremely emotional. Seldom do we encounter someone as composed as you. Therefore, I believe you may succeed in mastering it, which would undoubtedly bring you significant benefits. Dumbledore appeared lost in thought, contemplating something. Such as? Aiger raised an eyebrow. For instance, an inexhaustible source of magic or immensely powerful spells, Dumbledore replied, nodding. However, I have experienced the consequences of negligence towards my students leading them astray. So I sincerely hope you will not disappoint me, as an old man with one foot in the grave would request. Dumbledore spoke with utter candor, devoid of the convoluted manner he often employed with Harry. Aiger sensed this was a matter of personal nuance. He clearly was not the sort to be swayed by mere eloquence, and Dumbledore must have recognized this. If asked who the most intelligent person in the world was, Aiger would have to say, aside from Dumbledore, it might well be the long-deceased Einstein. I cannot promise you that I will become a paragon of virtue. Aiger shook his head. In fact, even if I did, I believe you would inevitably discover the truth, so it is better for me to be candid. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with mischief. I suspect as much. But I can assure you, I likely won't follow the same misguided path as your former student. Aiger reflected. After all, I have little interest in immortality. You know more than I anticipated. Dumbledore laughed. My instincts tell me that not using legilimency on you is the right choice. Yet I am curious. What do you find interesting? Certainly, the NAI, Aiger replied. About my apologies. Suppressing his most honest thoughts deep within, Aiger chuckled. In comparison to immortality, I prefer the notion of being immortal. What distinguishes the two for you? Dumbledore pondered, leaning back in his chair after considering Aiger's response. Immortality implies never dying, while being immortal signifies never fading away. One pertains to the physical realm, the other to the spirit. Aiger smiled. I am unsure of the path to immortality, yet I believe many routes lead to being immortal. I suspect that, compared to immortality, being immortal would bring greater joy. After all, death is merely the commencement of another grand adventure, is it not? Dumbledore scrutinized Aiger's features keenly before breaking into a warm smile. It seems my fears will not materialize again. Do older individuals often indulge in fanciful thoughts? Aiger grinned. If so, I cannot say that would please me. Dumbledore raised his cup to sip. Reason dictates that you should belong to Ravenclaw. Yet personally, I genuinely hope you will choose Gryffindor. I believe you will not regret that decision. Am I to enroll now? Aiger blinked in surprise. Certainly not. You are merely 8 years old, far from the age of enrollment. Dumbledore stood, gesturing for Aiger to take his arm. Firstly, we must ensure you survive until the time of your enrollment. That is our immediate priority. Aiger nodded in understanding, stepping forward to rest his hand upon Dumbledore's arm. Fawkes, Dumbledore called softly. Fawkes flapped his wings and flew to Dumbledore's hand, and once again, their figures vanished, leaving the office in silence as the 2 cups of drinks quietly dissipated into the air. With a loud pop, Aiger surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in an ancient little shop with shelves neatly arranged. Noticing the dust settling atop the shelves, Aiger surmised that this establishment had stood for many years. With a whoosh, a white-haired old man slid down a ladder, appearing quite astonished at the sight of Aiger and Dumbledore. Ah, Dumbledore. The old man's voice bore an ethereal quality, as if he were whispering from another realm. It has been such a long time. I have brought Mr. Morisers to select a wand. Ollivander, Dumbledore nodded, then turned to Aiger. Thus far, the best method I can conceive for controlling the merely existing is through release. Therefore, you must learn to cast spells every day at any time. This means you will need to acquire a wealth of knowledge before your enrollment. Are you capable of this? Absolutely, Professor, Aiger replied with a smile. I see. It seems this is the young gentleman who caused quite a stir in London today. Ollivander gazed at Egg with a curious smile, studying him for a moment before gently nodding. Well then, very well. With that, Ollivander's figure vanished into the cabinet. And a few seconds later, he emerged holding a box, from which he retrieved a dark wand and extended it towards Egg. Dumbledore observed Egg, who was somewhat bewildered while holding the wand, and tilted his chin. Give it a wave. Egg flicked his wrist, and a flash of light shot from the wand's tip, striking a nearby cabinet. Ollivander flinched, retracting his neck as he looked at Egg. Regrettably, although it is somewhat compatible, it clearly cannot withstand your magical power. As he spoke, Ollivander reclaimed the wand and presented another box to Egg. Try this one. Egg shook his hand, and the wand sputtered weakly, emitting a couple of sparks. There's some reaction, but it appears the unicorn hair may be a touch too gentle for you, Ollivander remarked, shaking his head. It seems you might have some connections with those old noble families. Could it really be related to bloodlines? Egg inquired, puzzled. Certainly, although I'm not entirely certain. It is often the case that children from pureblood or half-blood families are more favored by unicorns compared to those of Muggle descent. Most wands crafted from unicorn hair are sold to those children, Ollivander nodded. However, there are occasional exceptions, yet evidently they are not numerous. To my knowledge, the Weasley family primarily uses unicorn hair, as does the Longbottom family, and even the Malfoy family predominantly employs it. While I cannot pinpoint the exact reason, I suspect there is some correlation. As he spoke, Ollivander's gaze turned fervent as he glanced at the gnarled wand in Dumbledore's hand. There are also some more discerning wands, and the individuals capable of wielding them are exceedingly rare. I hope you remember, Mr. Morisers, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Ollivander looked at Egg's youthful face and turned to rummage through the cabinets once more. Egg leaned closer to Dumbledore and whispered, I can't help but feel he is more eccentric than you. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, nodding in agreement. I concur with your assessment. Indeed, in the eyes of others, I am often perceived as such. Egg rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath about how all wizards were a bit mad. After a while, Ollivander emerged, cradling a box, and presented a wand to Egg. Try this one. I believe it is the most suitable for you. Upon taking the wand, Egg felt an immediate sense of connection, as if their fates intertwined. The wand emitted bursts of miniature fireworks, as if celebrating something. Perfect, Ollivander murmured, gazing at Egg. This is a wand of poplar wood, 13 inches long, slender, and straight. Interestingly, its core is said to be made from the whiskers of a Zowu. Egg's lips twitched at the mention of the mythical creature. The Zowu, a legendary beast from the east, older than dragons, is said to roam the Kunlun Mountains in China. Ollivander's eyes sparkled. Such extraordinary beings from the east are exceedingly rare here. I only heard of a Zowu appearing in Paris many years ago, traveling 1,000 miles a day. Yet I never had the chance to see it myself. The poplar is the most resilient of trees, reputed to live for 1,000 years without dying, to stand for another 1,000 years after death, and to remain uncorrupted for yet another 1,000. I believe it suits you remarkably well. Ollivander chuckled. However, the significance of 13 inches is somewhat ominous. You may find yourself walking alongside death in the future. Yet, possessing a wand with such an ancient core might render death less daunting for you. This wand was crafted by my grandfather 150 years ago. A true masterpiece. How does it feel? Egg nodded, unsure of his expression. It feels splendid. Observing Dumbledore handing over a pile of gold galleons to Ollivander, Egg swallowed hard. I presume this money need not be repaid? Dumbledore glanced at Egg. My wayward student was equally presumptuous. With a hint of exasperation, Dumbledore chuckled, placing a hand on Egg's shoulder. But you are correct. Hogwarts will provide some assistance to the young witches and wizards about to enroll. So you indeed need not repay this. Egg sighed in relief. What else do we need to purchase now? Egg looked eagerly at Dumbledore. In truth, there is nothing else we need at the moment, but if you are inclined, I believe you would look splendid in robes. Dumbledore winked at Egg, leading him to turn and leave. An hour later, clad in a brand new robe, Egg followed closely beside Dumbledore as they strolled through Diagon Alley. Egg gazed around curiously, eager to reclaim the joy of life after being tormented by illness for 20 years in his previous existence. Where shall we go now? Hogwarts? I wish to see what house elves look like. Egg exclaimed excitedly. Dumbledore's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes narrowing behind his half-moon spectacles. At this moment, Egg truly resembled an 8-year-old child in Dumbledore's eyes, and as an elder who had lived for over a century, he undoubtedly preferred this version of the child. We're visiting an old friend of mine, Dumbledore stated. Passers-by occasionally greeted Dumbledore, glancing curiously at Egg, who trailed behind him. "You're quite famous, old Dumbledore." Egg's earlier anxieties dissipated as he began to act more playfully. Dumbledore, taken aback by Egg's familiarity, chuckled wryly, placing a hand on Egg's shoulder. "Prepare yourself. Let's be off." With that, the two vanished from the street in a swirl of apparition. The sensation of compression and rotation, followed by a rush of clarity, washed over Egg once more. He felt he had improved, as this time it did not make him feel as nauseous. "Where are we now?" Egg's head swayed as he hoped to synchronize with the dizziness in his mind. However, he felt even more disoriented. "Dorset," Dumbledore said, stepping forward toward a tranquil garden house. "Who are we here to see?" Egg chattered incessantly. "Newt Scamander." Dumbledore gently knocked on the door. Chapter 4, Caca. "I anticipated you would come seeking me." After a moment, the elderly gentleman before Egg and Dumbledore reclined on a sofa. Pointing to the Daily Prophet on the table, 6 streets were destroyed, yet not a single soul was harmed. "Clearly, you can manage it, with the right approach. I believe there should be no issues." "Excellent. With your assurance, I believe Mr. Morisers will feel much more at ease." Dumbledore nodded, glancing at Egg. "This is Newt Scamander, who possesses profound knowledge of the magical creatures, and he should be able to assist you with your situation." "Do not say that, Dumbledore. In truth, my understanding is rather limited." Newt shook his head. "The creature possesses tremendous power, and it is best to keep it under control. Experience has shown that it is not an uncontrollable force." The aged Newt appeared somewhat earnest, and Egg wondered if he had always been so in his youth. Suddenly, Aggie felt as though something was frantically burrowing into his chest. In a flurry, he pressed his hand against his chest and rummaged through his robe, eventually pulling out a small, furry creature resembling a platypus. "Ah, this is our pet Niffler cub," he exclaimed. "This little rascal always sneaks out when my son and the others are distracted." Newt chuckled at Aggie's reaction. Aggie gazed at the Niffler with sparkling eyes, asking, "Is this the legendary creature known for treasure hunting?" "Indeed, Nifflers have a penchant for shiny objects, such as gold coins, diamonds, and even silver trinkets," Newt replied, clearly pleased with Aggie's enthusiasm, as if he were witnessing his younger self reflected in Aggie's excitement. Aggie, entranced, looked at the Niffler in his hands and asked, "How does it taste?" Newt was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Aggie. His refined demeanor faltered, rendering the centenarian momentarily as helpless as a child. He then cast a pleading glance at Dumbledore. Dumbledore shook his head at Aggie, his expression serious as he began to speak slowly. Newt exhaled in relief at Dumbledore's demeanor. "In truth, I must inform you, Aggie, that Nifflers are not palatable," Dumbledore stated gravely. Newt, akin to a chicken with its throat grasped, felt as though his spirit had been struck, looking panicked between the two. Aggie couldn't help but chuckle at Newt's expression, holding the plump Niffler cub and turning to Newt. "Mr. Scamander, I have taken quite a liking to this Niffler. Might I keep it?" Newt hesitated, uncertain if Aggie's words were genuine. "I assure you, I would never consume it," Aggie replied, smacking his lips. Newt finally nodded slowly, albeit still looking somewhat uneasy, as Aggie sensed the jest had perhaps gone too far, as if he wished to forge an unbreakable oath with himself. How frightful. After departing from the Scamander residence, Aggie glanced back at the Scamander home. "He is indeed a kind-hearted soul, isn't he?" Aggie turned to Dumbledore. "Certainly. Those who cherish magical creatures must possess a benevolent heart," Dumbledore concurred, appearing to wholeheartedly agree with Aggie's sentiment. "You shall forge a splendid friendship with my groundskeeper." "I certainly hope so." Aggie beamed. With a resounding crack, the two reappeared at Hogwarts. No sooner had they returned to the headmaster's office than a dark owl swooped in from outside, fixating its gaze on Aggie. Curiously, Aggie reached out to poke the round-faced Scottish owl. The owl, somewhat displeased, shuffled aside before extending its small claw, indicating Aggie should retrieve the letter. Aggie opened the letter, and the round-faced owl gently pecked his hand, signaling for a treat. Aggie softly requested, "Could you fetch me some snacks?" Instantly, a small bag of green peas appeared on the nearby table. The round-faced owl seized the peas, giving Aggie a knowing glance before taking flight. "It's a letter from Kingsley," Aggie said, surprised as he turned to Dumbledore. "He mentioned he spoke with the orphanage on my behalf and informed Miss Aisha. Kingsley truly is a good man, old Dumbledore. I wager your next utterance will be a request for me to support your orphanage. Am I correct?" Dumbledore's sharp gaze pierced Aggie. Aggie's eyes darted away. "We agreed that there would be no legitimacy." "Truth be told, Aggie, your thoughts are not significant enough to warrant a legitimacy probe," Dumbledore teased lightly. Aggie felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Is it permissible? It would provide me with great comfort. It would be unreasonable for me to refuse such a kind request, wouldn't it? No one could possibly dislike you in such a light." "Aggie," Dumbledore affirmed, nodding. Gratitude is a virtue. My student, like you, hails from an orphanage. Yet he has only learned selfishness. In this context, your ability to maintain such a noble heart fills me with pride, Aggie. I hope one day Hogwarts will take pride in you as well. Pondering, Aggie rested his chin on his hand. How much do you intend to donate? Dumbledore felt a pang in his heart, as if all his previous words had been in vain. 5,000 galleons. How does that sound? Dumbledore regarded Aggie. What is the conversion rate? Aggie mused, sensing it might be a considerable sum. Approximately 25,000 pounds, Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. Aggie grimaced. Being a wizard seems rather financially bleak. Dumbledore felt as though he had been struck in the knee with a jibe. Dumbledore, the most powerful white wizard in the world, had been scorned by a child from the Muggle world. In truth, England was in a rapid development phase, with children from Muggle backgrounds often enjoying a higher standard of living within school. 1 galleon equated to 5 pounds. While galleons held considerable purchasing power in the wizarding world, their equivalent in the Muggle realm was evidently less impressive. Nevertheless, 25,000 pounds should suffice to help the orphanage sustain itself for quite some time, right? Perhaps he should hasten to learn magic, and then perform a memory charm on some affluent Muggle. I must warn you, Mr. Aggie, Dumbledore said, his expression growing serious. Inflicting harm or aggressive actions against Muggles without the Ministry's consent is illegal. I would not wish for a future illustrious wizard to find himself imprisoned in Azkaban before even commencing his studies. Aggie sighed despondently, unable to suppress his lamentation. Indeed, being a wizard seems devoid of financial prospects, and yet my very life hangs in the balance, beyond my control. I am pleased to see you possess a clear understanding of your circumstances, Dumbledore nodded. Of course, as a wizard, it is relatively simple to achieve prosperity in the Muggle world. However, Gringotts has established certain exchange limits to maintain balance. If you find yourself in dire need, I permit you to earn some tuition through Muggle means. Dumbledore's eyes bore a depth that seemed to transcend time. I believe you're on the cusp of a wholly different life. Do you not feel a sense of excitement? In truth, I do miss Aisha. And perhaps I could also bring along old Mrs. Hurl. Aggie sighed wistfully. What are the housing prices like in the wizarding world? I'm not entirely sure about housing prices. After all, I've spent most of my life residing at Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied, nodding thoughtfully. If you're referring to Aisha Smith, if I recall correctly, she should be the head girl of Gryffindor, entering her 7th year this term, and set to graduate next year. Is that true? Aggie exclaimed, astonished at Dumbledore's words. I suspect she has long been aware of your peculiarities. Otherwise, I find it difficult to believe an 18-year-old girl would hold any interest in an 8-year-old boy. In any sense, Dumbledore chuckled, observing Aggie with keen interest. Aggie felt his cheeks flush, embarrassment washing over him as he managed a sheepish smile. Before your formal enrollment, you should have spent a diligent 3 years at Hogwarts. If your latent potential were to manifest, I believe I would be the only one capable of restraining you at this point. The castle is vast, and you are free to select a house of your liking for your residence. What do you think? Dumbledore smiled at Aiger, adding, I must also remind you that the Forbidden Forest is quite perilous. If you intend to venture in search of adventure or fortune, it would be prudent to have Hagrid accompany you. Thank you, Professor. Aiger rose, bowing slightly to Dumbledore. You have assisted me greatly. How might I repay you? At this, Dumbledore paused, casting a somewhat worried glance at Aiger, and with a profound expression remarked, although a myriad of thoughts flitted through my mind in that instant. I genuinely feel that for you, Aiger, simply avoiding trouble would be the greatest gift you could offer me. Aiger felt a slight flush of indignation. Ever since leaving Dumbledore's office, his expression had darkened. What does it mean that avoiding trouble is my repayment? Am I truly so unremarkable? Reaching into his pocket, Aiger retrieved his niffler, regretting not having released the little creature in Dumbledore's office. Wandering aimlessly through the campus, Aiger noticed the portraits curiously observing him. While he reciprocated their scrutiny, leading to an unexpectedly harmonious interaction devoid of dialogue. Suddenly, a diminutive and frail figure appeared before him with a soft thud, sporting bat-like ears. The newcomer bowed humbly. Good afternoon, Mr. Aiger Morisers. Is there anything I may assist you with? Oh, I was just pondering whom the old man with the white beard would send to arrange my accommodations. With your help, I believe my tasks will be quite manageable. Aiger replied with a smile, casting an inquisitive glance at the creature. It is an honor for Kaka, the little elf responded, lowering his gaze. Aiger shook his head at Kaka's tattered and filthy pillowcase. First, I must insist you take a bath and properly clean that ragged pillowcase of yours. Kaka looked up at Aiger with a face full of gratitude. You are too kind, sir. Kaka is truly moved. Do not be so dramatic. It's merely a request for a bath, Aiger said, slightly embarrassed by the elf's fervent reaction and waved his hand dismissively. As soon as possible, with magic. It should only take a few minutes, right? Kaka nodded eagerly, his figure gradually vanishing from sight. As Aiger traversed the castle, he felt somewhat disoriented. The intricate layout of Hogwarts was bewildering, and with his limited sense of direction, he soon found himself lost. Had Kaka not appeared in time, Aiger feared he might have starved within the castle walls. Now, take me to your kitchen, Aiger said to Kaka, his smile brightening. The Hogwarts kitchen was bustling with activity as the countdown to the end of summer approached. Beef slices, lamb slices. Aiger waved his wand, directing the preparations. Lettuce as well. Potato slices, and quickly wash the lettuce. Is anyone skilled in making tofu? A small elf eagerly raised his hand, and Aiger nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You shall prepare some tofu. Mr. Morisers, do you require any additional ingredients for the broth? Inquired another elf, holding a jar filled with vibrant red chili peppers and spicy oil. Aiger dipped his finger into the mixture, tasted it, and nodded approvingly. Quite pure, well done. Alas, the spices in England are rather limited. Can anyone make sesame paste? Yes, indeed. Another small hand shot up. Aiger waved his hand again. You, prepare some. Of course, Mr. Morisers. The little elf bounced away, and Aiger looked at the array of ingredients before him. Green onions, ginger, red dates. Perfect. Mr. Aiger. One tea making too much lead to waste. Professor Sprout says wasting food is improper. Kaka timidly stood behind Aiger, his bat-like ears drooping. Let us make more. Can't we all enjoy together? Aiger replied, slightly taken aback. Aren't these dishes prepared by you all meant for you as well? The once lively kitchen fell silent, the elves gazing incredulously at Aiger. We cannot dine at the same table as the esteemed Mr. Aiger, Kaka said in a flustered tone, bowing deeply until his nose nearly touched the ground. Aiger regarded the cowering elves with a stoic expression. I command you, take a seat and eat. Observing the trembling little creatures at the table, Aiger shook his head with a blend of compassion and frustration. Centuries of servitude had eroded the dignity of these ancient, benevolent beings, leaving them bereft of the courage to share a meal with wizards. While Aiger did not entirely subscribe to Hermione's views on liberating house elves, he found it equally unbearable to witness these kind souls living in trepidation beneath the shadows of wizards. One individual could not alter the fate of the whole. Yet Aiger felt that the least he could do was to extend his kindness to these little ones. Kaka gazed in trepidation at the aromatic hot pot glistening with red oil, the enticing scent wafting through the air, causing his mouth to water. Yet the presence of Aiger filled him with fear. Is it fragrant? Aiger asked cheerfully, leaning closer to Kaka. The food prepared by Mr. Aiger must be exceedingly delicious. Kaka stammered. Alas, there are no chopsticks here. I believe they would be far superior to knives and forks. Aiger sighed. Yes, we have them. Kaka hurriedly replied, producing a bundle of chopsticks. Aiger's eyes lit up with glee, bursting into laughter. Let me teach you how to use them. Chapter 5, Snape. Meanwhile, in Dumbledore's office, the headmaster sat in his chair, observing with keen interest the ethereal image formed by smoke, depicting the lively scene unfolding in the kitchen. It appears our esteemed headmaster has found a student quite to his taste, a somewhat oily voice remarked. Dumbledore lifted his gaze to a man clad in black robes, his long, dark hair lending him a rather sinister appearance. At that moment, Severus Snape seemed far from pleased. In fact, his demeanor rarely brightened, save for the rare occasion when Harry Potter collided with a dragon's rear end. Otherwise, Dumbledore maintained that perpetually disgruntled expression throughout the year. Quite a remarkable child. Isn't Severus? Dumbledore smiled. Honestly, I would love to sample the dishes Aiger prepares. They appear delightful. However, as you know at my age, I must avoid such spicy fare. Dumbledore mused with curiosity, while Snape appeared increasingly impatient, feeling that someone of Dumbledore's age, if not engaged in battle, should ideally remain in a retirement home or a museum. So, what do you wish for me to teach him? Snape inquired. An 8-year-old child, even a prodigy, cannot learn many spells. Snape's meaning was abundantly clear. There was no hope for the boy. He might as well resign himself to his fate. I believe that there exists a ceaseless source of quietude and magic. Mastering it is merely a matter of time, and I thought you possessed such patience. Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape. As for patience, I dare say Professor Sprout is more adept, and in terms of charms, Professor Flitwick is certainly more reliable than I. Snape's impatience was palpable. However, I require you to instruct him in the art of occlumency. Among you, your proficiency in it is unparalleled. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. Snape's countenance darkened. If they two tread upon the precipice of death, their occlumency would undoubtedly surpass mine. So, You are in agreement? Dumbledore inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. Snape's expression remained grim. I have no choice, do I? Dumbledore feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. I am not coercing you. And one more thing, when teaching him, refrain from probing into his memories. Can you manage that? How am I to instruct him then? Shall I merely recite the textbook? Snape nearly erupted in frustration. Dumbledore's proposition felt akin to demanding he consume his meals with his toes. Take your time. We have ample opportunity ahead of us. At least 3 more years to prepare. Dumbledore remarked, his gaze laden with significance as it lingered on Snape. Snape, somewhat mystified, gazed at Dumbledore for a moment before dragging his feet in a reluctant departure. In terms of that assessment, I believe you two will find much common ground, Dumbledore chuckled, addressing Snape's retreating figure. Snape stiffened momentarily before quickening his pace to leave. Double toil and trouble. Fire burn and cauldron bubble. Something wicked this way comes. Aiger stood at the long table in the kitchen, directing a host of house elves with his wand as they joyfully sang nearby. The melody was reminiscent of the song Professor Flitwick had led his students in during the 3rd film, Prisoner of Azkaban. When Aiger inquired who could sing, this particular tune was suggested. It appeared that nearly everyone knew it, having lived at Hogwarts for so many years. Thankfully, Aiger's antics seemed to have dispelled the initial awkwardness among the house elves. Though they remained humble, their gazes now reflected a sense of camaraderie. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Aiger, Kaka exclaimed, bowing deeply, prompting Aiger to gently pull him aside. Don't you engage in any activities on a regular basis? Aiger asked, savoring a slice of lamb, which was quite delectable. The house elves exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by his inquiry. Our greatest joy lies in serving wizards. Spare me, Aiger sighed, realizing that conversing with these obstinate, ancient beings was largely futile. Come now, hurry and eat. Following Aiger's earlier efforts, the house elves were no longer as timid. Sitting down to dine with a newfound sense of ease, their expressions indicating that they deemed Aiger a benevolent individual. As they ate, Kaka suddenly burst into tears, prompting Aiger to rush over. What is the matter? Mr. Aiger is so kind to Kaka, and the food is so delicious. Kaka is overwhelmed with emotion. Aiger shook his head in disbelief. Just eat your meal. Having toiled from morning until afternoon, Aiger was starved. He had been polishing shoes for clients on the streets of London in the morning and had rushed to Hogwarts kitchen for hotpot by afternoon. The sun was now setting, and occasionally a house elf would scurry off to prepare dinner for a few professors. Aiger suggested they serve the hot pot to the professors, which they indeed did, although the elf delivering the meal to Snape appeared to have faced reprimand. Reluctantly, Aiger had to console the frightened elf to alleviate its distress. Professor McGonagall expressed that your hot pot is exceptionally delicious. She asked me to convey her gratitude. Kaka bowed once more to Aiger. Professor Sprout feels the same. Professor Flitwick said it is delightful, though he prefers not to eat spicy food, chirped a nearby house elf. Aiger shrugged nonchalantly, unbothered. During his years in England, Aiger had fully grasped the culinary shortcomings of British cuisine. He adored fish, yet the English only seemed to know how to fry or grill it. Nonetheless, the fish here was indeed delightful, possibly due to the rich maritime environment, as the texture was superior to that of fish he had encountered in his previous life. Breakfast typically consisted of sandwiches, ham, fried eggs, and milk, nothing like the dumplings, wontons, soups, tofu pudding, or fried dough sticks he had once enjoyed. Aiger had previously thought that opening a restaurant in England could be quite profitable, particularly in this era. After dinner, Aiger, rubbing his satisfied belly, meandered through Hogwarts Castle, marveling at the moving staircases. To avoid getting lost, he brought Kaka along. The original text mentioned 7 secret passages, yet the descriptions were somewhat abstract. And with so many similar statues and numerous floors within the castle, Aiger did not immediately locate any passage. The sole piece of good news was that Kaka guided him to the room of requirement, knowing it was situated on the 8th floor. Aiger deemed it essential to find Ravenclaw's diadem. He didn't intend to destroy it, but at the very least sought to secure it in a safe place. Gringotts seemed ideal. Though Harry and his friends had once infiltrated it in their 7th year, it remained the safest option for an ordinary wizard. Those miserly goblins would not entertain even Voldemort. As the grand door slowly revealed itself upon the wall, Aiger entered, greeted by heaps of contraband accumulated over centuries by countless students. He treaded cautiously, avoiding indiscriminate contact with the various artifacts. An old statue of a wizard bearing pockmarks stood before him, adorned with a dirty, tattered robe and a crown that appeared faded and ancient. Aiger strained to recall the details, searching diligently. Minutes later, he halted before a cluttered pile. Encountering the pockmarked statue once more, its hollow gaze fixated upon him. Eag's eyes drifted upward to the diadem resting atop the statue's head. His breath quickened. Knowing the location was one thing, but retrieving it was another. Gingerly, he lifted the diadem, scrutinizing the engravings upon it. Wisdom surpasses all treasures of humanity. Eag read aloud softly, "Perfect, this is the one." He had no intention of placing the diadem upon his brow. He understood that donning it would surely invite something peculiar to invade his mind. Holding the diadem, he exited the room of requirement, allowing Kaka to lead him to the headmaster's office. "Good evening, Eag. Are you here for some bedtime reading?" Dumbledore asked from behind his desk, his gaze peering through his half-moon spectacles. "I merely discovered something quite intriguing and thought I would bring it for you to see," Eag replied, flashing a grin. As he spoke, Aiger placed the diadem of Ravenclaw upon Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore gazed at the diadem, his expression gradually shifting to one of solemnity. "Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure," Aiger intoned. "Judging by your expression, I have evidently stumbled upon something of great significance." Dumbledore nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is most remarkable." With that, he tucked the diadem into a drawer and rose, scrutinizing Aiger with keen interest, yet refraining from employing legilimency. "I must confess, Aiger, you are even more enigmatic than I had anticipated. Although I am tempted to delve into your thoughts, my instincts caution me against such an intrusion." Aiger shrugged, indifferent to whether Dumbledore would uncover his origins. What would it matter? Could he truly bring about his demise? If he did, he would no longer be Dumbledore. It is challenging to assess a person of Dumbledore's caliber. He might exploit anyone, even his own life, to vanquish Voldemort. In truth, if circumstances warranted, Dumbledore would not hesitate to sacrifice his own life to save another, for he is, after all, a true Gryffindor. A guide who perceives love as the most potent form of magic, Aiger did not consider him to be a villain. Rather, he appeared excessively rational, even chillingly composed at times, traits that could instill fear. He was neither a purely benevolent figure nor a cunningly malevolent one. If Aiger were to render a judgment, he would deem Dumbledore a truly great man. "I am no longer concerned that you will mirror my former student," Dumbledore remarked, his probing gaze fixed upon Aiger. "However, I personally believe you bear some resemblance to a dear friend of mine." Noticing Aiger's perplexed expression, Dumbledore chuckled, in comparison to him. "My student is merely a cowardly fledgling." Aiger pondered momentarily and surmised that Dumbledore must be referring to Grindelwald. Although he had yet to view fantastic beasts during his traversal, he had certainly encountered Grindelwald's name on multiple occasions. "What is your opinion of Muggles?" Dumbledore inquired, his gaze unwavering. Aiger, uncertain of Dumbledore's perspective, replied, "I hold no particular views. However, in comparison to Muggles, the magical world seems exceedingly impoverished." He emphasized, indeed impoverished, but we possess formidable magic. An elderly gentleman in a portrait on the wall, adorned with a hat, waved his hand, clearly dissenting Aiger's statement. "Professor, are you familiar with the atomic bomb?" Aiger grinned. "How about a little insight into nuclear deterrence?" Dumbledore nodded knowingly, clearly in agreement with Aiger's assertion. "Of course, while Muggle weaponry is indeed powerful, it is not insurmountable. You merely need to cast a Confundus charm before they launch their nuclear missiles, and their weapons would fall back upon them, while the caster simply operates away. I do not believe waging war against Muggles is prudent. However, should such a conflict arise, Muggle weaponry could prove perilous. Yet, with the agility and diverse capabilities of wizards, it is likely that before the war escalates, the Muggle elite would be under wizarding control. I believe that while such high-caliber wizards may not be commonplace, they're certainly not rare, wouldn't you agree?" Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. "Moreover, places like Hogwarts undoubtedly possess protective enchantments. Not to mention, finding a target during wartime is another matter altogether. Many half-bloods or Muggle-born wizards live within Muggle society. A war is simply unrealistic." Aiger shook his head, asserting, "Wizards and Muggles must coexist. Even if wizards were to be obliterated, eventually, this world would again give rise to children with magic. The means to defeat an enemy has never been about annihilating them, but rather understanding them." He turned to Dumbledore. "Of course, I would never consider Muggles as foes, for they're the easiest to deceive." Rising, Aiger inclined his head slightly towards Dumbledore. "That is my perspective. Now, Professor, I must return to my quarters to rest. Good night." Dumbledore regarded Aiger with approval, nodding slightly. Suddenly, Aiger seemed to recall something, speaking up hastily. "I believe there should be more than one of those items. I advise you to collect them all and destroy them together." Dumbledore nodded, his fingers interlaced on the desk as he scrutinized Aiger closely. How many do you believe there to be? Aiger grinned. 7 is a number imbued with magic, is it not? I think so too, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Good night. That evening, Aiger lay in the Gryffindor Tower, struggling to find slumber. Why Gryffindor? Because the riddle posed by the bronze knocker of Ravenclaw was exceedingly vexing. Aiger had been unfortunate. The Raven had not asked him the age-old conundrums of whether the chicken or the egg came first or whether fire preceded the phoenix. Instead, it had posed a particularly tricky question, one Aiger had failed to answer. Hufflepuff was a mystery, and Aiger was reluctant to venture into Slytherin. The events of the day had been overwhelming, first transforming into a form of silence, then encountering the Auror Kingsley from the Ministry of Magic, and ultimately being brought to Hogwarts to learn from the old madman Dumbledore about mastering silence. If it were not for the information overload from his previous life, Aiger feared he might have lost his sanity. Though traversing through novels is commonplace, it was only when such events transpired in his own life that Aiger grasped their sheer incredibility. However, he soon chastised himself for overthinking. After all, he had been reborn. So what was there to be astonished about in meeting Dumbledore? Rolling onto his side, Aiger gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 6. The Patronus. At the break of dawn the following day, Aiger awoke to find warmed milk, a bowl of fruit salad, and a chicken sandwich by his bedside. Thank you, Kaka, Aiger said, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It is my honor, Mr. Aiger. Kaka's figure emerged from the corner of the room, bowing deeply, her high-pitched voice brimming with excitement. Half an hour later, Aiger appeared on the Hogwarts grounds, where a tall figure awaited him. Severus Snape, with his greasy hair obscuring his face, regarded Aiger with a stormy expression. I believe I had instructed the house elf to inform you to be here at 7 this morning. Tell me, Morisers, did your parents neglect to teach you the value of punctuality? Snape glared at Aiger ominously. Despite Snape's unfriendly demeanor, Aiger did not perceive it as a personal affront. Aside from Voldemort and Dumbledore, Snape treated everyone in this manner. Regrettably, Professor Snape, I have never met my parents, so I cannot ascertain whether they are still among the living. Aiger shrugged. If you happen to encounter them, please extend my regards. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster chuckled as he observed the smoky image before him. He had a premonition that Snape was likely to encounter a significant setback with this young man. As he gazed upon the sardonic smile adorning Snape's countenance, Aiger felt an inkling that the man was mocking his status as an orphan, yet Aiger remained utterly unfazed. Just wait until I uncover the resurrection stone. I shall relish the sight of you kneeling before me, Severus. Regarding the timing of his discovery, Aiger resolved that on a day when he found himself at leisure, he would entice Dumbledore to take a stroll around the Gaunt residence. From this day forth, I shall be your curse instructor, and you are to immerse yourself in a substantial repertoire of formidable spells to liberate the pent-up, transformed magic within you. Snape, not letting go of Aiger's parents, drawled in his oily voice. My pace is swift, and my expectations are high. I hope, Mr. Morisers, that your underdeveloped brain can keep up with my tempo. Very well, Professor Snape, Aiger replied, blinking innocently with his 8-year-old visage. Where shall we commence? The hanging bell, perhaps? Before Aiger, Snape's expression darkened instantaneously, shifting more rapidly than the capricious London weather. Observing Snape's ominous demeanor, Aiger's mouth twitched. He was uncertain whether Snape might unleash a particularly agonizing curse upon him, especially with Dumbledore absent. Draw forth your wand, Mr. Morisers, Snape intoned flatly, though the simmering fury beneath his calm tone was palpable to all present. Aiger hastily retrieved his wand, his mind racing with just 2 incantations to avert any potential mishaps, the shield charm and the disarming charm. Witnessing Aiger's somewhat flustered demeanor, Snape finally broke into a sinister grin, his wand sweeping through the air with remarkable elegance and speed. Silencing charm. In an instant, Aiger felt his tongue adhere to the roof of his mouth. Staring blankly at Snape's malicious grin, he raised his hands in a gesture of bewilderment. I can't use a silent spell. I lamented, tears nearly springing to his eyes. Compared to conventional spellcasting, silent spells required a greater expenditure of magical energy and were undeniably more challenging. However, given that Mr. Morisers had demonstrated knowledge of the obscure defensive charm, the hanging bell, it seemed evident that the silent charm would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Snape's grin widened. At least in Aiger's eyes, it was a malicious grin. From my assessment of your magical prowess, this spell should be effective on you for a duration of 2 to 3 days. I trust, Mr. Morisers, that you will master the silent charm within that time frame. Snape remarked airily. Of course, while the silencing charm is merely a straightforward control spell, Prolonged usage may occasionally lead to severed tongues or asphyxiation during sleep due to obstructed breathing. Yet, I presume our dear Mr. Egg will not be overly concerned with such trivialities, will he? AEG observed Snape with a stoic expression, his mind racing before he inscribed a line on the ground with his wand. I have news of Lily Potter, do you? Watching Snape's face contort, AEG couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, even if he couldn't express it audibly. His smile was radiant. Come now, let us engage in mutual torment. Noticing Snape's fluctuating expression, AEG grinned wider and continued writing. Beg me. He concluded with an elongated wavy line. Snape regarded AEG with indecision before breaking into a cold laugh. What I wish to know is beyond your capacity to prevent. AEG recognized that Snape intended to employ legitimacy against him, sending a wave of panic through him. Damn it, a formidable wizard is akin to a bug, utterly indefatigable. He thought, how foolish of me. Truly, why must I court disaster? What could I possibly deploy to defend against Snape's legitimacy? AEG's mind raced, resolving that should Snape dare to probe his thoughts, he would unveil the profound depths of the adult film industry. AEG planned to present some unspeakable imagery to usher Snape into a new realm of understanding. We had an agreement. Dumbledore's voice echoed from behind. You cannot invade EG's mind. Turning around, AG saw Dumbledore approaching with a leisurely grace, seemingly intrigued by Snape's methods of instructing EG. You are indeed correct, Professor. How about using the Veritasrum instead? Snape's malicious grin returned as he regarded AG. Ike, recognizing his current inability to master silent casting, deemed it prudent not to provoke Snape further. Having him fixated on him was far from advantageous. Dumbledore waved his hand, and AEG felt his tongue release from the roof of his mouth, sighing in relief. I must caution you, AG, at least until you possess formidable strength. Do not provoke those powerful wizards. It is perilous, he continued, as a line of Latin appeared before. Let sleeping dragons lie. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. AEG replied with a shrug, feeling somewhat helpless. In his previous life, AEG had been bedridden for years, devoid of social experience. Though he had lived for 8 years in this life, he was still too young to engage in meaningful pursuits such as romance. Having lived 2 lives confined to childhood, AEG's mindset was distinctly more juvenile than others. Similarly, Severus, I advise you against probing AG's mind. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a boon. Can you assure me of that? Dumbledore directed his gaze at Snape. Snape's expression darkened, and he appeared at a loss for words. Why not establish an unbreakable vow? AEG suggested merrily, eyeing Snape with delight. As the words left his lips, Snape's expression grew even darker. That is an intriguing proposition, Dumbledore applauded, seemingly genuinely appreciating AG's suggestion. I must decline. It appears I lack the leverage to swear an oath with you. Snape shot AG a disdainful glance. What leverage do you require? I exruket. To see Lily once more. Is that too much to ask? As soon as he uttered the words, AEG felt as though he had glimpsed a flicker of light in Snape's eyes, prompting him to reconsider his own potentially self-destructive tendencies. Half an hour later, AEG gazed at the strands of golden light entwined around his hand, nearly moved to tears. Remember your words, AEG. Snaperekartet Ike intenti. AEG's smile was more lamentable than laughter, yet there was a silver lining. At least Snape no longer seemed as antagonistic towards him, though still disdainful. It was undeniable that Snape was a master wizard in his own right. Whether it be dark arts, defense against the dark arts, or potion-making, Snape was evidently superior to the average wizard. Having sworn an unbreakable vow, Snape pledged never to extract AEG's memories in any form, guaranteeing that AEG's memories would remain private from others, and that he would impart all knowledge he possessed in response to AEG's inquiries regarding magic. Furthermore, any potions AEG requested, provided Snape had them, he was obliged to supply. In return, AEG vowed to grant Snape the chance to see Lily once more, regardless of her condition. In terms of fairness, AEG had undoubtedly gained the upper hand, aware that Dumbledore had negotiated this on his behalf. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, AEG said, bowing slightly towards him. Dumbledore smiled and turned, departing with an air of tranquil grace. Whether they're geniuses or madmen, we can never truly fathom their thoughts, can we? Severus Snape gazed at Aegis with a faint smile. Just moments ago, you were expressing gratitude towards the so-called madman. Snape, with a stern countenance, retorted, furthermore, you shall refer to me as Professor Snape. Aegis shrugged and commenced his magical studies under Snape as tutelage. The first spell that Snape imparted to Aegis left him somewhat astonished. Witnessing a 4-legged doe gracefully soaring through the air, Aegis thought Snape to be a true romantic. Stripped of his selfishness, dark psyche, unkempt hair, and obstinate nature, Snape was not entirely devoid of merit. A sense of intuition urged Snape to cast a sidelong glance at Aegis. The Patronus Charm is undoubtedly a spell that demands considerable magical energy, and its release requires but a single prerequisite: happiness. I presume that for a child of your tender age, happiness should be the simplest of emotions. Approaching Aegis, Snape gestured with his wand, instructing, "Follow my lead, Patronus." Patronus. Aegis twirled his wand, and a shimmering silver light emanated from its tip. Snape regarded Aegis's wand with disdain, remarking, "Clearly, you are devoid of any joyful thoughts. It would be more accurate to say you are thinking of nothing at all. Has your brain been consumed by the red chili peppers you ingested last night?" Once more, Patronus. Snape flicked his wand impatiently. Aegis felt conflicted. He was uncertain what constituted true happiness, for the concept was exceedingly broad. Was it the first time he had glimpsed an adult film that opened the door to a new world? The tip of his wand glimmered, the white light gradually expanding. Yet it merely formed a barrier. Or was it during his demise? Although tinged with sorrow, there was an inexplicable sense of poignancy. The wand in Aegis's hand trembled violently, as if something were attempting to emerge from within. Celebrating a birthday with Madame Hurl and the others at the orphanage? His birthday coincided with the day Madame Hurl found him. Snape stood silently beside Aegis, his expression revealing a hint of disbelief. Could an 8-year-old child achieve such prowess with the Patronus Charm on their second attempt? Was it when Miss Elsa expressed her desire to adopt him? Or perhaps it was upon entering this wondrous world of magic. Regardless, those thoughts grew trivial as Aegis felt an entity breaking free from his wand. A silver gleam pierced the eyes of both individuals, and as Aegis reopened his eyes, a small silver kitten circled around him, nuzzling against his pant leg. "Clearly, you possess considerable talent," Snape remarked, turning sharply to leave. "Today's lesson is the Patronus Charm. One must not be overly ambitious." His billowing black robes billowed like the wings of a great bat, and Snape departed with an air of authority. Aegis pouted, crouching down to play with the little kitten, feeling an inexplicable warmth as his fingers brushed against its shin. Aegis was astonished. The Patronus had a tangible form, signifying that it could not only repel Dementors, but might also assist in various tasks, such as delivering messages. Who had done that in the original story? In a headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood before an intricate shelf adorned with silver vials. "His talent is remarkable," Snape asserted as he entered. "At his age, I could not conjure a Patronus. I merely sought to exhaust his magical energy. It seems some individuals are perpetually exceptional beyond our expectations. Are they not, Severus?" Dumbledore turned, his eyes obscured behind silver spectacles. "He bears hints of our future. You have mentioned he possesses insight into our destinies." Snape gazed at Dumbledore with urgency. "I know what you are thinking, but I advise you to relinquish such notions." Dumbledore scrutinized Snape for a moment before speaking softly. "Although I may be aging, I have not yet lost my clarity of thought. Since he is aware, he understands when to act. Allow me to say, Aegis is the one who sees the story most clearly." Dumbledore studied Snape's eyes intently. "We harbor emotions. We are embroiled in the narrative, making it difficult to make sound decisions when faced with dilemmas. However, for Aegis, it is simple." With a sweep of his hand over an apparatus, smoke billowed forth, revealing Aegis on the playground, fervently casting Patronus charms. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Aegis within the image. "I detest him. He is weak and incessantly noisy." Dumbledore shook his head slightly. "It is precisely because he is weak that he will grow strong. As for your claim of him being noisy, I find conversing with him quite delightful. He is the first to dare call me old dung. He is also the first to address me by my first name." Snape remained unimpressed. The Dark Lord will undoubtedly take a liking to this unruly child. Yet, he may not necessarily favor Voldemort. I am quite certain of that, Dumbledore chuckled, sliding an envelope into a drawer. "Why?" Snape countered. "According to my investigations, that child has a particular fondness for beautiful women and shows little interest in men." Dumbledore laughed heartily. "How mischievous. He even teases those who resemble his grandmother. Clearly, you are not the first to be the subject of his jests. That insolent child. I find myself disliking him even more," Snape declared, turning to leave. "From his demeanor, Severus, I believe he does not harbor any animosity towards you." Dumbledore's voice called from behind Snape. "Although he may not be the first, I suspect he is the third. I eagerly anticipate the changes this little chick will bring you." "Severus, I am honored, but from what I observe, this chick seems to be toxic," Snape retorted, not looking back as he strode away with determination. Chapter 6. The Patronus. The following morning, Aegis awoke to find a warm glass of milk and a plate of fruit salad accompanied by a chicken sandwich at his bedside. "Thank you, Kaka," Aegis said, a slight smile gracing his lips. "It is my honor, Mr. Aegis." Kaka appeared from the corner of the room, bowing deeply with an excited tone. Half an hour later, Aegis arrived at the Hogwarts grounds, where a tall figure awaited him, greasy hair obscuring his face. Snape's expression was dark as he regarded Aegis. "I believe I instructed the house elf to inform you to be here at 7 this morning. Look at the time, Mr. Morisers. Did your parents not teach you the importance of punctuality?" Snape glared ominously at Aegis. Though Snape's demeanor was unfriendly, Aegis did not perceive it as a personal affront. Aside from Voldemort and Dumbledore, Snape treated everyone with equal disdain. "Regrettably, Professor Snape, I have never met my parents, so I cannot ascertain their well-being," Aegis shrugged. "If you happen to encounter them, do extend my regards." In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore chuckled at the smoky image before him, sensing that Snape might soon find himself in quite the predicament due to this young lad. Observing the sardonic smile on Snape's face, Aegis felt he was being mocked for being an orphan, yet he remained indifferent. "When I find a resurrection stone, I shall relish watching you beg for my mercy, Severus." As for when to locate the resurrection stone, Aiger decided that on a day when he was free, he would entice Dumbledore to take a stroll around the old Gunter estate. "From today onward, I shall be your charm instructor. You are to learn a plethora of high-intensity spells to unleash the long-repressed, transformed magic within you." Snape, having failed to capture Aiger's parents, merely droned in his oily voice. "My progress is swift and my expectations high. I hope, Mr. Morisers, that your underdeveloped intellect can keep pace with me." "Very well, Professor Snape," Aiger replied, batting his eyelashes and adorably pouting with his 8-year-old face. "Where shall we begin? The hanging bell?" Before Aiger, Snape's expression darkened abruptly, shifting more quickly than the weather in London. Observing Snape's ominously shadowed visage, Aiger felt a twinge of apprehension. He was uncertain whether Snape might resort to some excruciatingly painful curse, especially with Dumbledore absent. "Draw your wand, Mr. Morisers," Snape commanded in a flat tone. Yet the simmering fury beneath was palpable to anyone present. Aiger hastily retrieved his wand, his mind racing through 2 spells, just in case anything went awry: the freezing charm and the shield charm. Noticing Aiger's flustered demeanor, Snape finally emitted a sinister chuckle, gracefully flicking his wand with remarkable speed. Silencing charm. Instantly, Aiger felt as if his tongue had been glued to the roof of his mouth. He stared blankly at the malevolent smile of Snape, raising his hands in a gesture of confusion. Cough, cough. Oops. I can't cast a silent spell. I lamented internally. In comparison to conventional spellcasting, silent spells demanded significantly more magical energy and were inherently more challenging. However, considering that Mr. Morisers had knowledge of the obscure dark magic protection spell, the silencing charm should pose no insurmountable challenge. Snape's grin widened, at least in Aiger's eyes. He appeared to be grinning. "From my perspective, this spell will likely affect you for at least 2 to 3 days. I hope, Mr. Morisers, that you can master the silencing charm within that time frame," Snape remarked nonchalantly. Of course, while the silencing charm is merely a simple control spell, prolonged use may occasionally lead to incidents, such as having one's tongue torn out or experiencing suffocation due to obstructed breathing during sleep. However, I trust our Mr. Egg will not be overly concerned with such matters, will he? Aiger gazed at Snape impassively, his thoughts racing. He then wrote a line on the ground with his wand. "I have news about Lily Potter. Do you?" Observing Snape's face twitch involuntarily, Aiger couldn't suppress a grin, delighting in the silent laughter that ensued. "Come on, let us engage in mutual torment." With Snape's fluctuating expression, Aiger continued scribbling. "Beg me." He concluded with a long wavy line. Snape regarded Aiger with indecision before sneering. "What I wish to know, you cannot prevent." Aiger realized that Snape intended to cast legilimency on him, and a wave of panic washed over him. The sheer prowess of such a formidable wizard was akin to a bug in the system, utterly perplexing. What was I thinking? Why did I provoke this? What could I possibly use to defend against Snape's legilimency? Aiger's mind raced, and he resolved that if Snape dared to delve into his thoughts, he would unleash an array of unspeakable images to open the door to a new world for him. "We had an agreement," came Dumbledore's voice from behind. "You cannot invade Aiger's mind." Turning around, Aiger saw Dumbledore approaching with a curious demeanor regarding Snape's methods of instruction. "You are correct, Professor. How about using the Veritasrum?" Snape grinned wickedly at Aiger. Aiger felt it prudent to avoid any conflict with Snape at this juncture, particularly since he had yet to master silent spellcasting. Being on his radar was certainly not advantageous. Dumbledore waved his hand, and Aeg felt his tongue release from the roof of his mouth, allowing him to exhale in relief. I must warn you, at least until you acquire formidable power, do not provoke those mighty wizards. It is perilous, Dumbledore cautioned, and with a wave of his hand. A line of Latin appeared before Ag. Let sleeping dragons lie. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Ag shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. In his previous life, Aeg had been bedridden for years, lacking social experience. Although he had lived 8 years in this life, his age still precluded him from engaging in meaningful pursuits, such as romantic relationships. The mentality of someone who had lived 2 childhoods was undeniably more naive than others. Likewise, Severus, I advise you against probing Ag's mind. Sometimes, knowing too much can be detrimental. Can you guarantee me that? Dumbledore directed his gaze at Snape. Snape's expression darkened, and he seemed at a loss for words. How about we establish an unbreakable vow? Aeg suggested cheerfully while observing Snape's increasingly sullen demeanor. Upon hearing this, Snape's countenance grew even darker. That is an excellent proposal. Dumbledore clapped his hands, seemingly genuinely impressed with Eg's suggestion. I must decline. It appears you lack the leverage to compel me to vow. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Ag. What leverage do you require? It. How about allowing you to see Lily once more? Is that a reasonable request? As the words left his lips, Ag sensed a flicker of light in Snape's eyes, prompting him to reconsider his impulsive tendencies. Half an hour later, Aeg gazed at the shimmering strands of golden light entwined around his hands, feeling like crying. Remember your words, Ag. Snape fixed Aeg with a penetrating gaze. Aeg's smile appeared more like a grimace, yet there was a silver lining, was there not? At least Snape no longer regarded him with outright hostility. Despite his lingering disdain, it was undeniable that Snape was a wizard of extraordinary caliber. In the realms of dark magic, defensive arts, and potion-making, Snape was clearly far superior to the average wizard. Having established the unbreakable vow, Snape pledged never to extract Ag's memories in any form, ensuring that Aeg's memories would remain shielded from prying eyes. Furthermore, Snape promised to impart any knowledge he possessed regarding the spells Aeg wished to learn and to provide any potions Aeg requested, so long as they were within Snape's capacity. In return, Aeg's vow was to grant Snape the opportunity to see Lily once more, regardless of her condition. In terms of fairness, Aeg recognized he had gained a significant advantage, and he understood this was a concession made by Dumbledore on his behalf. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Aeg inclined his head, slightly in gratitude. Dumbledore smiled and turned to leave gracefully. Whether a genius or a madman, we can never truly fathom their thoughts. Can we, Severus? Aeg chuckled at Snape. Just moments ago, you were expressing gratitude towards the madman you spoke of, Snape replied, maintaining a stern expression. And remember, you shall address me as Professor Snape. Aig shrugged and began to learn magic under Snape's tutelage. The first spell taught to Aig left him somewhat astonished. As he beheld the majestic stag leaping gracefully in the air, he couldn't help but think that Snape truly possessed a romantic soul. Setting aside his selfishness, dark demeanor, unkempt hair, and stubbornness, one could argue that Snape was not entirely devoid of merit. A fleeting intuition suggested that Snape was pondering something ominous as he cast a sidelong glance at Ag. The Patronus Charm is undoubtedly a spell that demands considerable magical energy. Yet its requirements for release are rather simple. One merely needs to feel joy. I would surmise that for a child of your age, joy should be the easiest of sentiments to conjure. Snape approached Aig and gestured with his wand. Follow my lead. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Aig's wand quivered, its tip emanating a shimmering silver light. Snape regarded Aig's wand with disdain. Clearly, you have not thought of anything joyful. Rather, it seems your mind is a blank canvas. Did you perhaps consume something fiery last night, leaving your brain in a muddle? Once more, Expecto Patronum. Snape flicked his wand impatiently. Aig felt conflicted. He was unsure of what constituted joy, for the essence of happiness was far too broad. Was it the first time he had glimpsed a film that unveiled a new world? The tip of his wand flickered with light, the radiance expanding, yet it merely formed a barrier. What about the moment of his passing? Though steeped in sorrow, there was an inexplicable sense of poignancy. The wand in Aig's hand trembled violently, as if something were striving to emerge from within. Celebrating his birthday with Mrs. Hurl and the others at the orphanage? His birthday coincided with the day Mrs. Hurl found him. Was it when Miss Elsa expressed her desire to adopt him? Or perhaps when he arrived in this wondrous world of magic? However, none of those thoughts mattered now. AIG sensed something was indeed emerging from his wand. A sliver of silver light piercing their eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a small silver kitten circled around him, nuzzling against his pant leg. Evidently, your talent is quite commendable, Snape remarked, turning away with a grimace. Today, we focus solely on the Patronus charm. One cannot attempt to master too much at once. His flowing black robes moved like the wings of a great bat, casting an imposing figure as Snape stormed away. AIG pouted and crouched to play with the little kitten, feeling an inexplicable warmth as his fingers brushed against its chin. AIG was astonished. Patron uses had a tangible form, meaning they could do more than just ward off Dementors. They could assist him in various tasks, such as delivering messages. He recalled a moment from the original story when someone had done just that. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood before an intricately designed shelf filled with silver vials. His talent is remarkable, Snape entered. At his age, I certainly could not conjure a Patronus. I merely intended to exhaust some of his magical energy. It was evident that some individuals were perpetually exceptional, was it not, Severus? Dumbledore turned, his silver spectacles obscuring his eyes. He possesses clues to the future. You have mentioned that he knows our destiny, Snape inquired, urgency lacing his voice. I'm aware of your thoughts, but I advise you to relinquish such notions. Dumbledore scrutinized Snape, speaking softly. Though I may be aging, I have not yet succumbed to senility. Since he is aware, he understands when to act. I would assert that AIG is the one who perceives the narrative most clearly. Dumbledore gazed into Snape's eyes. We are bound by our emotions and entangled in our circumstances. Thus, when we encounter dilemmas, it becomes challenging to make the right decisions. However, for AIG, it is quite simple. Dumbledore's hand brushed over a device, and swirling smoke revealed AIG frantically casting patron uses on the playground. Snape cast a glance at AIG in the image. I detest him. He is both weak and boisterous. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. It is precisely because of his weakness that he will grow strong. As for your claim of him being noisy, I find conversing with him rather enjoyable. He is the first child bold enough to call me old dumb. He is also the first to address me by my first name. Snape retorted, still disapproving. The Dark Lord will surely take a liking to this unruly child. Yet he may not necessarily favor Voldemort. I am quite certain of that. Dumbledore chuckled, tucking an envelope into a drawer. Why? Snape countered. According to my findings, that child possesses a particular fondness for beautiful women and shows little interest in men. Dumbledore laughed heartily. Quite the rascal. If she were not beautiful, he would even jest about someone akin to his own grandmother. Clearly, you are not the first to be teased. That insolent child, I find myself disliking him even more, Snape declared, turning to leave. By the look of him, Severus, I believe he does not harbor ill feelings towards you. Dumbledore's voice echoed behind Snape. Though not the first, I suspect he may be the third. I eagerly anticipate the changes this little egg will bring you, Severus. I am honored, but as it stands, this egg appears to be toxic, Snape replied without looking back, resolutely departing. Chapter 7, Rubius Hagrid. Today marks the final day of the Hogwarts summer holiday. Tomorrow evening, a crimson-painted train will whistle its arrival, bringing a throng of young witches and wizards to the school gates. AIG idly waved his wand, a silver kitten obediently trailing behind him. Although Snape had warned that this spell would gradually deplete his magical energy, AIG had yet to feel any significant effects. He sensed the previously overwhelming surge of power subsiding, albeit not dramatically. AIG felt that as long as he wished it, he could transform into a shadowy figure at any moment. The reason that shadows do not endure long is primarily due to young wizards' bodies being unable to withstand such immense magical energy akin to water in a barrel. Once the liquid reaches a critical point, the vessel will burst. What AIG needed to do was gradually release the boundless water while simultaneously increasing the barrel's capacity. When the barrel transformed from wood to iron, AIG would be able to withstand the power of the shadow, and at that time, it would become his most formidable weapon. At this moment, AIG had been maintaining the Patronus charm for over 2 hours, yet the anticipated sensation of exhaustion had not yet arrived. Nevertheless, he did feel an increasing sense of harmony. He sensed that, as the shadow within him weakened, he was growing stronger, and soon he would be able to master this dark essence completely. The weather in Scotland was quite pleasant today, thus far. AIG had not needed to use the umbrella he carried. He was currently walking across a vast expanse of grass when he spotted a small hut in the distance. AIG's lips curled into a slight smile. He recognized the place. It must be Hagrid's hut. He gently knocked on the door, and a cacophony of barking ensued, followed by a rough voice booming, "Shut up, Fong." The wooden door of the cottage swung open, and Hagrid bent down, finding himself face to face with a golden-haired boy of about 8 or 9, who gazed up at him in astonishment. The boy's pair of blue eyes and softly contoured face exuded remarkable beauty. "Ah, hello. You must be the young Egbert that Professor Dumbledore mentioned. Am I right?" Hagrid smiled at Egbert. "Hello, Hagrid. I am Egbert Morisers," the boy replied, extending his small hand. Hagrid, somewhat shy, rubbed his rough, large hand against his clothing before gently taking Egbert's soft little hand, cautious not to squeeze too hard. "Rubius Hagrid, a pleasure to meet you. Please, come inside," he said, stepping aside to invite Egbert into the cottage. As Egbert entered, his curious eyes darted around, taking in the sight of a bundle of silver unicorn hair hanging on the wall, various peculiar trinkets, and despite the cottage's worn appearance, it radiated warmth. "I have heard about you, Egbert. I am truly sorry for your circumstances," Hagrid remarked, observing Egbert's inquisitive gaze with a solemn tone. "However, rest assured, Dumbledore is the greatest wizard. He will certainly find a way to assist you." Egbert smiled gently. "It's all right. In truth, I don't mind it much. There are far more terrifying things than death, are there not?" Hagrid raised his eyebrows, somewhat taken aback by Egbert's perspective. "I'm glad to see you possess such insight, Egbert. Truly, if you ever need anything, just let me know, and I will do my utmost to help you." "Thank you, Hagrid," Egbert replied without hesitation, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Hagrid. "I wonder if you could help me procure some venom from acromantula and unicorn hair." "Of course, I would accompany you." Hagrid immediately waved away Egbert's suggestion to join him. "I already have unicorn hair here, and you are welcome to it, though I'm not entirely sure what it's used for. It sells for 10 galleons each." Egbert grinned at Hagrid. "The venom from acromantula is far rarer. It fetches a price of 100 galleons, and even then is hard to come by." Hagrid shook his head. "I have known about those matters for quite some time. Professor Dumbledore advised me long ago to improve my living conditions, but I believe that having too much money serves little purpose. However, if you need it, Egbert, I will certainly keep my eyes peeled. That would be immensely appreciated. I have no source of income, so if I could manage to arrange these before I enroll in 3 years, that would be splendid," Egbert exclaimed, his face lighting up. "Then I'm even more obliged to assist you." Hagrid chuckled heartily. "To be honest, I quite like individuals like you. You are very forthright. Thank you for the compliment. But I feel a bit ashamed, as if I am taking advantage of you," Egbert admitted, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his expression. "Do not think that way, Egbert," Hagrid said earnestly, meeting Egbert's gaze. "It is apparent to any discerning eye that I am a half-giant, and you're the first little wizard I have met who is not afraid of me and is so friendly. Although many students are not intimidated by me, few are as candid and sincere as you. I am aware that most harbor disdain for my lineage." Egbert grinned. "We are friends, right? In fact, I've always felt like an oddity myself. What normal person embraces death, after all? We are friends." Hagrid nodded earnestly. "Honestly, Egbert, I truly hope you will be sorted into Gryffindor." Egbert shrugged. "In fact, I would prefer to be placed in Ravenclaw." "Why is that?" "Those clever folks are not easily approachable." Hagrid seemed surprised by Egbert's response. Egbert's lips twitched. "Why?" "It's to seek vengeance on that dead raven at the Ravenclaw entrance." Of course, he had pondered numerous things the previous day, from peculiar riddles to bizarre swimming pool managers, all waiting to be retaliated against at the Ravenclaw door. "I was schooled by a bird, and it wasn't even alive." Egbert huffed. Hagrid quickly realized. "You mean the knocker at the entrance to Ravenclaw's common room? That absurd eagle?" "Yes, that one," Egbert chuckled. "I merely wanted to experience the thrill of being clever, but it refused to cooperate." "Don't mind those things, Egbert." Hagrid gestured toward the small cat rubbing against Egbert's feet. "No one your age can summon a Patronus. Even Professor Dumbledore cannot. You are a prodigy." "I might just have a surplus of magical power," Egbert replied uncertainly. "Many possess abundant magic, Egbert, but I assure you, even Professor Dumbledore could not summon a Patronus at the age of 8. Egbert felt a sense of relief wash over him. He didn't care whether Hagrid's words were true or not. At least, thanks to Hagrid's encouragement. The psychological shadow looming over him due to the prospect of dying again had dissipated significantly over the past couple of days. "If you don't mind, I would like to accompany you into the Forbidden Forest," Egbert said with a chuckle. "Dumbledore advised me that if I were to venture into the Forbidden Forest, I should ensure you accompany me, and besides, I believe it is inappropriate to take advantage without contributing." Hagrid pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. "If it is Professor Dumbledore's suggestion, then very well, but you must stay close by my side." "Thank you, I will," Egbert exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he sprang to his feet. A few minutes later, Hagrid, wielding a small pink umbrella, led Egbert into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. This forest is filled with mystery and numerous fascinating magical creatures, Hagrid remarked. Egbert nodded, pulling out a small niffler from his cloak. Hagrid was momentarily taken aback. That S.A. niffler. Goodness, Egbert, where did you find it? Mr. Newt Scamander gifted it to me, though he seems somewhat reluctant. As if he fears I might eat it, Egbert chuckled. This little creature adores treasures and shiny objects. If you have the time, you might consider burying some items near the Forbidden Forest for it to discover, Hagrid suggested, indicating for Egbert to put the niffler away. The daytime Forbidden Forest was beautiful. Its primal and archaic ecosystem imbued the woods with an aura of mystery. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, encircled by ancient trees. And Egbert felt as though the air had become significantly fresher. A timid voice broke the tranquility, and Egbert turned to see several small, green creatures resembling mantises hanging from a nearby tree. Those are boggots. They are quite shy, but once familiar, they become quite affectionate, Hagrid chuckled, gesturing for Egbert to extend his hand. Egbert reached out toward one of the small boggots, which gazed at him with alarm. With a grin, Egbert beckoned gently, and the little creature timidly hopped onto his hand. Very good. You have a natural talent, Egbert, Hagrid observed, his eyes sparkling with delight. You could feed it some earthworms. This little fellow seems to take a liking to you. You might even excel in your care of magical creatures class. Really? I appreciate your kind words, Egbert smiled, cradling the tiny boggot in his hands. The niffler peered out from his cloak, curiously inspecting the boggot, and then produced a penny, offering it to Egbert. A Muggle coin. Hagrid chuckled. It appears they get along well. Are you planning to keep it? Is that allowed? Egbert asked, momentarily taken aback. Hagrid nodded. Of course, Egbert. Not everyone earns the favor of a boggot. Most would only end up poked in the eye. Egbert, intrigued, began to play with the small creature in his hands. Then let's name it. How about Pot? That sounds fitting. Egbert chose a Chinese name. Pot. Hagrid stumbled over the intricate Eastern name, muttering, if you think it's suitable, then Gwaba will suffice. As for the little creature nestled in his arms, he added, let us call it Kada. One unusual name, Hagrid mused, gazing curiously at A.G. Does it not resemble a rather peculiar duck? A.G. raised his head to meet Hagrid's gaze. I perceive it more as akin to a seal, Hagrid remarked, observing Kada's plump form, though he couldn't fathom where he had drawn such a comparison. As they meandered through the forest, Hagrid enthusiastically introduced A.G. to the wondrous creatures that occasionally appeared. A flower gracefully floated into A.G.'s view, and he regarded it with a strange glint in his eyes. It's an invisible beast, A.G., Hagrid chuckled. You're quite fortunate. I seldom encounter one myself. It has a penchant for pilfering the biscuits from my abode when I'm not vigilant, and I suspect it is often hungry. A.G. recalled the biscuits Hagrid had baked, and couldn't help but grin. Have you considered that it might merely be collecting them for self-defense? Of course. A.G. refrained from voicing this thought, fearing it would dishearten Hagrid. Such a simple-hearted soul as Hagrid truly invites a touch of mischief. Reaching out to grasp the flower, A.G. attempted to touch it, yet the invisible beast vanished before he could. A piercing cry echoed across the expanse, and a few hippogriffs called out to the pair from a distance. Hagrid gently patted A.G.'s head. Be cautious. Hippogriffs can be rather temperamental. They are said to be descendants of griffins and horses, though I'm not entirely certain of that. Hagrid stepped forward, waving his arms. Buckbeak. Allow me to introduce you to A.G. A.G., this is Buckbeak. A.G. regarded Buckbeak with keen curiosity before inquiring. What should I do? Look in the eye, then bow. Wait for it to bow back, and then you may approach, Hagrid instructed. Be careful not to blink, as it may perceive that as a sign of insincerity. A.G. locked eyes with Buckbeak, bowing deeply. The proud hippogriff raised its head, scrutinizing A.G. for a moment before gradually returning the bow. Well done, A.G. Now come. You may mount it, Hagrid beckoned, signaling A.G. to come closer. With eager hands, A.G. reached out to stroke Buckbeak, who seemed to relish the attention. Hagrid lifted A.G. under his arms and placed him on Buckbeak's back. Hold on to its neck, Hagrid advised. A.G. quickly wrapped his arms around Buckbeak's neck. Hagrid then patted Buckbeak's hindquarters, and with a sudden thrust, Buckbeak soared into the air, its expansive wings unfurling as it ascended like an arrow, carrying A.G. skyward. The fierce wind whipped against A.G.'s face, leaving him momentarily dazed, yet his heart soared with elation as he clung to Buckbeak's neck. The majestic creature soared against the wind, gliding above Hogwarts, weaving through the castle's courtyards and spiraling around the towering clock tower. A.G., seated atop Buckbeak, watched as they traversed the vast expanse of the Black Lake before gradually returning to the Forbidden Forest. As the wind tousled his hair, Hagrid helped Aiger dismount from Buckbeak's back, smiling warmly at him. Now that you've met, feel free to visit at any time. I believe it will enjoy your company. Aiger nodded, feeling a strong affinity for the magnificent creature before him. That evening, within Hagrid's humble abode, the two recounted the day's exploits. 5 unicorn hairs, a nest of serpents' eggshells, and 2 ounces of venom from Acromantula. Approximately half a pint, Hagrid noted, surveying the items on the table. Aiger calculated the total, estimating it to be around 130 galleons. Hagrid chuckled. The annual book fee at Hogwarts barely amounts to a dozen galleons. With the remainder, you could acquire a plethora of items. Incredible. Hagrid, you guard a veritable treasure trove. Aiger exclaimed, his excitement palpable, though they had not ventured deeply into the Forbidden Forest. Merely exploring its periphery, Hagrid seemed intent on keeping Aiger safe. Yet even this brief foray yielded over 100 galleons. The Weasley family will surely be envious. Aiger mused to himself. In 3 years' time, I think you'll have amassed enough to cover your tuition until graduation. Hagrid laughed. Aiger, grinning widely, contemplated, perhaps by the time I graduate, I shall be a wealthy individual. Chapter 8, Malfoy. Later that night, Hagrid escorted Aiger back to the castle, where Filch and Mrs. Norris were preparing to lock the doors. Filch cast a suspicious glance at Aiger, clearly unimpressed by his presence. Don't mind him, he treats everyone like that. Hagrid whispered to Aiger. Well then, good night, Aiger, and don't forget we're heading to Diagon Alley tomorrow at noon. Certainly, I shall be punctual. Aiger waved as he returned to the castle. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the ever-enthusiastic Kaka. Mr. Aiger, may I assist you? If possible. I would like some juice, perhaps chilled lemonade. Aiger replied with a smile. Certainly, Mr. Aiger. Kaka's figure gradually faded from view. Moments later, back in Gryffindor Tower, Aiger found a glass of chilled lemonade waiting for him on his bedside table, a smile breaking across his face. Good night, Kaka. Good night, sir, came Kaka's voice from the corner of the room. Nestled in bed, Aiger felt the familiar presence of Gwalba and Kada peering curiously from his arms. The two little creatures, one plump and the other slender, engaged in an adventurous game at the bedside. As Aiger settled under the covers, Gwalba nuzzled closer to Aiger's pillow, while Kada wriggled into the bedding. Seeing Aiger close his eyes, a small figure in the room extinguished the light. The following morning, Aiger was awakened by Kada's antics as it swung playfully from a chandelier, its innate curiosity compelling it towards the glimmering fixture. After hastily consuming a glass of warmed milk and a sandwich while getting dressed, Aiger swiftly prepared in the washroom and appeared on the Quidditch pitch for the flying lesson. His demeanor brightened. Late again, Snape glowered at Aiger. Perhaps I should transfigure you into a clock? Although transfiguration is not my forte. Your size seems rather comparable to that of a timepiece, making it a trivial matter for me. Aiger remained silent, maintaining a stoic expression, wary of provoking Snape's wrath. Take out your wand. Today we shall learn the shield charm, Snape remarked, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. I will guide you to a successful release. Then use a curse to test your focus. Aiger suddenly regretted not having offered a retort to Snape, realizing that even compliance might not be sufficient with such a character. Come, follow my lead, Snape instructed, raising his wand. Protego, Protego, Aiger echoed, mimicking Snape's stance. With a soft, languid tone and sluggish, rusted movements, if I were your adversary, you would have perished several times over. Snape was profoundly dissatisfied with Aiger's response. Protego. This time, Aiger took the matter more seriously. Snape's wand suddenly pointed directly at Aiger, and a beam of crimson light shot forth from the tip of his wand. With a resounding clang, the spell was intercepted by a silvery barrier. Snape huffed, seemingly displeased that he had failed to breach Aiger's shield. Now, I believe it is time to assess your progress. With that, Snape flicked his wand, sending several more red beams hurtling towards Aiger. Aiger quickly raised his wand. Protego. After a series of muffled thuds, a wisp of smoke dispersed in the air before him, and Aiger clicked his tongue, clearly recognizing that Snape had no intention of holding back. Aiger's focus was unwavering, as he felt that with Snape's wand dancing in the air, a hit could leave him gasping for breath. After a moment, Snape observed Aiger, who had successfully blocked all of his spells, and with a somewhat stiff nod, he offered no further commentary. That will be all for today. Aiger exhaled a sigh of relief. After shouting Protego so many times, he felt his throat nearing hoarseness. As he watched Snape's retreating figure, Aiger resolved to seek out Hagrid. Just then, Snape halted in his tracks, abruptly turning to point at Aiger. Expelliarmus, a formidable wizard, whether in drawing his wand or casting a spell, exhibited an extraordinary swiftness, From Snape's pivot to the spell's launch, the entire sequence transpired in less than half a second. Aiger instinctively sought to utter Protego, but his body reacted first, raising his wand and conjuring a silvery barrier that intercepted the oncoming spell. With a clang, Aiger stared blankly at the shield spell he had just cast, and after several seconds, he managed to stammer, Protego. Snape glanced at Aiger. Remember that feeling from earlier? Practical experience is the quickest route to improvement. The shield charm can be maintained continuously. You must learn to cast it silently and sustain it from this day forth. With that, Snape turned and strode away. Aiger stood on the grass, scratching his head sheepishly while contemplating the sensation of casting the silent spell. At last, he successfully conjured another shield charm. So, I take it you are teaching that child to protect himself? Dumbledore's figure appeared beside Snape, seemingly out of nowhere. It was indeed a successful defense against the dark arts lesson, was it not? Snape cast a glance at Dumbledore before turning to leave. At least until the vow is fulfilled, he cannot die. He possesses great talent. Dumbledore's voice echoed in the distance. Snape waved his hand in mild irritation. I acknowledge that, but talent alone does not suffice. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Dumbledore's eyes behind his half-moon spectacles as he observed Aiger below, intermittently maintaining his shield charm on the grass. Aiger felt that Snape's instruction on the shield charm was quite beneficial. He lacked in many areas, but not in magical prowess. With such a level of power, Aiger could sustain it all day without issue. Now that he had mastered silent casting, his safety had significantly increased, at least alleviating the fear of an unexpected spell eliminating him. Furthermore, under sufficiently potent conditions, the shield charm could rebound the caster's spells. Such an exquisite silent casting. At this level, even many fifth-year students would struggle to achieve it. A serious-sounding female voice interrupted his thoughts, and Aiger turned to see a grandmotherly figure with her hair elegantly pinned up, admiring him. Thank you for your kind words, Professor McGonagall. Aiger smiled. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept down to the silver kitten at Aiger's feet, and she couldn't help but chuckle. A splendid guardian. Aiger couldn't resist a smile at Professor McGonagall. If he remembered correctly, her animagus form was a cat. The animagus and the Patronus often share a profound connection, as a wizard's Patronus is typically linked to their animagus form. If the opportunity arises, I would very much like to learn about animagus transformation from you, Professor McGonagall. Aiger nodded. Anytime, if you're interested. Transfiguration is a profound discipline, and I hope, Mr. Morisset, that you will maintain your enthusiasm for it. Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. Aiger sensed that perhaps his youth was the reason Professor McGonagall was not as stern with him as she was with other students. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Aiger dashed toward Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, how do we get to Diagon Alley? Aiger asked eagerly, gazing up at Hagrid. Hagrid, who was fertilizing the large pumpkins in his garden, emitted a rather unpleasant odor, prompting Aiger to wrinkle his nose and step back. Hagrid, noticing Aiger's arrival, appeared in good spirits, gesturing toward the forest. I have a motorcycle over there. We'll fly all the way there. Have you ever seen a flying motorcycle? Aiger shook his head, admitting he had only seen them in movies. Moments later, Aiger found himself seated on the flying motorcycle, clutching Hagrid's sturdy waist. It must be said that Hagrid's massive frame provided Aiger with a perfect windbreak. The two soared through the sky, descending into Diagon Alley. I have to be extra careful every time I ride the motorcycle, lest Arthur comes looking for me, Hagrid muttered as he led Aiger to Ollivander's wand shop. The wand shop retained its eerie, tranquil atmosphere, and Ollivander emerged as soon as they entered. If I recall correctly, Mr. Morisset, we just met the day before yesterday. Ollivander smiled warmly at Aiger. What brings you here this time? Aiger chuckled softly and replied, We wish to sell you some items, Mr. Ollivander. With that, Aiger produced 5 unicorn hairs he had found the day prior. Ollivander took them, examining them closely. Naturally shed unicorn hairs, in excellent condition, without damage, very fine indeed. Ollivander mused, then turned to Aiger and his companion. I do indeed collect materials for wand cores, so what price do you have in mind? I've heard the market price is 10 galleons? Aiger inquired tentatively. Currently, it stands at 11 galleons, considering unicorns are quite rare, Ollivander smiled. However, if you plan to supply regularly, I hope we can settle at 10 galleons, and in addition, I can offer a 30% discount on the wands for any customers you bring. How's that sound? A pleasant collaboration, Mr. Ollivander, Aiger beamed. Exiting the wand shop, the two exchanged glances and laughed. For Aiger and Hagrid, this was evidently a no-risk venture. Unicorns shedding hair was quite common, and Hagrid could easily find plenty just by wandering through the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid then took Aiger to Gringotts, where they exchanged a snake egg and a rather fierce-looking little goblin for 25 galleons. Less than I expected. 5 galleons. That could buy quite a bit. Greedy goblin. Hagrid grumbled. In a dimly lit and decrepit tavern, Hagrid cast a glance at G, instructing him, "Stay here. I must venture to Nocturne Alley. That place is hardly welcoming for someone like you." Nodding obediently, AG settled himself at the bar. The Leaky Cauldron was a splendid venue for diversion. Should he desire anything to eat, he could simply ask Tom. With a casual wave of his hand, Hagrid turned and retraced his steps into the alley. AEG turned to regard the hunchbacked old man who was grinning at him, a sheepish smile breaking across his face. "Who is that bumbling oaf to you?" A voice, slick and smooth, interrupted from behind him. AEG turned to find a blond boy clad in a little robe, his hair a platinum shade akin to AG's own. Yet his handsome visage bore an air of arrogance. "Hagrid is my friend. Is there a problem?" AEG replied with a languid tone, his distaste for the boy evident. Normally, AEG would resort to a more physical form of education for such children, but with a wand now in hand, he considered a more refined approach. The boy raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing AEG's delicate features. "You hardly resemble him. That fellow looks quite dim-witted, while you seem far more agreeable. What's your name?" With narrowed eyes, AEG discovered a wand had materialized in his hand. He pointed it at the boy behind him, the wand emerging from under his arm. "Flipendo." A resounding blast echoed as the boy was thrust backward by an immense force, landing upside down against a nearby wall. His scream pierced the tavern's clamor, drawing astonished gazes toward AEG. As the boy fell to the ground, AG waved his wand again, and he landed with a thud, looking utterly disheveled and trembling as he regarded AG. The boy, casually wielding his wand, bore an unsettling resemblance to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. AEG turned, perched himself on a high stool, and crossed his legs, waving his wand once more. Reducto. A beam of red light struck the wall beside the boy, leaving a gaping hole in the tavern structure, the sound of shattering brick echoing throughout. The boy, terrified, began to weep, and a foul odor wafted through the air. "What is your name?" AEG inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the boy before him. "Draco Malfoy," the boy stammered, quaking in fear. "What brings the heir of the Malfoy family to such a humble tavern?" AEG mused, momentarily taken aback by encountering a character from the storyline. The boy did bear a striking resemblance to his cinematic counterpart. "I came with my father to Diagon Alley, but he had to attend to urgent matters. So I wandered off," Malfoy whimpered, casting a fearful glance at Hagrid is my friend. AG tilted his head, his delicate hand twisting the slender wand. "I won't permit anyone to insult my friend. Should such a thing occur again, I shall transform you into a skunk." Malfoy nodded frantically, cowering in submission. With a flick of his wand, AG restored the wall to its former state as the scattered stones rolled back into place, prompting a round of applause from the patrons in the tavern. A crowd of witches and wizards, young and old, clapped enthusiastically for AG, who graciously acknowledged their admiration. The magical world was a realm where the strong prevailed. Respect was earned through prowess, particularly for dark wizards. While AEG had no intention of becoming a dark wizard himself, he was not opposed to employing their methods should certain distasteful matters arise. After all, he was a silent one. Azkaban could not confine him. Chapter 9. The Sorting Ceremony. "I hope your father does not come seeking trouble with me." AG spoke softly, gazing into Malfoy's eyes. "You must understand, you will inevitably attend Hogwarts, which means you will eventually find yourself in my grasp. Do you comprehend?" Malfoy nodded vigorously, and AEG was pleased with his response. Unlike the childish rivalry between Malfoy and Harry, AG believed that a powerful impact might shatter Malfoy's fragile psyche. If Malfoy were not foolish, he should realize he was not someone to provoke. "My name is AEG Morisers. Remember it, for one day it shall command your respect," AG said, smiling at Malfoy. "If you are willing to amend your disagreeable nature, I would not mind considering you a friend." Malfoy stared blankly at AG, still dazed, and nodded slowly. The memory of AEG's earlier spell had genuinely frightened him. "Are you waiting for me to escort you?" AEG inquired, prompting Malfoy to snap out of his stupor. He hurriedly exited the tavern, feeling far safer away from AEG, whether in Diagon Alley or elsewhere. "Mr. Tom, a butterbeer, please." AEG called to the stooped figure behind the bar, smiling. "I do not recommend alcohol for minors, Mr. Morisers," Tom replied, his voice resembling a creaky old bellows, particularly when he smiled, leading AEG to wonder if his lungs had been punctured. "Azkaban would not imprison a curious child for sneaking a drink, nor would it apprehend you for serving it." AEG grinned. "Quite a valid point," Tom commented, eyeing AEG with a fawning expression as he presented a frothy mug of butterbeer. Aeg, with his tiny hands grasping the oversized oak mug, appeared somewhat comical, sipping the butterbeer. Aeg soon found himself surrounded by a throng of witches and wizards, engaging in idle chatter with them. Before long, Hagrid's towering figure reappeared in the tavern. I just heard that a young wizard here performed a spectacular reductor curse, blowing apart an entire wall. Honestly, Aeg, that's rather dangerous, Hagrid remarked, his expression serious. Aeg opened his mouth to inform Hagrid that someone had spoken ill of him, but reconsidered and simply nodded. I shall be more cautious next time. However, I heard that boy acted to defend his friend, and I must say, Aeg, I find that quite touching, Hagrid chuckled, his rough voice warm with laughter as he gently embraced Aeg. The Malfoys are rather detestable. I would hate for you to find yourself at odds with them because of me, given their influence. Aeg smiled back at Hagrid, feeling a tingle of excitement. The price of spider venom is higher than I anticipated. A shifty old woman purchased it from me for 60 galleons, Hagrid confided in a low voice. Quite a profitable venture, wouldn't you say? Aeg nodded, following Hagrid as they entered Diagon Alley, where Hagrid promised to help Aeg select an owl, igniting a spark of exhilaration within him. In a couple of days, we should explore the Forbidden Forest. By then, we ought to be able to procure a fine broomstick. We could buy one now, but a broom costing dozens of galleons hardly befits our future great wizard. Wouldn't you agree? Hagrid strode ahead, with Aeg trotting closely in his wake. Hagrid turned to see Aeg running alongside him, smiling as he lifted Aeg onto his shoulder. I thought this might make it easier for you, Hagrid remarked. Aeg sat upon Hagrid's broad shoulders, surveying the surroundings, while the onlookers also cast their gazes upon him, Hagrid's towering stature rendering him particularly conspicuous. Hagrid brought Aeg to the entrance of a shop, where Aeg glanced at the sign, Elop's Owl Emporium. This establishment boasted the most extensive selection of pets, with many students at Hogwarts finding their messengers here. Hagrid gently set Aeg down, and together, they pushed open the door to enter. Welcome, exclaimed the shopkeeper with a warm smile. Choose whichever you fancy, Hagrid encouraged, patting Aeg on the head. Inside the shop, numerous owls were perched about, and Aeg yearned for a snowy owl akin to Harry Potter's. He scanned the room, hoping to find a companion that caught his eye. Soon enough, in a corner of the shop, Aeg spotted a little creature with large, curious eyes, inspecting him with keen interest. This owl sported a striking black and white plumage, and its small beak, combined with those big eyes, rendered it utterly adorable. I want this one, Aeg exclaimed, grinning widely. 50 galleons, the shopkeeper replied, rubbing her hands together. How much? Both Aeg and Hagrid gasped in unison, eyes wide with shock. 50, she shrugged nonchalantly. That's a laughing owl, a species thought to have gone extinct decades ago, rarer than dragons. 50 galleons is quite a bargain. In the corner, the big-eyed owl hopped in its cage, gazing at Aeg with an expectant look. What makes it special? Aeg inquired, turning to the shopkeeper. It has a voice that sounds like laughter. Quite strange, isn't it? She replied, throwing her hands up in exasperation. Aeg, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, no matter how strange, it's still just an owl. The shopkeeper's patience appeared to be waning. Things that are rare are valuable, you know? Are you buying it or not? Hagrid opened his mouth, eager to make the purchase, having noticed Aeg's genuine affection for the owl. 30 galleons, Aeg interjected, furrowing his brow at the shopkeeper. That's the maximum we can afford. With that, he feigned a look of regret, preparing to leave. The shopkeeper hurriedly blocked their exit, shoving the cage into Aeg's hands. Fine, 30 it is. You should know that even at that price, I'm making quite a profit. Though it's an extinct species, you're right, it's just an owl. Poor little thing has been here for ages, and no one wants to buy it after hearing the price. Chattering away, the shopkeeper beamed as Aeg handed over the 30 galleons. Fraud, Hagrid grumbled as they strolled through Diagon Alley. A toad costs only a few sickles. The most expensive owl is merely 8 or 9 galleons. What does she think she is selling? A dragon? In contrast, Aeg's spirits were evidently high as he comforted Hagrid, playfully teasing the laughing owl in its cage. In his arms, his pet, a timid little creature named Gwalba, cautiously peeked at the laughing owl, inching closer to the cage. The laughing owl, noticing the trepidation of the tree guardian, suddenly leaned forward, startling Gwalba, who squeaked and scurried back into Aeg's embrace. The black and white owl erupted into a fit of laughter, its large eyes now playfully squinted. The peculiar laughter quickly drew the attention of passers-by, and Aeg couldn't help but chuckle heartily. It was worth the 30 galleons, wasn't it? That laughter sounds joyful. That person mentioned you might be the last laughing owl. How about we call you Lark? Lucky, Aeg suggested, extending a finger to poke Lark's beak. Lark glanced at Aeg and gently pecked at his finger, seemingly pleased with the name. A few minutes later, Egg and Hagrid arrived at Gringotts, where they deposited 50 galleons. Hagrid assisted Egg in purchasing a money pouch enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, enabling Egg to carry the remaining funds with ease. Subsequently, the two mounted Hagrid's motorcycle and sped back to Hogwarts, en route catching sight of the train headed towards the school. "Would you like to witness the new students' sorting ceremony?" Hagrid inquired. "Can we?" Egg asked, curiosity piqued. "Of course. You're part of Hogwarts now. There's no reason you shouldn't tea," Hagrid chuckled. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle descended into the forbidden forest, where Hagrid indicated for Egg to return to the castle. "I still need to fetch the first-year students. You should get ready for the feast. The welcome dinner is quite lavish," he said, patting Egg's small head. Egg nodded, cradling Lark's cage as he made his way towards the castle. Before long, freshly prepared, Egg meandered out of the Gryffindor common room, where the house elf, Kaka, guided him towards the Great Hall. "After 2 days here, you still haven't memorized the location of the hall? I truly wonder what is going on in that head of yours," a greasy voice echoed. Egg turned to see a red light hurtling towards him. Startled, he narrowly avoided it, as an invisible barrier thwarted the spell just a meter from him. Impressive silent casting. It seems you no longer even require a wand. Snape's cold gaze scrutinized Egg, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before it vanished. He then addressed Kaka. "You may leave. I will escort him to the hall." Kaka, flustered, bowed deeply to Snape before gradually disappearing. Egg felt relieved that he had adhered to Snape's advice to maintain his protective armor. Otherwise, that sudden attack could have been quite unpleasant. Egg followed closely behind the briskly moving Snape, entering the hall where 4 long tables were already filled with clusters of young wizards clad in black robes. Upon noticing Snape and Egg's entrance, all curious eyes turned towards them, fixating on Egg. He appeared to be no older than 10. Was he a new student? Perhaps a relative of Snape's? It was unlikely that the brooding bat would take a child under his wing otherwise. The hall buzzed with various voices, and Egg felt a flush of embarrassment, overwhelmed by the intense scrutiny from so many onlookers. "Little Egg," a cheerful voice rang out. Egg turned to see Aisha beaming at him from the Gryffindor table. "Sit here." "Here." Egg smiled back at Aisha, feeling a sense of joy at having a familiar face in an unfamiliar environment. Just as he intended to approach her, Snape abruptly seized Egg by the collar, his voice low and menacing. Regrettably, Miss Smith, Snape's perpetually sour expression turned towards Aisha. "Egg is my apprentice. I believe he should be sorted into Slytherin rather than Gryffindor." The surrounding chatter intensified as Snape had referred to Egg as an apprentice, not merely a student. When did this greasy old man begin to take on apprentices? Aisha, undeterred, responded boldly to Snape, "But I believe he hasn't yet reached the time for sorting." "Has he? He should have the freedom to choose where he sits." Miss Smith is correct, Professor McGonagall, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, interjected beside them. "Where he sits should indeed be his choice. We have no authority to interfere, Severus." Snape glanced at Professor McGonagall before releasing Egg's collar, casting a warning gaze at him. Egg grinned broadly, happily taking a seat beside Aisha, and waved goodbye to Snape. Snape's countenance had evidently darkened, and with a disdainful huff, he strode purposefully to the teacher's table. Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Aegis. Her lips pursed, yet a flicker of amusement betrayed her otherwise stern demeanor. Aegis returned her gaze with a grin. "What was the meaning of this? How did you come to be here?" Elsa's beautiful eyes scrutinized Aegis from top to bottom. "I was utterly astonished when I received Professor Dumbledore's letter. Are you not merely 8 years old?" Aegis succinctly whispered into Elsa's ear, a silent eruption. "I have come here for recuperation." "A silent one?" Elsa gazed at Aegis in alarm, appraising him up and down. "Goodness, does that imply?" "It's all right. I can manage it reasonably well. Dumbledore mentioned that if I survive past 10, I shall be fine." Aegis hastily waved his hand. Yet Elsa remained unconvinced, continuing her thorough examination of Aegis. Aegis turned to her. "I consent to your adopting me. What do you think?" "Really?" Elsa's eyes sparkled as she pulled Aegis into her embrace. "That would be splendid. Once I graduate this year, I shall seek a well-paying job, and then I will be able to adopt you entirely. I have ways to earn money." Aegis chuckled. "I still have 50 galleons in Gringotts. Do not underestimate 50 galleons. Converted to Chinese currency, that's over 2,000. In this era, that's considerably more than the monthly salary of many wizards. A Muggle worker earns barely 100 pounds a month, which translates to only 20 or 30 galleons. Miss Elsa has always been so gentle and lovely. If only she would cease teasing me. Furthermore, I will likely be residing at Hogwarts for another 3 years, regardless. I must remain by old Dumbledore's side until I turn 10. Aegis mused, as the little lions around him began to curiously approach him for conversation. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore beamed at Aegis, sitting at the Gryffindor table. He possesses remarkable charm, does he not? Indeed, but I still think he ought to belong to Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick was evidently still preoccupied with Aegis's sorting. However, he could not provide an answer regarding the riddle of the eagle. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Many Ravenclaw students also found themselves unable to answer. That eagle, seemingly aimless, only pondered questions. It was quite peculiar and unrelated to him, as he often struggled with answers during his own school days. Professor Flitwick's mood was rather sour, but Snape, not far from him, appeared even more dismal. One felt that a clever wizard from their own house had been spirited away by Dumbledore, while the other believed that a student he had taught ought to reside within his own house. Naturally, neither held a pleasant countenance toward Dumbledore. I believe if your house could welcome a bit more laughter, that child would be more than willing to join your ranks. Dumbledore lifted a golden cup to his lips. Taking a sip, the first years should be arriving soon. Let us commence the sorting ceremony. The hall doors swung open, and Professor McGonagall led a throng of timid little wizards inside. In the ensuing minutes, Aegis experienced the song of the sorting hat. Truth be told, Aegis found little of interest beyond the rhyme. However, recalling the dead raven at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, he concluded that the sorting hat did possess a certain aspiration. Amidst the crowd, each little wizard was called by Professor McGonagall's voice to step forward. Excitement and trepidation etched on their faces as they approached their respective house tables. Aegis could not help but feel a twinge of envy. But he was not in a hurry. Survival was his primary concern. The smallest first year appeared taller than Aegis, which left him somewhat dispirited. Glancing at Elsa, Aegis pondered how long it would take him to catch up to her. Chapter 10, The Deal. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore rose to address the students. Aegis did not quite grasp the essence of his speech, only to witness the white-bearded elder draw forth his wand and lead the students in singing the school song. Aegis endeavored to emulate Fred and George, passionately singing the final line to the tune of a funeral march. The somber and mournful melody rendered Aegis the last to finish the song, as Dumbledore waved his wand to conclude the performance with Aegis's last lyric. A profound silence enveloped the hall, as onlookers stared in astonishment at the first student in Hogwarts history to conclude the school song with a funeral march. Professor Flitwick turned to Snape. Perhaps Dumbledore was indeed correct. He should belong in Gryffindor. Snape's expression darkened further at Flitwick's words. The applause erupted, and Aegis, beaming, stood atop his chair, bowing to those around him, causing Elsa to laugh uncontrollably as she hugged him and planted a kiss on his cheek, inciting envy among the nearby boys. Well, I have nothing further to say, Dumbledore declared with a genial wave. Dig in. As his words fell, an array of dishes appeared on the long tables, and the students began to eat with excitement. Interestingly, Aegis found a glass of chilled lemonade and a small hot pot before him, an unusual sight among the traditional fare, instantly drawing the attention of other students. Aegis understood that this was prepared by the house elves for him, unable to suppress a chuckle. What is this? Elsa inquired, her curiosity piqued. A type of Eastern cuisine known as hotpot. Aegis placed a slice of thick beef floating in spicy oil onto Elsa's plate. As she speared the beef with her fork and tasted it, her eyes lit up. Delicious. If you find it tasty, indulge yourself, Aegis grinned. Kaka, could you prepare another portion for me? No sooner had he spoken than another small pot appeared on the table. How did you manage that? Elsa gazed at Aegis in astonishment. The house elves prepare it and bring it from the corresponding table in the kitchen. Did you not know? Aegis was somewhat surprised. I didn't know, Elsa replied, looking bewildered, as it seemed she had never ventured into the kitchen. I'll take you to see it sometime, Aegis smiled. Elsa felt it was rather strange. After all, she was the one who had spent 7 years at Hogwarts. Aegis pondered that perhaps it was because Fred and George had not yet enrolled. The school was not quite as merry. The Hufflepuff students likely knew the entrance to the kitchens, but it seemed Elsa had little opportunity for exposure. The two conversed extensively during dinner, discussing Aegis's recent adventures, sharing everything except what should remain unsaid. You actually ventured into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid? Elsa furrowed her brow slightly at Aegis. That violates school rules. We are not permitted to enter. School rules apply to students. I am no longer a student, am I? Aegis grinned. Besides, Dumbledore said that if one wishes to avoid death, they should not enter, rather than explicitly forbidding entry. Is there a difference? Elsa looked puzzled. A significant one, Aegis muttered. After dinner, Aegis followed the Gryffindor students to the Gryffindor common room, where the fat lady cast a glance at Aegis amidst the crowd. Dearie, you will need the password to enter from now on. The new password is quite easy to remember. Little chick. Elsa smiled brightly at Aegis. The password is correct. You may enter, dear. The fat lady responded with a cheerful grin. I truly appreciate your concern for me. Aegis murmured as he slipped through the entrance back to the room. Why are you in my room? Aeg looked over at Aisha. Aisha chuckled, playfully pinching Aeg's cheek. Girls are allowed in boys' dormitories, but boys cannot enter girls' dormitories. It's quite unfair. Aeg shrugged. There is inherently no fairness between girls and boys. If you intend to pursue a romantic relationship in the future, I hope you remember this. Aisha seemed unfazed. In the dormitory, Lack was squatting inside a birdcage, resting with his eyes closed. Aisha marveled at the decorations around her. Dumbledore truly favors you, doesn't he? A personal dormitory, and so beautifully adorned. All thanks to Kaka. Aeg smiled. The flowers in my room were picked by Kaka, and he is the one who has always helped me tidy up. Pulling out a shiny galleon and a timid snack. Aeg, turn to leave. I wouldn't mind if you stayed over tonight. But I need to make a trip to Dumbledore's office first. Aisha cheerfully followed him downstairs, clearly delighted by Aeg's teasing. A few minutes later, Kaka escorted Aeg to the door of Dumbledore's office. Aeg gazed at the stone sculpture, fizzing whizbees. Upon entering, Dumbledore was examining the Ravenclaw crown closely. I was just wondering how long you would reminisce with Miss Smith. You arrived earlier than I anticipated, which is a good thing, Dumbledore smiled. Lingering too long in gentleness may not be wise. It could prematurely exhaust your spirit. Aeg, with an expressionless face, replied, What is it that you called me for? Well, Dumbledore's tone softened. I received a letter today from a former student of the school. He mentioned that you seem to have caused some unfriendly influence on his child this afternoon. Draco Malfoy? Aeg tilted his head. Did you not tell him that his son may live in my shadow in the future, urging him to behave? I did suggest that, but he doesn't appear to be one to back down easily. Fortunately, Severus intervened in time and managed to calm him, as he has a good relationship with that child's father. Dumbledore's sharp gaze fixed upon Aeg. On this matter, I hope you can regulate your emotions, as your silence could very well erupt when you are emotionally charged. All right, I understand, Aeg shrugged. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation. What a pity. It seems you haven't absorbed my advice. Would you like something to drink? Aeg grinned, seeming unconcerned about such matters. Chilled lemonade would be delightful, he said. Oh, and one more thing. Professor Snape asked me to inform you that due to the commencement of classes, you are required to report to his office for studies every evening at 6. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers beneath his chin. Aeg nodded, I understand, sipping the chilled lemonade. Aeg looked at Dumbledore. Professor, there is something I don't quite comprehend. Why haven't you performed legilimency on me? Dumbledore chuckled. In fact, I once made a fleeting attempt. Trust me, with my abilities, you would feel nothing. Dumbledore winked at the astonished Aeg. However, I saw nothing. I merely caught a glimpse of your life over the past 8 years. Like pauset, perplecet. The human soul is a remarkably peculiar entity, isn't it? Dumbledore rose. Fiddling with a pot containing a silvery liquid beside him, it can split, coalesce, or even be reborn. Even though I'm regarded as one of the greatest wizards, I cannot pry into the memories imprinted upon the soul. Turning to Aeg, Dumbledore smiled. You are quite safe. Aeg was uncertain whether Dumbledore referred to his own safety or something else entirely, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Nodding in a semi-comprehending manner, Aeg proposed. Shall we engage in a little trade? What kind of trade do you have in mind? Dumbledore looked at Aeg with interest. Like the crown I gave you. A swap for something you can offer of my choosing. Aeg pondered. Even if it's something I take you to, would that count? Dumbledore chuckled. You're nearly exhausting my retirement funds, Aeg. Then, noticing Aeg's slight disappointment, Dumbledore nodded. However, I agree. I believe I still possess a considerable amount of resources in this weary old frame. Aeg grinned widely at Dumbledore. So, what do you wish to exchange for the crown? Dumbledore inquired. I must say, that is a rather greedy request. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Thus far, I have yet to hear of a better broomstick. Dumbledore smiled at Aeg. I've heard that Buckbeak is developing a new model called the Twigger 90. If you're not in a hurry, would you like me to reserve one for you? They are set to be released next year. Aeg shook his head. I'd rather not. I thought as much. I've seen their manufacturing process, and I'm certain that, given their craftsmanship, that broomstick is likely to warp. The Firebolt 2001 is far more suitable. Dumbledore chuckled. Planning to gift it to that young lady of yours? Aeg scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Youth is a wonderful thing, Dumbledore teased Aeg. You can indulge freely in the nourishment of love, although you seem to be indulging rather early. Aeg felt his face flush hot, as if he could fry an egg on it, and hurried out of Dumbledore's office. Atop the cabinet at the entrance to the headmaster's office, a tattered, dirty hat bent slightly, the creases forming a face. I like that child, Dumbledore. He is quite genuine, albeit a bit greedy. I like him too. He is a child that is easily seen through. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. I'm certain he will not stray onto the wrong path. I'm equally certain that what he desires next will not be as simple as a broomstick, the Sorting Hat mumbled. Dumbledore shrugged, seemingly in agreement with the Sorting Hat's observation. You are too indulgent with that little rascal, Albus. An old man in a portrait nearby glared at Dumbledore disapprovingly. He is merely a quiet one, quite common in my time. He may not even survive. I thought you would understand my perspective, Phineas. Dumbledore glanced at the portrait beside him. The significance of that child clearly lies not in his silence. Phineas Nigellus Black, an irritable former headmaster, was notably the least popular headmaster in history. He was the great-great-grandfather of Sirius Black, and since learning that the last descendant, Sirius, was imprisoned in Azkaban, his temperament had evidently become even more irritable. Such peculiar theories. I see you're getting on in years, Phineas grumbled as he turned to leave, likely to vent to his portrait in Hogsmeade Square. Early the next morning, Aiger strolled through the Hogwarts grounds, a silver kitten playfully pouncing on the butterflies fluttering by. The morning air at Hogwarts was pleasantly fragrant, a delicate blend of fresh grass and the faintest hint of floral notes wafting into Aiger's nostrils. Taking a deep breath, Aiger made his way toward Hagrid's hut. Good morning, Hagrid, he greeted as he entered the cozy abode, where Hagrid was fastening a pink apron while indulging in a breakfast biscuit. Aiger found it perplexing that Hagrid harbored such a fondness for baked goods. And even more puzzling was how anything he concocted, whether cakes or cookies, could potentially shatter one's teeth. Good morning, Aiger, Hagrid replied, sliding a jug of milk toward him. I'm afraid I can't take you for a stroll in the Forbidden Forest today. The pumpkin patch has just been fertilized, and I need to administer some pest control. If you're feeling bored, you might seek out Buckbeak to take you for a flight. But remember to bring in some treats, like a few old rats or something. That fellow has quite the appetite. Aiger nodded, glancing at the breakfast milk Hagrid had offered. The liquid was noticeably thicker than regular milk, and clung heavily to the cup, leaving Aiger uncertain if a single sip would induce choking. What kind of milk is this? He inquired. Hagrid, crunching on his biscuit, replied, It's the milk of a Diricol from the two that Newt Scamander released into the Forbidden Forest. They're said to be the last of their kind in the world, but they thrived here and established their own little community. At least we needn't worry about their extinction, right? Scamander truly is a remarkable man. Hagrid rambled on, his admiration for Newt Scamander evident. Aiger perceived a similarity between the two. Both possessed an enigmatic obsession with magical creatures, although Hagrid seemed to favor those that were larger and more ferocious. Like dragons? Aiger's lips twitched, and his eyes sparkled at the thought. Actually, wouldn't it be splendid to raise a dragon if the opportunity arose? Throughout the day, Aiger found himself at loose ends. Although he ventured to Hogsmeade in the afternoon for a butterbeer, the outing failed to bring him any real joy. That night, in Snape's office, Aiger stared wide-eyed at the various ominous objects floating in the greenish liquid around him, uncertain whether Snape was concocting potions or engaging in some form of dissection. Draw out your wand, Aiger, Snape said, his expression dark. Aiger sensed that Snape was likely still brooding over the slight he had suffered the previous night, for it was clear that Snape did not possess a particularly forgiving disposition. I heard you unleashed a rather powerful shattering curse at the leaky cauldron yesterday afternoon. It appears that even without my guidance, you can effortlessly wield such forbidden dark magic. Snape's voice dripped with an insidious tone that echoed in Aiger's ears. Unsure whether to retort or not, Aiger hesitated, unable to discern if Snape's words were laced with admiration or sarcasm. Too flattering, Aiger finally ventured. You seem to think I am praising you? Snape shot him a cold glance. Aiger was taken aback. Aren't you? Clearly, attempting to communicate with someone of your limited intellect is my folly, Snape scoffed. I thought we would find common ground. Aiger shot back. We're both foolish in our own ways, after all. Snape's expression darkened. He realized that in their verbal sparring, he had little hope of outmaneuvering Aiger, with no grounds to deduct points, as Aiger had yet to be sorted. He contemplated confinement, but found himself at a loss for justification. Why on earth should I be teaching him a shield charm? Snape thought grimly, feeling utterly exasperated. Chapter 11, Apparition. The spell Snape assigned to Aiger that evening was deceptively simple. Disarm. A classic incantation. Your task is to disarm my wand from my hand. Though I shall not make it easy for you, Snape stated, fixing his gaze on Aiger. I will defend against your attacks the moment you disarm me. Our lesson will conclude for the night. Snape intended to keep Aiger from retreating to his dormitory for sleep. He planned to impart a thorough education to this impudent boy. Disarm, Aiger shouted, pointing his wand sharply, but Snape swiftly countered with a powerful flick of his wrist, producing a resounding clang that halted Aiger's spell. Unexpected, yet still lacking in finesse, Snape thought as he concealed his wand behind his back, his wrist trembling slightly. Gazing at Aiger, Snape felt a tempest of frustration brewing within him. What in the world was that? A mere spell could obliterate me. Is it possible that the killing curse is less potent? The notion of a disarming curse that rivaled the Avada Kedavra surged into his mind, and he recalled Dumbledore's words about wizards who had been possessed by the dark arts. They were inherently stronger than ordinary witches and wizards. Yet, with his pride at stake, he could not simply concede. I swear, if I have to endure another moment of this practice, I might as well be a troll. Snape internally seethed as Aiger raised his wand once more. A wave of panic coursed through Snape, and he instinctively clasped his chest and crouched down. His face contorted in agony. Aiger was taken aback and rushed forward to support him. What's wrong? Snape's expression was ominously dark. An old ailment. You're fortunate. For now you may leave. I require some medicine. Aiger regarded Snape with a mix of confusion, watching as he hurriedly retrieved a small vial from his robes and took a swig, gesturing for Aiger to exit, returning to the common room in a state of disquiet. Aiger felt an urge to test the power of the disarming spell, while puzzling over why the original text made no mention of Snape's hidden ailment. Meanwhile, in Dumbledore's office, Snape entered with a visibly troubled countenance. Aiger's situation? Dumbledore inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Since Snape had begun tutoring Aiger in spells, Dumbledore had noticed an uptick in Snape's visits. That boy is a phenomenon. Albus, Snape said, his annoyance palpable. An 8-year-old capable of casting a disarming charm powerful enough to shatter half a mountain. You never indicated it was this extreme. Perhaps my warnings were somewhat understated. But I assumed you would be prepared, Dumbledore chuckled. I'm rather curious as to how you managed to extricate yourself. Felix Felicis, Snape replied, his face stern. Dumbledore chuckled, appearing quite amused. You've truly gone to great lengths. His learning must be curtailed. I doubt many are capable of withstanding such a potent spell. Snape frowned. Have you ever experienced a Muggle artillery shell? It feels precisely like that. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. Do not forget your unbreakable vow. Severus, you cannot refuse his requests, even if he wishes to learn the killing curse. Regret washed over Snape, and he began to pace, his gaze intense as he fixed it on Dumbledore. Can you guarantee he won't become the next Dark Lord? Dumbledore nodded sagely. Of course, I assure you, that child possesses aspirations far greater than Voldemort's. Do not speak that name. Snape, in an impatient gesture, contemplated for a moment before turning away from the headmaster's office. What a disgrace it was to frighten a child to such an extent. The portraits on the wall began to chatter once more, with Phineas being particularly loquacious. Dumbledore shook his head, countering, We are all aware of the formidable nature of a boggart, Phineas. Even I cannot guarantee with absolute certainty that I could subdue one. Phineas, eyes closed, refrained from retorting. In a corner of the office, Fawkes let out a soft sound, seemingly in agreement with Dumbledore's words. Half a month swiftly passed, during which Aiger's days were filled with aimless wandering throughout the campus. In his idleness, he often rode Buckbeak to fish at the Black Lake and occasionally darted into Professor Flitwick's and Professor McGonagall's offices to acquire practical spells. The professors were more than willing to see Aiger's eager attitude towards learning and generously imparted their knowledge. Aiger did not disappoint them, rapidly absorbing what was taught. By now, he was able to perform transfiguration with ease, albeit only for simpler transformations, such as turning a stool into a chair. However, he struggled to carve intricate designs onto the chair. Occasionally, he managed to conjure some patterns, but they fell far short of his expectations. Aiger often fantasized about transforming a stool into Snape's eternally elongated face, only to plop down upon it. Through the course of these weeks, Aiger became acquainted with all the school's faculty, including Professor Quirrell, who at that time was still teaching Muggle studies. Aiger found this quite agreeable, for Quirrell was devoid of the foolish turban that usually adorned his head, and the classroom was free from the stench of garlic. He appeared rather competent and composed. Glancing at the relatively sunny noon, Aiger made his way toward the great hall, where a throng of students had gathered for lunch. As soon as he settled into his seat, a flurry of owls swooped in through the small window above the hall, one of which emitted a peculiar cackle, leaving the young wizards in a state of bewilderment. Aiger grinned, raising his gaze to see that Rakepick was approaching with a long package in hand. Turning to the staff table, Dumbledore winked at Aiger. A surge of joy filled Aiger's heart. The old man had indeed kept his promise. What is that? Aisha inquired, her curiosity piqued by the package. A gift for you, AG replied, lightly tapping his wand against the parcel. Release. The package unfurled, revealing a sleek broomstick before the astonished crowd. It's a Firebolt 2001. An excited voice exclaimed as a brown-haired boy squeezed beside AG. Good afternoon, Oliver, AG smiled. The boy, named Oliver Wood, was destined to become Harry's future Quidditch captain, though at this moment, he was just a second year, waiting for Harry to enroll before he could ascend to fifth year. May I touch it? Wood gazed at AEG with eager anticipation. The way he looked at the broom seemed less like admiration for a mere object and more akin to adoration for a beloved. Of course, AEG replied, grinning, then turning to the tearful Aisha. What do you think? Is this gift a down payment on your hand in marriage? Dream on, Aisha laughed, playfully pinching AEG's nose. I'm not very skilled at riding brooms. It would be a shame for me to keep this. You should keep it. Boys who play Quidditch are the most appealing to girls. AEG chuckled. No need. I shall acquire even better ones in the future. At the staff table, Dumbledore's pudding plopped onto his plate with a thud, his movements slightly stiff, shaking his head with a wry smile. Moreover, I am currently studying apparition, AEG beamed. That is not something you should be learning at your age. AEG, Aisha said, her brow knitting in concern. AEG shook his head. I must learn it. It will help me channel my restless magic. Meanwhile, Wood and a group of Gryffindors were still animatedly surrounding the broom. Wood, flustered and red-faced, looked at AEG. May I take it for a test flight? Certainly. AG nodded, and Wood dashed off, clutching the broom, followed by a throng of eager young witches and wizards. Not paying any mind to their flying attempts, AG finished his lunch and hurried off to Hogsmeade, where Snape awaited him patiently beneath a large tree. You're late. Snape glanced at AEG with a scowl. One must not rush as a gentleman. AG grinned. Snape's expression darkened. Why the devil am I conversing with you? Focus, determination, composure, the 3 Ds. Do not make me repeat myself. You know what to do. Snape waved his wand, transforming a stone on the ground into a circular wooden hoop. Concentrate on your intent. Resolve to reach your destination, and let that thought spread from your minuscule brain throughout your entire being. Pointing his wand at the hoop, Snape continued. Then, rotate and feel yourself becoming ethereal. AEG took a deep breath, striving to suppress the pain of splinching, focusing intently on the wooden circle in the distance. With a swift turn of his feet, he began to spin rapidly. The sensation of transformation, compression, and then release flooded his mind once more. He dared not lose focus, firmly locking onto the circular hoop in his thoughts. Suddenly, with a loud pop, AG operated within the wooden ring, leaving behind a strand of golden hair that floated gently down. Splinched, a failed attempt, Snape remarked, lifting the fallen hair with the tip of his wand. His face cold as he regarded AG. If you keep this up, you might very well ask me for hair restoration potions. I have no desire to waste time brewing such useless concoctions. I shall dispose of them all upon returning to school. Breathing heavily, AEG found the impact of his first independent apparition overwhelming. You might as well keep them. I suspect your greasy hair may require some of that potion-esque care. He retorted. Snape felt his resistance to AEG's sharp tongue fortifying, then waved his wand again, conjuring another hoop in place of the previous one. Once more, if you still have the energy. AEG waved his hand dismissively, catching his breath. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. I'll get used to it. With that, he refocused on the distant hoop, pivoting his feet once more. A soft pop echoed through the air as he returned to his previous position. Snape watched expectantly for anything to fall, but disappointment washed over him when nothing materialized. Did I succeed? AEG asked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Snape, his face inscrutable, turned to leave, barely. AEG, glancing at his wand with a smile, envisioned the entrance of the orphanage, and once again he spun, the air bursting with sound. Moments later, he appeared at the doorstep of the orphanage. Mrs. Hell? He called out, bursting into the dilapidated room, only to find it empty. All the old belongings had vanished, indicating the orphanage had merged. Sitting on the steps with his knees hugged to his chest, AG gazed at the vacant room, a complex swirl of emotions washing over him. With a flick of his wand, a few small birds sprang forth, chirping and swirling around AEG in joyful circles. A wave of loneliness washed over Age, who for the first time truly comprehended the essence of emptiness. A sudden explosion echoed behind him, and without turning around, Age instinctively knew who it was. Apologies, Professor Dumbledore, but allow me a moment of melancholy, he said, his gaze fixed vacantly on the dilapidated courtyard before him. It seemed that Mr. Poisonous Egg was a bit disheartened. The anticipated frail voice of Dumbledore did not materialize. Instead, he was met with the drawling whisper of Snape. Age looked at Snape with some surprise. Why are you here? How did you know I was here? Experienced wizards could trace the remnants of apparition in the air. And besides, there was a distinct scent of milk emanating from Snape. Snape glanced at Age. I assumed a sharp-tongued child like you might suffer from some form of affection deficiency, but it appears I was mistaken. You're still a mere child? With that, Snape's features twisted into a mocking smile. People as oily as you tend to gravitate towards others. In comparison, I appear quite normal, Age replied, unperturbed. So, what brings you here? You can't possibly think my quietude will erupt in such a short time? Snape snorted. Dumbledore instructed me to remind you to return to the academy as soon as possible, lest your fragile little frame encounter any misfortune. Age shrugged dismissively. It's rare for me to venture out. I can't possibly return so soon. He then turned and sauntered out of the courtyard, skipping away merrily. In the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore chuckled at Snape, who had come to lodge a complaint. I don't recall commissioning you to remind him, Severus. I also don't recall when my whereabouts became your concern, Albus, Snape replied, his expression unchanged. Moreover, I don't deem it wise for a powerful child yet to enroll in school to be roaming about freely. I believe he will exercise caution. Dumbledore glanced at Age's figure, shrouded in smoke, and waved his hand to disperse it, curiously eyeing Snape. I had thought you were beginning to take a liking to that child, Severus. Considering your age? If you had a child, they would be around his age. Honestly, have you not considered finding a suitable companion? I have several excellent candidates. Snape turned away, his face darkening as he departed. The old man had begun his incessant prattle once more. Chapter 12. The Golden Cup. Age hummed a tune as he strolled through the streets of London, striving to appear more cheerful, even though he was not truly happy. The wizarding robes he wore drew considerable attention, yet Age had his ways. In a narrow alley, he cast a spell on a petty thief, rendering him unconscious, and soon had enough money to buy some clothes. He was untroubled by the prospect of the Ministry of Magic pursuing him. Dumbledore had informed him that due to the necessity of continuously casting spells, he had taken the precaution of erasing Age traces at the Ministry. Despite being free of any traces, an old acquaintance soon spotted him. Well, Kingsley, how have you been? Age grinned at the man with the intricately patterned hat. Not bad, but I think your actions leave much to be desired, Kingsley replied, his eyes wide as he stared at Age. Don't mind the details. It was merely a petty thief, Age laughed. That's why I didn't send you to Azkaban, Kingsley retorted, his expression stern. Age tilted his head. No, you wouldn't. Not in Dumbledore's name. Dumbledore wouldn't interfere with the Aurors, Kingsley teased Age. But the Order of the Phoenix. Age shrugged, waving his hand dismissively at the bewildered Kingsley. I'm off to buy some clothes, and then perhaps find an amusement park. Care to join me? Kingsley was momentarily perplexed. When did a child become aware of the Order of the Phoenix? Was their secrecy so lacking? Watching Age skip away in high spirits, Kingsley felt as though his mind was not quite keeping up. He decided to return quickly to send Dumbledore a letter inquiring about the situation. At the amusement park in London, Age donned a brand new tracksuit, having stowed his robe in a concealed expansion bag. As he wandered around the bustling park, he took a big bite of a colorful lollipop, only to feel a sudden jolt, realizing that he had lost a tooth. At his age, how could he indulge in such sweets? Age scowled, angrily spitting the tooth onto the ground. Instinctively, he drew his wand, intending to incinerate the baby tooth with a fiery spell. However, the presence of muggles milling about dissuaded him from this course of action. At your age, one shouldn't be eating such large candies, a gentle voice called out from behind him. A man with chestnut hair stood there, exuding a refined demeanor and sporting a kind smile. His smile was reassuring to Age. Indeed, such cultured muggles were rare in contemporary England. Thank you for your concern. If I wished for some potion, it would grow back instantly, Age nodded. Madame Pomfrey had an excellent tooth replacement potion, and he had heard that many students sought her assistance. Although Snape had some as well, students would undoubtedly hesitate to ask him for help with such matters. Age surmised he likely lacked the patience for such trivialities. The man chuckled, his expression softening as he ruffled Age's hair. Losing a tooth is a significant event, and relying solely on potions isn't the solution. I'm a dentist, and coincidentally, I'm here at the amusement park with my wife and daughter for the weekend. Where are your parents? I suggest they take you to my clinic for a checkup. Age shrugged. I'm afraid I'm an orphan. My only theoretical guardian is likely at this very moment feasting on a pile of cockroaches in a castle in Scotland. Achoo! In the castle. A bearded old man sneezed. The man was momentarily taken aback. Age's response had caught him off guard, and he struggled to find his words. My sincerest apologies, child, he said, looking somewhat flustered. What is your name? Age Morris. Age grinned, feeling a sense of familiarity towards the man. And you? Chris Granger. And I'm a dentist. Chris smiled warmly. I suspect you might not be particularly fond of my profession. Truth be told, I have never been very popular with children. Aiger nodded. That seems likely, but I think it's all right. How about you join us for dinner? Chris invited. You seem to be around the same age as my daughter. I believe you two could become friends, and I could also take a look at your teeth. Aiger pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you for the invitation. A few minutes later, Chris brought Aiger to meet his wife and daughter. Aiger, this is my wife, Jane Granger, and this is my daughter, Hermione Jane Granger. Aiger stared at the lovely little girl before him, feeling a sudden sense of bewilderment. What a coincidence. When Chris had mentioned his surname, Aiger had not reacted much. In London, there were many with the surname Granger, a common name among the English. However, to discover that this man was indeed Hermione's father was quite unexpected. Hermione possessed a striking beauty. However, if she were to conceal her prominent front teeth, she would appear even more enchanting. Naturally, Aiger thought that her tousled hair would benefit from a more refined appearance. At that moment, Hermione held her chin high, resembling a proud little swan, her demeanor rather aloof. Aiger could not help but shake his head. Although the young girl was undoubtedly destined to become a great beauty, even now he could perceive a hint of that potential. Yet, the journey of nurturing a young girl might not be as delightful as it seems. Greetings. I am Aiger Morisers, he said with a smile, addressing the two ladies before him. Chris explained to the pair, I just witnessed Aiger lose a tooth, and he was all by himself. I was thinking we could have dinner together tonight to help him check on his teeth. Very well then, Jan said gently, glancing at Aiger with a warm smile before nudging Hermione. I believe Hermione would enjoy playing with you. Aiger, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched the back of his head, uncertain of what to say. What grade are you in now? Hermione inquired, her gaze fixed on Aiger. Aiger shrugged. I have never attended school. An awkward silence enveloped the group, and Chris, noticing his daughter's bewildered expression, subtly shook his head, hoping Hermione would learn how to engage with others. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Hermione looked at Aiger. Her cheeks flushed. Would you like to read some books? I have my school textbooks. I can teach you. Aiger chuckled softly, shaking his head. No need for that. I've already self-studied everything taught in school. Hermione was taken aback, and the Granger couple exchanged astonished glances at Aiger. How much is 7 times 8? Hermione asked, clearly skeptical of Aiger's claim. 56. Aiger replied with an expressionless face. This elementary knowledge seems rather trivial, does it not? Hermione felt a tinge of embarrassment. I found it quite challenging when I learned it. What else have you studied? Chris asked curiously, looking at Aiger. More profound matters, such as the art of cooking glory, forging wealth, exploring death, and reversing the future. Aiger jested, glancing at the sky and estimating it was nearly time for dinner. He decided it would be best to limit his interaction with the Granger family, given their current status as Muggles. The Granger couple exchanged bewildered looks, struggling to comprehend Aiger's words. What does that refer to? Chris asked, staring at Aiger in confusion. Earmuffs on, Aiger waved his wand, ensuring surrounding passers-by could not overhear their conversation, then turned to the Granger couple. Magic. I'm a wizard. Seeing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the three, Aiger flicked his wand, conjuring several small birds that chirped merrily. Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in all of Europe. I currently reside there, Aiger said, grinning as he observed the changing expressions of the trio. Your daughter possesses the potential to learn magic as well. The school will send someone to discuss this with you. Though it may sound absurd, I suspect Hermione has experienced some peculiar, inexplicable occurrences, has she not? Hermione gazed at Aiger, her surprise evident as she nodded slowly. The Granger couple appeared to share some understanding of the matter. But if you're already enrolled, doesn't that mean our Hermione will fall behind? Mrs. Granger expressed her concern to Aiger. I am an exception. Wizards typically enroll at age 11, but due to certain circumstances, I am currently residing at Hogwarts. In fact, I have not yet officially enrolled, Aiger replied with a smile. Yet you've already mastered these peculiar abilities. Chris regarded his daughter with a hint of worry. There must be many talented young wizards like you, right? Actually, no. Unenrolled young wizards are not permitted to use wands, and their magical abilities are limited. As I mentioned, I am an exception. Aiger shook his head in resignation. The price of such immense power is that I may not live to see my 10th birthday. Though it is merely a possibility, the chance of survival remains. The Granger family exchanged concerned glances with Aiger. What are the odds? Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, stated that thus far, only one has survived. Aiger shrugged, but I believe I will be the second. Aiger reassured the trio. When Hermione turns 11, someone will surely come to notify you. Until then, I hope to still be around to meet her. With that, AG evaded the gaze of the surrounding crowd, waving goodbye to the three as he slipped into a corner and vanished with a disapparation. I feel as if I were dreaming, Chris murmured, gazing at the spot where AEG had disappeared. So do I, Mrs. Granger said, wrapping her arm around Hermione, clearly overwhelmed by the impact AG had left on her. I am grateful you could assist the school in addressing a communication issue with Muggle families. That evening, Dumbledore sat at the head of the long table, observing AEG with a smile. You seem quite pleased. Have you considered remaining at the school after graduation? Only if you relinquish your position to me. Then I might contemplate it, AEG replied, tossing a large black cockroach into his mouth, feeling its tiny legs scuttle inside, sending a shiver down his spine. I truly do not understand why you enjoy consuming such things. I find them rather delightful. The cockroach clusters are among my favorite candies, Dumbledore chuckled. Especially when placed in honeycomb. They create a marvelous reaction, resembling amber. AEG felt increasingly nauseated. So, what brings you here tonight? Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze fell upon AEG. I merely wish to inquire if you could gain access to Gringotts' defenses, AEG asked. Dumbledore nodded. I believe that should pose no problem, unless the goblins decide to rebel again. Otherwise, they have no means to prevent me. I think we should seek the second artifact, as I've already contemplated what I desire next, AG said, laughing. Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze remained fixed on AG. I must inform you, AG, the Philosopher's Stone is not my personal possession, nor am I certain it will assist you in your endeavors. AEG felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, simultaneously awed by Dumbledore's uncanny wisdom. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Dumbledore had already anticipated them. However, there is no harm in trying, is there? Dumbledore chuckled at AEG's forlorn expression, teasing him. I will communicate with my old friend. He has lived long enough, and I suspect he is beginning to feel weary. In truth, trying is all that is necessary. I am not seeking immortality. AG shook his head. Dumbledore nodded. This is our agreement. Eddie, I believe the stone will not refuse a remarkable new master. Of course, if you do not mind, I advise you to keep this a secret. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, you may find yourself in peril. AEG nodded, turning to Dumbledore. When shall we set forth? At any time, Dumbledore rose, gesturing for AG to link arms with him, then waved to Fawkes, who whisked the two away from the office. A flash of light enveloped them, and as AG surveyed the surrounding rocky walls, he felt a momentary disorientation. He turned to Dumbledore. Where are we? In the depths of Gringotts, if we are not mistaken. Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings. This place is quite damp, isn't it? Aiger nodded in agreement, observing the water droplets forming on the rocky walls. Professor, do you know where the Lestrange family's vault is? Aiger inquired. It should be one of the most heavily guarded vaults, though I am aware of the location of the Malfoy family vault. Therefore, we shall employ the process of elimination. Dumbledore replied as he led Aiger onward. In the distance, a scarred dragon roared, occasionally revealing a few fairies flitting about. The two moved stealthily to the lower vaults, where Dumbledore waved his wand, instantly drying their clothes. The previous waterfall had a revealing charm. Any disguise would be discovered. Dumbledore elucidated, then proceeded forward. It seems we have arrived. Those pretentious families love to place their vaults in what they believe to be the safest locations. They likely never anticipated that I would bring a child along for a tour. Otherwise, they would have stored their treasures in their own homes. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore thunderously opened a vault door without alarming anyone. The enchantment the fairies had placed on the door failed to hinder Dumbledore for even a moment, and soon several doors were flung open. What are we in search of? Dumbledore asked Aiger. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Aiger stepped into one of the vaults, cautioning, be careful, Professor. Anything touched may explode, creating a continuous chain reaction. Dumbledore waved his wand once more. This is clearly not a concern. Minutes later, Aiger examined the cup in his hand. Are you certain this is it? Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. I can see Riddle's waning soul. It is undeniably this. Originally, this cup was used by Hufflepuff for transporting magical food for house elves. I had thought he would not care for such an item, given his usual disdain for house elves. Aiger scrutinized the intricately adorned cup, noting its two pure gold handles. I suppose he was attracted to Hufflepuff's identity. I think so too, Dumbledore concurred, waving his elder wand to re-enchant the items within the vault before closing the door, leading Aiger to disappear once more. Chapter 13, The Marauders Map. In the headmaster's office, a flash of light heralded the appearance of the two figures. Do you think the fairies will detect our presence? Aiger asked. I believe not. It has been many years since anyone has uncovered the magical traces I leave behind. If they could, I would be quite pleased, Dumbledore reflected. Aiger was uncertain whether he spoke the truth. In any case, if traces were found, at least he would not be pleased. I feel quite uneasy in a place where apparition is not possible, Aiger sighed. In fact, it is not that apparition is impossible, Aiger, Dumbledore clarified, taking a seat and placing the cup into his drawer. Rather, it is that it cannot be performed at will. Aiger looked puzzled. What do you mean? Sometimes, doors enchanted with spells cannot be opened with Alohomora, yet some individuals can still unlock them. Dumbledore provided an example. Those who succeed do so because they possess a profound understanding of the spell, and most importantly, their magical power exceeds or matches that of the caster. Similarly, when your focus is sufficiently concentrated, I believe it can be done. Few possess a magical capacity comparable to that of a silent one, even if that individual is Salazar Slytherin. Aiger shrugged. For now, I think I'll pass. I doubt my understanding of apparition has reached the level you described. Then, good night. Dumbledore smiled knowingly, aware that despite Aiger's words, he would undoubtedly attempt it in private. Good night, Professor. The following evening, Aiger, feeling somewhat weary after a profitable day with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, arrived at Snape's office. Snape was busily brewing something over a cauldron. Aiger found it unremarkable. The cauldron had been there for quite some time, and who knew why it had not yet boiled dry. Unscientific, yet very magical. Your task today is to learn the summoning charm, Snape stated, glancing at Aiger with a tone that was scarcely louder than a whisper. Noticing a plate of unfinished sandwiches on Snape's desk, Aiger waved his wand casually. Sandwich, come here. The sandwich soared from a plate into Aiger's hands. Snape disdainfully regarded Aiger's dirty little hands. If you do not finish it, I shall make you swallow it. Aiger awkwardly grinned. Is that sufficient? Your magical aptitude is commendable. You can grasp most spells swiftly, yet my expectations will not be so easily met, Snape said, rising and striding over to snatch Aiger's wand from his hands. Why take the wand personally? Because Aiger has the shield charm. He cannot break it. Now, you may perform the summoning charm without your wand. Snape watched Aiger with a hint of malice. Aiger looked bewildered. How can I perform it without a wand? Many children who have yet to attend school can manage the levitation charm without a wand. Snape returned to his desk, continuing to brew the potion. If you cannot complete it tonight, you shall not return home, but rather remain here to keep company with the dead toad in the jar. Aiger turned to survey his surroundings. Within a jar filled with green liquid was a toad the size of a human head, now staring at him with unblinking eyes. Wand, come here. Aiger extended his hand, and Snape's wand trembled slightly before becoming still. Snape, growing impatient, sent a silencing charm flying towards Aiger, but it was repelled by the shield charm, striking the nearby shelf instead. Snape glared at Aiger, silent casting. Aiger, indignant, sat on the floor, extending his arms towards Snape, his eyes wide open, resembling a vengeful specter, mentally chanting for the wand to come. His arms moved in a peculiar manner. What are you doing? Snape bellowed, evidently startled by Aiger's bizarre casting demeanor. Silent casting, Aiger replied flatly. Clearly, you have not grasped the essence of silent casting. I thought you were simply constipated. Snape tossed Aiger's wand to the opposite corner of the room, choosing to ignore him. In the quiet office, Snape furrowed his brow as he brewed his potion, while Aiger flailed his arms like a madman, hoping his wand would obediently come to him. The green glow emanating from the jars rendered the scene both tranquil and eerie. Snape's quill scratched across parchment, recording the state of the cauldron. After a while, Snape felt something was amiss. He looked up to find Aiger staring wide-eyed, his head resting on the desk. From Snape's perspective, it appeared as though only Aiger's head remained. What on earth are you doing? Snape startled upright, his heart racing from Aiger's peculiar gaze. Aiger sniffled. Could you demonstrate for me? I would love to demonstrate, but I simply cannot. Severus Snape's countenance was as dark as a stormy night, as if he had just consumed a child's lifeless body. Wandless magic relies heavily on an intensely focused will, a skill that is rarely mastered among wizards. Among those I have encountered, the only individual capable of successfully performing it is Albus Dumbledore. Snape's implication was unmistakable. This evening, he would be accompanied by toads. Casting a glance at the despondent Aiger, Snape remained inscrutable, then spoke. Of course, wandless magic is not inherently difficult. It merely requires the discovery of the correct methodology. To my knowledge, many African wizards are adept in wandless magic and wield it with remarkable potency, utilizing their fingers or specific gestures and movements. Observing Aiger's bewildered expression, Snape laughed derisively. Perhaps you could envision your fingers as wands? Aiger extended his right index finger, scrutinizing it and imagining it as a wand, then pointed toward the wand in the corner of the room, silently urging it to come forth. In an instant, the wand zipped into Eeg's grasp, and at that moment he seemed to hear a sound akin to something solidifying, as though an object had been ensnared by the petrifying curse. Snape's face darkened like the bottom of a cauldron as he spoke in a soft, syrupy tone. "You may leave now." With a click, the door closed, and Snape stood momentarily frozen before tossing the wand aside. Mimicking Eeg's earlier action, he pointed, and the wand on the floor quivered feebly, causing Snape's features to twitch. How had he managed to do that? Eeg was elated, joyfully wandering the castle and occasionally greeting the portraits in the corridors. Following the ironclad charm, he had finally mastered a form of wandless magic, true wandless magic. Eeg believed he could apply the technique of finger manipulation to other spells as well. He understood that wandless magic was not easily learned. His success was not due to innate talent, but rather the ceaseless flow of magical energy coursing through him. In a sense, one might consider it a form of a golden finger, if he were to survive. Eeg pondered, as two Ravenclaw girls strolled past, and he smirked, subtly curling his finger. Release. The two girls suddenly froze, hastily clutching their chests and scampering away. Eeg chuckled inwardly, realizing their undergarments had likely come undone inexplicably. Later, within the Gryffindor Tower, in Eeg's room, he was causing a pair of small creatures, Gobble and Coda, to levitate with his finger, though they appeared somewhat frightened. The door swung open, and Aisha entered, astonished by Eeg's wandless magic. "How did you accomplish that?" she asked, her eyes wide with amazement. Eeg attempted to convey the sensation with his finger, but when Aisha tried, it yielded no results. With a resigned shrug, she sighed, "Perhaps it's a matter of talent." "Undergarments, come to me." Eeg pointed at Aisha, and her undergarments immediately soared from beneath her robes into his hands. In an instant, Aisha's face flushed crimson like a ripe tomato as she frantically snatched the garments back, squeezing Eeg's cheek indignantly. "What are you doing?" Eeg mumbled incoherently. "What?" Aisha blinked, gazing at the fabric pressed against Eeg's chest before gradually releasing her grip. Eeg, feeling soft and flustered, rubbed his cheeks and awkwardly said, "Aisha." She froze, her cheeks tinged pink as she sat beside him on the bed. After a moment, she gazed at him with shimmering eyes and murmured, "I can wait for you to grow up." Eeg's cheeks turned scarlet. "Then shall we marry when I do?" "I'm much older than you," Aisha replied, her gaze complex. "I can accompany you for a lifetime, but you cannot marry me." "I wouldn't mind," Eeg stated matter-of-factly. "But I would," Aisha retorted, rolling her eyes before gently wrapping her arm around his shoulder. "I permit you to find a girlfriend, but you must allocate some time and space for me." "No one wishes to share love," Eeg remarked, embracing Aisha's waist, a hint of intoxication in his tone. "I would mind, as long as I can be with you." Aisha laughed lightly, tenderly stroking Eeg's cheek. "I'm curious. Why are you interested in me?" Eeg languidly rested against her. Aisha's face blushed slightly. "You'll understand in a few years." A warm, intimate atmosphere enveloped them, until with a sudden crash, Coda pulled down a small crystal from the chandelier, causing it to plummet. Eeg waved his hand, and Coda gently landed on the ground, startled, before scuttling beneath the bed. Beneath Eeg's bed lay Coda's treasure trove, filled with various items scavenged from around the castle, most of which were trivial things summoned by the Room of Requirement, while a few were pilfered by Eeg from the Slytherin common room, a matter that had drawn Snape's ire on several occasions. Eeg certainly had no intention of allowing Coda to steal anything valuable. The mischief had merely resulted in a flood from a faucet left running in the Slytherin restroom or the removal of a light bulb from a Slytherin sconce, which, even when unplugged, continued to glow, a trinket Coda particularly adored. Aisha stood, her face still flushed. "I must return. Stay and sleep with me." "Want to you?" Eeg pleaded, blinking innocently. "No," Aisha stammered, dashing out. Eeg sighed, sitting up and glancing at the bulge in his robe. Though still youthful, certain features were already becoming pronounced. After all, Eeg had long since mastered the art of the dragon's rise. He grumbled softly and stepped outside, intending to wander to the kitchen. It was already lights out, but Eeg was unfazed. Dumbledore had granted him many privileges, such as the ability to shower in the prefect's bathroom. Though he had yet to do so, he certainly did not wish to be scrutinized by the weeping Myrtle while bathing. "Up at this hour," Peeves' boisterous voice echoed overhead. Eeg turned to face the poltergeist. "I understand that the petrifying charm may have an effect on ghosts. Would you care to try it, Peeves?" Eeg grinned brightly. In truth, Eeg was uncertain if the petrifying charm would even work on a ghost, but he recalled nearly headless Nick nearly being petrified by the basilisk, emitting black smoke, and thought that the charm could perhaps yield similar results. Peeves, equally dubious, clearly had no desire to be the first ghost to take such a risk. With a nervous glance at Aiger, he hastily fled. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Aiger discovered that Peeves was a rather unique spirit. Unlike other ghosts, he could interact with physical objects, such as throwing chalk at students, while still possessing the ability to pass through walls. Professor McGonagall had explained to Aiger that Peeves was a special type of entity, not quite a ghost, but rather a manifestation of the mischief wrought by countless students over the centuries, a collective of their mischievous intentions. Thus, his position became rather awkward. The ghosts did not include him in their activities, and the students refrained from playing with him. For centuries, he had wandered alone and desolate through the castle, inevitably leading to a slight unraveling of his sanity. Aegis silently traversed the ancient castle, surveying the slumbering edifice that had stood for a millennium, the air thick with an aura of age-old mystery enveloping the night at Hogwarts. He could not help but feel a stirring within his spirit. Even after more than half a month, Aegis remained utterly enthralled. Magic was an extraordinary phenomenon. The more one sought to understand it, the more enigmatic it became. Often, just when he believed he had grasped a profound truth, he would realize it was merely a vibrant fragment of a resplendent world. Wandering aimlessly, Aegis quelled the restlessness stirred by Aisha's teasing when a small door came into view. He recalled this to be Filch's office. Pushing the door open, he found the room empty. At this hour, Filch was likely patrolling with Madame Rosmerta. The Marauder's map fluttered into view. Aegis waved his hand, and from the drawer of Filch's desk, a piece of parchment soared into his grasp. With a flick of his wand, the drawer gently closed, and he turned to leave the small chamber gracefully. I solemnly swear I mean no harm. Aegis tapped his wand lightly, and a map began to materialize upon the parchment. The pointed fork salutes you. Congratulations on discovering this treasure of Hogwarts. Several lines of text emerged on the map. Aegis chuckled. Unlike the words found in books, it seemed this map possessed a fragment of its creator's consciousness, with its utterances varying each time, somewhat akin to the sorting hat in Dumbledore's chamber or the raven at the entrance of Ravenclaw. On the map, Dumbledore's name was displayed seated in his office chair, and Aegis wondered if the old man might develop a herniated disc from sitting there all day. Filch and Madame Rosmerta were traversing the corridor nearby, while Snape remained in his office, seemingly engrossed in brewing a cauldron of potions that defied the laws of energy conservation. Unbeknownst to Aegis, Snape was seated behind his desk, occasionally pointing at a wand on the floor, continuously shifting his posture as if performing calisthenics. Had Aegis been able to witness Snape at that moment, his expression would undoubtedly have been one of great amusement. Chapter 14. Intimidation. Aegis did not linger long in the castle. After acquiring the Marauder's map, he returned to his quarters. Upon his arrival, the little creature, Gobby, squeaked joyfully, burrowing beside the pillow, its tiny fingers patting the cushion, seeking a cuddle. Aegis gazed at Gobby's endearing demeanor, feeling warmth in his heart, a comforting sensation. Time swiftly passed, and another half-month had elapsed. The students of Hogwarts had fully acclimated to Aegis's presence. Everyone was aware of this entity that did not quite belong to the student body, which presented numerous opportunities, particularly for the first and second-year students, since they had yet to reach the age at which they were permitted to leave school. They often implored Aegis to procure items from Hogsmeade for them, a request he was always willing to fulfill, frequently returning with a couple of galleons as reward. With his unnoticeable extension bag, Aegis could bring back an abundance of items, occasionally assisting shops like Honeydukes with advertising, which naturally came with a fee. At this moment, Aegis had just returned from Hogsmeade when he spotted Aisha, her eyes red and hugging her knees, seated on the stone ledge of the castle corridor, while a black-haired girl beside her was attempting to console her. Aegis recognized the girl. Her name was Alice Lee, an expatriate residing in Cornwall and Aisha's close friend. "What is the matter?" Aegis inquired cheerfully as he approached Aisha. "Did Severus deduct points from you again?" Upon hearing Aegis's words, Aisha immediately broke into a smile. Shaking her head in response, "It's nothing." Aegis's gaze shifted to Alice, who cast a troubled glance at Aisha before explaining that insufferable Marcus Flint from Slytherin, during a recent Quidditch match, retaliated against a Hufflepuff student after being knocked off his broom. He cast a jinx when the student was unaware. Alice appeared quite indignant. Aisha witnessed it. As you know, being a prefect, she deducted 10 points from Flint on the spot. Flint then insulted Aisha, calling her a mudblood and deriding her deceased parents, claiming that she was always glued to you. Goodness, I cannot fathom why a second-year child would possess such malice. Have his parents not taught him any manners? Those repugnant Slytherins. Aegis remained impassive, turning to leave towards Slytherin's direction. Aisha, worried, attempted to stop him, fearing he might act rashly. Aegis waved his hand with a smile, and Aisha promptly fell asleep. I hope she has sweet dreams. Aegis gently nudged Aisha, allowing her to lean against Alice. What are you going to do? Alice inquired, watching Aegis's departing figure. I intend to give him a good thrashing. Would you like a photo for keepsake? Aegis replied with a grin. Staring blankly at Aegis's receding silhouette, Alice couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Aisha beside her. Good choice. That lad is quite handsome. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Aegis addressed a Slytherin student. Is that Flint in the common room? The student paused momentarily before shaking his head. Flint is likely at the Quidditch pitch. Today is Slytherin's training day. The student was quite accommodating. Aegis suspected it was due to Snape's influence. The reputation of being a Snape disciple afforded Aegis a certain level of respect within the school, as no one wished to cross that ominous hawk-nosed figure. In fact, there had been instances where others had mockingly questioned what Aegis could learn at his age, suggesting even Snape could not teach him, only to find themselves on the receiving end of Snape's wrath, resulting in a deduction of over 40 points within a week. The students were uncertain whether their ridicule of Aegis or their questioning of Snape's teaching abilities had led to such consequences, but thereafter, no one dared to speak recklessly. However, Aegis was evidently oblivious to such matters. His demeanor resembled that of a wanderer detached from the school environment. Most of the students he knew well were from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, with a few from Ravenclaw. Yet, he was notably reluctant to engage with the Slytherin purebloods, despite their occasional gestures of goodwill. His acquaintances were few, and Flint was certainly not among them. At the Quidditch pitch, a group of green-clad Slytherins were training on their brooms, sharpening their skills for the upcoming match against Ravenclaw, while numerous Slytherin students occupied the stands. Setting aside their disdain for other houses, Slytherin exhibited a certain camaraderie. However, compared to Gryffindor, their friendships bore a distinct sense of hierarchy, which was one of the reasons Aegis preferred to avoid them. At the very least, he did not look down on Hagrid due to his heritage, nor did he harbor disdain for Aisha because of her Muggle origins, nor would he belittle the Grangers for being Muggles. In truth, Aegis himself remained uncertain of his own lineage. With such formidable magic coursing through him, it was entirely possible that his parents were extraordinary beings as well. Placing his hand over his throat, Aegis silently unleashed a resonant voice. Who summoned Flint? In an instant, AIG's voice resonated throughout the Quidditch pitch, drawing astonished gazes towards him from the crowd. I did. Is there something amiss? A somewhat buck-toothed boy descended from his broom, regarding AIG with bemusement. AIG shook his head slightly, reflecting on the grotesque results of inbreeding among pure-blood families, who prattled on incessantly about their so-called pure lineage. If such a thing as pure blood truly existed, then from where did the first wizard emerge? Did he spring forth from a rock? That would not be a wizard. A monkey. AIG's thoughts raced, but he did not linger on them. His intention was to secure a place for his beloved wife. And whether he would have a secondary wife in the future would depend on circumstances. Did you insult Aisha as a mudblood? AIG's expression remained impassive as he regarded Flint. Flint, taken aback, had not anticipated AIG would seek him out. Observing AIG's diminutive stature, Flint could not help but chuckle. What's the problem? It is indeed a mudblood. Before he could finish, AIG raised his hand, and a crimson beam shot forth, propelling Flint like a cannonball into the distance, spinning helplessly, unaware of his fate. The surrounding Slytherins erupted in cries, brandishing their wands at AIG while hurling curses. Silence. AIG's commanding voice drowned out their curses. His wand raised as a devastating red light obliterated an unoccupied spectator tower in the distance. The crowd fell into stunned silence, their eyes wide with terror at the wisps of smoke curling from the tip of AIG's wand. AIG surveyed his surroundings. Is there anyone else with questions? I am more than willing to enlighten you. Observing the petrified Slytherin students, AIG waggled his index finger. Since you dare not resist, you must acquiesce. Do not challenge my authority again, or you shall face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Now, is there anyone else who disagrees? I shall ask once more. Does anyone dissent? AIG's expression remained stern as he scanned the crowd. Regarding the trembling students, AIG scoffed, if there are no objections, then carry that large buck-toothed boy to the hospital wing. I cannot guarantee he will still be alive in a while. The students, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly lifted the unconscious Flint and dashed away. You are so impressive. AIG. Half an hour later, in AIG's chamber, Aisha embraced his face and planted a fervent kiss upon his lips. AIG eagerly pointed to his own lips. Kiss here, kiss here. Aisha, her cheeks flushed, cast a furtive glance at the doorway before averting her gaze. After a prolonged moment, their first kiss concluded, forgive me. I had previously omitted a detail and was hesitant to write casually. AIG's breath quickened, his gaze ablaze. Aisha quickly pushed AIG aside, her face reddening as if she might emit steam. You are still too young. I would be imprisoned in Azkaban. As she spoke, Aisha could not help but laugh. And AIG joined in, grinning widely. After tidying up, the pair made their way to the Great Hall. Upon entering, the curious gazes of the students immediately turned to AIG, their eyes glimmering with inexplicable intrigue. Well done, AIG, a red-haired boy approached, throwing an arm around AIG's shoulders with a grin. AIG could not suppress his laughter. The boy was Charlie Weasley, the second son of the Weasley family and Percy's brother. AIG clearly favored Charlie over the perpetually stern Percy. Born in 72, Charlie was now a seventh-year seeker for Gryffindor and also served as the seventh-year prefect. Their rapport was amicable, although Charlie was eager to teach AIG the intricacies of Quidditch, while AIG expressed a preference for riding Buckbeak over Broomstick. A throng of young lions surrounded AIG, contrasting sharply with the somber atmosphere at the Slytherin table. The Slytherins harbored a complex mindset towards AIG, torn between fear of his formidable prowess and an irresistible urge to befriend him. Moments later, Snape entered the Great Hall, his countenance as grave as ever, his bat-like robes billowing behind him. As he passed by AIG, he delivered a sharp tap on AIG's small head. It was the only course of action available to him. AIG was enveloped in a shield charm, rendering any aggressive actions futile against the insufferable, transparent barrier. Professor, a timid Slytherin prefect, gazed apprehensively at Snape as he strode past. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Snape's frigid demeanor remained intact. Slytherin loses 20 points for incompetence. Bested by an 8-year-old child. If I were you, I would have snapped my wand and gone home by now. The students stared in astonishment at Snape, as it was the first time in a long while that he had deducted points from Slytherin. Their glances towards AIG were laden with disbelief. AIG sighed, clicking his tongue, knowing that Snape was likely to assign him some vexatious homework. What will it be this time? Silent casting, wandless magic, or perhaps an utterly mindless spell tonight? AIG mused, suspecting that the bat-like professor might truly wish to test him. Suddenly, the shrill cries of owls filled the air as a flock swooped through the windows of the Great Hall. AIG burst into laughter upon hearing the unmistakable, sinister cackle of Lack. The owl landed gracefully before AIG, clutching a long parcel in its talons. Curiously, AIG opened the accompanying letter, revealing a few lines. Find a deserted place to open your package. Inside, you'll find your new broomstick, a gift for the true Gryffindor. I am aware that your previous one was given to Miss Smith. Do not let others see it, lest they grow envious. Professor Minerva McGonagall. AIG raised his gaze toward the staff table, where Professor McGonagall's serious expression betrayed a hint of amusement. AIG felt invincible. He had already procured a broomstick from Dumbledore, but he never expected McGonagall would gift him one as well. He tucked the parcel into his undetectable extension bag, elated. I adore this place, AIG thought, turning to exit the Great Hall. 10 minutes later, in Hagrid's hut, AIG and Hagrid eagerly opened the parcel. A brand new Firebolt 2001 emerged before them. I knew it. I knew it, AIG, Hagrid exclaimed, clapping AIG on the shoulder. Professor McGonagall is a wonderful person. She has always been kind to her students. This broomstick is quite expensive. How expensive? AIG inquired, turning to Hagrid. Hagrid lowered his gaze. I recall the Firebolt 2000 was 300 galleons, and the upgraded Firebolt 2001 costs 350. Quite a bit more, you see. Professor McGonagall earns only a little over 80 galleons a month. So, does that mean I owe her a significant debt? Is this gift rather extravagant? AIG pouted. Clearly, you must join Gryffindor. Hagrid nodded in agreement. But do not fret too much. While the professors may not earn much, they often have other sources of income. Other sources? AIG asked, intrigued. Indeed. Hagrid chuckled softly. I have heard that Severus Snape maintains connections with numerous potion merchants. Professor Sprout occasionally sells surplus, unnecessary plants, or fertilizers, while Professor Flitwick, who oversees the dueling club, charges quite a sum for his lessons during his spare time. Professor McGonagall sometimes composes treatises on transfiguration or instructs those aspiring to become animagi. It is worth noting that not all young witches and wizards opt to attend Hogwarts. Some children from certain families are taught at home by private tutors, and those lessons can be quite costly. So, there is no need for concern. How much can that possibly yield? AEG was still somewhat uneasy. Considerably, Hagrid replied. The salaries of Hogwarts professors are far from what you might perceive. Just look at the potions brewed by Snape. They are in high demand and command a hefty price on the market. AEG was taken aback. Are you suggesting that Snape is, in fact, An invisible magnate? This is quite the revelation. How could one neglect such a wealthy individual? It dawned on AG the depth of Dumbledore's intentions, why he required Snape to provide AG with every potion he needed. This is a way for Snape to sustain himself. Dumbledore truly is a benevolent soul. Hagrid continued. As for Professor McGonagall's transfiguration, many students are willing to part with dozens of galleons just to attend her class. Over the past decades, she has been the guiding force behind most of her students' education. Her classes are not as inexpensive as one might presume, be in transfiguration or other charms. Even Madame Hooch, who teaches only first-year flying lessons, serves as a consultant for international Quidditch matches, Hagrid added. AEG began to grasp a crucial point. Despite Hogwarts teaching standards, these educators were anything but ordinary, especially at Hogwarts, which boasted an impressive stature. One need not mention the annual contributions from the school board and alumni, for merely safeguarding the Forbidden Forest was enough to ensure Hogwarts' enduring prominence. What about Professor Trelawney? AEG inquired, glancing at Hagrid. I'm not certain about her. Hagrid shook his head. I've heard rumors that she has a lineage of seers, yet I've never witnessed it myself. The students who leave the school clearly find her a bit eccentric. AEG felt somewhat at a loss. Her situation seemed rather bleak. Chapter 15. The Chamber of Secrets. As for Professor Kettleburn, despite his tattered appearance and frequent injuries from those adorable little creatures, he is also quite a wealthy professor. Hagrid ruffled AEG's hair. There are so many valuable things on magical creatures, but I am not particularly fond of trading their creations for money. It makes me feel somewhat reluctant. AEG nodded in agreement. Apart from the centaurs, the creatures in the Forbidden Forest were like Hagrid's own children. The forest teemed with perilous beings, and from their explorations over the past month, they discovered that the dangerous creatures far exceeded those mentioned in books. Oddly enough, these beings never attacked Hagrid. They evidently regarded him as a friend. Even the unicorns, who generally disdain men, seemed unbothered by his presence. Perhaps they have formed an attachment from their daily interactions? I wondered it. Speaking of Professor Kettleburn, Hagrid appeared to recall something. By the way, Professor Kettleburn will be retiring in a few years. He has recommended me to Dumbledore as the next professor for the care of magical creatures class. You mustn't share this with anyone. Excitement sparkled in Hagrid's small, beetle-like eyes, and he chuckled at his enthusiasm. Should I swear an oath of utmost loyalty? No, no, no. That won't be necessary. Hagrid quickly interjected, halting AG's jest. Just kidding. In truth, I wouldn't know how. AG shrugged. I plan to try out this broomstick on the other side of the Black Lake. After all this time at Hogwarts, I have yet to give it a go. I advise you to seek Madame Hooch for flying lessons. Otherwise, your first flight might be rather perilous, Hagrid suggested. AEG brushed it off. It's fine. I'll take Buckbeak along. He is very responsible. Half an hour later, by the Black Lake, Buckbeak splashed at the water's edge with his sharp claws, seemingly attempting to catch a couple of fish. AEG knew he was merely bored, having already fed him a few field mice prior to their arrival. Reaching for the broomstick beside him, AG commanded up. With a whoosh, the broomstick flew into his grasp. It seems I possess some talent after all. I grinned it, realizing that the reason he didn't choose to practice in the castle was mainly due to the fear of embarrassment from not mastering it. However, judging by AEG's current demeanor, riding a broomstick appeared to be no daunting task, but he needed to fly well. After all, he had only ever ridden a bicycle. AEG mounted the broomstick, kicking off the ground, and it soared into the sky, the wind howling past his ears. With a gentle twist of the broom, AEG deftly maneuvered through the air. A cry of an eagle echoed, and on the ground, Buckbeak flapped his wings, keeping pace beside AEG as their silhouettes raced across the Black Lake. During this inaugural flight, the anticipated discomfort did not manifest. It felt as though something was supporting him, likely the broomstick's inherent magic, which relieved he needn't worry about any discomfort. As evening approached, AEG, having flown for an entire afternoon, arrived promptly at Snape's office. Snape appeared to be in a rather foul mood, although he usually bore the same expression. AEG had learned to discern the subtle differences between merely displeased and exceedingly irritable. What are we studying today? AEG inquired, looking up at Snape. The disarming charm, Expelliarmus. Snape responded, his face drawn as he avoided making eye contact with AEG. The incantation has already been provided. I expect you'll grasp it with little effort. Now, you may leave. AEG, his diminutive stature, straining to reach, craned his neck to glimpse Snape's notes. Why do you seem so listless today? This isn't your typical demeanor. Severus. Snape took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. You cannot reach him. You cannot reach him, he reminded himself. A crucial ingredient for my newly invented potion is a potent venom, and nothing seems to suffice as a substitute. Snape's voice retained its usual somber tone. However, that is clearly of no concern to you, unless you possess the ability to procure suitable venom. Hagrid can assist you in obtaining acromantula venom. To speak with him, Aeg said, gazing up at Snape. Acromantula venom was more akin to a powerful anesthetic, and although labeled as highly toxic, its potency was not overwhelmingly severe. It was primarily used to incapacitate prey. Snape's countenance remained grim. You should devote more time to your studies to fill that minuscule brain of yours. I crepli et fratli. As small as a pea? Snape shot Aeg a glance, seemingly pleased that Aeg had the audacity to retort. I do know of one venom that acts swiftly and is exceedingly potent. I just wonder if you possess the courage to retrieve it. I lern it on Snape's desk, propping his chin on his hands and swinging his legs. I am quite curious, Snape remarked coolly. Have you heard of the Chamber of Secrets? Aeg asked, one hand supporting his head while the other rested on his hip, reclining on Snape's desk, mimicking a cheeky pose and grinning at Snape, who gradually turned an ashen shade of fury. Are you here to jest with me? Snape reached out and grasped the collar of Aiger's neck, tossing him aside as one might a small chick, saying, I have no time for your nonsense. Immediately, Snape felt a weight on his shoulder as Aiger's slight frame clambered up, his head tilted downwards, looking at Snape upside down. I'm telling the truth. I know where the chamber is, how to enter it, and what lies within. Its potency is guaranteed. Snape could swear that Aiger was the first person in his life to dare perch upon his shoulder. Even Voldemort had never done such a thing. Casting a dark glance at Aiger's youthful face, Snape finally spoke, take me there. Moments later, Aiger bounded jubilantly into the headmaster's office, with Snape striding purposefully behind him. Surveying the empty office, Aiger pulled over a chair, attempting to retrieve the sorting hat from its lofty perch. Snape, impatient, reached out and retrieved the hat himself, clearly aware of its proper usage. Aiger then approached Fawkes, perched upon the shelf, his gaze fervently fixed on the Crimson Phoenix. Shall I take you for a little adventure? Fawkes shifted its talons, seeking to distance itself from this peculiar child. However, before it could escape, Aiger swiftly seized its claw, holding it aloft. A cacophony of distressed squawks erupted as Fawkes gazed up at its captor with indignation. It dared not struggle. With its strength, a mere flap of its wings could easily end Aiger's life. Embracing the phoenix, Aiger stroked its feathers gently. Be good, we'll be back soon. I need your assistance. Thus, Hogwarts students witnessed Aiger cradling Fawkes, while Snape, with the tattered hat in hand, followed closely behind, both hastening toward the girls' lavatory on the third floor. Snape observed Aiger's troubled expression, clearly indicating he expected a rational explanation. Aiger scratched his head, turning to Snape, and said dryly, Can you speak Parseltongue? After a moment, Snape grasped Aiger firmly, leading him to the library. Ignoring the astonished gazes of Madame Pants and the students, Snape propelled Aiger into the restricted section. His eyes darted across the shelves until they landed on a tome titled The Book of Bloodlines, which he promptly seized, leaving Madame Pants momentarily dumbfounded. In the headmaster's office, Snape flipped through the pages of the Bloodline book, then glanced at Aiger. What words do you require? Aiger curiously studied the book in Snape's hands. Open it, and also, speak to me as a Slytherin, the greatest of the four founders. Snape's voice dripped with dark humor, as he prepared to inscribe something on a piece of parchment. Aiger nodded in agreement. Yes, I also find it rather shameless. Staring at the obscure symbols in the book, though unfamiliar, Aiger felt an odd sense of recognition, as if they were akin to a children's reading primer. What is this? Phonetics? He instinctively read aloud, a hoarse hissing sound escaping his lips. To his astonishment, Aiger realized he could comprehend the text, and even articulate it. Could he possess a talent for this? Turning to boast to Snape, he found Snape staring at him in stunned silence. What trickery is this? Snape's expression darkened, displaying a level of distress that surpassed any anger Aiger had previously incurred. Isn't this a translation? Aiger blinked in confusion. Snape's face grew grimmer as he flipped several pages forward, revealing a singular title before Aiger, Slytherin Bloodline, Original Parseltongue. Aiger's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at Snape, feeling utterly at a loss. So this isn't a translation? Although he had been in England for 8 years, Aiger's written skills were evidently lacking compared to his spoken abilities, and he had merely assumed these were strange characters he had encountered before. You were Parselmouth? You didn't know? Snape's gaze bore into Aiger. Aiger, equally confused, thought, Am I truly that remarkable? Answer my question. Snape's frustration boiled over. Such a serious matter. And you think I am jesting? I don't know. Aiger replied, furrowing his brow in deep thought. That shouldn't be the case. Voldemort's family is entirely extinct. Snape's thin hands gripped Aiger's shoulders tightly, his eyes locked onto Aiger's, Is it possible that you are his descendant? Aiger waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. Old Mrs. Hurl said I was found at the orphanage's doorstep. I'm 8 years old. Voldemort had not yet fallen when I was born. If I were of his bloodline, I certainly would not have ended up at a Muggle orphanage. Besides, as far as I know, Voldemort has no children to date. Believe me, I know him better than you do. Snape studied Aiger's eyes for a long moment before gradually releasing him. It seemed this book would not be of use after all. Casually tossing the hefty tome onto the desk, Snape hoisted Aiger up as one would a small chick, striding purposefully back toward the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. Aiger, bewildered yet entertained, clutched Fawkes, swaying in Snape's grasp. As for Parseltongue, he was unconcerned. The bloodline of Slytherin had persisted for centuries. And who could say what might have drifted away? Furthermore, speaking with snakes was not solely a Slytherin trait. Many others had dabbled in such abilities. Of course, while he mused, research suggested that Slytherin's Parseltongue was likely an awakened innate ability, akin to Harry Potter's talent for broomstick flying. Over the centuries, others must have awakened similar gifts. For instance, Professor McGonagall could converse with cats, and the Dumbledore family was protected by a phoenix, something Grindelwald could not achieve. Aiger speculated that the obsession with blood purity among pure-blood families might stem from some latent ability in their ancestry. Yet as bloodlines thinned over generations, these fools turned to intermarriage in hopes of preserving their ancestral prowess, yearning to reclaim their former glory. Ah, quite the populist control strategy, he mused. I remember Dumbledore could also speak Parseltongue. Aiger chuckled. Could he perhaps be Voldemort's true father? Without so much as a glance. Snape's dark voice echoed in Aiger's ear. Dumbledore can speak Parseltongue, but that is a skill he acquired himself. I also know he speaks Mermish and Gobbledygook, along with various other languages. Aiger waved at a nearby Hufflepuff girl peeking at him from a distance, causing her to run off in fright. He surmised that Snape must have scared her. Fawkes, nestled in Aiger's arms, let out a disgruntled croak, evidently still miffed about Aiger's rough handling. Here we are, open it. Snape casually set Aegis down, who then turned in a circle by the sinks in the lavatory, discovering a small snake beside one of the taps. With a flick of his hand, Aegis opened his mouth. Although he still struggled to wield Parseltongue at will, he could distinctly sense that, should he choose to, he could converse freely, unlike Harry, who required the sight of a snake to initiate dialogue. A rumbling sound erupted, causing several basins to split apart and hover in midair, revealing a dark, bottomless pipe before the two. Glancing at the ominous tunnel, Aegis impulsively embraced Fawkes and jumped in without a second thought. Snape instinctively attempted to halt this reckless impulse, but he was a moment too late and had no choice but to follow suit. Inside the pipe, Aegis's excited shouts echoed, while Snape's expression darkened. What on earth did he think he was doing? Playing on a slide? As their figures emerged at the bottom of the pipe, Snape's face grew even more grim at the sight of the green, monstrous object before him, contorted with a mix of horror and disbelief. Staring at the snake shed that spanned nearly 100 meters, Snape vowed that if he were to heed Aegis's foolishness again, he would be nothing short of a fool. He had not anticipated such a size. Snape was unaware that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened once 50 years prior. In fact, he was still under 40, younger than Lucius Malfoy, and of the same age as James. By the time he attended school, the fervor surrounding the chamber had long since waned, and he only knew it existed. What on earth was this place? Snape's demeanor darkened further. Aegis, observing Snape's expression, burst into laughter, the basilisk, long and thick. Chapter 16, Adoption. Snape had originally believed the chamber housed some type of magically toxic creature, possibly already dead, yet he had never considered the prospect of a basilisk. Given the appearance of the serpent's shed, Snape doubted its demise. Observing Aegis, who appeared blissfully unaware of the danger, he thought to himself that the boy was certainly not foolish enough to willingly venture beneath the gaze of such a monster. Yet, reality proved him wrong. Aegis not only had dragged him here as bait, but seemed genuinely delighted by the prospect. It was still alive. Snape cast his gaze toward a distant gate adorned with lifelike snake carvings. Not only alive, but quite vigorous as well. Aegis approached the gate, examining it closely. Without hesitation, Snape seized Aegis by the collar. Fawkes, take us back. Wait. Aegis protested, struggling fiercely. I want to see what that thing tastes like. Snape scoffed, gripping Aegis tightly. I am uncertain what it tastes like, but I suspect you shall soon experience the flavor of confinement. You cannot do this. I'm not a student. And you surely do not wish to see my face daily, do you? Aegis endeavored to grasp Snape's sleeve with his short arms, but Snape's strength far exceeded his expectations. Internally, Aegis grumbled, wondering if Snape's solitary lifestyle contributed to his formidable grip. Snape must surely gaze at Lily's photograph while applying the handbrake, Aegis mused. Conversely, if it involves confinement, I would gladly welcome it. Snape's smile appeared sinister in Aegis's eyes. You cannot do this, I warn you, Severus. I will become a basilisk. Aegis exclaimed, desperation lacing his voice. Release me at once. I am quite agitated. Fawkes flapped his wings, lifting the two back upwards. Please, let me go, Professor Snape. Little Inner. Aegis shouted, I will not let this go, Severus. I shall return. 2 hours later, in Dumbledore's office, Aegis slumped in a chair. Dejected, while McGonagall looked on with concern, frequently shifting the sweets and drinks on the table, though Aegis seemed disinterested. Across the long table, Dumbledore listened to Snape's report, occasionally casting surprised glances at Aegis. This is truly fascinating, Aegis, Dumbledore marveled. You are indeed a Parselmouth? I believe the most pressing matter is certainly not his lineage, Professor. Snape's irritated voice interjected. This boy is still fixated on the basilisk's scent. Clearly, his intellect is not that of a normal individual. I strongly suggest sending him back to the Muggle world for a few quiet years. If Beauxbatons is willing, we could arrange for him to go there. Calm down, Severus. While your insatiable curiosity may not always be advantageous, it is not necessarily detrimental either, Dumbledore chuckled. I understand you only wish to protect him. Snape glowered at Dumbledore, muttering, I do not. Dumbledore remained noncommittal, his gaze shifting to Aegis, a rather remarkable young man. Would you not agree? Apart from Riddle, I have not encountered such a promising pupil in many years, Aegis. Dumbledore reached out to stroke Fawkes' magnificent yet aging feathers, expressing admiration. You have executed all measures commendably. Even if you had truly entered, I would harbor no doubts about your capability to vanquish that basilisk. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry, for you have returned, Aegis urged eagerly. Wait for an opportunity, Aegis, Dumbledore replied sharply. I believe you're aware of the events from 50 years ago, and thus you should understand what I am awaiting. Aegis nodded in realization, having been so preoccupied with the basilisk that he nearly forgot about young Tom's diary. It appeared that due to his discovery of 2 Horcruxes, Dumbledore had likely suspected that Voldemort had already crafted one at that time and was waiting for the moment when the Dark Wizard would return to reopen the chamber. What cunning old fox! Hogwarts is a castle steeped in legend, and some secrets within remain beyond even my reach. Aegis, your talent is commendable, at the very least. Your proficiency in wandless magic far surpasses what I was capable of at your age. Dumbledore smiled at Aegis. However, today's events have served as a reminder that it is not yet your time to shine. You are still rather young. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences before you have mastered your abilities, I must inform you of something. Aegis looked at Dumbledore, puzzled. What is it? It is imperative that you remain away from Hogwarts until you reach the appropriate year for enrollment. However, do not fret. I have already contacted a Muggle family willing to adopt you, and they appear quite interested, Dumbledore said with a smile. Aegis immediately wore an expression of discontent. What about my basilisk? What if it erupts? You have reminded me, Aegis. Dumbledore retrieved a necklace from his robes, adorned with a gem that glowed red. To prevent you from inadvertently losing it, I have taken the liberty of providing you with a necklace. Does it not appear quite fashionable? The Philosopher's Stone? Aegis gasped, staring at Dumbledore in astonishment. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. I conferred with my old friend, who also believes he has lived long enough and has prepared ample elixir of life to manage his affairs. Originally, I intended for this stone to serve its final purpose before being destroyed. However, Dumbledore's eyes, gleaming with mirth beneath his crescent-shaped spectacles, turned to Aegis. I have discovered that it seemingly does possess the ability to contain the basilisk. As he reached out to take the enchanted necklace and donned it around his neck, Aig felt as though the magical energy that had previously found no outlet within him had discovered a release akin to a dam bursting. The power coursed slowly from his chest into the magical stone. What could this mean? Aig gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. Dumbledore gestured towards Aig's chest. It is a clever enchantment that can extract and store your magical energy within the stone. Only a creation of such alchemical excellence as the Philosopher's Stone could withstand the tempestuous magic residing within you. Will it not explode? Aig asked, momentarily taken aback. Of course not. With the right approach, you might even request Professor Snape to brew you some elixir of immortality, though I would advise against it for now, as it is rather unpleasant to taste, Dumbledore explained. Alchemy is founded on the principle of equivalent exchange. Even the Philosopher's Stone must adhere to this law, with the price being your magical energy. It is precisely because the cost is minimal that it is deemed the treasure of alchemy. Therefore, I believe you need not worry about any spontaneous combustions for the time being. AIG. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and a sobbing creature named Kaka conjured a small chest once more. Oh, Mr. AIG, Kaka shall miss you. No wizard is better than Mr. AIG. You are truly magnificent. Kaka wept, its mournful tone leading AIG to wonder if it might expire from sorrow. Must I leave? AIG pouted at that moment. He found Hogwarts far more engaging than anywhere else. Dumbledore nodded. You have yet to reach the age of admission. Now that the issue of your power has been resolved, I suggest you do not linger too long. After all, you are destined to spend 7 years here, and there may come a time when you tire of it. Very well. AIG shrugged. I can still cast spells, right? Of course, the trace has been erased, has it not? Dumbledore winked at AIG. AIG chuckled, relieved that he could still perform magic, having already mastered apparition. Just don't venture abroad. Crossing borders without the Ministry's consent is considered illegal, Dumbledore cautioned, casting a glance at AIG. Now, take my arm. Snape watched silently as Fawkes whisked the two away, and moments later, Dumbledore reappeared in his office. I thought you had already departed, Severus, Dumbledore remarked, seemingly surprised by Snape's presence. Snape's expression darkened. Spare me the theatrics. He had no reason to leave, did he? Your tone suggests you might be somewhat reluctant, Dumbledore chuckled. It appears you have developed a fondness for him. Are you considering mentoring him? No, thank you, Snape replied, his lips twitching. I suspect that would reduce my lifespan by a decade. Dumbledore laughed heartily, rising to adjust the silverware on his desk. He is still quite young. Premature fame may not be a blessing. Although I am not concerned about his character, an exceptionally gifted youth can sometimes become arrogant. I do not believe he will. Snape replied impassively. He seems to possess an innate understanding. Just moments ago, you were calling him foolish, Dumbledore replied, turning in surprise. Yet you are correct. I also believe he will not be swayed by his talents. However, I sincerely hope he spends these formative years in a nurturing environment. I must admit, his ability to speak Parseltongue places considerable pressure on me. It is a protection for him, Severus, and I hope his power remains undisclosed. Snape looked at Dumbledore quizzically. What exactly is going on? Dumbledore waved a hand dismissively. Rather than bloodline, I prefer to see this as a learning aptitude. As you mentioned, his reaction only occurred upon encountering Parseltongue. Perhaps he would exhibit a similar response to other languages. I have yet to hear of such a talent, Snape remarked, his expression darkening, clearly unconvinced by Dumbledore's assertions. Nor have I heard of a child whose tantrum could obliterate a tower at the age of 8, Severus, Dumbledore countered, nodding thoughtfully. Magic is truly remarkable. AIG, you may not be aware, but Aisha stormed into the headmaster's office to pluck a hair from Dumbledore's beard upon hearing of your departure. I hope you return soon, in good health. Alice Lee, I have gathered many unicorn hairs for you, along with the rock cakes I made. I presume Lack must have delivered them to you by now. If you find the time, do visit Mr. Ollivander. Remember to write back. Rubius Hagrid. Little Egg, I miss you dearly. I will come to see you once I graduate. Aisha Smith. Enclosed are copies of Intermediate Transfiguration and Advanced Transfiguration. I believe you shall find them enjoyable to pass the time with. Minerva McGonagall. A Hawkfeather wand grip. For our little genius. I sincerely hope you are sorted into Ravenclaw. Phileas Flitwick. AIG surveyed the letters laid out on the table, unable to suppress a smile. In addition to these, there were numerous other correspondences. Charlie had gifted him a pair of dragonhide boots, while Percy had sent a comprehensive tome of household spells. How marvelous! I never imagined owls could deliver letters. AIG exclaimed. Beside him, a small girl with chestnut hair chimed in excitedly. Her name was Hermione Granger, and AIG had been brought to the Granger household by Dumbledore. As Muggles, the Grangers enjoyed a rather comfortable lifestyle, both being dentists with substantial daily earnings. The family displayed immense warmth towards AIG's arrival, welcoming the young wizard into their home. According to Dumbledore, this family was now considered his legal guardians, as the Muggle world did not permit unmarried individuals to adopt children. The magical community was even less likely to accept a child of unknown lineage. The Weasley family might have been willing, but Dumbledore did not wish to burden them further, as they already had enough children. In the magical world, letters are delivered by owls, eliminating the need for postmen. Is that not so? AIG chuckled. Lack, standing nearby, let out a peculiar laugh, squinting in a way that made him appear adorably foolish. A creature named Kada crawled out from AIG's arms, timidly surveying its surroundings. The Granger residence was a 2-story detached house, a rather respectable abode for the era. The couple's bedroom was on the first floor, while Hermione and AIG's rooms were adjacent on the second. A sudden shriek echoed from the living room, prompting AIG to dash out, wand drawn in defense. What is it, Mrs. Granger? The scene before him left Aiger momentarily speechless. Kata's plump body was precariously dangling from the crystal chandelier. With a sigh, Aig levitated Kata into his arms and promptly repaired the damaged chandelier. I sincerely apologize, Aiger said, glancing sheepishly at the Grangers. No harm done, Mrs. Granger replied with a smile, curiously observing the mischievous Kata in Aig's embrace. What is that creature? A platypus? It is a niffler. It has a penchant for shiny objects, as well as gems and gold. I would recommend securing your valuables to prevent it from pilfering again. Eagerly, Aiger raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. However, everything it has pilfered is right before him in his bag or tucked beneath my bed, making it quite easy to locate. As he spoke, Aiger opened the small pouch in front of Kata, causing a cacophony of items to tumble out. Mrs. Granger looked at Aiger with a bemused smile as he swayed Kata in his grasp. Chris glanced at his own hands in surprise, bewildered by the realization that something had been stolen without his notice. Hermione gazed longingly at the glimmering diamond on her shoe, her eyes fixed on Aiger. I will fix you up, Aiger remarked, scratching his head while casting a mock-threatening glance at Kata, if you don't behave. I shall bind you and stow you away in a trunk. Kata shrank back, gazing at Aiger with a pitiful expression. It's all right, as long as we know where to find you, Mrs. Granger comforted Kata, lifting it into her arms. Chris nodded, gesturing to Aiger and Hermione with open palms. In honor of the new members of our family, your mother and I prepared an exceedingly lavish dinner. I trust you will enjoy it. Chapter 17, Halloween Eve. During dinner, the Granger family incessantly inquired about the Wizarding World. Can wizards conjure food directly? Jim asked, looking at Aiger with curiosity. Aiger shook his head, even with magic. One cannot create something from nothing. All must adhere to certain laws. However, we can briefly alter the form of some objects. With a flourish of his hand, several small birds flitted around the dining table, chirping animatedly, and with a snap of his fingers, they vanished in a puff. I always thought Hermione would grow up to be a lawyer or perhaps a doctor, inheriting our dental practice, which would have been splendid. But it seems she has even greater prospects now, doesn't it? Chris ruffled Hermione's hair, who squinted her eyes with delight like a contented kitten. Then, casting a worried glance at Aiger, who was munching on a turkey leg, Hermione asked, when I start school, will I perform poorly? I feel a bit anxious. Aiger, you're so accomplished. Don't say that, Aiger replied, licking the grease from his lips. In truth, apart from defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, and charms, I am utterly clueless about everything else. Are there many subjects? Hermione pressed. Indeed, Aiger shrugged. Potions, divination, history of magic, care of magical creatures, flying, and a hodgepodge of others. Observing Hermione's growing concern, Aiger shook his head and handed her his wand. With a flick and a swish, the incantation is Levi Corpus. Mind your pronunciation, and you may try on your dinner knife. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she looked at Aiger with trepidation. See, can I really? Of course. I told you, you possess magical talent, Aiger affirmed with a nod. Nervously, Hermione focused on her knife, her wrist flicking, Levi Corpus. Instantly, the knife floated before her, and with a deft movement of her wand, it shifted to another position. The Granger couple beamed with pride at their daughter's display. Just as their joy reached its peak, a knock echoed at the door. Chris opened it to reveal a tall man in a dark robe standing outside. Are you looking for Aiger? Mr. Granger inquired, scrutinizing the man's attire. The visitor nodded. My apologies, sir. Aiger turned toward the living room door, smiling. Kingsley, how have you been lately? With you around, I feel quite miserable. Kingsley shot Aiger a sidelong glance. Children who have yet to attend school using magic 1T trigger the trace, but once they wield a wand, it's a different matter. This is my jurisdiction. Aiger, you shouldn't lend your wand to a child. I'm still a child, Aiger implored with wide eyes. Let's not play that card. We all know you're different. Aiger, Kingsley shook his head, clearly displeased with Aiger's actions. Aiger regarded him for a moment before his expression fell, and he looked up at Kingsley with a pitiful gaze. Please, help me? Kingsley sighed, all right. But you must promise me not to teach any overly dangerous spells. I know, Aiger, Dumbledore mentioned you might know the killing curse. I have no doubt you possess the capability to cast it. Aiger huffed, I wouldn't use it. Did you come just to discuss this? Kingsley hesitated, as if grappling with his thoughts, before finally speaking. I have some unfortunate news for you. Aiger, Mrs. Morisers has passed away. Aiger felt his heart race, a dark mist momentarily swirling around him before dissipating. When? Aiger asked, momentarily stunned. On the very day you erupted with power, I personally spoke with her. I told her you had arrived in the wizarding world, that someone would look after you, that you would live well. She then asked me if wizards could extract a person's memories, Kingsley's voice was somber as he extended a small vial containing a shimmering silver substance. She left this world with a smile. You need not worry. This holds the memories she gathered when she found you. She thought it might be of help to you. Aiger, somewhat dazed, accepted the vial, unsure what to say. If you have time, do visit her. She rests in the cemetery on the western outskirts. Kingsley gently ruffled Aiger's hair. We will all be here for you. Aiger, you are not alone. Aiger felt a lump in his throat and replied with a muffled, Moments later, Kingsley bid farewell to the Granger family and departed hastily. Chris approached Aiger, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Child, you still have us, Chris assured him. Patting Aiger's shoulder, this will always be your home. Thank you, Mr. Granger. Aiger smiled faintly. Death is not to be feared, perhaps Mrs. Hell is curiously exploring the new world, just as I once did. Do not worry about me. I am fine, Aiger replied, wiping the corners of his eyes as he returned to the table, stowing the vial containing Mrs. Hell's memories into his bag. Cheer up, Aiger, Chris chuckled. And remember to call me Uncle Chris. Call me Aunt Jane. Jane smiled gently, resting her chin on her hand as she beamed at Aiger. Hermione glanced at Aiger. Contemplating before speaking up, just call me Hermione. No need to call me sister. As her words echoed, laughter filled the air. In the stillness of the night, Aiger stood silently before a gravestone in a cemetery on the western outskirts of London. Hermione Morisers, a loving and great orphanage director. The inscription on the stone caught his attention, and as he traced his finger over the words, orphanage director vanished, replaced by a few new words, a loving and great mother. At least, that is what I believe, I assent it. Aiger's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mrs. Hell, why is our surname so malicious? A young boy inquired curiously while nestled in the embrace of an elderly woman. I was an orphan too. My name comes from the surname of the one who adopted me. Hell, the old woman replied, her lips trembling slightly. Later, when someone mocked me for being an orphan, I gave him a thorough beating and stole their eggs to smash against their windows. Ever since then, they call me Malicious Hell. Do you understand why you are named Aiger now, little egg? Old Mrs. Hurl let out a hearty laugh, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. What they perceive as malice, I regard as resilience and indomitable spirit. Doesn't Team Morisers sound rather pleasant? Oh, the little ones nodded in agreement. From that day forth, AEG lived with the Granger family. Given AEG's daily idleness, the Granger couple entrusted him with the task of ferrying Hermione to and from school, as well as procuring some dinner ingredients. The only discomfort AG felt was the family's ritual of prayer before each meal, the specifics of which were unknown to him. Ever since his arrival in the magical realm, he had converted to the faith of Merlin. Surely, Merlin would not require him to engage in such tedious pre-meal prayers. What a bother. Upon reaching the school gates, the bell rang, and a throng of children spilled out, chattering animatedly. Hermione emerged, head down, her expression somewhat sulky as she carried her backpack. A few girls giggled as they passed her, playfully tousling Hermione's unruly hair. Big front teeth. Hee hee hee. I truly wonder if she ever washes her hair. Look at that nest atop her head. What is so remarkable about being studious, bookworm? One girl scoffed, followed by a chorus of giggles from the group as they turned to AEG, calling out, Look, Granger's boyfriend has come pick her up. Laughter erupted once more, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush crimson, tears brimming in her eyes as she clutched AEG's arm, eager to escape. AEG chuckled softly, following Hermione's lead, and as he turned, he casually pointed a finger, causing the front teeth of a few girls to grow alarmingly large, while a few birds overhead dropped their droppings upon them. How delightful, he mused. Hearing the shrieks from behind, Hermione turned in astonishment, only to be met by AG's beaming gaze. I certainly wouldn't stoop to the level of a handful of Muggle girls. AG grinned, but a lesson here, and there is certainly warranted, wouldn't you agree? Hermione erupted into laughter, her face still flushed as she took AG's hand, leading him homeward. With Halloween just around the corner, though it may not rival Christmas, preparations for some gifts were in order. AEG pondered, shall we venture to Diagon Alley? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly, casting a hopeful glance at AEG. Upon their return home, they set down the groceries and Hermione's backpack. AEG took Hermione's petite hand in his. The first use of apparition may be somewhat disconcerting. I hope it treats you kindly. Hermione looked perplexed, and then a wave of distortion hit them, a sensation of compression, morphing, and stretching, followed by a wave of relief as Hermione gasped for air. Where are we? She asked, gazing at AEG, her head spinning. At the entrance of the leaky cauldron. AEG replied with a smile, You'll soon find out. As they entered, Old Tom immediately bowed to AEG, beaming with servility. Ah, Mr. Morisers, our future great wizard. Long time no see. Good evening, Mr. Tom. Could you prepare some butterbeer for me? I'll be back shortly, AG said with a nod, leading Hermione to a broom cupboard filled with wooden barrels. With a flick of his wand, one of the barrels slid towards them. AEG stepped atop it, tapping his wand against a gap in the wall, which slowly transformed to reveal a bustling alleyway. Hermione gazed in astonishment at the sights before her, as bats flitted overhead. At the pet shop, owls remained motionless, their heads swiveling a full 180 degrees to scrutinize the pair. The nighttime Diagon Alley was vibrant, hosting a circus of magical creatures, with shops aglow in a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an enchanting and wondrous atmosphere against the backdrop of ancient architecture. A group of robed children dashed by, chasing mischievous floating bubbles that, upon capture, burst with a flurry of ribbons and occasionally confections. I've heard there's a chocolate factory for muggles in America, owned by a fellow named Willy Wonka, who can work wonders with candy, AG chuckled. Heaven knows if such a Willy Wonka exists in this world. Rumor has it that he is a wizard himself. Where are we headed now? Hermione inquired, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she gazed at AG. To Gringotts, to retrieve some funds, after which we shall buy a few things. I can assist you in purchasing your wand first, AG replied with a smile, guiding Hermione to the bank. Pulling Hermione close, AG whispered, "Stay close to me. These goblins are not the least bit friendly, selfish and greedy." Hermione nodded nervously, gripping AEG's sleeve tightly. The keys to the vault had already been sent over by Hagrid that morning. AEG produced the key and approached the counter. "Ike Morisers." The goblins scrutinized AG, closely nodded, and led them in a small cart to the vault doors. Upon their opening, AEG's eyes widened in disbelief, and Hermione gasped in astonishment. Before them lay a mountain of gold coins, towering over 1/2 meter high, thousands of galleons by the looks of it. "Are you certain we Haven Tea made a mistake?" AEG asked, turning to the goblin beside him. "If you don't want it, you can get it to us," the goblin replied with a smirk. AEG, still in disbelief, stepped into the vault, where a note lay prominently in sight. "Mrs. Morris's wishes for me to give you this sum. I hope you will use it wisely. The remainder is what Hagrid exchanged for you. Consider it a Halloween gift. Albus Dumbledore. Over 7,000 galleons. What a fortune." The goblin behind them squinted enviously. "I personally believe there are things more valuable than gold in this world, Mr. Goblin," AG remarked, shoving a handful of galleons into Hermione's hand, then filling his bag with 100 galleons before returning to the cart. "But the feeling of having wealth is indeed quite pleasant. Wouldn't you agree?" "I am sorry, Aiger. Though I truly dislike saying this. Did you mention you were an orphan?" Hermione looked at AEG in surprise. AEG smiled. "Perhaps I should rephrase. I'm a highly valuable orphan." After a moment, they arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. Ollivander looked at AEG and chuckled. "When I heard you'd taken up residence with Muggles, I wondered when you would bring another little wizard to my shop. Yet, you arrived much sooner than I anticipated, Mr. Morisers." "Happy Halloween, Mr. Ollivander," AG replied with a grin. "We had made an agreement." "Of course." Ollivander nodded with a smile, waving his wand as a measuring tape flew over to gauge Hermione's height and arm span. "Try this one." Observing the data on his parchment, Ollivander produced a wand, a bold combination of vine wood and dragon heartstring. "Let us see how it fares." Hermione took the wand, and a gust of wind swept through the aged shop. "It seems my instincts were quite accurate, though there are occasionally some rather peculiar customers, such as you, Mr. Morisers." Ollivander chuckled, gesturing towards AG. "I've only tried 2, AG shrugged. "You are the kind of individual suitable for all wands, though it is evident that not every wand is worthy of you." Ollivander's murky eyes scrutinized Egg. "I find myself questioning the very principles I have held for years." After Egg completed the transaction, he departed the eccentric old man's shop with Hermione, who indeed appeared splendid. Hermione clutched her wand, elegantly adorned with intricate ivy carvings. "You look even more beautiful," Egg remarked with a smile, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush. "Why are we purchasing so much beef?" Hermione queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. Egg swiftly shrank the meat, wrapping it before tossing it into his bag. "Buckbeak will appreciate it." "Buckbeak?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "A hippogriff, a rather foolish creature," Egg nodded. Chapter 18, Gifts. Egg presented Hagrid with a custom-tailored, oversized dragon hide coat, costing a staggering 40 galleons, an exorbitant price. He had ordered it 3 days prior from the elegant wizarding attire shop, and today was the day of collection. For Professor McGonagall, he gifted a bewitched emerald necklace, exuding an air of grace and nobility, and equally costly. With a gentle touch, the necklace would conjure 2 winged unicorns, a sight to behold. He bestowed upon Professor Flitwick a wand maintenance kit, and for Snape, a finely crafted dark green robe. Who knows if that fellow would wear it? But Egg was indifferent, content that the sentiment was conveyed. Professor Sprout received a set of herbology tools endorsed by a master herbalist. Dragon-hide gloves, a dust-proof apron, and a small trowel capable of transforming into various weeding implements. For Aisha, he selected an exquisite bracelet, which, upon a gentle caress, would unfurl into a black silk gown, complete with a hidden nook for a wand within the inner arm. The gift for Dumbledore was far more amusing. Egg procured an entire box of cockroach clusters along with a plethora of woolen socks. He vaguely recalled a mention in a book that Dumbledore had once seen himself in the mirror of a Reist, surrounded by a multitude of woolen socks, which in British culture symbolize familial affection. While Egg could not find him a son, procuring socks was indeed feasible. In essence, Egg presented gifts to nearly every professor and acquaintance at the school, even treating each of the house elves in the dining hall to a piece of chocolate. Goodness, celebrating Halloween can be quite expensive, can it not? Egg mused, tilting his head in resignation. Hermione shook her head in disagreement. Egg, the items you purchased are far too extravagant. I see others using merely silver coins. Perhaps, Egg shrugged, and after collecting some beer with Hermione, a portkey materialized, transporting them back home. The Granger couple sat on the sofa, somewhat bewildered, and upon seeing Egg return, promptly rose to greet him. Egg, it is splendid to see you back. Chris exclaimed, did you tidy the house today? Egg shook his head, perplexed. Upon our return, we found the lawn impeccably arranged, and everything in the house, even the ledgers in the safe, had been meticulously organized, Jane said, a hint of panic in her voice. Egg paused. The style felt eerily familiar. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out, Mr. Egg. Before them stood a tearful Kaka, clad in a pillowcase, gazing at Egg with fervor. Kaka? Egg exclaimed in surprise. After a moment, they gathered around the dining table, Kaka sobbing beside Egg. You mean, Snape, representing the headmaster, gave you a sock and informed you of my whereabouts? Egg chuckled. Kaka nodded. Kaka has left Hogwarts. Kaka is free. This is truly terrifying. Rest assured that large, hook-nosed man merely wishes for you to find me. It is all right. I will take you in, Egg reassured, ruffling Kaka's head as he introduced him to the Grangers. This is Kaka, a house elf. After a while, Egg experienced Hermione's insistence and admonitions as she continuously criticized the institution of house elves, attempting to convince Kaka of a life of freedom. Kaka does not want that wretched existence. Kaka wishes to serve Master Egg, the small elf screamed, having shifted from addressing him as Sir to Master. Egg pondered whether Snape's actions constituted the unauthorized appropriation of public property, for technically, these house elves were part of the school's assets. The Granger couple expressed their eagerness to welcome Kaka, assuring him that no labor was required, though it evidently startled Kaka. House elves have been subjugated by the wizarding world for far too long, indoctrinated with such beliefs since birth. We cannot alter this overnight, Egg elucidated to the Grangers. Pressuring them will only lead to their distress. Change must come gradually. Kaka's arrival relieved the Granger couple of any household chores, and Egg once again enjoyed mornings where breakfast awaited him upon waking. However, Hermione found Egg's demeanor intolerable, incessantly demanding that he liberate Kaka, causing the elf to scurry away as if avoiding a plague. In contrast to Hermione's actions, the Granger couple exhibited a more rational approach. They understood Egg's intentions, striving to extend kindness to Kaka, such as inviting him to dine with them and providing him with exquisite linens, which moved Kaka deeply. On the morning of Halloween, Lack flitted through the window, landing squarely on Egg's bed, appearing utterly exhausted. Egg reached to untie the small bag from Lack's foot, and, upon inverting it, a thunderous clatter erupted, instantly filling his room with a plethora of items. Among the most abundant were various enchanted foods, presently floating within transparent magical orbs, presumably gifts from the house elves of Hogwarts. Hagrid had gifted him a robe, while Aisha had bestowed a striking red shirt that could adapt to fluctuations in size. The professor's gifts were rather commonplace. Professor McGonagall had provided a notebook filled with insights on animagus transformations, and Professor Flitwick had given a delicate pendant box, though regrettably not the Slytherin variant. Professor Sprout's contribution was a plump little potted plant that, when poked, would squirt foul-smelling water. Egg remained uncertain of its nature. What astonished him most was Snape. Egg had never anticipated receiving a gift from him. Upon opening the box from Snape, he discovered an assortment of potions, each meticulously labeled with their names and uses. The most exhilarating find was a vial nestled in the corner, its label causing Egg to draw a sharp breath. Felix Felicis. A full several hundred milliliters of Felix Felicis. This was truly a generous quantity, and Egg gazed at the glass vial with excitement before carefully storing it away. Such a concoction requires 6 months of brewing in a cauldron, and even a small vial commands a princely sum, let alone this amount, equivalent to nearly half a bottle of mineral water. Hagrid was indeed correct. Snape is undoubtedly a concealed millionaire. Suddenly, I feel that the robe I had intended to gift him seems rather trivial. Perhaps I shall wait until Christmas to present him with something of greater value. In the adjacent room, Hermione, hearing the commotion, knocked on the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a dazzling array of items that filled the room, leaving the young girl utterly mesmerized. "I think you can inform Kaka that there's no need to prepare dinner tonight," Aiger chuckled. As time swiftly passed, over a month had gone by, and the winter in England remained relatively damp, perhaps due to its proximity to the sea. At the Granger residence, Aiger lounged on the plush sofa, cradling a hefty notebook, while a pot of bubbling hotpot simmered on the small coffee table beside him, accompanied by a large glass of chilled German beer from Chris' refrigerator. Not butterbeer, but genuine German brew. Aiger lazily tightened his robe, listening to the soft rustle of snowflakes falling outside the window, reveling in the comfort of the moment. Hermione had always expressed her disapproval of Aiger's languid demeanor, believing he was squandering his life. During such moments, Aiger would beam at her and say, "I'm merely waiting for you to grow up." This would cause Hermione to blush and retreat into the house, ignoring him. Thus far, this had proven to be the most effective way to deal with Hermione's incessant chatter. The little girl always carried herself with the pride of a swan, which occasionally left Mr. and Mrs. Granger quite exasperated. At present, Hermione's enthusiasm for magic was soaring. She had perused nearly all of Aiger's spellbooks. Observing her fervor, Aiger had even ordered her a copy of Hogwarts, a history. Under Kingsley's protection, Aiger had taught her some practical spells, such as the levitation charm and the summoning charm. The latter had proven quite a challenge for the little girl, but it astonished Aiger. The focus and magical prowess required for such a spell were not typically possessed by an 8-year-old. After changing into Muggle attire, Aiger stepped outside and headed toward Hermione's school. As the school bell rang, the young girl emerged, her large backpack slung over her shoulders. Upon spotting Aiger, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. The two small figures wandered through the snow, and upon entering a narrow alley, they vanished with a pop. Not long after they returned home, the Granger couple arrived. Shaking off the snowflakes, Chris looked at Aiger and Hermione with a smile. "It's wonderful to see you both back so early. The streets tend to grow quite chaotic just before Christmas." "Chaotic?" Aiger inquired, puzzled. "Are there more thieves about?" "Perhaps," Chris shrugged. "I intended to do some shopping today when I discovered that the small supermarket next to the hospital had been robbed. Kaka can protect the Granger family." Kaka piped up, her voice high-pitched, chest out, volunteering eagerly. "We're all right. I serve in the military, and I possess a firearm, along with the necessary permit," Chris chuckled. "But you all should remain cautious." Aiger nodded, while Kaka proudly stood beside him, declaring, "Master Aiger is the most powerful wizard. While I appreciate your sentiment, I must assert that the title of the most powerful wizard belongs to Albus Dumbledore." Aiger responded with a laugh. "I recall you mentioning that Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts." Chris hung up his coat and sat at the table. "He must be immensely powerful, then." "Quite so." Aiger nodded in agreement. "He is revered as the greatest white wizard of the past century, adorned with countless accolades, possessing wisdom bordering on the extraordinary. He is a formidable yet exceedingly reliable wizard." "How remarkable. I believe you're already incredibly powerful, Aiger, with your myriad of magical abilities," Chris remarked, his excitement palpable, as he had long held a fascination for the magical world. "Such feats are quite commonplace in the magical realm. They're not extraordinary," Aiger grinned. "I simply have a rather potent and volatile magical affinity." "Is that so? I would very much like to witness the magical world firsthand," Chris replied with a smile. "You shall," Aiger nodded at him. "Whenever you wish. In fact, I could assist you in procuring some items from the magical realm, though I cannot perform magic myself. Wizards possess many incredibly convenient items, such as tooth replacement potions." Chris chuckled, reminiscing about their first encounter. The family gathered around the dinner table to offer a prayer, while Jane playfully swatted Aiger's hand as he attempted to grab a turkey leg. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, while the fireplace crackled warmly inside, creating a cozy atmosphere. "How peculiar. It seems much drier in here this winter, doesn't it?" Jane observed, clad in a sweater as she served turkey to everyone. "It's a waterproof and moisture-repelling charm," Hermione chimed in with a smile. "Aiger and I recited it throughout the house. It seems our little princess can hardly wait to attend magic school," Chris teased, grinning at his daughter. "I am confident that Hermione will excel wherever she goes," Jane said with a warm smile. I believe successful education is inextricably linked to parental influence. Aiger mused, tilting his head. There is an Eastern saying, if a child is not educated, it is the parent's fault. This implies that if children are not well raised, it is the parent's shortcoming. Typically, parents' characteristics are reflected in their children. Chris nodded thoughtfully. Aiger makes a valid point. It is indeed true. Given your wisdom, would you care for a glass of beer? Chris, Jane exclaimed, slightly annoyed, as she playfully swatted her husband. How can you encourage Aiger to drink? He is still so young. Aiger quickly shot Chris a warning glance, signaling him to refrain from mentioning his secret indulgence. Chris waved his hands apologetically. I was merely jesting. However, Aiger is indeed correct. Jane, still slightly miffed, placed a generous portion of turkey leg onto Aiger's plate. Today, I've witnessed a prime example of parental failure. Jane appeared somewhat exasperated. Earlier today, a couple brought their child in for a tooth extraction. Goodness, to be frank, that child was unbearably overweight and had a terrible temper. He looked to be about Aiger's age, but was utterly foolish, especially his parents. I believe their last name was Dursley. They certainly did not seem to be from London. Those parents were shockingly indulgent. The anesthetic doesn't hurt, but the injection certainly does, Jane expressed with frustration. The moment that child felt pain, he screamed and flailed his arms as if I were trying to take his life. Those parents were even worse, repeatedly attempting to forcefully pull me away, as if they could perform the extraction themselves. That child was clearly spoiled, with rotten teeth from too much candy, but thankfully he was at the age for losing teeth. He would grow new ones. Aiger paused, a sense of familiarity washing over him. The Dursleys, you say? Jane, did you happen to see a thin boy with a scar on his forehead, dressed in rags? Aiger inquired. Not that I noticed. They hardly seemed like the type to allow their child to wear tattered clothing. Everything about that child was of the finest quality, Jane pondered. Eagerly, Aiger understood that the Dursley family, given their character, would never allow Harry to be seen by outsiders. Although he held no particular sentiments towards Harry, Aiger found the family to be remarkably intricate. Firstly, there was Vernon, a quintessential conformist who could not tolerate even the slightest deviation from normalcy. To be fair, as a father and husband, that rotund man exhibited a certain level of decency. His disdain for Harry seemed likely influenced by Petunia. Then there was Petunia, whose jealousy of her sister's magical prowess led her to write to Dumbledore, only to be rebuffed, resulting in a deeply twisted psyche. She exerted tremendous effort to erase all thoughts of the magical world. Yet her clear recollection of the Azkaban guards suggested that her yearning for magic had not entirely faded from her mind. Lastly, Dudley. Aiger felt no urge to comment on him. A classic spoiled child. However, after Harry saved him, Dudley did show a semblance of gratitude, offering Harry cold drinks and contemplating a visit during their move. There was hope for the boy yet. Aiger speculated that the family's reluctance to let Harry attend Hogwarts stemmed from Vernon's desire for a conventional life, while Petunia's motivations seemed more vengeful, perhaps directed at Dumbledore or even Lily, or possibly both. Anticipation, anger, jealousy, and resentment swirled within Aiger. He found Petunia's complexity rather striking. Chapter 19. Harry. Nevertheless, regardless of their eventual feelings, whether they embraced Harry or continued to loathe him, the undeniable truth remained that Harry had lived for 11 years confined beneath the stairs in a cupboard, which did nothing to diminish Aiger's disdain for the Dursleys. Dumbledore was indeed correct. People are often quick to forgive the transgressions of others, but struggle to accept their virtues. Ultimately, even after Harry saved Dudley, Petunia uttered not a single word of acknowledgement to him. Aiger mused on Dumbledore's profound understanding of human nature. Forgiving another's correctness equates to a negation of one's own, a psychological disparity that many find challenging to accept. What are you thinking about? Hermione nudged Aiger, who was lost in contemplation. Nothing of consequence, Aiger replied, shaking his head. Hermione rolled her eyes. Oh, come now, you are certainly pondering something. I know you too well. You must be mulling over what your mother said about that family. Aiger smirked, teasingly gazing at Hermione. Ah, Miss Granger, you seem to know me quite well. How long have you been keeping tabs on me? Hermione's face flushed crimson, akin to a bashful ostrich, while the Granger couple exchanged amused glances. If Miss Granger were to become Caucus Lady, he'd surely be overjoyed, Caucus' high-pitched voice chimed in, causing Hermione's cheeks to redden even further. Caucus' comment left Aiger feeling slightly bashful as well. He grappled with his own feelings. Aisha's affectionate concern made him linger, while the adorable little Hermione was also someone he did not wish to overlook. Such a greedy man, Aiger thought, invoking Merlin to forgive his sins. In a moment of reverie, Aiger believed he heard Merlin's whisper, "Only children make choices." Reflecting on this, Aiger deemed Merlin's words wise, resolving to mature quickly. Perhaps the more one cherishes a place, the faster time slips away within it. 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. For over 2 years, Aiger had remained with the Granger family. After graduating, Aisha sold her old home and settled into a new house next to the Grangers, living in perfect harmony with them. Yet Hermione often sensed a peculiar gaze from Aisha, as if she had stolen something precious from her. Each time she thought of Aiger potentially spending an entire day with Aisha, Hermione felt a twinge of impatience. The 2 years had fostered a deep dependency in Hermione towards Aiger. Before attending Hogwarts, she had few friends and often faced bullying at her Muggle school. However, since Aiger had taught her numerous spells, such incidents had ceased, and now, 2 years later, Hermione had graduated. The summer breeze gently caressed the London sky as Aiger rested his chin in thought, gazing out the window. "Are you thinking about your little girlfriend?" Aisha's slightly jealous voice broke in. "It's all right, I won't mind." Aiger chuckled at Aisha's words. "What on earth are you thinking?" The passage of 2 years had seen Aiger grow taller, his physique more slender compared to his peers. His soft, golden hair was styled back with a fringe cascading down his forehead, giving him an air of charming elegance. "I was pondering what you might be thinking." Aisha sat beside Aiger, giggling softly. "I was contemplating the whereabouts of Professor Quirrell," Aiger replied, amused by Aisha's odd remark. "I wrote him a letter advising him against venturing into the Albanian forest. It's rumored to be rather strange these days." "What did he say?" Aisha inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "He said nothing at all. He didn't reply." Aiger lamented. Though he and Quirrell were not particularly close, it felt unfortunate. Poor unfortunate soul was about to be brainwashed by Voldemort. "Is there danger in Albania?" Aisha asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Just avoid it. It is indeed perilous." "I'm not merely referring to the werewolves or vampires that dwell there." Aiger shook his head. "But enough of that. How is your work going?" "Quite well," Aisha replied cheerfully. "Everyone in the office is very kind to me, except for the soon-to-retire madman, who appears rather fearsome and often yells at people. Of course, that's just his demeanor. He is a good man, despite his intimidating appearance." Aiger grinned. Just then, an owl fluttered down beside Aiger, nabbing a small biscuit from his hand. Aiger removed the letter, and McGonagall's handwriting came into view. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards. Knight of Merlin. First Class. Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Morisers, enough of the trivialities. Come back swiftly. You have been accepted to Hogwarts, and we all miss you dearly. School begins on September 1st. The required books are listed on another sheet. And do remember to reply promptly. Minerva McGonagall. Aisha read McGonagall's letter with delight, laughing uncontrollably. "I swear, this is the most entertaining acceptance letter since Hogwarts was founded. Who would have thought McGonagall would express herself in such a manner?" Aiger chuckled, and with a flick of his wrist, a quill on a nearby table began to scribble on a piece of parchment. "Dear Professor McGonagall, I have received your letter and will be going to Diagon Alley with Hermione tomorrow. Wishing you well. Aiger Morisers." "Aiger, look what I received." The jubilant voice of Hermione reached Aiger, who leaned out of the window to investigate. In her hands, Hermione clutched an envelope, her excitement palpable. Although Aiger had assured Hermione that she would indeed receive a letter, her anticipation was simply too overwhelming to contain. Floating gracefully down from the window, Aiger landed before Hermione, who embraced him with fervor. Upstairs, Aisha rested her chin on her hand, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "We shall venture to Diagon Alley tomorrow." Aiger gently patted Hermione's back, stating, "Oh dear," Aisha interjected, "it seems that may not be possible, Aiger. You would do well to examine this letter." Unbeknownst to them, another owl had appeared beside Aisha, and with a flick of her wand, a letter fell into Aiger's hands. "To Mr. Morisers, I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your time with these two lovely ladies. However, I have a favor to ask of you. I kindly request that you accompany me to collect Harry Potter. Originally, Hagrid would have been the most suitable choice, but I believe you might be able to improve the child's circumstances. Of course, Hagrid will accompany you, as he is expected to arrive shortly. Albus Dumbledore. Is this old chap some sort of omniscient being?" Aiger scoffed. "How does he know everything? Was it Kingsley who informed him?" As evening descended, torrential rain lashed against the windows outside, yet the Granger household was abuzz with merriment, as Mr. and Mrs. Granger had closed their practice early. Aisha arrived at the Granger home ahead of time, where the family gathered around the dining table to celebrate Aiger and Hermione's acceptance into Hogwarts. "Cheers to this splendid occasion." Mr. Chris Granger beamed, raising his glass. On such a joyous day, even Mrs. Jane Granger permitted Aiger a small mug of butterbeer. As the family feasted, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Aiger to dash over, exclaiming, "It must be Hagrid." Indeed, upon opening the door, the towering figure of Hagrid, nearly 3 meters tall, stood before him. "Congratulations on your acceptance, Aiger," Hagrid exclaimed, his arms wide open. With unrestrained joy, Aiger leapt into Hagrid's embrace, dangling from his massive form. "This is Rubeus Hagrid, my friend." Aiger introduced him to the Granger couple. "These are Chris Granger, Jane Granger, and Hermione Granger, Aisha. You're already acquainted." "Indeed, I know all the Gryffindor cubs," Hagrid chuckled, glancing at the group. "I apologize for interrupting, but I have urgent matters. Dumbledore has tasked us with fetching someone. Please, join us for dinner, sir." "I don't suppose it would take long." Chris stood, inviting Hagrid to sit. "I'm afraid I can hardly wait to meet that child. He is the son of a dear friend of mine, and I have awaited this day for far too long." Hagrid laughed wholeheartedly. "I imagine he has longed for this moment, as few magical institutions rival Hogwarts. Actually, he knows nothing of magic at all." Aiger poured cold water on Hagrid's enthusiasm. "He lives in a cupboard under the stairs, worse off than a house elf." "Ha, you jest." Aiger, Hagrid chuckled, patting Aiger on the shoulder, though his expression gradually turned grave. "I hardly seem to be jesting, do I?" Aiger shrugged. "Do you truly believe Dumbledore would assign me otherwise? Perhaps I might improve his situation more than your kindness could. How dare those muggles treat him so?" Hagrid's voice grew hoarse, his eyes reddening. "That child saved the world." Aiger shook his head in exasperation. One could hardly claim he had saved the entire world, though perhaps all of Britain was more accurate. The influence of Voldemort was indeed far less formidable than that of Grindelwald. A realization Aiger had come to grasp since arriving in this world. Over the past 2 years, he had delved into numerous tomes, studying both Grindelwald and Voldemort. Grindelwald's terror lay in his embodiment of idealism. He was strategic, cunning, and adept at manipulating hearts. Most importantly, he was a true visionary, aligning his actions with his rhetoric. At the zenith of his power, he captivated the entire European magical community, and even after his downfall, his theories remained venerated. Should he emerge from that tower, he would rally followers across Europe in an instant. In contrast, what of Voldemort? He wielded nothing but the killing curse, a quintessential terrorist. He compelled others through violence, brimming with arrogance and lacking understanding of the human heart. His reign of terror stemmed solely from that wretched Avada Kedavra. Comparing a cunning strategist to a chainsaw-wielding maniac, the latter may appear more terrifying, but his capabilities were inherently limited. One was a prophet, perpetually deceiving others, while the other was a believer in prophecy, perpetually deceived. Aiger sighed. "I anticipated your reaction. Very well, let us proceed." Bidding farewell to the Granger family, Aiger grasped Hagrid's arm, and in an instant they vanished. Moments later, they materialized by the seaside, where a dilapidated wooden shack was discernible upon the rocks. Here, Aiger raised his wand, conjuring a barrier that repelled the rain within several meters. Hagrid nodded, then turned to Aiger. "I don't understand, Aiger, with your kindness. How can you disregard that child?" "Dumbledore feels the same. His mother's last spell ensured that as long as Harry remained with his relatives until he came of age, those with ill intentions would not harm him. Special circumstances may arise anywhere else, but here, he is safe," Aiger elucidated. "Moreover, according to Dumbledore, Harry's fame within a magical realm is perhaps more burden than boon. Do you understand the folly of youthful arrogance? There are various other reasons, but I cannot divulge too much, Hagrid. It wouldn't be prudent." Hagrid nodded, appearing to absorb Aiger's words. "In these 2 years, I have glimpsed him from a distance, as curiosity tugged at me. Yet Dumbledore wished to prevent me from meeting him prematurely." Aiger shook his head. "Whatever I do here, Hagrid, you must observe quietly and not interrupt my actions, understood?" Of course, Hagrid nodded, his trust in Aiger evident. Aiger fixed his gaze on the distant shack, seizing Hagrid's arm once more as they operate. With a resounding crash, the door of the wooden shack exploded open at Aiger's command, and he strode inside with an impassive demeanor, while Hagrid followed with an imposing presence, resembling a force ready to crash the party rather than deliver a letter. "Who is firing off cannons?" mumbled a small, pudgy boy from a nearby sofa, still groggy. Moments later, a larger, heavier-set boy burst in, brandishing a shotgun, followed closely by a sharp-featured woman. The fearsome appearance of Aiger and Hagrid loomed over them, causing Dudley to scream and scurry behind the woman. "This is Harry," Hagrid remarked, glancing at the timid boy with glasses, who resembled a beetle, a faint smile gracing his lips. "The last time I saw you, you were just a wee lad, Harry." Harry lifted his gaze, a hint of trepidation flickering across his features as he beheld Hagrid's formidable visage. However, The handsome youth by Hagrid's side instilled a considerable sense of security within him. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, yet your eyes are reminiscent of your mother. Hagrid chuckled. I command you to vacate this premises immediately, gentlemen, roared the rotund man nearby, brandishing a shotgun. With a look of disdain, the youth named Aegis regarded the Dursleys, and with a swift flick of his wrist, the shotgun in Vernon's grasp transformed into a mere broomstick. Silence, lest you court death, Aegis warned, his temper evidently not as forgiving as Hagrid's. He cast a disdainful glance at the trio. One more word, and I shall end you. Feeling the damp chill enveloping him, Aegis's mood soured. He should have been enjoying a grand feast at home. This was not Hagrid's fault, but rather the incompetence of these three simpletons. Chapter 20. Intimidation. Aegis surveyed the Dursleys, and, wishing to shield his ears from their loathsome remarks, casually cast a silencing charm upon them. It must be said, this spell is indeed a splendid choice for those who are excessively noisy. Hagrid, I understand that you are somewhat agitated, but perhaps it would be simpler for me to communicate with him regarding the matter at hand. With a flick of his wand, the worn-out sofa upon which Dudley had been slumbering morphed into a luxurious couch, its exquisite embroidery silently lauding Aegis's transfiguration prowess. Harry Potter, Aegis remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he beheld Harry. I imagine you have many questions at this juncture. He settled upon the couch, gesturing for Harry to join him, and then produced a finely crafted pocket watch, a Christmas gift from Mr. Granger the previous year. It is now 6:30, with a stroke of luck. We might still make it to dinner before it concludes, Aegis said, casting another amiable glance at Harry. I beg your pardon, sir, but I find myself somewhat perplexed by your statements, Harry replied, gazing at Aegis with bewilderment. The youth's meticulously tailored attire and refined hairstyle made Harry feel momentarily self-conscious. First and foremost, I must inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Here is your acceptance letter, Aegis declared, producing an envelope and placing it into Harry's hands. Harry glanced at it. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Aegis. I'm sorry, sir, but I believe there has been some mistake. How could I possibly be a wizard? Aegis chuckled lightly. I would prefer to keep this brief, Harry, as I have dinner to attend. Your parents were indeed wizards, James Potter and Lily Potter. 11 years ago, a mad, dark wizard sought to dominate the magical realm. Though he was rather amusing, he undeniably instilled a measure of panic among the populace, and your parents were among those who stood against him. Aegis continued succinctly. When he attempted to take your life, your parents bestowed upon you the most formidable protection, causing his curse to rebound upon him, resulting in his demise. Because of your mother's enchantment, remaining among your relatives ensures your safety, shielding you from those with ill intentions. Thus, your unfortunate living conditions stem from this very reason, and it is why we have not sought you out until now. In truth, I have encountered you several times prior. Aegis smiled, observing Harry as he struggled to comprehend his words. As for the Dursleys' hatred towards you, that rotund man fears you. Of course, one cannot dismiss his desire to protect his wife and child, for your very existence has invoked a certain dread in them. Even though they are muggles, they are not as foolish as they appear. Vernon's face flushed crimson, his mouth opening and closing in a futile attempt to articulate a response, while Hagrid glared at him ominously. Your aunt, being your mother's sister, has harbored jealousy towards her since your mother possessed magical abilities that she lacked. She even wrote to Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, hoping to gain admission, but magic is not something everyone can learn. Consequently, her resentment towards your mother has been projected onto you. Do not be deceived by her disdain for magic. In truth, she longs to be part of that wondrous world. Upon hearing Aegis's words, Vernon cast a disbelieving glance at his wife, while Petunia appeared as though her secrets had been laid bare, her head bowed in trepidation. Aegis regarded Harry with a smile, encouraging him to voice any inquiries he might have. I'm still having trouble believing this, Harry stammered, his green eyes searching Aegis's. Could there truly be a mistake? Trust me, there is no error. The Hogwarts acceptance letter has been without fault for centuries, Aegis affirmed with a nod. I too feel confident in my intuition. I can sense the magic coursing through you. Observing Harry's lingering apprehension, Aegis shook his head. You're a Parselmouth, are you not? You possess the ability to converse with snakes. Hagrid, standing nearby, shuddered in disbelief at this revelation concerning Harry. Aegis shrugged nonchalantly. In fact, I can as well. Sometimes, peculiar occurrences unfold when you are particularly emotional, such as the incident at the zoo with the glass. Aegis surveyed Harry with a grin, noting the spark of realization flickering in Harry's eyes. This wretched place is unbearably cold, Aegis declared, flicking his wrist, and with a resounding crackle. Flames erupted in the nearby fireplace. Now, the question remains, are you willing to accompany us to Hogwarts? Do not fret about tuition. Your parents left behind a substantial inheritance, mountains of gold. At the mention of gold, a glimmer of greed flashed in Vernon's and Petunia's eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by trepidation as they turned their gaze toward Hagrid, who watched them with predatory intent. I am aware that your years have been fraught with difficulty, Aegis said, rising from his seat and regarding Harry with a cold demeanor. Do you understand why they prevented you from attending Hogwarts? Harry shook his head, prompting Aegis to chuckle softly. Because of jealousy, because of fear, Aegis whispered. Channeling the essence of Severus Snape, his performance heightened. They fear that you may seek revenge through your learned spells. For a wizard, it is all too easy to harm a muggle, Harry. His voice, as seductive as a demon's whisper, ensnared the mind, and then, with a flick of his wand towards the adjacent wall, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending a beam of red light crashing through it and into the distant sea, where the waters churned violently, akin to cannon fire. This is the power of a wizard, Harry, Aegis laughed, observing the Dursleys' pallid faces as he slowly aimed his wand at them. Now, for you, who is on the verge of enrollment, they are clearly of no further use. Hagrid watched Aegis, torn between words, but recalled Aegis's previous remarks and chose to remain silent, observing with rapt attention. Your mother's enchantment will protect you until adulthood, provided you are in the company of relatives, Aegis said, his smile dark and sinister. Consider their mistreatment of you over the years, Harry. I could assist you in eliminating them, leaving only that foolish child. Their blood ties render him a relative as well. I could help you control him with potions or spells. Now, the time for vengeance has arrived. Aegis's lips curled into a wicked grin as he cast a malevolent gaze upon the Dursleys. Vernon's face blanched in terror as he instinctively shielded his wife and son, striving to articulate a defense, but finding himself utterly speechless. Aegis's magic was clearly beyond his capacity to challenge. Do you know what I despise the most, Harry? AIG laughed softly. I harbor a deep disdain for those who are acerbic and malicious. Their twisted minds are steeped in resentment and jealousy, embodying the worst traits of humanity. I can unequivocally tell you that the Dursleys are precisely such individuals. Even in death, they would not elicit any sympathy. With my level of magical prowess, no one would ever discern our involvement. They would perish silently, swallowed by the depths of the sea. Harry gazed at AIG, who held his wand aloft. Fear etched across his features. In an instant, as if struck by a sudden thought, he rushed to shield the Dursleys with outstretched arms, shaking his head at AIG. Please, don't kill them. I beg you. Harry felt an overwhelming terror, oblivious to the impulsive nature of his actions. The Dursleys huddled together, their expressions a tapestry of confusion as they looked at the boy standing before them. A voice within Harry urged him persistently, let them perish. They are loathsome. He shook his head in defiance. Consider the torment they have inflicted upon you over the years. Have you not lived better than a mere animal? The insidious voice continued its taunts, but Harry resolutely attempted to cast them from his mind. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him, cold sweat trickling down his brow, the intimidating presence of AIG's wand weighing heavily on him. Give me a reason, Harry. AIG's countenance remained impassive. Do you not harbor hatred for them? Your childhood should have been filled with joy, yet their selfishness, jealousy, and greed have rendered your existence miserable. But they did provide me with sustenance, Harry retorted, forcing himself to maintain composure. What I mean to say is that I struggle to articulate my feelings, but you understand. AIG scrutinized Harry for a moment before slowly lowering his wand. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return, although they have not been particularly kind to me. Harry swallowed hard, nodding earnestly. I believe they do not deserve this. AIG nodded at Harry's hesitant demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, he recognized that Harry's ascension to prominence was not without justification. Is there not a world more suited for me? Harry gazed at AIG with hopeful eyes. Indeed, you shall achieve greatness. AIG replied with a chuckle. In truth, I never truly intended to kill them, although my disdain for them is genuine. With a flick of his wand, the Dursleys suddenly felt their tongues loosen from the roofs of their mouths. Vernon, his face flushed, grasped Harry's shoulder and struggled to speak. Don't go. It's dangerous. If you truly cared, perhaps over these 11 years, you could have made his life a bit more bearable. AIG glared at the Dursleys. What purpose does it serve to utter such empty words now? Vernon was left speechless, choked by AIG's words. Harry glanced at Vernon and offered a smile, feeling for the first time in 11 years that perhaps this family was not so detestable after all. As he followed AIG outside, a voice called out behind him. Dudley looked at Harry in panic, then stepped forward to embrace him. Thank you. No, Harry looked at his corpulent cousin, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity. I'm sorry, Dudley stammered, unable to meet Harry's gaze. It's all right, Harry smiled. It seems I'm not as unpleasant as I appear, is that right? They exchanged a glance, and Dudley managed a shy grin. And you? Aiger's gaze turned sharp as it landed on Aunt Petunia. Petunia, seemingly dazed, swallowed hard and stepped forward to gently caress Harry's face, her eyes darting nervously towards Aiger. She had encountered the magical realm before and understood that Dumbledore might not hold her accountable for her past transgressions. However, this boy before her, who appeared to be the same age as her son, seemed far less forgiving. Your eyes resemble lilies. Petunia gazed at Harry with a complex expression. Forgive me for all that I have done over the years. With tears welling in her eyes, she stepped forward and embraced Harry, her voice trembling. I was just so frightened. Lily and that Potter. I didn't truly despise them. Harry felt a lump in his throat, despite the Dursley's mistreatment over the years. Time had forged a peculiar bond within him. How ridiculous I am when they have treated me so poorly. I don't blame you, Harry chuckled bitterly, embracing Aunt Petunia. I think I may have been a bit odd. If you don't mind, may I return next summer? Petunia, with a bittersweet smile, kissed the top of Harry's head. Of course, Christmas is also welcome. It proves that the finest way to forgive others is to first forgive oneself. Aiger's expression remained impassive as he regarded the Dursleys. Do not perceive the magical world as peculiar. We, too, are human, with emotions and desires just like anyone else. Such unfortunate circumstances, aren't they, Hagrid? Aiger surveyed the wall he had just obliterated, and with a wave of his wand, it was restored to pristine condition. Let us depart. I hope the festivities of the evening have not yet concluded. Link your arm with mine, Harry. Harry quickly stepped forward to link arms with Aiger, who then transported them with a pop, vanishing from the room. Harry's arrival reignited the lively atmosphere within the Granger household. As Aisha and Hermione expressed their curiosity about the boy who had narrowly escaped a dire fate, bombarding him with questions. So, you always knew where he was? Hermione pouted, staring at Aiger. My goodness, you allowed him to live such a life without intervening? It was not my decision. Dumbledore forbade it. Aiger shrugged. I had previously discussed this with him, but he deemed it was not yet the right moment to bring Harry home. Noticing Harry's palpable tension, Aiger beckoned him into the house. Change your clothes. Those oversized garments do not suit you. As he spoke, Aiger produced a set of his own athletic wear, offering it to Harry, both of them being of similar stature, albeit somewhat lean. Oh, thank you, Harry replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he slowly changed. A few minutes later, Harry looked at Aiger, hesitating as if he had something to say. Is there something else you wish to ask? Aiger observed Harry with a teasing glint in his eyes. Not really, I just still feel a bit anxious, Harry admitted awkwardly. It all feels so surreal, like a dream. Aiger chuckled lightly. That is a perfectly normal reaction. Earlier, at the Dursleys, did you truly intend to kill them? Harry inquired nervously, his gaze fixed on Aiger. Of course not. Protecting one's family is not inherently wrong. They certainly do not deserve to die. What I said was sincere. I genuinely had no intention of taking their lives, Aiger replied, shrugging. However, I was merely curious how you would have reacted under such circumstances, whether you would have saved them or not. Harry paused, contemplating. What if I had? You would have saved them, Harry, Aiger interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Hagrid's task was to bring you to safety. Mine is to enhance your quality of life. I knew you would act to save them, which is why I proceeded as I did. Do not overthink it. Your kindness is evident, though I have observed that you can be rather impulsive at times. Chapter 21, The Beginning of Term. So, do you understand a bit more now? Aiger chuckled. Speaking of which, I hope you can promise me one thing, Harry. What is it? Harry blinked his emerald eyes at Aiger. As you step into the magical realm, I want you to trust me unconditionally, no matter the circumstances, no matter what I do, or even what happens to you. You must trust me and Dumbledore without reservation. Aiger gazed intently into Harry's eyes. Though this request may seem excessive, can you assure me of this? I will, Aiger. Harry nodded. We are friends, right? I trust you. Then let us hurry downstairs. Aunt Jan has prepared an array of desserts. Goodness, Kaka is bound to cry again. Aiger led Harry down the stairs, only to find Hagrid's massive form waiting at the foot of the stairs. It seems dessert will elude me tonight. Aiger gestured for Harry to proceed into the living room, and then turned his smiling gaze toward Hagrid. What troubles you? You know what I'm thinking, Aiger? Hagrid's deep voice rumbled, cautiously glancing toward the living room and whispering. Harry, is a Parselmouth? You too? Harry's ability is not innate, You know that. He has a connection with Voldemort. That wretched soul is not yet vanquished. Aigel's expression remained impassive, and Hagrid visibly shuddered at the name, looking somewhat helplessly at Aiger. Well then, what about you? Hagrid scrutinized Aiger. I hope you aren't implying that you had a similar encounter with the Dark Lord. That is patently impossible, Aiger replied, shaking his head with a chuckle. Mine stems from some peculiar circumstances. Upon reflection, I did encounter snakes in my childhood, but I never understood their language. My reaction arose only upon seeing Parseltongue. Hagrid visibly relaxed at this, reaching out to pat Aigel's head. I apologize for my lack of thought. I was merely overly concerned. Clearly, Hagrid, you are too simple-minded to overthink. Aiger smiled at him. Aiger, you've grown quite mischievous. Hagrid paused, taken aback by Aigel's comment, before bursting into laughter. All right, let us eat. I won't linger with you around. I feel at ease. Won't you stay for the night? Aiger looked at Hagrid with a hint of regret. No, I must return promptly to report to Dumbledore. By the way, here is the key to the Potter family vault. Remember to take Harry to retrieve the funds tomorrow. Hagrid handed Aiger a gleaming golden key. I shall. Would you prefer I escort you directly to Hogsmeade? Aiger smiled. I think I shall ride my motorcycle. As you know, I've always wanted to seize the opportunity to ride a bit more. Hagrid patted Aiger on the shoulder, greeted the Granger family in the living room, and then departed into the night. Later that evening, in Aigel's room, Harry, clad in striped pajamas, was playfully teasing the popcorn and coda. The sound of the door creaking open announced Aigel's entrance, his damp hair framing his face as he walked in wearing only shorts. His ruby necklace shimmering with a magical glow under the light. Don't look at me like that. I've never been fond of sleeping in pajamas, Aiger shrugged. It seems you've been getting along well with them. Harry laughed. Aiger, are you quite skilled in magic? Well enough, Aiger mused. I mentioned my circumstances are unique. By the way, Aiger rummaged through the nightstand and produced a brand new black robe and a small box. Happy early birthday. The robe is my gift, and Hagrid baked you a cake, but merely as a keepsake. His culinary creations are not for the faint-hearted. Aiger chuckled. Harry opened the box and dipped his finger into a piece of chocolate, only to be overwhelmed by an exquisite yet rich aroma that wafted up. Harry's face shifted slightly in discomfort. See? I warned you, Aiger laughed. The following morning, the Granger family was all set to depart, their excitement palpable. Mom, there's no need to be nervous. It's really no big deal, Hermione reassured her mother with an air of maturity. But my daughter couldn't sleep a wink last night. Brimming with excitement for her first trip to Diagon Alley. I've been curious for quite some time, Jan teased, glancing at Hermione, whose face flushed with embarrassment. Especially with Aiger nearby. In that case, let's set off. Aiger clapped his hands. Outside, a small car idled, awaiting the group, with Kingsley and Aisha beaming at Aiger and the others. This is a borrowed vehicle from the Ministry of Magic, thanks to Kingsley's assistance. Aisha hugged Aiger and planted a kiss on his cheek. The car has been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, allowing for ample seating. Kingsley, seated in the driver's seat, greeted the group, wishing you a delightful school year. May your work be enjoyable. Aiger grinned, leaning over the back of Kingsley's seat. As long as you don't cause trouble. My job will be quite enjoyable. Kingsley rolled his eyes, his hearty laughter echoing. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Aiger led the Granger family and Harry toward the pub, when a low voice called out from behind. Aiger. Turning, Aiger saw Kingsley leaning against the car window, his eyes slightly red-rimmed. Congratulations on surviving. Kingsley recalled the anxious, frantic expression Aiger wore years ago, and, taking a closer look at Aiger's youthful face, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. You've grown so much. I told you I would survive, Aiger grinned. Harry looked at Aiger, puzzled, unsure of their exchanged words' meaning. The group traversed through the Leaky Cauldron, with Aisha guiding the Grangers to shop for Hermione's supplies. Since Aiger had already gathered most of what Hermione needed, Aisha merely led them on a leisurely stroll through Diagon Alley, while Aiger took Harry to Gringotts. Aiger observed Harry's curious demeanor and reiterated his usual warning. Stay close to me. These goblins are far from friendly, selfish, and greedy. Harry nodded vigorously, trailing closely behind Aiger. Every time you visit, we hear your candid assessments, Mr. Morris, a somewhat balding goblin glowered from behind counter. Is that so? I sincerely apologize, Mr. Ragnarok. I assure you it won't happen again, Aiger replied cheerfully, addressing the goblin. Mr. Harry Potter is here to retrieve his funds. Here is the key. Ragnarok scrutinized Harry, taking the key and gesturing for them to follow. Incredible. You actually survived. Ragnarok's voice dripped with skepticism as he continued. I read the prophet recently. You successfully wielded that artifact. While I hold a strong disdain for humans, I cannot deny that they are remarkably adaptable beings. Aiger ignored his comments, reclining comfortably in the small cart, while Harry looked at Aiger with confusion, wanting to ask something but hesitating when he glanced at Ragnarok. Moments later, Aiger was nearly blinded by the gleam of gold in the vault. Bloody hell! Aiger stared, dumbfounded at the mountain of gold within the vault, slowly exhaling a curse. The Potter family vault truly contained a staggering fortune. The pile of galleons, towering over 2 meters high, completely covered the floor of the vault, leaving Harry momentarily dazed at the sight of his newfound wealth. How much should I take, Hagrid? Harry turned to inquire. 100 will suffice, Hagrid nodded. 100 galleons, when arranged, barely measured up to 50 centimeters in length. It was clearly a mere drop in the ocean compared to the mountain of gold before him. Before long, they arrived at another vault. Hagrid glanced at Hagrid. This is your vault. Hagrid nodded and stepped inside to inspect it. The pile of gold was noticeably higher than the previous knee-high stack, indicating that Hagrid had been diligent in saving for him, estimating it to be nearly 8,000 galleons. Seeing Hagrid's pile of gold dwarfed by his own, Harry felt a twinge of guilt. Hagrid, I can help you buy some things. Hagrid chuckled heartily. No need for that. As it stands, I'm quite well off in the wizarding world. You should save your money. That wealth belongs to the Potter family, not just what your parents left behind. Observing Harry's discomfort, Hagrid reclined against the cart's backrest, nonchalantly assuring him, what you see here is the result of my earnings over the past 3 years. I have plenty of avenues for income. You needn't worry about me. Harry nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed, glancing at the list in his hand. I still need a cauldron, an owl, a pile of books, and a wand. Hagrid nodded and led Harry out of Gringotts. Let us start by getting your wand. They made their way to Ollivander's wand shop, where Hagrid greeted Ollivander with a friendly wave. A 70% discount. Ollivander chuckled, shaking his head as he watched Hagrid stroll away. Hagrid didn't accompany Harry in choosing his wand, but instead headed straight to the Elop's Owl Emporium. Upon entering, he spotted a round-headed, pure white owl that turned its head to look at him, the only one of its kind in the shop. This one, Hagrid pointed. Ah, mister. Hagrid, the shopkeeper recognized him immediately as the one who had previously purchased a laughing owl. Before she could say more, Hagrid interrupted. No small talk. How much? 10 galleons. She promptly replied. Hagrid handed over a stack of galleons, lifted the cage, and turned to leave, playfully teasing the white bird inside. He felt a pang of sympathy for the chubby owl. If memory served him right, it was this foolishly brave bird that had ultimately sacrificed itself to protect Harry from a curse. Poor thing, Hagrid murmured, stroking the snowy owl's head. I'll take you to meet your owner. They returned to Ollivander's wand shop, where Hagrid pushed the door open. Ding, ding, ding. Look what I got for you. Harry gazed at Hagrid in astonishment. It's beautiful. What is its name? How about Hedwig? I recall reading that name in the history of magic. I think it sounds lovely. Hagrid instantly christened the owl. The wand in his hand was the very same described in the tales, made of holly, with a phoenix feather from Fox and 11 inches long. Hagrid was taken aback. Was it truly the wand that chose the wizard? After ensuring that they had gathered all the necessary items, Hagrid led Harry to the leaky cauldron, where the Granger family awaited them. Aisha was animatedly discussing Hogwarts with her family. Hagrid couldn't help but feel exasperated at the sight of Professor Quirrell, seated at the bar, wrapped in a peculiar turban. Professor Quirrell. Long time no see, Hagrid greeted him. This is Harry Potter, the new student this year, just like me. I'm sure he'll enjoy your class. At that moment, the tavern fell silent, and patrons turned in astonishment to stare at Harry, who stood beside Hagrid. HarryPotter. What an honor to meet you. Quirrell stammered, his eyes darting nervously. I teach defense against the dark arts, but I suppose you need to learn from me, right? Ha! Hagrid observed Quirrell with curiosity. You seem a bit unwell. Oh, it's nothing, Quirrell replied, shivering slightly. I encountered some rather terrifying experiences while traveling this holiday. It left me a bit jumpy. No need to worry. Thank you. Hagrid decided it best not to tease him, noting how close he seemed to suffocating from anxiety. Wizards and witches around them excitedly approached Harry, eagerly shaking his hand and introducing themselves, hoping to befriend the boy who had survived. Not lingering long, Hagrid guided the group back home. I don't understand, Harry said, looking perplexed at Hagrid. It seems like they all know me. That's because you were the only one who survived the Dark Lord, Aisha explained. His curse hit you, but rebounded upon him. At the time, he instigated great terror in the British wizarding community, so they are all grateful to you. In the wizarding world, you are quite famous, Harry. Harry looked a bit embarrassed. But I didn't do anything. I was too young to comprehend it all. I didn't even understand what was happening. For them, it matters not the details, but the outcome, Harry, Hagrid replied. lounging on the sofa and accepting a glass of juice respectfully offered by Karkaroff. To them, the result was fortunate, and thus they expressed their gratitude, indifferent to what transpired. People often see only what they wish to see. My dear, I know you're intelligent, but as your guardian, I hope you won't delve too deeply into the nature of humanity at your age. I fear you may stray down a troubling path, Aisha said, embracing Hagrid from behind. Besides, you're making people worry. Hagrid blushed and smiled shyly, shifting awkwardly, feeling a delightful flutter in his heart. Harry chuckled. It's only now that I feel you're my age, Hagrid. Harry was right. Hagrid certainly did not wish for him to resemble Dumbledore in the future. Now that would be quite frightening. Aisha tousled Hagrid's hair. Just thinking of Professor Dumbledore's all-seeing gaze makes me uneasy. Sometimes I even see shadows of Snape in you, Hagrid. You mustn't turn out like him. Keep your distance. Who is Snape? Harry glanced at Hagrid, the head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts. A bitter, vengeful man, humorless, psychologically twisted, and cunning. I am his pupil. Hagrid offered a relatively fair assessment. I suspect you will find him quite disagreeable. Harry laughed, sensing that Hagrid was joking. However, he felt puzzled. Hagrid's expression was decidedly serious. Time sped by, and soon another month had passed. Harry had spent nearly a month living with the Granger family, sharing a room with Hagrid. The Grangers had no objections to Hagrid's proposal for Harry to stay. Hagrid had always managed his own expenses, and the Granger couple repeatedly insisted that Hagrid should not spend his own money. Nonetheless, Hagrid was quite resolute on this matter. Indeed, it was Hagrid who had purchased Hermione's books, and after visiting Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley, they realized just how expensive Hermione's reading material had been all along. This left the Granger couple feeling quite guilty, prompting them to purchase an exquisite golden cauldron as a gift for A.G. They spent a considerable sum. A.E.G. merely cast a glance at it, and immediately discerned that the couple had been swindled. As a disciple of Snape, though not particularly fond of the tedious brewing of potions, possessed a discerning eye for materials and instruments. The cauldron was evidently ostentatious, yet impractical, and its interior was made of copper, clearly intended for display rather than use. Nevertheless, A.G. refrained from voicing his thoughts, graciously accepting the couple's kind intentions and admonishing Hermione to ensure they ceased their impulsive purchases. A.E.G. was not in need of cauldrons. Snape had an abundance, and he could easily procure any potions he required by simply asking. If denied, then he would perish. An unbreakable vow is not so easily disregarded. Chapter 22. The Hogwarts Express. On the morning of September 1st, A.G. saw Harry and Hermione off onto the train and then apparat directly to Hogsmeade, making his way towards the school. Long time no see, old Dumbledore, A.G. announced as he burst into the headmaster's office. Where did you learn the password to the headmaster's office? Dumbledore inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his smile. There are only a few, and this time it happens to be Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Quite uncharacteristic of you, A.G. replied, playfully teasing Fawkes, the great redbird. Dumbledore nodded, then regarded A.E.G. with curiosity. I am intrigued as to what has caused you to be so impatient this afternoon. You encountered Professor Quirrell, did you not? A.E.G. glanced at Dumbledore. Not only did I see him, but I also sensed a rather unpleasant aura. Dumbledore nodded. It seems he has undergone a significant transformation. He is likely scheming regarding the Philosopher's Stone. I took it. I suspect as much, but I've already spread the word that the stone is hidden in Gringotts. In your vault. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. What? A.E.G.'s previously cheerful expression suddenly froze. What did you say? The Hogwarts of early morning was refreshingly serene, with a few pigeons cooing as they settled on the windowsill, only to be startled into flight by a resounding shout. Ah, what on earth are you doing? You old coot. In the office, A.E.G.'s face twisted in rage as he grasped Dumbledore's beard. My precious money. Dumbledore waved his hand, and A.E.G. found himself slumping into a nearby armchair. Calm down, A.G. The money will not vanish. I believe you know what he desires. But what if it does? What if my money is lost? A.E.G. whimpered, gazing at Dumbledore with watery eyes. Perhaps he might casually pocket a few coins upon discovering the absence of the stone. If it is lost, I am willing to compensate you. Dumbledore replied with a resigned shake of his head. A.E.G. expressionless sniffled. When did he go? Dumbledore replied. He has already been, on the very day you took Harry to withdraw money. It appears you have not been following the news. Well then, are you planning to put Harry to the test? A.E.G. looked at Dumbledore. Not at all. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers beneath his chin, his blue eyes scrutinizing. I merely hope he can gradually grow stronger and face death with composure. Will he die? Aeg asked, distractedly teasing Fawkes. Dumbledore's gaze remained calm. Though his demeanor was serene, Aeg keenly perceived a fleeting shadow of sadness and guilt in the eyes of the centenarian. He will not, Professor. Aeg gently nodded, and neither will you. Therefore, do not bear too much alone, I assure you. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore slowly nodded in understanding. So, may I interpret this as you not intending to abandon anyone? Not a chance. Aeg smirked. I could never bear to part with any of them. Dumbledore's tone, rarely imbued with emotion, brightened slightly. I am proud of you, Aeg. The old man rose, his tall figure silhouetted against the window, exuding an inexplicable melancholy. Sometimes I wonder, if my story included someone from outside the narrative, would everything change? I'm truly grateful for the woolen socks you have gifted me. I receive hundreds each year, and I could wear them for a lifetime. Let us look forward to this year's Christmas. Aeg chuckled. You might end up wearing them into your next life. Watching Dumbledore turn away, Aeg nestled into the armchair and smiled. I feel that Hogwarts is my home. I'm uncertain if you feel the same, but I certainly do. As long as I am within this castle, Severus's elongated visage will always appear rather endearing. Dumbledore nodded, chuckling softly. I am grateful to you. I find myself growing increasingly muddled, unable to grasp such simple truths. You understand better than anyone else. Otherwise, you wouldn't remain at Hogwarts. You simply harbor regrets, Professor. Aeg shook his head. Regrets are not to be feared, but one must regard them correctly. The departed have passed. Why can we not forgive ourselves? I believe that even those who have left would wish for your happiness. Dumbledore nodded. You speak wisely, Aeg, but I fear I still require some time. After the passing of old Mrs. Hooch, I only wept one night and was back to my lively self the next day. Aeg stood, walking to the door, waving at Dumbledore's back. I intend to carry on with the spirit of the old lady and live joyfully. You should do the same, Professor. If you were to die, I would become the Dark Lord, you know, for no one else could stop me. The mere notion elicited a chuckle from Dumbledore. That might be the most unreliable Dark Lord in history. I think so too. Aeg shrugged, opening the door and departing. It was a rare sunny day, and on the vast plains, the cattle and sheep grazed leisurely. In the sky, an unidentified flying object emitting a white glow zipped by. This was a special application of apparition, a signature move of the Death Eaters, though the Order of the Phoenix could execute it as well, with slight modifications to alter the magical radiance surrounding them. Aeg soared through the air, and in the distance, a red steam engine came into view. Aeg glided to the train window, his form flickering into a compartment, startling the students within with a sudden pop. Do not worry. I am a new student, Aeg said, raising his hands as he stepped out of the compartment, searching for Hermione. Is an apparition only permitted after one turns of age? One student asked, bewildered. What concerns me more is whether the new students can already perform apparition. A boy gazed blankly at Aeg's retreating figure. When Aeg finally found Hermione and Harry, he was astonished to discover Ron was in the same compartment. However, he bore no animosity towards Ron. This young lad, clearly still naive, was far from being a rival. Aeg merely needed to subtly shift Ron's focus before his romantic inclinations matured, and the boy would cease fixating on Hermione. This is Ron Weasley. Ron, this is Aeg Morisers. Harry shifted a seat for Aeg, who gestured dismissively and settled beside Hermione, sitting across from the two. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Ron stared at Aeg in astonishment. Goodness, you are Aeg Morisers? Aeg greeted him with a warm smile. Good afternoon. How is Charlie? He's well. Currently enjoying some dragon time in Romania. Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances at Ron, who explained, Aeg Morisers, acclaimed as the most prodigious young wizard of the millennium in magical history, single-handedly overshadowed an entire academy by the age of 8. Initially believed to be a mere parasite who wouldn't survive past 10, yet here he stands, thriving. Don't you read the prophet? Charlie and Percy are practically enamored with him, wishing they could claim him as their brother. Harry and Hermione gazed at Aeg in sheer astonishment. Aeg, somewhat bewildered, remarked, It can't be as exaggerated as you say. Can it? Am I truly that remarkable? While he was well aware of his own abilities, he understood that although Dumbledore publicly claimed to have the situation with the parasite under control, Aeg knew the parasite was evolving alongside him, and he could barely contain it from erupting. The consequences of such an eruption remained uncertain. A flurry of noise erupted as a plump lady with a charming smile and dimples pushed open the compartment door. Darling, what would you like to eat? Ron's face turned slightly crimson as he mumbled something about having brought a sandwich. Aeg produced a few galleons, letting several coins drift gently into the lady's pocket. We'll take it all. No need for change. Thank you. Oh dear, that's quite generous, she replied with a cheerful smile. Come, let's eat together. Aiger beckoned, signaling for Ron to join them. Though Ron appeared somewhat hesitant, he nonetheless shuffled over. As they dined, the sound of the door opening caught their attention. A chubby boy timidly gazed at them. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Aiger shrugged and waved his hand, prompting a series of shrieks from the corridor as a toad flopped from a distance and landed in Aiger's palm. Is this yours? Aiger inquired, looking at the boy. You're Neville Longbottom, aren't you? The boy nodded nervously. Aiger smiled. I've heard of you. Your parents were very brave and remarkable. Would you like to join us for a bite? Neville shook his head in alarm and hurried away, seemingly frightened by Aiger's knowledge of his parents and perhaps feeling ashamed of their situation at St. Mungo's. Ron observed, puzzled. It's as if we were about to eat him. He seemed the same when I saw him on the platform, Harry remarked. If I bought a toad, I would lose it as quickly as possible. The sooner, the better. Ron frowned, adding, but now that I have Scabbers, I won't say much. I just have a feeling he's about to kick the bucket. A typical display of irresponsibility. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving look. Aiger is good to all his pets, always caring for them, regardless of their appearance. He would never let them come to harm. All pets? How many do you have? Ron asked, astonished. A Kneazle, a Bowtruckle, an owl, and a hippogriff. Aiger pondered. Yes. Buckbeak is mine. Ron muttered. I would treat such fine pets well too. It's different. Aiger would even treat a toad kindly. Hermione insisted, her expression fierce, as if confident in Aiger's character. Aiger nodded. In fact, I find toads quite fascinating, though they seem a bit dim-witted and unable to comprehend speech. I considered buying one, but they don't live long, and it would be disheartening when they pass, so I refrained. Great, I can't even scrape together the money to buy a toad, Ron lamented, glancing at the rat on his lap. I only have Scabbers, but he's rather dull, always sleeping. I tried to turn him yellow yesterday, but my spell failed miserably. Let me show you. With that, Ron rummaged through his trunk for a while, finally producing a very worn wand with some areas peeling and unicorn hair poking out. Yet Aiger recognized it as Charlie's wand. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine turned this silly fat rat yellow. An eerie silence followed as Aiger and the others stared blankly at the immobile Scabbers in Ron's arms. Are you sure that's a spell? Hermione pouted, unable to restrain herself. It doesn't seem very effective, does it? Aiger taught me many spells, and clearly, this is not one of them. No one in my family can do magic. When Aiger appeared before us, I was utterly astonished. Though he assured me I would be accepted, I was still thrilled when I received my acceptance letter, and I memorized all the textbooks in a month. Hermione babbled excitedly. Aiger taught me quite a few spells as well, but aside from the defense against the dark arts, I think I lack talent in other areas, Harry remarked dryly. As Aiger unwrapped a chocolate frog, he turned to Harry. In truth, I am rather similar. My talent lies primarily in dark arts. So it's true what the papers say? Ron gazed at Aiger in disbelief. Will the Morisers truly become a dark wizard? How is that possible? Hermione interjected sharply, glaring at Ron in anger. Just because one knows dark magic doesn't mean they are a dark wizard. Aiger chuckled. To speak of dark magic, Professor Dumbledore knows far more than I do and can perform it with greater proficiency. Aiger regarded the three beside him with seriousness. To know and not to use. That is the distinction between a white wizard and a dark wizard. The three unforgivable curses are widely known, yet few dare to employ them. Unforgivable curses? Harry questioned, perplexed. The Cruciatus, the Imperius, and the Avada Kedavra. 3 curses without counterspells, Aiger explained. Your scar was left by the Avada Kedavra, and you are the only one known to have survived it. Harry touched his scar in a daze, then looked at Aiger. Aiger, I'm not doubting you. I'm just asking if you can use those curses. While I wish to instill a proper sense of values in you, Harry, I must tell you that if necessary, I would employ spells 10 times more malicious than those. Aiger nodded. If it weren't for such circumstances, I would keep these curses buried in my heart for a lifetime. Wow, you're so cool. Ron stared at Aiger, and noticing Harry and Hermione's puzzled expressions, he asked, is there something wrong? I feel like Aiger is a real wizard. I don't see that in my father, that kind of wisdom. It's wisdom. Hermione quickly corrected his misstatement, while Aiger and Harry laughed heartily. The compartment door swung open with a crash as 3 boys entered. Is it true? Malfoy looked at Harry and asked. The entire train is abuzz, saying Harry Potter is in this compartment. So it's you isn't it? This is Crab. And this is Goyle. Draco Malfoy, with a piercing gaze directed at Harry, proclaimed, I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron stifled a cough to suppress a laugh, prompting Malfoy to turn his attention towards him. Do you find my name amusing? I needn't inquire as to your identity. Malfoy regarded Ron with disdain. The Weasley family is notorious for their red hair, freckled faces, and an abundance of children that they struggle to support. He then shifted his focus back to Harry. You will soon realize that some wizarding families are far superior to others, Potter. Surely, you wouldn't wish to associate with such peculiar individuals? I could assist you in this regard. As Malfoy extended his hand for a handshake, Harry disregarded him, instinctively on the verge of responding when a voice from the opposite seat interrupted. I warned you, Draco, echoed the voice of Aegis, causing Malfoy to turn, his already pale complexion turning ghostly white as he recoiled in fear. I should have made it clear that the consequences of offending my friends are quite severe. Aegis finally tore open the wrapper of a chocolate frog, having struggled to elicit a laugh moments prior. Malfoy, trembling, gazed at Aegis. You can't do this. Snape is a friend of my father's. He is your teacher. Aegis paused, somewhat taken aback. That surprises me. I assumed you would be his protege, given your father's association. Apparently, I was mistaken. As Aegis raised his hand, Malfoy's face turned even paler, and he screamed as he fled, followed closely by his two pudgy lackeys, who, though bewildered, hurried after him. Blimey, that was impressive. Why is he so afraid of you? Ron stared at Aegis in disbelief. Perhaps it's because a few years back, I nearly obliterated him. Aegis chuckled, eyeing the chocolate frog card in his hand. Wow, is Severus featured on a chocolate frog card? Chapter 23, Gryffindor. Harry, puzzled, inquired about the identity of Snape. Aegis held out the card for Harry to see. Behold, this is the man with the prominent hooked nose, Severus Snape. His appearance on this card suggests he possesses a modicum of renown. Wouldn't you agree? Gazing at the somber-faced man depicted on the card, Harry felt an immediate aversion. You are right. I shall undoubtedly detest him, Harry lamented, shaking his head. Apologies, Aegis, even if he is your teacher. In truth, you're not the first to harbor such feelings, Ron chimed in, chewing on a piece of gum with effort. My brothers all dislike him. Even Percy feels the same way. It's not your fault. Our entire family belongs to Gryffindor, while Snape is the head of Slytherin. And most dark wizards emerge from Slytherin. Harry remained perplexed, but Hermione, seated beside Aegis, nodded in affirmation. That is indeed the case. The mysterious figure who left you with that scar was also a Slytherin student, as I read in the history of modern magic, although his name eludes me. Harry swore he would never set foot in Slytherin. Aegis, do you intend to join that house? He queried. Aegis pondered for a moment before responding. Out of a sense of pride, I would prefer to be sorted into Ravenclaw to prove my intelligence. Yet, truth be told, I'm not particularly fond of Ravenclaw. Slytherin could be quite appealing. Those fellows have a love-hate relationship with me. Hufflepuff is also nice, although I've never located their common room, which is rumored to be near the kitchens. Gryffindor, naturally, is the most ideal. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall hope I will be sorted there. It's all rather complicated, but ultimately, I shall follow wherever Hermione goes. Harry, feeling bemused, asked, is the sorting a matter of personal choice? I believe I should have the right to choose. If denied, I shall toss that wretched hat into the Black Lake to be submerged for a millennium. Aegis shrugged, while Hermione's cheeks flushed, evidently embarrassed by Aegis's earlier remarks. Which hat? Ron queried, glancing at Aegis with curiosity. What hat? You'll find out when the time comes. I prefer to keep it a mystery. It's a tradition that has entertained new students at Hogwarts for centuries. Frankly, the parents can be quite sadistic, Aegis remarked, devouring his chocolate frog and tearing open another wrapper. It's Professor McGonagall. Mine is Dumbledore, Harry muttered, examining the card in his hand, reading aloud. The 12 Uses of Dragon's Blood, published in 1945 with partner Nicholas Flamel. I've always believed there should be a 13th use, but Severus disagrees. Claiming it's not a potion, Aegis shrugged. A 13th use? What might that be? Hermione asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Aegis smirked, consumption. Hermione erupted into laughter, playfully punching Aegis's shoulder. Amidst their merriment, the train gradually slowed. It's time to change, Aegis declared, waving his wand, causing his clothes to transform instantaneously, save for his red shirt, which remained, while the rest morphed into Hogwarts uniforms. Your shirt should be replaced with a school uniform shirt, Hermione noted, eyeing Aegis's red shirt with an unspoken implication. You've worn it for 3 years, Aegis. The shirt was a gift from Aisha, and Aegis felt the vibrant red complemented his complexion, enhancing his fair face. It's fine, Aegis shrugged, flicking his wand, causing Hermione's attire to change as well. ISN, my transfiguration impressive? Aegis laughed. Madame Malkin has never been fond of me, as I rarely purchase clothing from her aside from robes. Ron gazed at Aegis enviously. Could you conjure me a new uniform? Absolutely. Aegis waved his wand, and Ron's and Harry's clothing transformed accordingly. I must remind you, my transfiguration skills are limited. These transformations are not permanent. It would be wise to change after today, as I merely found it tedious to change in the carriage. The two nodded, beginning to gather their belongings. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. We will deliver it to the school. A voice resonated through the carriage. Harry and Ron's faces paled, while Hermione appeared equally unsettled, clearly anxious, as Aegis had yet to disclose the sorting process. Upon disembarking, a familiar voice boomed. First-year students, gather here. Aegis, Harry, over here. How have you been? Beneath Hagrid's bushy beard, his beetle-black eyes sparkled with warmth. Come along, follow me. Are there any more first years? Watch your step. Everyone, follow me. Hagrid led the way, lantern in hand. The first years beside Aegis appeared exceedingly nervous. Silent under the cloak of night, save for the sound of Aegis's whistling, echoing eerily as he played a haunting tune. Turn this corner, and you shall behold Hogwarts for the first time, Hagrid called back, glancing at Aegis, of course. You've seen it many times before, just don't reveal too much. Aegis grinned, amused that even Hagrid shared such sentiments. A large crowd gathered before the Black Lake, where small boats floated serenely upon its surface. Across the lake, a majestic ancient castle loomed atop a sloping hill, its towering spires piercing the night sky, while its illuminated windows twinkled like stars scattered across the celestial expanse. Each boat can carry no more than 4 individuals. Hagrid pointed towards the vessels on the lake. Aiger and his 3 companions climbed into one of the small boats, which gently glided across the water towards the opposite shore. Aiger gazed at Hogwarts before him, unable to suppress his awe. This is the first time I've seen it from such a perspective. It feels as though it is suspended above us. Isn't it marvelous? Unfortunately, it seemed no one was listening to him. Their thoughts appeared to be elsewhere, albeit they too acknowledged its beauty. Hagrid led the students to the castle entrance, where he rapped 3 times on the door. It swung open to reveal a tall, black-haired witch clad in a rich emerald robe, her expression stern as she regarded the students. First-year students, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here, Professor McGonagall nodded, then opened the door wide. The entrance hall was vast, yet Aiger found it lacking in interest. It was evidently not as entertaining as the kitchen. Leading the new students to a small vacant room on the other side of the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall surveyed the group, her gaze briefly landing on Harry before she caught sight of Aiger, her lips curving into a fleeting smile that she quickly masked. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence. However, before you enter the Great Hall, it is imperative that you determine which house you will belong to. The sorting is a significant matter, for during your time here, Hogwarts will be your home, and you will attend classes and reside alongside your fellow housemates. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. As Professor McGonagall continued, Aiger found himself momentarily distracted, pondering the significance of the sorting, which stirred a slight nervousness within him. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony would unfold before the entire faculty and student body. I advise you to take a moment in the waiting room to compose yourselves, Professor McGonagall suggested, her eyes glancing at Aiger's red collar. I hope next time you might consider adjusting your shirt as well, Mr. Morisers. Hermione nodded earnestly beside him, clearly in agreement with Professor McGonagall's sentiments. During their wait, Aiger observed the fat friar and several ghosts engaged in a discussion about Peeves, the sudden appearance of the specters startling the new students. The fat friar beamed at Aiger, greeting him warmly, hoping he would be sorted into Hufflepuff. Aiger had always enjoyed a good rapport with his peers at Hogwarts. Even Snape seemed unable to harbor any ill will towards him, though perhaps it was merely that Snape had no power over him. After a while, Professor McGonagall returned, signaling for the first years to line up and follow her into the Great Hall. Harry felt as though his legs were leaden, and it seemed Ron and Hermione felt similarly. He turned to glance at Aiger, thinking Ron was right. Aiger truly resembled a great wizard, appearing far more composed than himself. The group of first years followed Professor McGonagall apprehensively, soon captivated by the hall's opulent decor. Above the 4 long tables, thousands of floating candles illuminated the space with a radiant glow. Yet Aiger did not believe they were mere candles, for he had never witnessed them extinguish. He had attempted to capture one earlier, only to be thwarted by Professor Flitwick's timely intervention. Aiger beamed at the faculty table at the far end, delighted to see Snape clad in the deep green robe he had gifted him. The expressions of the surrounding students reflected their astonishment, when had this old bat developed a fondness for green. Hermione whispered beside Aiger, "The ceiling has been enchanted to resemble the sky outside. I read about it in the book you gave me, Hogwarts, A History." Aiger nodded. "Calm yourself. I understand your anxiety, but nothing untoward will occur. Trust me." Upon hearing this, Hermione ceased her murmurs, appearing considerably more at ease. Professor McGonagall approached, carrying a four-legged stool and the sorting hat. Aiger then heard the hat's song, which seemed more rhythmic than the year he had arrived, leaving him with a pleasant impression. "We simply need to don this hat." Ron muttered, "I thought we were to grapple with the troll. I shall call forth the names one by one. When I do, step forward. Place the hat upon your head, and take a seat on the stool," Professor McGonagall announced, consulting her list. "Hannah Abbott." Aiger couldn't help but grin, thinking to himself, "Hannah Abbott, a steadfast choice indeed." Professor McGonagall continued, "Hermione Granger." Hermione inhaled deeply, her nerves palpable as she muttered to herself and stumbled forward. "How do you endure her?" Ron murmured to Aiger, frowning as he watched Hermione's retreating figure. "She is to be my future wife. I must treat her well," Aiger replied with a smile, leaving Harry and Ron visibly taken aback by his words. "Mate, you're thinking a bit far ahead," Ron exclaimed in disbelief. "One must start nurturing their future spouse from a young age," Aiger asserted with conviction. "I suggest you both find a goal. I've heard that single men often lead rather miserable lives." Ron grimaced, recalling his mother. "I think getting married is what leads to misery." "Gryffindor." The Sorting Hat's voice rang out, and Hermione turned to Aiger with hopeful eyes before seating herself at the Gryffindor table. Moments later, Professor McGonagall's gaze fell upon Aiger. "Aiger Morisers." A murmur rippled through the hall. Upperclassmen watched Aiger with excitement, while Snape's gaze bore a menacing intensity, and Professor Flitwick nodded towards him. Professor Sprout smiled at Aiger, though her demeanor suggested a laissez-faire attitude. Professor McGonagall held the hat, her lips pursed as she regarded Aiger. "The Sorting Hat will respect your choice, Aiger." Another wave of whispers swept through the hall. "That's not fair," a Ravenclaw girl remarked to her companion. Snape's expression darkened further. Aiger grinned, placing the hat upon his head as its voice resonated in his mind. "Aiger, this is our first communication. I had regretted not having the chance to converse with you before. I believe it would be quite interesting." Aiger chuckled. "It is an honor. I can see you possess great intellect, quick-witted and sharp, qualities of a Ravenclaw." "Ah, yes, Parseltongue. Slytherin would welcome you as well, for you embody a unique nobility. Kind-hearted, Hufflepuff would surely embrace you. And courageous, you also possess the traits of Gryffindor." The Sorting Hat continued. "Dumbledore mentioned I need not make your decision for you. Thus, I ask, have you made your choice? Do you see that bushy-haired girl?" Aiger replied to the Sorting Hat, "I have a fondness for her." "Ah, she is indeed a remarkably astute young witch. You possess great discernment." I had previously pondered whether she belonged to Ravenclaw, but fortunately, I discovered her qualities shine even brighter than mere wisdom. "Her name is Hermione Granger, is it not?" The Sorting Hat whispered in AIG's mind. "Then Gryffindor." The Hat's proclamation echoed through the hall, and a resounding applause erupted from the Gryffindor table. Percy, visibly excited, clapped fervently, while a group of younger students appeared somewhat bewildered by the upperclassmen's exuberance. Professor McGonagall, unable to suppress the smile on her face, approached AIG and embraced her. "Come to my office tomorrow evening. I believe it is time to assist you in becoming an animagus." As McGonagall's murmurs reached her ears, AIG beamed, while Hermione clapped her hands in excitement, her cheeks flushed with emotion. Upon seating herself at the Gryffindor table, Percy leaned closer to AIG and whispered, "Be cautious. Snape just been a fork." AIG turned her gaze to Snape, who glowered at her, prompting AIG to grin and stick out her tongue in defiance. Harry felt a fleeting pain in his scar as he observed Snape, just as Ron was called up. Gryffindor. As anticipated, Ron was sorted into their house, taking a seat not far from Percy. Moments later, amidst the fervent applause from the Gryffindor table, Harry joined AIG at her side. "It seems we are all gathered together," AIG remarked with a smile as she clapped her hands. "Hey, you must be AIG. We've heard about you." A pair of identical red-haired boys approached with grins. "Allow us to introduce ourselves, Fred and George." Chapter 24. Transfiguration Class. "I heard you sang the school song to the funeral march, and dealt quite well with those Slytherins. Well done," they exclaimed in unison. "AIG, you ought to be careful. They are my brothers and are always breaking school rules. If possible, please help me keep them in line," Percy said, his tone somewhat exaggerated. "Percy is a prefect." "You know," Fred remarked, astonished by the badge on Percy's chest, his expression theatrical. "Only a fool would want to be a prefect," George chuckled. AIG laughed at the brothers' playful banter. "Shall we sing together?" "I would love that. A toast to you." Silly Percy always assumes everyone will be like him, emphasizing his role as a prefect. Their back and forth left AIG in fits of laughter. "Gryffindor shall rise this year, for we have AIG. And we have Harry. Huzzah!" they shouted in unison. Ron frowned at the two. "What about me?" "Oh, I nearly forgot I have a brother," Fred replied, surprised. What a coincidence. So do I. George added, ruffling Ron's hair. Those two are insufferable, Ron grumbled, casting a disgruntled glance at his brothers. I hope AIG doesn't get too close to them, Hermione said, looking disapprovingly at the duo. I don't want AIG to turn out like them. Wood, who had approached at some point, quietly interjected beside Hermione. You may not know this, but AIG was even worse than them at one point. Goodness, I just remembered. Thankfully he wasn't a student back then. A chorus of chatter filled the air as the Sorting Hat's final call rang out. Professor McGonagall collected the benches and the hat, while Dumbledore rose, beaming at the students. His arms slightly outstretched, as if nothing could bring him greater joy than the gathering of students. AIG understood that the old man was genuinely thrilled. Welcome. Dumbledore glanced around. Welcome to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I would like to say a few words. Fool, crybaby, scoundrel, twist. AIG and Dumbledore exclaimed in unison, Thank you, everyone. Noticing the astonished expressions of the surrounding students, AIG shrugged. Dumbledore chuckled and nodded at AIG. I have always known that we share a remarkable rapport. Hermione regarded AIG with concern. She feared AIG might genuinely adopt the eccentricities of that mad old man. It seemed that Aisha truly possessed foresight. Harry looked at AIG hesitantly. Is this some strange code? You know, that old man has always been a bit eccentric. AIG nodded. Harry lowered his head, embarrassed, as if his thoughts had been laid bare. Before Harry could dwell on it further, an array of delectable foods appeared on their plates. It's a hotpot, Wood exclaimed, gazing at the feast before AIG. It seems the house elves know you have returned. House elves? Hogwarts has house elves? Hermione looked at Wood indignantly. They've always been here, but I never knew where they were. AIG, on the other hand, has always kept us from disturbing them, Wood confirmed. We know. We've eaten there. The taste was exquisite. It felt wonderful. The Weasley twins chimed in, grinning. You didn't even invite me. Wood frowned at them. You never asked us. We wouldn't have dared to say anything, the twins argued. Hermione sat at the table, somewhat sullen, eating without much enthusiasm. Fortunately, due to the influence of Karkaroff, the little girl had grown more resilient in such matters. AIG believed this was a testament to the Granger's guidance, for they had often advised Hermione not to take everything too seriously and to try to adapt gradually. Otherwise, AIG feared Hermione might skip dinner entirely. AIG, Harry leaned closer. There's something I want to tell you. Is your scar hurting? AIG inquired, holding a lamb chop. Harry stared at AIG in astonishment. How did you know? I know many things, Harry, and when the time is right, I will share them with you, AIG assured him. Severus has some connections with you, but he will not harm you. Anyone in this world could seek your life, even Professor Dumbledore, but Severus will not. Despite his evident disdain for you, did you see the way he looked at you? As if you were a piece of dung. Harry felt perplexed, suddenly losing his appetite amidst the heaps of food before him. How had their conversation turned to such a topic? And how could AIG still be eating with such relish? Nearby, Ron and some others were engaged in a discussion with nearly headless Nick about why he nearly lost his head. AIG casually pulled Hermione's eyes away, just as the girl heard a chorus of retching sounds surrounding them. What happened? Hermione asked, astonished. I don't know. I only know that I can't eat anymore, Harry admitted, clearly disturbed by the recent imagery. After a moment, the main course vanished, replaced by desserts on the table. Why is yours different from ours? AIG, Hermione inquired, astonished by the chilled lemonade and sweet tart candies before AIG. Because I have a good rapport with them. AIG shrugged. Ego is not wrong. None of us enjoy such privileges. Fred and George gazed at Ego with a hint of wistfulness. How did you manage it? An exclusive dinner? Ego gestured with his fingers interlaced. You treat them well. And they reciprocate. Relationships are mutual. The twins exchanged puzzled glances, as Ego perceived that pure-blood families truly could not grasp the essence of kindness towards house elves. Even within the Weasley household. I am half and half, a young boy remarked, and Ego recalled his name was Simon. My father is a Muggle, and my mother revealed her wizarding identity to him after they married, which terrified him immensely. Laughter erupted around them. Harry shrugged, somewhat dejected. I believe both my parents were wizards, as you mentioned, Ego. Indeed, yet your mother hails from a Muggle family while your father is from a pure-blood lineage. Thus, you could be considered a half-blood, Ego affirmed with a nod. Do I have no other relatives? Harry asked eagerly, his lingering dislike for the Dursleys now tempered by an unwillingness to embrace them entirely. I regret to inform you, but the Potters were all slain. It wasn't just your parents who perished that fateful night, Harry, Ego replied somberly. This had been a lingering question for him, having read that Harry saw several individuals in the mirror of Ariste, leading him to investigate the Potter family, only to discover the grim truth. Cheer up, cheer up. Ego gestured to Harry. At least you are better off than I am. I do not even know who my parents are. I am sorry, Ego. Harry appeared somewhat despondent. In truth, I think those matters are inconsequential. Harry. Ego shook his head, his eyes scrutinizing Harry. We cannot choose the nature of our parents. Whether they are great or humble, alive or deceased. I believe we can at least choose the kind of individuals we aspire to become. Life, ultimately, is independent of others. And I feel there are many more significant people in my life. That suffices, and there is no need for sorrow. Beside him, Hermione pressed her lips together, gazing at Ego, her small hand tightly clasped around his. From a distance, Snape narrowed his eyes at Hermione holding Ego's hand, perhaps beginning to understand why Ego chose Gryffindor. A surge of irritation rising within him, as if Hermione had usurped his son. Gryffindor once more. Snape's expression darkened, his fork scraping restlessly across the table. And that Potter's son. Snape's countenance grew even grimmer. As dinner concluded, Dumbledore rose to address the students below. Now that everyone is satiated and refreshed, I wish to share a few remarks and points of caution. Ego, bored, rested his chin on the table, listening to Dumbledore's speech, which was largely repetitive, with the addition of a corridor on the 4th floor to the right this year. Ego understood that Dumbledore was honing Harry's skills. As it appeared, he had long instructed Snape to keep an eye on Quirrell. Harry's ability to locate the Philosopher's Stone was, after all, due to Dumbledore's deliberate intention to have him confront Voldemort. However, Ego was unconcerned with such matters. He had his own thoughts. In Ego's view, the plot could unravel, but the manner of its unraveling would be entirely at his discretion. Minutes later, Dumbledore signaled for all faculty and students to join in singing the school song, each selecting a preferred tune. Ego observed the teachers' faces instantly stiffen. Ultimately, he and the Weasley twins sang the entire song with a mournful and profound funeral march, while Dumbledore conducted the final segment with his wand, applauding the trio, though it seemed only his applause was fervent. Music possesses a charm far greater than anything we accomplish here. It is now time for bed. Everyone, return to your dormitories. A few minutes later, Ego and a group of first-years followed Percy as he chased Peeves back to the common room. Password. The fat lady smiled at Ego. Then turned to Ego. Actually, I initially wanted to change it to Little Egg, but the other prefects disagreed. I think Dragon Dung works better, Ego remarked, smacking his lips. The first years gazed in astonishment at the seemingly cozy common room. Yawning, Ego bid Hermione good night and retreated to the boys' dormitory. Why do you have a room all to yourself? Ron's envious voice called out, and Ego turned to see Ron and Harry peering eagerly from the doorway. Because this was my room before. It was set aside for me from the outset, considering there aren't many students, Ego shrugged. I assume the house elves tidied it up. It looks like no one has occupied it for the past 2 years. How lovely. Ron's eyes glimmered with envy, while Harry also felt that Ego's solitary room was somewhat extravagant. The next morning, Ego lazily prepared himself, finally meandering to Transfiguration class. Upon entering, he discovered Professor McGonagall chastising Harry and Ron for their tardiness. Ego chuckled, but suddenly remembered that he was, indeed, a student as well. It appeared that compared to Potter and the Weasley twins, Mr. Morisers was the one who truly needed to transform into an alarm clock. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips at Ego. Hermione, seated at a nearby long table, sighed in exasperation as she watched Ego. Apologies, Professor. I overindulged last night and slept exceptionally well, resulting in my late arrival, Ego said dryly, smacking his lips. After a considerable pause, Professor McGonagall finally relented, though Ego had effectively diverted the ire directed at Harry and Ron. During Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall instructed the students to transform a matchstick into a needle. After much effort, Hermione successfully turned a matchstick into a needle and glanced at her classmates, who had made no progress. With a hint of pride, she tilted her chin towards Ego, seeking encouragement. Ego silently pouted at her, causing the young girl's face to flush crimson. An impressive transformation. Gryffindor earns 5 points, Professor McGonagall acknowledged, her gaze fixed approvingly upon the needle Hermione had conjured. Ego's fingers flicked, causing the matchstick before him to alternately morph into a needle, a stick, and a twisting rope. An impeccable wandless and silent spellcasting. Gryffindor earns 20 points. Professor McGonagall smiled at Ego. If only you could maintain a steadier focus. Ego grinned sheepishly. How's he manage that? Ron whispered in awe, glancing towards Ego and inquiring of Harry. I thought mastering the incantation was essential to learning it. Harry nodded. Ego has simply mastered the incantations directly. All his spells are like this. I think he is a genius. He claims he merely possesses in excess of magical power. forcing him to excel. Being a mute sounds delightful, Ron lamented, gazing forlornly at his matchstick, which had yielded no results despite his efforts. He contemplated whether he should sharpen the matchstick. Perhaps it might help him pass. Harry, initially anxious, found solace when he realized that by the end of class, only Hermione and Ego had succeeded. He no longer felt the pressure. Was a Muggle-born. Harry recalled Ron's earlier remarks. I have heard others say that Aiger can actually survive past the age of 10. You mentioned it on the train that day. What does that have to do with Muggle-borns? A Muggle-born refers to a child who harbors a dormant magical essence within, which, due to persecution a century ago, many Muggle-born children suppressed their magical abilities, resulting in a deterioration that formed a dormant state. This eventually culminated in an explosive outburst. It is said that no Muggle-born has ever lived to see their 10th birthday, a significant threshold. Ron explained to Harry in hushed tones. So, when Aiger managed to survive, it caused quite a stir. Everyone wanted to know how he did it. Chapter 25, the first week. Harry gazed at Ron, astonished. Not even one has survived? Perhaps there have been, but I've never heard of them. Ron shook his head. The outburst of a dormant state is terrifying. On the day, Aiger erupted. It reportedly obliterated 6 streets in the Muggle district. Fortunately, no one died. Dumbledore stated in the Daily Prophet that Aiger was barely able to control the dormant state at that time. Otherwise, many lives would have been lost. I heard about that news at the Dursleys as well. The television claimed it was a series of gas explosions. Harry nodded. Aiger is indeed powerful. Whether he is powerful or not, I cannot say, but I find him incredibly cool. Don't you think his words carry a certain weight? Ron stared at Aiger, grinning foolishly. If only I could be that impressive. What? If you were that impressive, perhaps you could turn a matchstick into a needle? Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated behind them, making Harry feel as though a pile driver were sitting next to him. Fortunately, though strict, McGonagall did not penalize students for daydreaming during class, allowing Ron to escape unscathed. After a day filled with classes, both Ron and Harry felt mentally and physically exhausted, while Aiger and Hermione appeared to navigate it with ease. That evening, Aiger arrived punctually at Professor McGonagall's office. She smiled at him, for in private, she had always shown him a great deal of care. However, in front of others, to maintain fairness within the school and the authority of the faculty, she would certainly adopt a more severe demeanor, especially when it came to punishing Gryffindor students. Well then, let me assess your progress, Aiger, McGonagall said, pursing her lips as she regarded him. She had consistently referred to him by his given name in private. With a flick of his wand, Aiger transformed a nearby chair into a squealing little piglet. A perfect transfiguration. It seems you've thoroughly studied the advanced transfiguration book I gave you, McGonagall inquired. I've gone through most of it. While the theory isn't particularly impressive, I believe I am more of a practical learner, Aiger replied sheepishly. McGonagall found herself unable to suppress a smile at his words. Very well, let us begin. You may attempt to become an animagus, and I will provide protection. Becoming an animagus is an exceptionally challenging and perilous form of magic. The first transformation requires someone to be present as a safeguard, in case any unforeseen mishaps occur during the change. Compared to Aisha, McGonagall was evidently more suitable for this task. Aiger nodded, raising his wand, his thoughts slowly concentrating. Animagus. As the incantation left his lips, Aiger's body underwent a peculiar transformation, resembling a rapidly spinning boggart. Moments later, a small black cat meowed and lay on ground. McGonagall watched with delight at Aiger's animagus form. Aiger, you may not realize this, but I could command cats even before I learned to speak. To be honest, I truly admire your animagus transformation. Aiger wished to express his gratitude, but could only manage to emit a series of meows, curiously observing his plump little paws. He turned and swiftly transformed back into his original form. This is astonishing, Aiger exclaimed, gazing at his hands, panting. Professor, do I need to register with the Ministry of Magic? I would advise against that, Aiger, McGonagall replied, pursing her lips. Typically, an animagus can help a wizard evade certain risks. If possible, I would prefer that not too many people are aware of this. It may serve you well in the future. Aiger was somewhat taken aback, not by McGonagall's words, but by the notion that someone as serious and stern as her would suggest he become an illegal animagus. However, McGonagall's next statement surprised him even more. I know that sometimes you might sneak down to the kitchen late at night. Keep in mind that students are not permitted to roam at night. A hint of amusement crept into McGonagall's stern expression, but no one can restrict a cat. Aiger grinned and nodded, though surprised that McGonagall, who typically enforced school rules rigorously, would offer such advice. He chose not to probe further, understanding the wisdom of knowing when to leave well enough alone. After bidding farewell to McGonagall, Aiger transformed into a small cat and stealthily made his way back to the dormitory. Inside, Kata glanced at Aiger, nuzzling and squeezing beside him, while Gwobot chirped and wrapped his paws around Aiger's feline form. Aiger, observing the antics of the two little creatures, wondered how they recognized him. Was it by scent? For a newcomer, navigating the vast Hogwarts castle to find the correct path was no easy feat, especially for Harry and Ron. How did you manage to find the right way? Ron asked, astonished at Hermione and Aiger. Could it be that we were simply too dim-witted? Hermione was just about to boast about her sense of direction when a figure sat down beside them, which spread his hands toward the group. No, Aiger is even more clueless. He spent an entire month just barely locating the Great Hall, most of the time with Snape dragging him along or being led by house elves. I remember now, Aiger nodded. Although I've only memorized the locations of the Great Hall and the kitchen, I suppose knowing where to eat is sufficient. Harry and Ron chuckled, feeling as if they were not beyond redemption. But I'm currently practicing apparition, Aiger said, shrugging. Hermione closed the book in her hands, looking at Aiger with surprise. Haven't you already mastered it? I meant apparition within the castle, Aiger clarified. Impossible. You can't apparate within the castle. I read that in a history of Hogwarts. The campus has been enchanted to prevent anyone from apparating or disapparating. Hermione corrected Aiger, urging him to abandon such unrealistic notions. Aiger, unfazed, sipped his chilled lemonade. That may be true for others, but I am different. Do you not believe in me? Hermione appeared conflicted, torn between faith in the books and faith in Aiger. Aiger leaned in with a grin. How about this? If I successfully apparate within the campus, you will kiss me in front of everyone. What do you say? As soon as he spoke, the nearby Gryffindors erupted in playful exclamations, crowding around and cheering. One kiss isn't enough. At least two. The Weasley twins were jeering nearby, while Hermione's cheeks flushed and she furrowed her brow at AIG. A wager is a wager. But what if you fail? Then I shall kiss you. AIG waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? Fair competition knows no shame. Hermione's face reddened further upon hearing AIG's words, and she hurriedly clutched her book, darting away. She tacitly accepted Fred's arm around AIG's shoulder. You've got her figured out. She's precisely the type worth pursuing, George teased, casting a glance at AIG. From the edge of the crowd, an elderly voice resonated. Ah, youth truly is a splendid thing. ISNT it, Professor Dumbledore, peering through his half-moon spectacles, regarded the group of young lions with twinkling eyes. Harry felt a twinge of apprehension as he observed Dumbledore, his heart racing. Would AIG's recent antics result in a deduction of points? Was romance permitted within the school? Dumbledore nodded at the group. You've uttered that before. AIG remarked with a grin. Next time, I shall provide a fresh quip, Dumbledore replied, clapping his hands before leisurely departing. I must say, AIG, you are perhaps the only one in the whole school who can keep pace with the professor's thoughts, Wood noted, nodding at AIG. Most of the time, we haven't the faintest idea what he is on about. In fact, you may not know either, AIG grinned. So how did you two manage to connect? Through telepathy? AIG had a particular fondness for herbology. Upon entering the greenhouse, he spotted Professor Sprout with the small, shape-shifting spade he had gifted her, adorned with the dragon skin gloves he had provided and a dust apron equipped with a trio of weeding tools. Upon seeing AIG enter the classroom, Professor Sprout beamed at him. Moments later, AIG handed her a water bottle, earning Gryffindor an additional 5 points. I truly envy your ability to get along with everyone, Hermione lamented, tossing her hair with a hint of frustration. I just can't manage it. Even the girls in my own house are only on casual terms with me. AIG was taken aback. He had always assumed Hermione was indifferent to such matters. Perhaps her proud demeanor, reminiscent of a swan, made her seem somewhat unapproachable. Isn't a good relationship between girls merely about going to the restroom together? Ron observed, looking at Hermione in astonishment. Besides, who cares about that? AIG has no limits when it comes to you. Harry nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Ron's statement. Hermione's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she lowered her gaze, prompting AIG to chuckle at her flustered demeanor. AIG, Professor Sprout called out. Can you tell us how many types of herbs we have in our home gardens? AIG pondered for a moment, hesitantly replying to Professor Sprout, the edible and the inedible. Laughter erupted around him, and Professor Sprout shook her head in exasperation. Pay attention, and do not distract Hermione. Professor Sprout was likely the only instructor who directly addressed students by name, and compared to others, she was evidently more beloved by the students. While most professors admired AIG, regardless of his academic performance, there were certainly courses that left him utterly perplexed, such as Professor Bin's History of Magic. The textbooks described it as tedious. But AIG never anticipated it would be this dull, as Professor Binns droned on in a slow, monotonous tone. During a single class, AIG dozed off 5 times, each awakening courtesy of Hermione's gentle tug. Yet, judging by her expression, she too appeared somewhat drowsy. Meanwhile, across the table, Harry and Ron seemed to fall asleep faster than they ever had in bed, not just quickly, but quite soundly. Over the past few days, Harry and Ron felt that although their studies were lacking, they appeared somewhat competent compared to their peers. They shared a sense of camaraderie, realizing they were all in the same boat. However, upon glancing at Hermione, they felt somewhat deflated. "She's a maniac, AIG," Ron whispered during Charms class. "It's terrifying. She drags you to the library every day. How do you endure her?" At that moment, Hermione sat beside Parvati, attempting to engage with the girls from her house as AIG had suggested, though her expression revealed her struggles with the interaction. "What do you all do in the evenings?" AIG shrugged. "Play wizard chess. Guess the flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans." AIG felt somewhat exasperated by their lack of extracurricular activities. "I merely accompany Hermione. In reality, I spend most of my time napping in the library or practicing wandless magic," AIG mused. "I suppose that makes sense. After all, no one else is as driven as she is," Ron nodded. Friday was a significant day for Harry and Ron, marking a pivotal moment in their lives as they finally managed to locate the Great Hall accurately. This brought them a sense of fortuitous change. However, the prospect of having potions with Snape dampened their spirits. AIG was absent-mindedly consuming a fried egg when a clamor echoed from above the hall. "Ah, the owls have arrived." He sliced his egg in half, intending to save the other portion for Lark, having heard the owl's carefree, spirited laughter, ignoring the curious stares of the surrounding students. AIG retrieved the letter from Lark's talon, his eyes scanning Hagrid's chaotic handwriting. "Dear AIG, I know you have no classes on Friday afternoon. I wonder if you could bring Harry over for tea around 3 o'clock. I'm quite curious about how your first week has gone. Please have Lark or Hedwig send me a reply. Hagrid." AIG grinned at Harry. "Hagrid wants us to visit him this afternoon. I suggest you bring some snacks and drinks." Harry nodded in agreement. AIG waved his hand, and letters appeared on the back of the parchment. "Of course." Lark finished the fried egg, released another peculiar laugh, and, after attracting another wave of attention, soared away with the letter. "That owl is magnificent. It's the first time I've seen one with such a call. How much did it cost?" Ron gazed longingly at Lark's retreating figure. 30 galleons, AIG replied with a pout. "I heard it was the last one available, exceedingly rare. It was originally priced at 50. That's outrageous," Ron grimaced, quickly dismissing any unrealistic aspirations. "What's even scarier is that we have to take 2 potions classes with Slytherin later." Harry's expression turned vacant. Ron nodded in agreement. "Snape is the head of Slytherin House. They say he favors his own students. We shall see if that holds true." "If only Professor McGonagall would show us the same inclination," Harry pondered, shaking his head. "But she assigns the most homework. Professor McGonagall is already quite partial to us, Harry." Aiger looked at Harry and chuckled. "As long as you find the right approach, ensure that Professor McGonagall does not catch you in a compromising situation before other houses." "What do you mean?" Harry replied, slightly confused. "For instance, if you were caught by Professor McGonagall while out at night with a Slytherin student, she would deduct 20 points from Slytherin and 50 from you." Aiger laughed. Ron's expression grew more bitter. "Our head of house is scarier than Snape." However, Aiger chuckled. "But if you can find a way to remain unseen by others, even if Professor McGonagall knows you're out at night, she will pretend not to see you as long as you do not bring disgrace to Gryffindor in front of her house. Understand?" Chapter 26, Potions Class. After hearing Aiger's description, Harry and Ron exchanged glances. "How can you be so sure?" Ron asked, looking at Aiger. Aiger pondered for a moment, deciding it was best not to reveal that he was an animagus, and simply laughed it off. "I know her much better than you do. She gifted me my broomstick." "A broomstick? Professor McGonagall actually gave you a broomstick?" Ron exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. "What model?" "The Nimbus 2001, Aiger shrugged. "Now I believe what you're saying. Who could give me a Nimbus? 1,000 would suffice." Ron muttered. Harry looked at Aiger and contemplated. "So, your point is that breaking the rules is permissible, but as long as we possess the ability to remain undetected, it won't be an issue, correct?" "I believe so," Aiger nodded. "This is a magical school. Every year students find various ways to break the rules. However, it is undeniably disgraceful for a wizard to be caught red-handed. If you use a disillusionment charm, I think everyone except Snape will overlook you. As for Filch, don't worry about him. That guy is utterly inept. Fred and George sneak out every year. Yet when have you seen them caught? Being caught by a wizard is not shameful, but being caught by a squib certainly is. Given Professor McGonagall's dedication to Gryffindor's honor, getting caught by Filch would be disastrous." Aiger explained the pros and cons to the two boys, who clearly did not grasp the implications as deeply as he had anticipated. After listening to Aiger, the two finally seemed to understand. As the class time approached, they tidied up and made their way to the potions classroom. Aiger smiled as he watched Hermione running towards them, her head down, and turned to Harry. "Sit by me quietly, don't say a word, and just listen to the lesson." Harry nodded nervously. Aiger felt he was not preparing for class, but rather for a battlefield. A few minutes later, inside the potions classroom, the door swung open with a loud bang, and Snape strode in with great fervor. Aiger was unsure whether he had slammed the door with his hand or kicked it open with such force. Before he could think further, Aiger felt himself lifted off the ground, yanked by Snape to the Slytherin student's side. "Aiger, Harry, this is not what we agreed upon." Just as Aiger attempted to stand, he caught Snape's threatening gaze and decided it was wiser to remain seated, especially considering he might deduct points from Gryffindor. Hermione, wanting to sit beside Aiger, reached for her books, but Snape's cold voice rang out. "Sit down, Miss Granger. Due to your casual movements during class, 1 point is deducted from Gryffindor." Hermione sat down, looking quite aggrieved. Nearby, Malfoy sneered maliciously at Hermione, but Aiger, expressionless, grabbed his potions book and smacked it sharply against Malfoy's head. "I may not be able to deal with Snape, but you're not a problem." The sound echoed sharply, prompting a few Gryffindor lions to stifle their laughter. Malfoy shot Aiger a terrified glance, covering his head and looking to Snape, who seemed oblivious, leaning against the desk while surveying the students, occasionally glancing at Harry. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." Snape's voice was barely above a whisper, yet every word was crystal clear, possessing the same effortless authority as Professor McGonagall. "Since there will be no foolish wand-waving, many of you may find it hard to believe that this is magic. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the marvel of a simmering cauldron emitting fragrant vapors, nor will you comprehend the enchanting power of a liquid coursing through one's veins that stirs the heart and clouds the mind." Snape slowly adjusted his black robes, his gaze fixed on Aiger. "I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the foolish imbeciles I often encounter." From the audience, Aiger listened to Snape's somber, deliberate tone, grinning broadly. However, the expressions of the surrounding students indicated that, apart from Aiger, none were particularly amused. Snape ignored him, completing his brief introduction, and then cast his gaze over the young wizards in the room, ultimately landing on Harry. "Potter," Snape suddenly exclaimed, "what would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" Harry, baffled, glanced at Ron, who appeared equally bewildered. Nearby, Aiger quickly scribbled a response and held it up where Snape could not see, but Snape stepped forward, blocking Harry's view. This did not deter Aiger. He flicked his fingers, causing the parchment to float gracefully into the air, but Snape, without turning around, waved his wand, and the floating parchment was instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing Aiger shrugging helplessly, Harry felt a wave of despair wash over him. "I don't know, sir." Snape let out an almost inaudible snicker, disdain etched on his face. "It seems that fame does not equate to competence." Snape ignored Hermione's raised hand and the little squib tugging at his robe. His gaze fixated on Harry. "Let's try once more, Potter. If I asked you to find me a piece of dung, where would you go?" Harry remained in a daze, while Hermione's hand was still raised high. Aiger felt exasperated. Snape was clearly targeting Harry, and Aiger thought it was unavoidable, given that he had previously embarrassed Snape in front of someone he fancied. Ultimately, he had even married that very lady and had a son who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. It was no wonder that Snape held a grudge, though Harry was indeed quite innocent in this matter. Beside Aiger, Malfoy laughed at Harry's predicament, shaking with mirth alongside Crabbe and Goyle. Aiger rolled his eyes and raised another book, slapping it down with a sharp crack, prompting Malfoy to remember that he was seated next to a formidable presence. And he quickly wiped the smile off his face, looking at Aiger with trepidation. "I don't know, sir." Out of the corner of Harry's eye, he caught sight of Egg's mockery directed at Malfoy, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him, almost prompting a chuckle. He suddenly felt that even if he couldn't answer the question posed, it mattered little. He was content with the lesson. "I presume you haven't opened a single book before the term began, have you, Potter?" Snape's oily voice cut through the air. "I can attest to that." Egg chimed in cheerfully. "Silence. Address me as Professor Snape," he retorted, his expression darkening as he averted his gaze from Egg. Egg smirked inwardly, relishing the moment. "Now, Potter, can you elucidate the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Hermione stood, her arm raised high, almost reaching the ceiling of the dungeon. "Isn't aconite something that grows on noses?" Egg mused aloud, puzzled, while Snape's body stiffened, ignoring him. Nearby, Malfoy was sycophantically glancing at Egg, shivering as Egg's gaze fell upon him. "I don't know, Professor," Harry replied flatly. "But I suspect Hermione knows the answer. Why not ask her?" Egg could as well. A few students erupted in laughter, much to Snape's displeasure. "Sit down." Snape barked at Hermione, causing her to flinch. Clearing his throat, Egg's chattering voice pierced the air, grating on Snape's ears. Taking a deep breath, Snape turned to Hermione, his voice low and ominous. "Please take your seat, Miss Granger. Allow me to enlighten you, Potter." Snape positioned himself before Harry. A concoction made from powdered daffodil root and mugwort serves as a potent sleeping draught known as the Draught of Living Death. The stone known as Dungstone is extracted from the stomach of a goat and possesses formidable detoxifying properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they are but different names for the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Do you comprehend? Snape's voice was as though he were forcing the words through clenched teeth. Why do you not commit these facts to memory? Amidst the scratching of quills and the rustling of parchment, Snape strode onto the platform. "Potter, due to your insolence towards the instructor, Gryffindor shall lose a point." Harry felt utterly disheartened. The potion's lesson continued. Yet the situation for the Gryffindor Lions showed no signs of improvement. Snape seized every opportunity to berate someone, and many Slytherins found themselves similarly chastised. Snape instructed pairs to concoct a simple potion for treating boils, and by unfortunate chance, Egg was paired with Malfoy. Egg impatiently flipped through the potion's textbook, nettle. Malfoy hurriedly retrieved the nettle, and Egg grimaced. "We need it dried." Malfoy scrambled to find dried nettle, muttering about crushing snake fangs. To which Egg nodded as Malfoy placed the fangs into a stone mortar, grinding them relentlessly. After a while, Egg inspected the crushed fangs, a bit too coarse. "Don't you think?" In the distance, Harry and Ron observed Malfoy's flustered gestures, stifling laughter, evidently deriving pleasure from Malfoy's discomfort. Meanwhile, Malfoy, beleaguered by Egg's bullying, felt Snape's indifferent scrutiny as he patrolled the classroom, reprimanding anyone who faltered. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted through the air. Neville had turned Seamus's cauldron into a misshapen mass. As the potion threatened to spill onto the floor, Egg, quick on the uptake, pointed with precision, and with a flick of his wrist, the potion soared into the air, condensing into nothingness. On the ground, a few drops of the potion had already burned small holes into the stone floor. "Fool!" Snape glared at Neville, though perhaps Egg's swift reaction had alleviated his ire somewhat. "I presume you didn't remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills?" Neville began to sob, relieved to have escaped injury from the boiling potion. "Reparo," Egg gestured towards Seamus's cauldron, which rolled and reverted to its original state. "I believe this is a spell you should all master. It's quite practical. I must inform you, Mortis," Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm, with their level of magical ability. "They could scarcely manage to repair a shattered bowl, let alone a cauldron subjected to transmutation. What if?" Egg shrugged. "I simply think Neville has potential." Neville looked at Egg with gratitude, while Snape scoffed, noncommittal. Egg was unconcerned. He merely wished to divert Snape's attention from Harry. For Snape had begun to cast glances in Harry's direction, evidently plotting to further impede him. A rather adept piece of wandless magic. "Mortis," Snape drawled slowly. The Gryffindor Lions perked up, wondering if Snape might award them points. However, their hopes were dashed as Snape continued. "Slytherin gains 5 points. Egg? Are you jesting? You laud me while awarding points to Slytherin?" The hearts of the young lions sank. It appeared that not only did Snape have no intention of granting Gryffindor points, but in his eyes, Egg was also a member of Slytherin. Harry was uncertain how he managed to ascend the stairs from the dungeon classroom. His thoughts swirled chaotically, and he felt utterly despondent. One thought echoed in his mind. Snape's heart was as black as night. Harry resolved to inquire of Egg why Snape despised him so. "Cheer up. He often deducts points from Fred and George." Ron nudged Harry's arm. "Can I accompany you to see Hagrid? Surely Egg will be all right." Harry's gaze drifted back to the potions classroom, where Egg was being retained by Snape post-lesson. Hermione huffed past them. "Egg will be fine. Snape treats him better than his own son." Inside the potions classroom, Egg grinned at Snape. "What have you detained me for?" "Just a reminder not to speak out of turn," Snape replied, flipping through a book. "What do you mean by out of turn?" Egg feigned innocence, though Harry's eyes are indeed. "Silence." Snape abruptly interrupted, his tone harsh. "Do not mention her name again." The two engaged in a fierce stare-down for a moment. Snape's voice low and deliberate. "Do not disclose this to anyone. You truly are vile, considering he is the child of the one you loved most," Egg remarked, smirking. "Yet he is also the spawn of the one I detest most, a perfect replica." Snape's expression darkened. Egg pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. Do you possess any keepsakes of lilies? Perhaps a strand of hair? Snape regarded Egg with derision. What are you implying? Do you wish to resurrect her? Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions concerning the resurrection stone. However, given that you have yet to suffer the curse of the unbreakable vow, it would seem the stone does indeed exist. I am aware that Muggle biologists possess a method of cloning, resulting in offspring that bears striking resemblance to the cellular contributor. Aiger, distracted and absent-mindedly toying with his gradually growing, elongated fingers, posed a query. Do you wish to raise a daughter? Aiger swore that his initial intent was merely to provoke Snape, as he had scolded Hermione. Once again, Aiger discerned that familiar glimmer in Snape's eyes. Wow, you truly are perverse, Aiger remarked dryly, preparing to make his escape. In an instant, he found himself airborne once more, as Snape strode purposefully from the school with Aiger in tow, leaving a group of onlooking students in stunned silence. Chapter 27, Cloning. Hermione, something terrible has happened. Aiger has been taken by Snape and has left the school grounds. Harry and Ron hurriedly sought out Hermione. And what of it? Hermione closed her hefty tome, gazing at the two with exasperation. Is Snape going to do something to Aiger? Harry inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Perhaps he is worried that he cannot unleash his full potential within the confines of the school and intends to torment him outside. Ron's face was a portrait of dread. Hermione shook her head and sighed. Something is certainly afoot, but Snape would never harm Aiger. How can you be so certain? That old bat is notoriously malicious. Ron retorted skeptically. While I am unaware of their intentions, I am confident Aiger will come to no harm. Hermione produced a small pouch from her belongings, deftly flicking her wand to summon a small box from within. She opened it to reveal an array of tiny vials, each containing various potions. Gently lifting one vial, she shook it and looked at the two. Do you know what this is? They exchanged glances and shook their heads. It's Felix Felicis, commonly known as the luck potion. Consuming it can render one's wishes into reality, and it is worth a small fortune. Hermione gestured toward the box. This is merely a fraction of what Snape has gifted Aiger over the past 3 years. He possesses an entire barrel of Felix Felicis, all bestowed by Snape. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Hermione sighed in exasperation. Are you both truly so dim? Snape is Aiger's instructor. Nearly all of his spells are learned from him, and judging by Aiger's performance in potions class, it is evident that Snape treats him far more favorably than he does us. That is merely because Aiger is exceptionally talented, Ron mumbled indistinctly. You think too much. As of now, Aiger cannot even brew a simple cold remedy. Hermione rolled her eyes and resumed her reading. Harry and Ron exchanged glances before awkwardly retreating. I can't brew one either, Ron muttered. Neither can I, Harry nodded in agreement. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Harry and Ron arrived at Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, this is Ron, Harry introduced, gesturing toward his companion. I believe Aiger may not be coming. He was taken out of school by Snape around noon and has yet to return. Oh, Snape? No worries. Hagrid waved them inside, while Ron cautiously evaded Fong's enthusiastic greetings. Fong, back off. Hagrid turned, placing a kettle on the table. Don't let his size fool you. Fong is quite the coward. Hagrid, it seems Snape treats Aiger differently than us, Harry remarked. Hagrid nodded, regarding them as if it were obvious. Of course he does. Aiger has been at Hogwarts since he was 8, and Snape has always taught him. Clearly, he has a way of interacting with Snape that we do not. Yet we have not discerned how Aiger interacts with him. It is always Snape who engages with Aiger, Ron said, his brow furrowed in indignation. He even treats Aiger as if he were Slytherin. With that, Ron recounted the recent events in the classroom. Hagrid chuckled heartily, unperturbed. That's quite normal. He has always hoped Aiger would be sorted into Slytherin and has had many a heated discussion with Professor McGonagall over it, resulting in their meetings being rather awkward. So Snape's regard for Aiger stems from their early interactions? Harry questioned, perplexed. Not at all. Harry, Hagrid shook his head, passing around a plate of rock cakes, which Harry politely declined. It isn't that Snape is fond of Aiger. Rather, Aiger has never held any disdain for him. To be honest, there are few in the school who do not dislike him. Even his own students fear him. Hagrid smiled. Dumbledore remarks that this is reciprocal. There is no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. But why does Snape seem to despise me? Aiger mentioned that Snape would certainly harbor a strong dislike for me. And Potions class has only affirmed this notion. Harry pursed his lips, a sense of unease washing over him. Why, after all, are the disparities between students so vast? Hagrid's gaze faltered, becoming somewhat vague. He treats everyone that way. Just as Harry was about to inquire further, his attention was drawn to a nearby copy of the Daily Prophet, which had been hastily affixed to the wall. Were we truly headed? Aiger, expressionless, was being held aloft by Snape in a narrow alleyway in London. Snape abruptly released Aiger, his hollow, dark eyes fixated upon him. Do you know where I might find a biologist? How on earth would I know that? Aiger retorted vehemently, kicking Snape's calf. You don't possess any of Lily's hair, do you? After all these years, it may no longer be viable. Snape was evidently spiraling into obsession, his voice trembling slightly. On the night she died, I took a lock of her hair as a memento. But cloning her is not the same. That is not Lily. Aiger frowned, asserting. That would merely be a brand new life, bearing no connection to Lily. That is her daughter, and my daughter as well. Snape returned to his inscrutable demeanor. We ought to locate a Muggle hospital and inquire. Aiger sensed that Snape had lost his mind. This is it. Snape has completely deluded himself. Wait a moment. Let me see what I can find out. Aiger sighed, rolling his eyes before performing a disapprobation. A few minutes later, they found themselves at the Granger family dental practice. Aiger, Jane exclaimed joyfully, embracing him. Chris and I are just about to head home. What brings you here? Is Hermione with you? Hermione is still at school. Aiger shrugged. This is my potions professor, Severus Snape. The Granger couple regarded Snape with surprise. He remained expressionless, silent, and imposing. Lily was also of Muggle descent. Do not forget, Severus, Aiger remarked with a smirk. Snape's expression shifted slightly as he extended his hand from beneath his voluminous robes. It is an honor to meet you both. Miss Granger is an exceptionally astute witch, and I'm certain her parents must be equally wise. Aiger struggled to suppress a laugh at Snape's compliment. Hello, Chris approached, shaking Snape's hand. Is there a particular reason for your unexpected visit? Has Aiger been misbehaving at school? He has always been quite the troublemaker, Snape replied, briefly shaking the Granger couple's hands, then casting a glance at Aiger. However, today's visit is clearly not to discuss that. Severus would like to inquire if you are aware of any establishment skilled in cloning techniques. He wishes to, clone someone. Aiger gazed at the Granger couple with a hint of hesitation. Goodness, clones? Chris cast a surprised glance at Snape. His daughter had passed away, and Severus was indeed a man of considerable misfortune. Aiger nodded vigorously, while Snape's expression grew somewhat rigid. However, cloning is illegal. Aiger, Chris turned to Snape. I implore you to remain rational. It's permissible, at least in the wizarding world. We can erase all traces. He merely desires a daughter, Aiger replied, shrugging. We will obliterate their memories. After a moment of hesitation, Chris resignedly nodded. Very well, Aiger, if you insist. You are utterly mad. In a cold medical room. Aiger rested his chin on his hand, languidly seated in a chair. This was a biological research center near London, and not far in front of Aiger. An elderly professor in his 60s was tinkering with a machine. Just yesterday, I was the model student at the academy. Today, I am here, witnessing you cast the killing curse on a Muggle. Aiger lamented, spinning in the lab chair. Ignoring him, Snape fixed his gaze on the old man, his voice somber. Is it feasible? The professor, adjusting his glasses, nodded slowly. Though much vitality has been lost, the genetic material remains intact. With the nation's most advanced research equipment at our disposal, extraction is still possible, he elaborated. Speak plainly, Snape interjected, exuding impatience. Aiger rolled his eyes. It means we can clone. You ought to read more to fill that void of yours. How long will it take? Snape inquired, directing his question at the professor while disregarding Aiger entirely. Assuming all goes as planned, extraction should take a few days, but the cloning process will likely take longer. And we must also find someone willing to serve as a surrogate, the professor stated dryly. Snape turned to Aiger, his gaze unsettling. I must remind you, men cannot bear children. Snape's voice was laced with a sinister undertone. What I meant is that you should find someone to assist with surrogacy. How about Bellatrix Lestrange? You do fancy purebloods, do you not? I could infiltrate Azkaban and cast the killing curse on her, Aiger suggested. Snape's expression twisted in disgust. I do not wish for anyone in the magical world to know. What if she is a Muggle? You know how unpredictable such matters can be, Aiger shrugged. That would still be my daughter. Snape's face remained impassive. Fortunately, the laboratory had women willing to be surrogates. The old man seemed to have an epiphany. Why are you panting so heavily, old man? Aiger glared at Snape. Is there something amiss with the killing curse? Snape ignored him, appearing eager to meet his daughter. Wait a moment, do you have surrogates available? Does that imply you are conducting cloning experiments? Aiger scrutinized the old man. Not all. We merely handle some in vitro fertilization projects. The professor shook his head. Aiger understood at last. Shall we return? Aiger glanced at Snape. You go ahead, Snape replied, his expression unreadable. I shall wait a while longer. Aiger shrugged. Dumbledore will undoubtedly find out. He will say nothing. Snape's gaze remained fixed on Lily's hair. Aiger, somewhat exasperated, vanished with a pop. In Hogsmeade Village, A small black cat sauntered towards the school. Upon returning to the Great Hall, Aiger was swiftly pulled back to the dormitory by Harry and Ron. "What is the matter?" Aiger asked, surprised by their urgency. "That fellow hasn't he done anything to you?" "Has he?" Ron scrutinized Aiger from head to toe. "We were just attending to some matters. That's all." Aiger nodded. "Aiger, I just discovered something. Your vault has been robbed," Harry said eagerly. "It happened on my birthday, right after we visited Diagon Alley." "Ah, I see," Aiger nodded. "It's fine. There was merely a pile of coins. Nothing of value was taken." "Aiger, did you take anything at the time?" Harry inquired. Aiger shook his head, raising his hands in surrender. After a prolonged inquiry yielded no results, the two reluctantly departed. "He certainly won't tell you, Harry," Ron remarked, walking alongside Harry. "You mentioned that Dumbledore sent him to fetch you, which means there's a good chance it contained Dumbledore's belongings. And Aiger can easily conceal anything he wishes. He has 100 ways to do so." Harry pouted. "Perhaps we really shouldn't ask. He doesn't seem worried. For some reason, I find myself preferring to converse with Professor McGonagall over extracting information from Aiger. He seems just as inscrutable as Professor Dumbledore, and we can never guess his thoughts." Ron noted. As they walked into the Gryffindor common room, a notice on the wall caught their attention. "Fantastic. Flying lessons start next Thursday," Ron exclaimed in surprise. "I don't think it's that great. Doesn't it say we'll be sharing with Slytherin?" Harry's mood plummeted. "Wonderful. Malfoy will once more witness my utter incompetence." "That is not certain, Harry," Ron replied. "I know Malfoy always brags about his Quidditch skills, but he is surely exaggerating." "I think so too. True experts are like Aiger, quietly possessing a Firebolt 2001. Harry sighed. Then his eyes brightened as he exchanged glances with Ron. "Right? We could ask Aiger to help us train beforehand." Ron exclaimed excitedly. "No," a crisp voice chimed from behind. Hermione stood there, clutching a hefty book, glaring at the two. "First years are not permitted to possess brooms." Aiger refrained from writing one precisely to avoid embarrassing Professor McGonagall. "No one will say anything. Not even Snape will deduct points from him. What are we worried about?" Ron seemed unconvinced by Hermione's words. "Moreover, I refuse to believe Aiger has never taken you for a ride." Hermione fell silent, realizing Ron was right. Aiger had indeed taken her flying. A few minutes later, Aiger was nestled in bed, playfully teasing Kada, surprised to see the two of them at the door. "Flying lessons?" Aiger blinked. "If it's training, I'm on board. But mustn't he be on school grounds?" "But first years aren't allowed to leave school." "That would be against the rules," Ron hesitated. "First years riding brooms without permission also breaks the rules. If we're already breaking them, what difference does it make?" Aiger glanced out the window at the sky. "Tomorrow is the weekend. The timing is perfect. Just wait for me in the common room." Watching the two leave, stifling their excitement, Aiger smiled. Chapter 28. The Steam Princess. That night, in Professor McGonagall's office, she was diligently grading student assignments. Due to the extensive workload, Professor McGonagall found her responsibilities considerably more demanding than those of her colleagues. Meow. A black feline sat beside Professor McGonagall's desk. "Is there something you need, Aegis? If possible, I hope you can return to your slumber sooner rather than later." With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall closed the door. "Now, then, speak swiftly." The cat transformed, and Aegis appeared before Professor McGonagall. "I am here to recommend an exceptional seeker. Are you self-nominating?" "It seems you have practiced quite a bit," Professor McGonagall remarked, unable to suppress a smile at Aegis's appearance. "I can assist you in applying to Professor Dumbledore." No. While I am quite adept at writing, I harbor little interest in Quidditch." Aegis waved his hand dismissively. "I am speaking of Harry. He's a natural Quidditch player. Do not tell me you've had that child riding a broom." Aegis, Professor McGonagall's expression turned serious. "That is perilous." "Not yet, but he truly possesses immense talent. I assure you, after all, his father is James Potter." Aegis chuckled. "I am merely considering the good of the house. Slytherin has claimed the cup 7 times in a row." Professor McGonagall hesitated. Aegis's words genuinely resonated with her. Missing the trophy for 7 consecutive years often compelled her to avoid Snape, and it left the aging Professor McGonagall feeling quite embarrassed. If it could bring honor to the house, what did a minor rule violation matter? The bravery of Gryffindor was largely expended on breaking the rules. "I plan to take Harry to practice outside Hogsmeade tomorrow. You may watch. My levitation charm and apparition are quite proficient, so you need not worry." Aegis grinned. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips tightly, her mind racing with Aegis's words. In comparison to the House Cup, perhaps a small infraction of the rules wasn't such a grave issue after all. "Then, good night." Aegis smiled at Professor McGonagall, his form shrinking once more as he quietly traversed the dimly lit corridors of the night. Suddenly, a muffled gasp echoed through the hall. Fred clutched his chest. gazing at Aegis's retreating figure. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were Mrs. Norris. Fred exhaled in relief. What is happening? George appeared around the corner, clutching an assortment of sweets. Aegis glanced around, spinning to face them. Good evening, gentlemen. The mischievous twin brothers spoke in unison. You're an animagus, Aegis. Fred whispered in a hushed tone. I've been practicing for quite some time. Perhaps you two should give it a try. Professor McGonagall would be willing to assist you. Aegis beamed at the pair. Willing to help us lose points, you mean? George stepped forward, offering Aegis a pastry. Not at all. I am merely following her teachings. Aegis grinned. He had initially intended to lend them the Marauders map for a bit of fun, but considering his presence might instigate some unforeseen consequences, he thought better of it. I suggest you both return to your dormitory promptly, or Filch will go berserk. Aegis chuckled. Good night, you two. They exchanged glances. Perhaps we should indeed learn to become animagi. They contemplated and assist each other. The following morning, Aegis was abruptly awakened by the eager pulls of Harry and Ron, who were determined to rouse him from his slumber. The little creature, Crookshanks, was meowing and waving its tiny paws, evidently displeased with the disturbance to Aegis's sleep. I told you, this is against school rules, Hermione huffed, somewhat irked. So you did follow them after all? Aegis grinned. Hermione's voice faltered slightly. I just fear that you all might encounter trouble. Harry and Ron snickered behind her, prompting Aegis to stifle a laugh as he led them to a statue and revealed a hidden passage, ushering the three of them inside. There's a secret passage here? How did you know, Aegis? Ron exclaimed, astonished. There are many secrets within the castle. There are a total of 7 hidden passages. Whether you find them depends on your efforts, Aegis replied nonchalantly, steering clear of the question. Soon, they emerged from Honeyduck's cellar. Minutes later, outside Hogsmeade, Aegis retrieved 3 small brooms from his pocket, opening his hand as they immediately expanded to their full size. Where did you find so many brooms? Ron marveled 2 comets. No less. Harry's gaze was drawn to the slender broom in the center, its tip engraved with the words, Nimbus 2001. In Hogwarts, assistance is always available for those who truly deserve it. Aegis gestured for the 3 to stand beside the brooms. The other 2 brooms had been found in the Room of Requirement, where brooms were plentiful. Now, simply speak to the broom, up, and remember to infuse it with some emotion. Aegis instructed. Up, Harry commanded, and the Nimbus 2001 soared into his grasp. Harry gaped in astonishment while, in the shadows, a tabby cat watched him with a slightly agape mouth. Up, Ron exclaimed, attempting the same. With a resounding thwack, the broom smacked Ron in the face, causing Harry and Hermione to burst into laughter. Don't laugh. Ron struggled for quite some time before finally managing to grasp the broom. Hermione glanced at Aegis, softly uttering, Up. Thankfully, the broom flew into her hands. Aegis would never forget the sight of Hermione stamping her feet in frustration in the Granger backyard, tears streaming down her cheeks due to a stubborn broom. Excellent. You all did quite well. Aegis nodded. Let Harry go first. Hermione, hand me the broom. After receiving the broom from Hermione, Aegis leaned against it and soared into the air above them. Harry, mount the broom and push off the ground. Following Aegis's guidance, Harry complied, and the broom shot upwards with a whoosh, leaving Harry astonished at the sensation beneath him. Aegis produced a small stone from his pocket. I will throw this stone. You must catch it before it touches the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, Aegis hurled the stone into the air. Harry hesitated for a moment before redirecting the broom to pursue it. Aegis had thrown it with considerable force, and the small stone whizzed into the distance. Observing the stone's descent, Harry dove sharply and caught it deftly in his hand. Watching Harry descend from the sky in exhilaration, Ron cheered loudly. How does it feel? Aegis inquired, glancing at Harry. Harry's heart raced. I feel I can go even faster. A remarkable talent indeed. A stern voice echoed, and Professor McGonagall's tall, slender figure materialized beside them. The trio's faces paled in fright. Good morning, Professor McGonagall, Aegis chuckled. With such talent, I believe Professor Dumbledore will make an exception and allow him on the team. A 50-foot dive. You nearly terrified me, Aegis. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, though her demeanor seemed somewhat animated as she sized up Harry. That kind of speed in a dive without a scratch? Come along, Potter. With that, Professor McGonagall hastily led Harry away. Surely, Harry won't be expelled? Ron looked at Aegis with a worried expression. Certainly not. I saw permission from Professor McGonagall last night to take you all out today, and Harry is about to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. AEG shook his head. Harry possesses a natural talent for Quidditch. His father was the most exceptional seeker among students in a century. As evidenced by the trophies displayed in the trophy room, this is indeed a gift. Ron appeared thoroughly exhilarated. So, Can I? I think not, Aig replied, shaking his head, but perhaps in the future. Well then, Ron shrugged, somewhat dejected. I believe we should celebrate Harry. I concur. How about we throw a feast in the kitchen tonight? I noted it. The news of Harry being approved as the new seeker for Gryffindor caused quite a stir within the school, and discussions surrounding the matter have been rampant in recent days. I have never ridden a broom. My grandmother has always forbade it. On Thursday morning, as sunlight streamed into the great hall, Neville proclaimed. Both Harry and Ron found Neville's grandmother to be quite reasonable, for even when Neville's feet were firmly planted on the ground, unpredictable events could still occur. You simply lack confidence, Neville, Aig said, resting his chin on the table, a long straw clenched between his teeth. The curve of the straw leading into the cup he held. In fact, I genuinely believe you have considerable talent, at least evident in herbology class. Perhaps it's because Professor Sprout is the only one who doesn't scold me, Neville replied with a hint of insecurity. Haven't you mastered the summoning charm I taught you? Aeg chuckled. That is not a spell first years could easily grasp. Aeg was correct. Dramione, that bisidaik. Regarded Neville. You truly lack confidence. In reality, you are more than capable of performing better. I suppose so. Neville maintained his unconfident demeanor. Aeg suspected that this might stem from his parents, but more likely it was due to the strictness of his grandmother. Yet again, an owl post arrived. A solitary owl swooping down beside Neville to deliver a small parcel. This is a memory ball. Neville opened the package and explained, Grandmother knows I often forget things. It will tell you if there is something you've overlooked. Simply squeeze it tightly like this, and if it turns red, oh. Neville's expression instantly elongated as the memory ball glowed a vivid red. It signifies that you have forgotten something. The pressing question must be whether you have forgotten what you've forgotten, correct? Like Lauklet. Not far away. Malfoy sauntered past the Gryffindor table and instinctively snatched Neville's memory ball. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, possibly driven by some instinctual urge to confront Malfoy. Leave. Aeg turned to Malfoy. Malfoy's expression shifted as he realized Aig had been leaning over the table opposite Neville. Hastily, Malfoy shoved the memory ball back into Neville's arms and hurriedly departed. In the distance, Professor McGonagall was making her way over, evidently alerted by the commotion. Excellent display of intimidation, Mr. Morisers, Professor McGonagall remarked, a hint of a smile breaking through her stern demeanor as she nodded to the group before turning to leave. I told you, Professor McGonagall has always favored us, Aig chuckled. Ron looked at Aig curiously. You frightened him into such a state with just one spell? Of course. There were other factors, Aig nodded. For instance, that spell obliterated an entire wall. Wow, Harry laughed. Aig had always been a nightmare for Slytherin. Would approach the group to greet them. Can't beat him. Can't even dare to scold him. Fred and George trailed behind would turn to Harry. Professor McGonagall has excused you from this afternoon's flying class. All you need to do is join us for Quidditch practice. He then looked at Aeg with a hint of longing. If only you could join. I've seen you fly. Aeg, your skills are remarkable. However, I must admit, I'm not particularly interested in Quidditch, Aeg replied with a smile. Such a pity. If you were on the team, I would gladly lend you my bat, Fred interjected, squeezing between Aeg and Hermione to drape an arm around Aeg's shoulder. Then perhaps you could knock Slytherin's heads off. George squeezed in beside Aeg on the other side. Aeg regarded their antics, unsure if they meant to strike the bludger or the Slytherin players themselves. Do you remember Flint? Wood chuckled. He is now the captain of the Slytherin team. As he spoke, Aeg pointed towards the Slytherin table, turning to see a tall, burly boy with prominent buck teeth, avoiding eye contact. Have his teeth become larger? Aeg furrowed his brow. Your points of interest are rather peculiar, Wood chuckled, nodding, though they have indeed grown. Slytherin's classic tactic involves using their size to force opponents off their brooms, giving them a distinct advantage against those beanpoles from Ravenclaw. Wood frowned at the Slytherin table. Such hog-like physiques are easily found in Slytherin. They also pose an advantage for us, Fred shrugged. We have lost 7 years in a row. George mercilessly jabbed at Wood's sore spot. Not this year. We have the earliest seeker to join the team in a millennium, Wood declared, his face alight with enthusiasm. Aeg chuckled softly. Let us hope that that's true. If memory serves, you still lost this year. Around 3 in the afternoon, Aeg strolled with little Hermione to the flying classes field. I bet a kiss that Neville will definitely mess up, Aeg whispered in Hermione's ear. Hermione flushed crimson and rolled her eyes. Neville won tea. A bet then? Aeg's eyes glimmered with anticipation. I'm in. Hermione's face turned rosy. Moments latte. As Madame Hooch's whistle blew, Neville predictably encountered trouble. Before the whistle had even sounded, he sent himself soaring into the sky. As Neville ascended higher, Gasps rippled across the lawn. Aeg pointed his wand at Neville, and he swiftly plummeted from the air. Aeg caught him deftly with his left hand as Neville landed safely on the ground. Aeg then waved his hand to summon the errant broom back. Quick reflexes, Mr. Morisers. Gryffindor earns 10 points. Madam Hooch hurried over to inspect if Neville was missing any parts, while Neville looked pale as he gazed at Aeg. Aeg, thank you. No need for thanks, Aeg replied with a smile, while Hermione's cheeks remained flushed. Observing the crowd of students gathered around Neville, Aeg pointed to his own face. Look. The little girl shyly pecked Aeg's cheek before turning her head away, her face ablaze. Watching the steam rising from the nearby cauldron, Aeg grinned like a mischievous fox. Chapter 29. The End of All Spells. That night, within Snape's office, the bubbling cauldron emitted a strange fragrance. Severe as Snape regarded the small black cat on the ground with an icy demeanor. Are you hoping to have me deduct points from Gryffindor, Egg? Egg sprang to his feet, gazing at the cauldron before him. Strange, isn't it? Today's potion doesn't smell like the usual concoctions you brew. It's unusually pleasant. Just a simple potion. Snape's expression remained impassive. How goes the cloning process? Egg inquired with curiosity. The old man claims the surrogacy is complete. We merely await 10 months. It appears that Muggle methods are not entirely devoid of intelligence. Snape murmured softly. TSK, Egg scoffed. Are you preparing for everything from the child's infancy to their 11th year? A man on the brink of fatherhood can be quite terrifying, bordering on madness. Is this all you came to discuss? Snape asked, an air of annoyance creeping into his demeanor, though he was not as brooding as usual. I wish to learn the Fiendfire curse, Egg replied, casting a glance at Snape. In my view, that is more fearsome than the unforgivable curses. There's nothing that Fiendfire cannot consume. Were you contemplating? Snape's gaze drifted lazily toward Egg. Egg sensed that Snape's eyes lacked their usual emptiness. They seemed to bear a hint of vibrance. I need to destroy something. You are correct. Even the most indestructible entities fear Fiendfire. Egg nodded. Snape set down his belongings, his expression serious as he regarded Egg. You must understand that the challenge of Fiendfire lies not in summoning it, but in mastering it. In controlling it? Egg ventured, looking earnestly at Snape. Correct, Snape replied. This is not merely a flame akin to that used for roasting potatoes. It possesses sentience, even rudimentary will. The more it consumes, the more ferocious it becomes, and the harder it is to control. Intense heat, rampant destruction, incineration upon contact. Snape's voice droned with a somber tone. However, since you wish to learn, I am bound by our unbreakable vow to teach you. But before that, you must first master a highly advanced spell. What spell? Egg asked, his nerves beginning to tingle. The entrancing charm, Snape replied, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Egg, taken aback, bore a look of incredulity. Snape, rising from his seat, gestured for Egg to follow him. Do not assume this is merely an ordinary spell. The entrancing charm is a remarkably versatile incantation, primarily targeting sustained spells. While it is not a counter curse, it is indeed a formidable terminating spell. Everything. Snape led Egg to the shores of the Black Lake, which was veiled in mist and night's embrace. Turning to face Egg, he stated, all sustained spells will be nullified by it. Because it addresses various forms of sustained magic, it has a branch known by another name. The end of all spells, Snape's voice remained flat. In essence, thrust your wand into the ground to release the entrancing charm, thereby creating a layer of material that counters the properties of the existing substances within the defined area. Egg felt a twinge of disinterest. No matter how impressive it sounded, it was still merely the entrancing charm. Regardless of whether the area is engulfed in Fiendfire, the breath of a dragon, or any other area effect magic, the sole requirement is a substantial amount of magical energy. Snape's voice deepened. Now, you may cast your most proficient area effect spell upon me, and I shall demonstrate this charm. Starfire. Egg waved his wand, and sparks of fire rained down upon the ground within a 100-meter radius. With a thunderous boom, the sparks erupted into a raging inferno that soared into the sky. Even now, you cannot control your magical energy. A simple spell in your hands rivals Fiendfire. Snape shot a disapproving glance at Egg before forcefully plunging his wand into the ground, bellowing, the end of all spells. As Snape's wand pierced the earth, cracks spread across the ground for several dozen meters around. A wall of light surged from beneath Snape's feet, completely enveloping and isolating Egg's flames. Subsequently, searing fire erupted from the crevices of the ground, advancing toward the inferno Egg had conjured. The two flames clashed violently, the oncoming wave of heat roaring against Egg's face. Egg's eyes sparkled with admiration for Snape. He was captivated by how effortlessly Snape wielded the entrancing charm. Snape withdrew his wand from the ground, commanding the flames within the area. The fire twisted and compressed, ultimately extinguishing the blaze Egg had unleashed, restoring silence to the scene. Snape, slightly breathless, regarded Egg with a somber expression. "I will not demonstrate this a second time. I've learned it," Egg exclaimed eagerly, his enthusiasm palpable. "This is not a spell that can be cast alone," Snape cautioned, scrutinizing Egg's eyes. "I merely provided you with a demonstration. Under normal circumstances, this spell requires at least 3 wizards to perform. Therefore, when using this incantation, endeavor to unleash as much of your magical power as possible." Egg nodded, looking at Snape. "Shall we begin?" Snape considered Egg for a moment before stepping back. "Inferno." Snape's wand traced a circle above his head before he forcefully flicked it, unleashing a torrent of flames exceeding 100 meters from the tip of his wand. Amidst the rolling heat waves, the flames danced under Snape's control. The end of all spells. Egg imitated Snape's movements, plunging his wand into the ground. A fissure snaked around the perimeter of the Black Lake, encircling it entirely. Beams of light burst forth, transforming the Black Lake into a radiant sea of illumination, a divine and fervent light shooting skyward. Egg raised his wand, yet no flames emerged. Instead, the surface of the lake surged in response to his movements. In an instant, towering waves leaped skyward, hundreds of meters high, charging towards Snape in the night's embrace. Snape turned to behold the spectacle behind him, his face twitching uncontrollably as he bellowed, "Stop!" Egg spun around, vigorously waving his wand forward, and the lake's waters fell silent once more. The flames summoned by Snape had already been extinguished by the unintentional deluge of water Egg had conjured, leaving the ground by the lake strewn with ashes. Snape stared at Egg in bewilderment, his clothes drenched and his once greasy hair plastered to his face. "What on earth is this?" Snape raged inwardly. "What in blazes is this?" "Time to return to bed," Snape muttered, his lips quivering as he glared at Egg, his voice dark and low. Egg swallowed hard, turning to walk back to the school, feeling his legs weaken. That last moment had him contemplating whether he might have met his own demise. He mused. Had Snape not called out a moment later, what might have unfolded? Meanwhile, Snape stared at the now tranquil Black Lake, his expression still one of shock. "I swore that if I train with him again, I shall become a troll. Remarkably powerful, extraordinarily beautiful." An ancient voice echoed as Albus Dumbledore appeared behind Snape, gazing thoughtfully at the Black Lake. "A Hall of Fame level spell, is it?" "He is still growing," Snape replied, shaking his head slightly, lost in thought. "The allure of the Silent Ones is indeed enviable," Dumbledore acknowledged with a subtle nod. "But what exactly is it?" Snape gazed at Dumbledore, unable to suppress the questions swirling within him. "In truth, I believe that magic has always been intrinsically linked to the strength of our souls," Dumbledore posited, "though the study of the soul remains an enigma to wizards. Naturally, this also correlates significantly with the child's innate talent. I suspect that, aside from the quietude residing within him, his magical prowess is already nearing that of an adult wizard." Dumbledore's voice remained tranquil. "Of course, I speak of magic. Not every child who suppresses their magic will become a Silent One. It requires a certain aptitude. We cannot deny that the child's talent far surpasses our expectations, and astonishingly, he is still in the process of growth." Dumbledore's gaze drifted toward the celestial expanse. "Among those I have encountered, none possess such extraordinary talent coupled with an inexhaustible wellspring of magic. Conversely, those who wield magic do not exhibit his remarkable gifts. I never envisioned that in my lifetime I would meet a successor so formidable and unattainable. I must confess, even I feel a twinge of envy. A broomstick is but a trifling gift, and the Philosopher's Stone merely serves as a catalyst for his development. What do you suppose he will desire next, Severus?" Dumbledore sauntered toward the castle, his demeanor composed. "I can surmise that a being as radiant as a comet is destined to rise, confident and unyielding, embraced by the masses. Can you defeat him?" Snape strode briskly behind Dumbledore. Dumbledore regarded him quizzically. "In the present moment, certainly. And in the future?" Snape eagerly awaited a response to quell his unease. Dumbledore cast a brief glance at Snape, his expression unmistakably conveying, "Are you jesting?" At that moment, Aegis remained oblivious to the high praise Dumbledore had bestowed upon him as he hurried through the castle. "Halt!" Filch abruptly emerged from around the corner. "Obliviate!" With a casual flick of his wand, Aegis rendered Filch momentarily dazed, seemingly erasing the recent events from his memory. Madame Pomfrey observed Aegis with curiosity. her aura resonating a sense of familiarity. Upon returning to his chamber, Aegis discarded his damp clothing onto the floor, which instantly vanished, only to reappear neatly dried in his wardrobe shortly thereafter. Aegis stared blankly at his hands, then at his wand, contemplating for an extended period. It was the first time he recognized the sheer magnitude of magic coursing through him. Perhaps Snape was correct. It was indeed time for him to practice mastering his magical abilities. In another potions class, Aegis found himself once more among the Slytherin students, and fortunately, Snape's attention was diverted from Harry, allowing Harry to escape a predicament. That evening, Harry and Ron engaged in a hushed argument, retreating at the sight of Aegis. "What's going on with them?" Aegis inquired curiously of Hermione. Hermione opened her mouth, seemingly ready to speak, then shook her head and fell silent, appearing somewhat irked. Aegis had grown accustomed to Hermione's daily disputes with Harry and the others. It wasn't too long before Aegis discovered the cause of the commotion. The following morning, Hermione's eyes were red-rimmed, clearly indicating a restless night. Harry had arranged a duel with Malfoy, and I attempted to intervene, but without the fat lady's return. I couldn't get back to the common room, and ended up following them, she recounted, her fury akin to that of a bristling kitten. Malfoy stood them up, and we were chased by Filch into a room containing a gigantic three-headed dog. I thought I might perish from fright. Aegis stifled a laugh, unsure of where to begin with a multitude of absurdities. He reached out to ruffle Hermione's tousled hair while munching on a chicken sandwich. Nearby, Harry and Ron were deep in discussion, glancing at Aegis. Yesterday, during Quidditch practice, Malfoy had been running his mouth. Harry remarked that without his two cronies, he was nothing but a coward, and Malfoy mocked Harry for hiding behind you, prompting Harry to challenge him to a duel that evening. Ron observed Aegis's stuffed cheeks, feeling slightly embarrassed as he explained, "I meant, as men, pride is of utmost importance." Aegis erupted in laughter at Ron's words, while Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Unsure of Aegis's amusement, Harry regarded Aegis, vaguely sensing a connection between the three-headed dog and Aegis's stolen vault. But Aegis's seemingly carefree demeanor thwarted Harry's attempts to extract any useful information, leaving him somewhat disheartened. At that moment, Hermione had completely severed ties with the two. Yet Harry and Ron found the absence of her incessant directives rather refreshing. They shared their thoughts on the theft at Gringotts and the peculiar trapdoor. "It must be either extremely valuable or exceptionally dangerous," Ron asserted. Harry contemplated, or perhaps it could be both. "We could simply ask Aegis," Ron suggested. Harry shook his head. "Aegis would never divulge anything if he wished to keep it from us. We would undoubtedly uncover nothing." Despite their speculation, they had no leads regarding the mysterious object. Without further clues, deducing its nature was impossible. As for Hermione, she seemed utterly disinterested. According to her, Neville had also been present, but the poor child's sole desire was to distance himself from the incident. Aegis, too, was largely indifferent. It was merely a game concocted by Dumbledore to amuse children. For an entire week, he devoted his evenings to studying the mastery of Fiendfire with Snape. Due to its perilous nature, was accompanied each night by Dumbledore's vigilant presence. Presently, Aegis could effectively control Fiendfire within a radius of several hundred meters. Beyond that, he could only ensure his own safety. The far side of the Black Lake had transformed into a vast expanse of charred wasteland under Aegis's relentless wrath, and the students speculated endlessly, unaware of the true cause. Only the Weasley twins ventured out at night to investigate, yet they discerned little. As the fire's extent deterred them from getting closer, they could only faintly observe the silhouettes of Dumbledore, Snape, and Aegis in the distance. In an instant, Aegis's commanding figure wielding his wand as he controlled Fiendfire left a profound impression on their minds. "So cool, so powerful." This was the exclamation of the twins one evening when they intercepted Aegis in the Gryffindor common room. Their curiosity piqued regarding Aegis's spell work. Chapter 30, Sparring Partners. "That was Fiendfire. Mishandling it could be fatal," Aegis remarked, smacking his lips. "Hence Professor Dumbledore stands watch. Rest assured, we wouldn't dare request you to teach us something so perilous." "We are merely curious," George replied, throwing an arm around Aegis's shoulder. "We're curious about why a junior would study such things with the professors." "You're not plotting to become the next Dark Lord, are you?" Fred chuckled. "I think that notion is rather appealing." Aegis nodded with a grin. "Would you like to be my minions?" "Heavens, the influence of the new generation of Dark Lords is truly unreliable," Fred exclaimed, throwing up his hands. "Are you planning to send us to make our enemies laugh to death?" George chuckled. "It's merely about enhancing our own strength." Aiger shrugged helplessly. "I possess an extraordinary gift of magic," stifling it would be a waste. Learning more might come in handy someday, especially since I'm lacking in other areas. The twins exchanged glances and laughed. Fred looked at Aiger and said, "That reasoning is utterly brilliant. How about bringing us along? You're not concocting some sort of organization, are you?" Aiger asked, puzzled by their enthusiasm. "That's a splendid idea. You could be the leader, and we'll be your loyal aides." George nodded. "But for heaven's sake, don't let Ron find out. He would be devastated." Fred snickered. Aiger felt a wave of exasperation. These two truly act on every whim. "Very well. What shall we call this organization?" Aiger pouted, secretly finding the twins' proposal rather amusing. "How about the toxic egg?" Fred blurted without a moment's hesitation. "The death egg could work too." George chimed in. Aiger was left in a state of bewilderment. "So you're fixated on eggs, are you? Is my name truly that ridiculous? Enough of this nonsense." Aiger rolled his eyes. "We might as well call it the Egg Society." The twins exchanged a knowing look and exclaimed in unison, "A splendid name, Aiger." Ultimately, Aiger could not resist the overwhelming enthusiasm of the twins. In a case of minority yielding to the majority, they resolutely decided on the organization's name, the Egg Society. Egg House, abbreviated as EH, or Egg Home. Aiger stared at the jubilant duo, feeling utterly lost. Why on earth am I indulging in this folly? Just think, one day, when I become a Grand Wizard, my resume might read, Aiger Morisers, known as the Toxic Egg, founder of the illustrious Egg Society. Subsidiaries, Weasley Wizard Wheezes. When the world is this? Aiger was beside himself with frustration. Can't we have a bit of dignity? As thoughts swirled in his mind, Aiger gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall, Aiger dully sipped his milk while owls, as per usual, flocked into the hall, delivering parcels to their intended recipients. 6 long-eared owls swooped down with a lengthy package, landing in front of Harry. Harry picked up the envelope and glanced at it. No need to look further. It's probably a broomstick from Professor McGonagall. "Good heavens, she is quite generous," Aiger remarked. Harry examined the letterhead, and indeed, Aiger was correct, yet he refrained from eagerly unwrapping the parcel, as McGonagall had instructed him to keep it discreet. A wave of joy washed over Harry as he handed the letter to Ron. "The Nimbus 2001. Ron exclaimed enviously. "How wonderful." Aiger chuckled. "You're basking in my glory." "How so?" Harry looked at Aiger with curiosity. "Initially, I made a deal with Professor Dumbledore, who gifted me a 2001, but I ended up giving it away. Later, after I helped Gryffindor decisively defeat Slytherin, Professor McGonagall, knowing I had given away the broom, sent me another one." Aiger grinned. "Technically, a standard 2000 would suffice for our Quidditch team, but Professor McGonagall likely didn't want you to feel slighted. After all, it's not about scarcity, but equity." "Quite convoluted," Ron remarked, clicking his tongue. Aiger nodded. "Although it's merely a single-digit difference, the 2001 is indeed considerably more expensive. You must win, Harry." Harry nodded eagerly and, along with Ron, exited the hall with the package. A few minutes later, Hermione stormed in, clutching a book. "Look at them. It's as if they're grateful for my silence." Aiger shook his head in resignation. In Hermione's eyes, there were only 2 kinds of people, Aiger and everyone else. Regardless of whether he copied homework or broke school rules, to Hermione, it was inconsequential. Aiger surmised this might stem from the personal idolization he had established since he was 8. In contrast, whenever Harry or Ron breached school rules, Hermione would not hesitate to lecture them. It must be said, Hermione at this age is not particularly endearing. However, Aiger felt content as long as he enjoyed their company. Gazing out at the lovely weather outside the castle, Aiger decided to venture into the Forbidden Forest to find Buckbeak for a flight, hoping to lift Hermione's spirits in the process. The two made their way toward the Forbidden Forest, where distant figures in red soared through the sky at the Quidditch pitch. Today was Gryffindor's practice. "First and foremost, bow, and make sure not to blink," Aiger instructed Hermione, maintaining a respectful distance from Buckbeak. Hermione, her face paling at the sight of Buckbeak's massive form, nonetheless complied, trusting Aiger. After a moment, the young girl, her face a mix of anxiety and exhilaration, mounted Buckbeak's back, curiously stroking the great creature's feathers. "Let us go. I'll take you for a spin." Aiger beamed, giving Buckbeak a gentle nudge with his legs. Buckbeak stood and galloped forward, its colossal wings unfurling as it soared into the sky. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she sat before Aiger, who at that moment resembled a dashing prince. Aiger directed Buckbeak toward the Quidditch pitch, where he seized the snitch amidst the astonished gazes of players and spectators alike, tossing it through the opposing team's hoop. Cheers from Fred and George mingled with the wind, reaching Aiger's ears as he laughed heartily, waving at the surrounding students, while Hermione's face radiated excitement. Aiger, what is this? Harry flew close on his broomstick, while Buckbeak tilted its head curiously at him, its massive wings beating as it hovered in the air. Aiger grinned. This is Buckbeak, a hippogriff. Be cautious. Keep your distance during your first encounter. He could be a bit temperamental. Buckbeak grumbled, seemingly displeased with Aiger's words, prompting Aiger to signal for Buckbeak to fly a bit further away. Along the way, the Weasley twins flew around them on their brooms, intrigued. Aiger rode Buckbeak all the way to the Black Lake. It was the weekend, and many students gathered around, marveling at Buckbeak. Buckbeak landed beside the lake, and Aiger gracefully dismounted, assisting Hermione down as well. A sparse group of students lingered at a distance, eyeing Buckbeak with curiosity. Aiger caught sight of Malfoy in the crowd and chuckled, recalling that this lad had been scratched up later. Hadn't he? Do you want to take a ride? Aiger smiled at Malfoy. Malfoy's eyes brightened, nervously glancing at Aiger. See, can I? Aiger felt a twinge of pity for the boy, who seemed to tremble at the prospect of speaking to him. You can give it a try, but you must do as I say. Aiger tilted his head, beckoning Malfoy to come closer. Malfoy leaned in with an air of excitement, and Aiger couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor. Despite his somewhat irksome personality, he was still just a child. Hadn't he been brought under control quite effectively? After a moment, Malfoy felt as though his eyes would tire from staring, and Buckbeak finally inclined his head slightly towards him. Aiger gestured for Malfoy to come closer and levitated him onto Buckbeak's back, instructing him to embrace the creature's neck. What? Malfoy stammered in surprise. Aiger gave Buckbeak a gentle pat on the hind leg, and Buckbeak lifted his majestic head, spreading his wings with a flourish before soaring towards the lake, Malfoy's shriek echoing in the distance. Aiger deemed it prudent to allow Malfoy an early encounter with Buckbeak, to prevent any mischievous antics from this lad later on. After a short flight, Buckbeak landed gracefully beside Aiger, and it was evident that Malfoy was visibly shaken. Outside the crowd, Professor McGonagall hurried over, stating, I do not recommend bringing creatures from the Forbidden Forest on a campus, Mr. Morisers. Aiger stuck out his tongue with an innocent expression. So please, return it to the Forbidden Forest promptly to avoid any complications. McGonagall pursed her lips, casting a glance at Aiger, but ultimately refrained from deducting any points. Aiger nodded, escorting Buckbeak back to the Forbidden Forest, while Hermione trailed behind, tapping her chest nervously. Seeing Professor McGonagall nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought she would deduct points from you. Not at all, Aiger murmured. She looked rather pleased that a new student from her own house was able to tame a hippogriff. Such a matter that brings pride is not likely to incur her wrath. Aiger smiled broadly. You might not see it, but Professor McGonagall is not as rigid as she appears. Later that night, at the Gryffindor table, Harry sat beside Aiger, looking somewhat dejected. What a pity. Professor McGonagall left so early, wouldn't let us leave the training grounds. I was hoping to ride Buckbeak after practice. Ron, glaring at the Slytherin table, remarked, Look at Malfoy. He's been insufferably smug all day. Aiger, why didn't you tell us sooner? Aiger shrugged. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We won't miss this one. If you want to visit the Forbidden Forest, just stick with me. Better not. Harry shook his head. Going in there feels akin to courting death. Hagrid might just box us up and send us out. Ron nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with Harry's sentiment. That evening, upon returning to the tower, Aiger was promptly dragged out by the restless Weasley twins, who insisted they needed to learn some practical spells from him. As they were now in their third year and had yet to master anything useful, Aiger guided them to the room of requirement, where the twins were filled with excitement. I remember this used to be a broom cupboard, Fred remarked, surveying the area. George and I came here once when Filch was chasing us. This is the room of requirement, the most mysterious place in Hogwarts for centuries. Not only does it provide us with a training ground, but it also harbors forbidden items hidden by students throughout the ages. Even the professors are not fully aware of its secrets. Aiger clapped his hands, pointing to a mannequin holding a wand. Shall we begin now? Have you decided on what you want to learn? George asked eagerly. How about the disarming charm? Aiger replied with a smile. The twins exchanged glances, appearing somewhat bored. Oh, come on. What do you want to learn then? Aiger inquired. Something more interesting. Something with a bang. Aiger pondered for a moment, then casually waved his wand at the mannequin, causing it to split cleanly in half, the severed edges gleaming as if sliced by a knife. Cool, they exclaimed in unison. This spell is called Sectum Sempra, Aiger explained. It is a dark magic, so you must promise me to think carefully before casting it. The twins nodded, dutifully following Aiger's instructions. I must say, compared to the more challenging ordinary spells and charms, dark magic is indeed easier to learn, straightforward to execute, and immensely powerful, which explains why many wizards become enamored with it. Under no circumstances should it be cast at school. I must warn you, this spell was invented by Snape, Aig said with a serious expression. If he discovers this, he will not let you off easily. I knew that old Coot had a penchant for dark magic. Fred nodded. They did not study for long. Surprisingly, despite its danger, the spell was quite simple to grasp, and the twins excelled in their defense against the dark arts class, allowing them to learn quickly. Now, for some practical application. You two can attack me together, Aig said, stepping back to observe them. You cannot use Incendio, nor the unforgivable curses, and definitely not Sectum Sempra, or we'll be done for. The twins enthusiastically set the rules, and Aig shrugged, entirely unperturbed. All right then. With that, Aig drew his wand and pointed it at them. Shall we begin? As the words left his mouth, two beams of red light shot forth just a meter in front of Ig, only to explode as if intercepted by an unseen force. Aig directed his wand towards the twins, flicking his wrist delicately as several red beams surged toward them. He carefully controlled the output of his magic, striving to keep the spells at a moderate level to avoid any mishaps. The twins struggled to fend off Aig's spells, their smiles gradually fading. For them, Aig's silent casting and relentless speed were akin to a nightmare. Fred hastily dodged a spell shot by Aig, giving him a smug grin as if to boast. If I were you, I wouldn't get distracted during a duel. Aig lowered his wand, watching Fred with a relaxed demeanor. As soon as he spoke, Fred instinctively sensed something amiss and was about to shove George aside when suddenly two ropes shot out from behind, binding them together. The previous spell had not been an attack, but a transfiguration spell. It proved that sometimes transfiguration can yield unexpectedly effective results in combat. Wouldn't you agree? Aig chuckled at their predicament as they dangled like dumplings from the ceiling. What a disparity considering we were the older ones by 2 years. They exchanged glances, with George laughing heartily at Fred. Chapter 31, Sectum Sempra. I must warn you, under no circumstances should you allow yourselves to be distracted during a duel. You must support each other, Aig said with a serious expression. Moreover, you must swiftly master the non-verbal incantation of the shield charm. It is crucial that you can instinctively cast it during battle. I do not wish to see George standing alone at your gravestone one day, Fred. Aig's expression grew grave. If there were one regret Aig had from his previous life regarding the entire Harry Potter series, it would undoubtedly be Fred's fate. The shield charm is too difficult. Fred sighed. Are there no other spells? As far as I know, the shield charm, known as the ironclad charm, is the simplest spell that offers indiscriminate protection against any type of curse for wizards. Aiger nodded. You must have noticed that your spells are utterly ineffective against me. I have been maintaining the ironclad charm instinctively, regardless of time or place. My goodness, what on earth have you been through? George gazed at Aiger in disbelief. Aiger smirked. Oh, nothing much, just that Snape might suddenly spring out from somewhere and cast a curse on me. Observing the expressions on their faces, Aiger faintly sensed a hint of sympathy. For a considerable duration thereafter, Aiger devoted himself to intensively tutoring the Weasley twins in spells, and they acquired a wealth of useful incantations. Time flew by unnoticed, and soon, only 2 days remained until Halloween, when we barely managed to withstand one of your spells. We discovered that your left hand can also cast spells, Fred lamented, leaning back in a chair. George, slightly out of breath from the considerable exertion of magic, remarked, What's next? Your toes? You're truly revolting, Aiger retorted, sipping noisily on a warm glass of milk. But it's a good suggestion. Who knows by the end? I might be able to cast spells with 5 different body parts. It's 4. Your right hand must be holding the wand, Fred reminded Aiger. Aiger straightened up and thrust his hips forward. The twins burst into laughter, with Fred nodding in agreement. You are indeed correct. This might be the most powerful. George smiled broadly at Aiger, who hastily waved his hands. Stop right there. If we continue down this path, I'll be labeled a pervert. You've long since become one, Fred nodded in affirmation. When you mentioned 5, George's expression turned serious. Aiger pouted. Perhaps, but thus far, I've taught you the majority of common spells. You just need to practice diligently. As for the rest, that's dark magic, and I cannot instruct you further. Many thanks to Professor Morisers for his diligent guidance. You've worked hard. Aiger observed the twins' light-hearted demeanor with a touch of exasperation, perhaps due to the impending Halloween. The atmosphere at school had grown somewhat restless in the past couple of days. When Aiger arrived at the charms classroom the next day, he could distinctly sense that the room was more boisterous than usual. Professor Flitwick stood at the podium teaching the levitation charm. Never forget that subtle wrist motion we've been practicing. Standing atop a thick stack of books, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, A flick and a swish. And do not forget about Wizard Barufio. who pronounced F as S and found himself lying on the ground with a buffalo standing on his chest. That is quite impressive, after all. Summoning a buffalo is no trivial feat, Aiger muttered softly. Professor Flitwick divided the students into pairs, and due to Neville's hopeful gaze, Aiger reluctantly teamed up with him, as Harry and Ron seemed oblivious to his presence. Harry was paired with Seamus, while Hermione teamed with Ron. It was hard to determine who was more irritated. Aiger encouraged Neville and quietly cast a shield charm beside him. Fortunately, although Neville was unsuccessful, he caused no harm. Behind them, Seamus ignited a feather with a loud bang. And Aiger was unfazed. He thought Seamus might be suited for summoning spells. Perhaps he could conjure a Ganderloof. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron's voice rang out, and Aiger turned to see him shouting, swinging his long arms like a windmill. Beside Aiger, Hermione interjected without hesitation. You're mistaken. It's Wingardium Leviosa. The Leviosa must be pronounced long and clear. Since you're so clever, why don't you get a try? Ron roared in frustration. The first spell Aiger taught me was this one. Hermione rolled her eyes. I can now perform it silently. As she waved her wand, the feather floated gracefully into the air. Excellent silent casting. Well done. Professor Flitwick applauded, and everyone smiled habitually. It was no surprise that Hermione and Aiger consistently earned extra points in Charms class. As expected, Professor Flitwick awarded Hermione 5 additional points, and Aiger clapped happily as the feather soared, earning him 10 points. To Flitwick, teaching Hermione and Aiger was a delight. Although he continually emphasized that Aiger should attach the eagle head, he gifted him to his wand, stating that it would bring him more joy. Aiger expressed that the eagle's outstretched wings were quite uncomfortable, so he removed it after one attempt. By the end of the class, Ron was in a foul mood. A throng of students bustled through the corridors as Harry and Ron squeezed their way through. No wonder no one can stand her except Aiger, Ron remarked to Harry. Aiger is far superior to her. She treats everyone this way. She is an absolute nightmare. Beside Aiger, Hermione was shedding tears, and Aiger felt a sense of helplessness. It was difficult to ascertain who was right or wrong in this situation. Hermione hurriedly departed, and Aiger made no attempt to follow. He believed it would be beneficial for Hermione to learn some empathy. I think she heard you, Harry said, glancing at Hermione as she pushed past them. So what? Ron replied, still irate. I bet she has noticed. She has no friends. Aiger is, Harry pointed at Aiger beside him. A boyfriend is different from friend, right? Ron pondered. Throughout the entire afternoon, Hermione was nowhere to be found. Aiger did not seek her out. A tracking charm he placed on her indicated she had been in the restroom for quite some time. Aiger merely accompanied her by skipping a few classes, sitting on a stone step not far from the girls' lavatory and reading. When Harry and Ron attended the Halloween Eve feast that evening, they inadvertently overheard Parvati discussing the matter, causing Ron to appear somewhat uncomfortable. I think Aiger must be blaming us for angering Hermione, Harry said dryly. Sitting on a stone step all afternoon isn't exactly thrilling. Not at all, Ron replied confidently. I have a feeling Aiger doesn't seem to care about our disputes. He appears indifferent. That is because he is the type who prefers to act rather than speak. Fred chuckled nearby, munching on a roasted potato. George chimed in, who knows? One of these days he might get fed up and turn both of you into skunks, hanging from the school gate. He has a peculiar fondness for that transformation. The two bantered back and forth, causing Harry and Ron's faces to pale. Don't listen to them, Neville whispered to the pair. Aiger wouldn't he do that? No one knows what he is thinking. He gives me the same vibe as Professor Dumbledore. Really? I feel like Aiger can be more unruly than us. He seems a bit off the rails, not as exaggerated as you suggest, Parvati remarked, glancing at Neville while whispering with Lavender. Dumbledore is a bit off as well, Ron said, but he felt reassured, realizing Aiger likely wouldn't turn them into skunks. This evening, the ceiling of the Great Hall is extraordinarily beautiful. One cannot help but wonder where Dumbledore procured 1,000 bats. The once vast and profound sky above is today adorned with layers of low-hanging, densely packed clouds, swirling and dancing not far above the dining tables. The flickering lights in the eyes of jack-o'-lanterns, scattered across the walls and long tables, create a captivating spectacle. Overall, it is a splendid Halloween Eve for the students. Harry is munching on a baked potato when Professor Quirrell suddenly bursts into the Great Hall. His large scarf askew and his face a mask of terror. He hastily makes his way to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily on the table, gasping as he stammers. A troll in the dungeons. I thought you ought to know. With that, he collapses onto the floor, unconscious. Screams erupt, and chaos ensues in the hall. Dumbledore is compelled to conjure several bursts of purple fireworks with his wand to restore order. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. How could a troll have gotten in? In the midst of the bustling crowd, Harry turns to Ron and inquires. Don't ask me. Trolls are supposed to be exceptionally dim-witted. Ron replies, maybe Peeves let it in? Just to spice up Halloween a bit. The two move along with the throng, but Harry suddenly grips Ron's arm. I've just remembered. Hermione and Neville. What about them? They don't know about the troll. Ron bites his lip, his expression pained as he looks at Harry. It'll be fine, right? Neville's quite strong. What's a troll? Harry's green eyes are filled with urgency. Quirrell mentioned that trolls have a high resistance to spells. All right, but let us not let Percy find out we're missing, Ron nods. The two hunch down and blend into the Hufflepuff crowd, stealthily making their way through the deserted corridors. As they round a corner, they hear hurried footsteps behind them. Percy, Ron whispers, pulling Harry behind a statue of a griffin. Peering from behind the statue, they discover it is not Percy, but Snape, who hurries past them down the corridor, disappearing from view. What is he doing? Harry whispers. Why isn't he with the other teachers in the dungeons? How should I know? Ron shrugs. They can't linger too long and quietly continue down another corridor, trying to make as little noise as possible. Can you smell that? A foul odor invades their nostrils, reminiscent of dirty socks mingled with an unclean public restroom. Not only they notice it, Neville, not far away on the staircase, also catches a whiff. Harry and Ron exchange terrified glances as they spot a massive figure at the end of the left corridor. They quickly retreat into the shadows, watching as it slowly steps into a pool of moonlight. Neville, expressionless, stands up, gently covering his nose with his left hand. At that moment, Harry and Ron notice Neville and rush out to urge him to hide. Stupefied, a swift, transparent flash of light cuts through the air, and the troll's head separates from its body. Neville's wand drops slightly as Harry and Ron stare in shock at the gushing blood from the troll's neck, the scene overwhelming them. That was incredible. What spell was that? Ron's eyes gleam with admiration as he looks at Neville. Dark magic. You're not ready for that yet. Neville chuckles. In the girls' restroom, Hermione emerges, her eyes red from tears, only to jump in fright at the sight of the massive shadow and the noxious smell. What happened? She asks, panic etched on her face as she looks at Neville. A troll was led into the castle. I've been waiting for you outside, and it just happened to walk right in, Neville replies with a smile. Hermione turns to Harry and Ron. What about you two? We heard that Neville and you were here, so we rushed to find you, Harry states, glancing at the troll's lifeless body on the floor, swallowing hard. But it seems we're not needed anymore. Ron shrugs. Neville was so kind to us. We ought to show some gratitude, you know. Hermione's face tightens, but then a hint of a smile appears. Before she can say anything further, a loud clamor of footsteps echoes, and they turn to see a group of professors hurrying toward them from the other end of the corridor. Professor McGonagall leads the charge, with Snape closely trailing behind. Neville suspects they are drawn by the troll's foul stench. At least he finds himself a bit lightheaded from it. Quirrell lags behind them, glancing at the troll's body on the ground, then succumbing to a fit of powerless sobbing, leaning against the wall while clutching his chest. Snape bends down to examine the troll, and McGonagall regards the group with a pale expression. Harry senses from her demeanor that earning Gryffindor an additional 50 points seems unlikely. What on earth is going on here? McGonagall's voice is cold and filled with anger. Snape glances at the troll's neck wound and shoots a look at Neville. The fact is, Professor McGonagall, Hermione, and Harry had a small disagreement and were hiding in the restroom, crying. I was waiting for her outside. We had no idea the troll had entered the castle. Neville explains, Harry and Ron bravely came to notify us for our safety. They didn't bring shame to Gryffindor. Oh, if that's the case, McGonagall's expression softens noticeably as she looks at Ron and Harry. Gryffindor earns 5 points for your courageous actions. McGonagall sniffs, still visibly shaken from her earlier worry. 5 points each. Harry and Ron exchange glances and break into grins. McGonagall turns to Snape, who nods in response before turning back to Neville. As for you, Neville, a single blow to fell a troll, both courage and skill demonstrated, achieving what many graduates would find challenging. Gryffindor earns 20 points. However, this is not to be repeated. Trolls are exceedingly rare. Neville beams. He doesn't feel the points awarded are insufficient, as McGonagall usually grants him plenty during each Transfiguration class. All right, children, hurry back to the Gryffindor Tower. The students are eager to partake in the Halloween feast. McGonagall smiles at the group. With a flick of his wand, Neville conjures a blaze of gold and crimson flames that instantly engulfs the troll's carcass. McGonagall's eyelids flutter. She recognizes it as fiend fire. Subsequently, Neville points at the blood splattered on the walls, which immediately returns to its pristine state. A few minutes later, the four make their way toward the tower. She should have given Neville 50 points. After all, it was a troll, Ron mutters, somewhat disgruntled. Only 20? Neville usually racks up more than 30 points in a single day. Exactly because Neville earns points so effortlessly, McGonagall only awarded him 20, Harry muses. I bet if it were us, we might have received 50 points. A few individuals returned to the lounge, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. Aiger chuckled at the awkward expressions of the three beside him. Surely, they could be considered friends by now? Chapter 32, Small Talk. Ever since Harry and Ron braved danger to seek out the two, Hermione had become less concerned about their occasional transgressions of school rules. It was at this moment that they truly recognized the significance of having a brilliant friend. The frigid November weather in Scotland, coupled with the ever-increasing assignments from their professors, weighed heavily on their spirits. Fortunately, Hermione was able to assist them considerably, although she would not lend them her work to copy. She was more than willing to explain the concepts they struggled with. Why is it only Aiger who gets to copy? Ron gazed enviously at Aiger, whose fingers deftly manipulated a quill, transcribing Hermione's work with remarkable speed. Hermione rolled her eyes, because Aiger understands the material. You once said Aiger couldn't even brew a simple cold remedy, Ron lamented with a grimace. It's quite simple. Even if I couldn't brew a potion from the tap water, Severus would still award me an outstanding for my assignments. Aiger replied dispassionately. What about history of magic? Ron queried. And astronomy or herbology? Those are of little consequence. Aiger supported his chin with a smile. No teacher can withstand my confundus charm. Are you a devil? Ron exclaimed, his face a mask of horror. You could get expelled. Just jesting. In truth, I'm doing quite well in those subjects. As long as I've heard the material, it sticks in my mind, and I can pass the exams easily. Aiger said with a grin. We can manage too, Ron pouted. Harry turned to Ron, casting him a dry glance. Ron tilted his head. All right, I was bragging. For herbology, you should seek Neville's assistance, Aiger suggested thoughtfully. Don't be fooled by Neville's timid nature. I've mentioned before that he possesses considerable talent. What about the others? Harry looked at Aiger hopefully. For astronomy, you might inquire with those two Indian girls. They have shown great interest in such mystical subjects, Aiger mused. As for history of magic, just copy from the book. The answers for the assignments will certainly be within it. Cite examples, and offer your own views in your essays. It's really quite straightforward. History of magic isn't nearly as dull as Professor Binns makes it out to be. You certainly have a knack for dealing with assignments. Ron observed in astonishment. Aiger chuckled. Every task has its tricks. It simply depends on whether you can discern them. Harry, cradling the book Hermione had procured for him titled The Marvelous Quidditch Balls, appeared utterly captivated. Over 700 violations had been recorded during a World Cup match in 1473. Goodness, what on earth transpired that year? Aiger leaned forward to glance at the book in Harry's hands, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. You should be cautious. I heard Fred say that most Quidditch accidents happen to seekers, and they often bear the brunt of it. So that's why you refuse to participate in matches? Harry chuckled at Aiger. Because magic isn't permitted during the games, not even wandless spells, Aiger replied, nodding affirmatively. You guessed correctly. I'm afraid I might be tempted to cast a Petri Ficus Totalis on the opposing team, Aiger added with a nod. Hermione leaned against Aiger, cradling a small jam jar containing a handful of cerulean flames, which she had conjured to warm the group, though it was against school rules to play with fire. In the distance, Snape limped across the courtyard. Aiger, with an impassive expression, snatched the jam jar from Hermione and held it close to his chest, while Harry closed the book to avoid attracting Snape's ire. What do you have there, Potter? Snape's sullen gaze fixated on Harry. Aiger shrugged helplessly. Even he could not divert Snape's attention from Harry. Harry showed him the book, and Snape snatched it away. Library books are not permitted to be taken outside of school. Hand it over, or 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. You just made up that rule. Harry fumed as he watched Snape limp away. I wonder what happened to his leg. Who knows, but I hope it hurts like hell, Ron chuckled, then cautiously glanced at Aiger. But don't let him know that. Aiger burst into laughter. Throughout the day, Harry seemed somewhat distracted. When night fell and they returned to the tower, the four gathered by the fireplace. Aiger and Hermione snuggled under a blanket, playing a game of Little People, Old Tiger, while Harry glanced at Ron, deciding to confront Snape to retrieve the book. If it were me, I wouldn't go, Ron said without hesitation. Harry believed that if another teacher were present, Snape might not reject his plea. Aiger smiled at Harry. No need for such measures, no matter how harshly he scolds you. If you just widen those green eyes and look at him with pleading intent, he won't be able to hold out for more than 3 seconds before he returns the book. Harry shook his head. That's impossible. I wager a galleon, Aiger declared, flicking a gold galleon into the air. Harry chuckled at the sight of Aiger's galleon, then nodded. All right, it's a bet. You're betting too much. Hermione gently pinched Aiger's leg beneath the blanket. Aiger leaned forward and kissed her cheek. From now on, You handle the finances? The little girl's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, while Ron looked on in disdain at the pair. Harry laughed and turned to leave the tower. What on earth are you thinking? Ron gazed at Aiger in astonishment. You betting on a sure loss? Sure loss? Aiger grinned at Ron. I wouldn't dare wager without confidence. After a moment, Harry returned, panting and clutching a thick book. He tossed the galleon to Aiger, eyes wide with surprise. How did you know? I told you. I understand him better than you do, Aiger replied with a subtle smirk. And I also mentioned that no matter what happens, you should trust my words. See? It came to pass, didn't it? Harry nodded, hesitating momentarily before speaking. There was a slight hiccup. He tried to throw me out, but I did as you said and looked at him pitifully, and then he just tossed the book at me. Why did that happen? Perhaps it's because he appears cold, yet has a warm heart? Aiger offered nonchalantly. You might consider personally gifting him a cake for Christmas. It would surely improve your relationship. He'd probably suspect I poisoned it, Harry pouted. Aiger shrugged, rising to return to sleep. Get to bed early. Don't stay up too late. As Harry watched Aiger's figure ascend the tower, he lowered his voice to share with Ron and Hermione what he had just witnessed. Are you saying Snape attempted to cross that trapdoor and ended up being bitten by the dog? Ron asked incredulously. Harry nodded. He said himself. How could you possibly guard 3 heads? Ron furrowed his brow at Harry. We should inform Aiger about this. Why didn't you tell him earlier? I can't. Aiger is too close to him. He would undoubtedly inquire about Snape, and if Snape became wary of Aiger or developed any ulterior motives, we could endanger him. Harry shook his head emphatically. No, he wouldn't. Hermione's eyes widened. I know he's not the best, but he wouldn't steal from Dumbledore or harm Aiger. To be quite honest, Hermione, you always seem to regard all teachers as saints, Ron remarked candidly. I concur with Harry's sentiments, but what exactly is he searching for? Was that massive dog guard? Regardless, we cannot disclose anything to Hagrid just yet. I believe we ought to wait until we have the opportunity to expose his true nature. Harry said somewhat impatiently, we will inform Hagrid, but not at this moment, Hermione. Hermione pondered for a moment before hesitantly nodding her head, clearly harboring some biases against Snape. Well, irrespective of that, I think it's time for you to get some rest, she declared, closing her book and approaching the dormitory door. Tomorrow is the Quidditch match. I wish you the best of luck. The following morning dawned bright yet chilly, with the tantalizing aroma of roasted sausages wafting through the dining hall. Hagrid and Hermione sat at the long table, enjoying breakfast while the chatter around them buzzed incessantly. Harry, you must eat more of your breakfast, Hermione chided, frowning at him. I have no appetite, Harry replied tersely, clearly on edge. Hagrid offered a slice of bread. How about some toast? I'm not hungry. Harry looked rather despondent, feeling utterly miserable as he prepared to face the pitch in just an hour. By 11 o'clock, Hagrid and the others arrived punctually at the stand surrounding the pitch, ascending to the top row where they joined Neville, Seamus, and Dean. They had crafted a massive banner from a dirty bedsheet that boldly proclaimed Potter for the win, with Dean having painted a lion beneath it. Hermione had cast a spell to make the lion's color shimmer. Hagrid felt it lacked sufficient vigor and with a wave of his wand, conjured a colossal flaming lion that roared ferociously towards Slytherin, causing the smaller snakes to panic. Mr. Morisers, cease your enchantments. You are disrupting the match, Professor McGonagall announced in the microphone from the podium. Hagrid sheepishly dispelled the imposing lion above his head. Nevertheless, Hagrid merely intended to cheer Harry on, as he had little genuine interest in Quidditch, often engaging in conversation with Hagrid, who was evidently invested in Harry's first match. Shortly after the match commenced, as Hagrid had predicted, Harry's broom was jinxed and began to shake uncontrollably. Hermione, watching through her telescope, turned pale as she saw Snape casting the spell. She was at a loss for how to convey this to Hagrid, fearing he might not take it well. Stop the spell, Hagrid shouted, pointing his wand at Harry in midair. At that moment, Snape fell back as if struck by some unseen force, causing Quirrell to topple as well. Hermione furrowed her brow. She realized Harry might be correct. Perhaps Hagrid should witness Snape's true character firsthand. However, Hagrid's spell was too swift, and by the time Hermione registered it, Harry's broom had stabilized. Unaware of the inner thoughts of the nearby children, Hagrid gazed up at the match, unable to identify all the Slytherin players, but it hardly mattered, as Gryffindor was scoring most of the time. To Hagrid's astonishment, even after he had interfered with Harry's broom, Harry ultimately concluded the match by catching the golden snitch. Hermione shook her head at Ron, who looked as though he wanted to speak. Hagrid won't he believe us if we say anything now. We must wait until we catch Snape in the act, she insisted. Ron grimaced in frustration, and after a while, the group returned to the castle, where he and Harry muttered to each other. Soon enough, Harry and Ron decided to share their concerns with Hagrid, who merely smiled in response, saying nothing. He felt it unnecessary to elaborate, as Dumbledore seemed intent on challenging the trio, believing it might motivate them, while Snape would certainly not care about their opinions. Harry, unsure of what to say to Hagrid, fell silent. Minutes later, after finishing lunch, Hagrid intended to find a sunny spot to relax. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione and Ron, and the three hurriedly made their way to Hagrid's hut. The trio was fueled by a sense of rivalry, eager to prove something to Hagrid, and after much deliberation, they decided to inquire with him. Half an hour later, they recounted the events of the Quidditch match to Hagrid, who slammed his large cup down. Nonsense. How could Snape do such a thing? The three exchanged glances, and Harry chose to tell the whole truth. We discovered something. On Halloween, he intended to use that three-headed dog. It bit him, and we believe he meant to steal whatever it was guarding. Hagrid set down the teapot, looking perplexed at the trio. How do you know about Fluffy? Fluffy? Hagrid hesitated. He's mine. I acquired him from a Greek fellow I met in a pub last year. I lent him to Dumbledore for guarding. What? Harry exclaimed, his urgency evident. Enough of that. Don't ask any more, Hagrid said impatiently. That's a matter of utmost secrecy, understand? But Snape wants to steal him. Nonsense, Hagrid replied earnestly. Snape is a Hogwarts professor. He would never do such a thing. Then why does he want to harm Harry? Hermione interjected loudly. The events of that afternoon shifted Hermione's perception of Snape significantly, especially considering how close Hagrid and Snape seemed. If I see someone casting dark curses, I can recognize them. Hagrid, I've read everything about them in books. You must keep your eyes on them. Snape's eyes were unblinking. I saw it with my own eyes. I tell you, you're mistaken. What you see isn't always the truth. That is something Hagrid has told me. Hagrid's tone grew rough, his agitation palpable from the trio's incessant probing. I don't know why Harry's broom behaved that way, but Snape would never wish to harm any student. Now listen to me. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you, and that is perilous. Forget about that dog. Forget about what it guards. It's a matter between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. So this also involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, doesn't it? Harry exclaimed loudly. Hagrid was furious, angry with himself for being drawn into the situation and feeling that the three children were being led astray by Hagrid. Chapter 33. Christmas. For an entire month, Harry and his friends have been secretly searching for information about Nicholas Flamel, hastily packing away their findings whenever they encountered Hagrid. Hagrid watched the trio with amusement, choosing not to reveal his awareness of their endeavors. The quest to uncover the Philosopher's Stone did not pique his interest. He was preoccupied with waiting for Tom Riddle's diary, which he found amusing to toy with when boredom struck. As time passed, the Christmas season approached once again. For others, Christmas was a festive occasion, but for Hagrid, it was not only a holiday, but also his birthday. This revelation came after a year of residing with the Grangers, as Hermione probed him relentlessly. Hagrid had initially thought that celebrating Christmas together was sufficient, deeming it unnecessary to commemorate his birthday specifically. Gazing out at the several feet of pristine white snow blanketing the ground, Aeg was compelled to don a luxurious and substantial robe before stepping outside. As he descended the stairs, he spotted the Weasley twins enchanting a few snowballs, causing them to chase after a pair of chihuahuas in a delightful frenzy. Aeg couldn't contain his laughter when he witnessed the snowballs striking the back of the dogs' heads. Little did they know, they were the first to audaciously hurl snowballs at Voldemort's visage. Aeg laughed heartily, doubled over with mirth, until Professor McGonagall appeared at their side, seemingly out of nowhere. Mr. Weasley, given your impolite behavior, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. McGonagall's voice was stern, her gaze seething with disapproval as she fixed it upon the twins. Turning her attention to the still giggling E.G., her expression hardened further. As for you, Mr. Morisers, you had the capacity to intervene and chose not to. This is far more egregious. Thus I must deduct 10 points from you. As McGonagall stormed away in a huff, the three exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into laughter once more. It seemed that the point deductions had failed to dampen their spirits. Just 15 points. We can earn that back in 2 classes with Professor Flitwick, they joked. Aeg scowled playfully. Don't call me Poison Egg or Your Grace. To which Fred, feigning shock, exclaimed, but you are our leader. George knelt dramatically, proclaiming, the new Dark Lord, indeed. Their laughter erupted once more. In the distance, a hefty figure approached, irate. Hagrid, his voice booming, admonished the Weasley twins. You two, mind your words. Don't trouble A.G. He has had enough hardships as it is. Aeg eagerly attempted to climb onto Hagrid's shoulder, but found the thickness of his robe thwarting his efforts. Where are you off to? Ike inquired. I'm going to fetch some warming potions for the birds from Professor Kettleburn. Those poor owls in the Ollery are freezing, Hagrid replied with a nod. AEG pondered for a moment before slapping his forehead in realization. Shouldn't I bring back Rack and Hedwig to the castle? Thank goodness you finally thought of it. But it's unnecessary, Hagrid chuckled, patting AG's head. Hedwig is a snowy owl. She is quite resilient to the cold. As for Rack, I haven't seen him. Those house elves are likely caring for him. AEG sighed in relief and waved goodbye to Hagrid. It's rather quiet today, he remarked, gazing at the clear blue sky. The holidays are approaching, and everyone is eagerly anticipating the break. Fred nodded in agreement. What about you two? AEG turned to the twins. We're staying at the castle with Ron and Percy, as our parents and sister are off to Romania to visit Charlie, George replied with a grin. AEG remembered that Charlie had gone to Romania to study dragons. Have they left yet? I can go get it. The twins shook their heads. Not yet. They plan to leave the day before Christmas. Excellent. I still have ample time to prepare a Christmas gift for Charlie. I intend to buy him a metal wand sheath to prevent any mishaps while he researches fire dragons. He'll be moved to tears. The twins exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. In contrast, Harry and his friends appeared somewhat frazzled, still perplexed by the elusive Nicholas Flamel. By the time AG arrived in the Great Hall, an hour had passed, and it seemed Harry's trio had encountered a disagreement with Malfoy, resulting in Snape deducting points, which only added to their frustration. Hagrid had brought in 12 Christmas trees to adorn either side of the hall, and AEG felt he had been rather busy lately. He would need to remove the trees after Christmas. Professor Flitwick was busy decorating the hall with his wand, and AG approached, offering, "Do you need assistance, Professor?" After some time, as they admired the beautifully adorned Christmas trees and the splendidly decorated hall, Professor Flitwick awarded AG 20 points. AEG felt elated, having not only regained the 15 points deducted by McGonagall, but also the 5 recently taken from Harry and his friends by Snape. You certainly have a knack for this, Ron remarked, looking at AEG incredulously. It took me months to earn back those 5 points. AEG shrugged nonchalantly, longing to sing to Ron, "We are not the same." The morning's customary owl post arrived, and Harry untied the letter from Hedwig's claw, grinning at AG. The Dursleys have invited me to spend Christmas with them. What do you think? AEG asked, resting his chin on his hand, intrigued. Harry blinked. I'm not sure. It feels quite complicated. However, I want to stay here with Ron. His parents are going to Romania to see his brother. No, Harry, Ron contemplated, I think you should go back. It's a good opportunity to mend your relationship, especially since you'll be living together for a while. I don't mind. Fred and George are here. I believe Ron is correct. AEG nodded, somewhat surprised, having always thought of Ron as rather obstinate. This is indeed a good opportunity. Although I detest what they have done to you, Harry, your most remarkable trait is your ability to forgive others' transgressions. Harry appeared somewhat embarrassed, hesitantly looking at AG. I just don't know how to face them. You know, AG, you left quite an impression on them that day. I'm more accustomed to them behaving as they used to. What did AEG do? Ron asked wide-eyed. I've only heard you mention that AEG caused them quite a psychological shock. Harry glanced at AEG, who merely shrugged in response. When I went to fetch Harry, I gave the Dursleys a tongue-tying curse, blew up their house, and almost killed them. He vaguely recounted the events of that day. But AEG insists he only meant to frighten the Dursleys. Though I felt like he was genuinely going to kill them, Harry whispered to Ron, who looked at AEG in awe. That has some ruthless resolve. What were you thinking? Hermione shot an exasperated glare at Ron. That is illegal, not just against school rules. Then why don't you tell AEG? Ron feigned innocence. Hermione turned to AEG and met his cheerful gaze, causing her to stammer helplessly and blush before turning away. You certainly have a considerable impact, Ron remarked, grinning at AEG. To be honest, I'm a bit envious of you. I suggest you best find a suitable target, lest all the good girls be taken. AEG chuckled. After dinner, Fred and George conspiratorially pulled AEG aside. We've come up with something, Fred declared, looking at AEG. Something incredibly cool. Are you aware of the dark mark that the Death Eaters bear? Fred continued. We read about it in a book. I know it. What of it? Do you want one? AEG replied, looking puzzled. No, we discovered that it can signal their companions with just a press, Fred explained, looking at AEG intently. George grinned widely. So we were wondering if you could create something similar? After all, we are now an organization. Fred nodded in agreement. Egg, looking utterly bewildered, nevertheless nodded. All right, I suppose there should be no issue. Wait for me while I check. It seems you formed an organization. That night, in Snape's office, Snape was methodically concocting potions. Egg noticed that Snape appeared less brooding than usual. Yes, approximately, Egg chuckled as he observed Snape. Are there any similar spells? The principle of a two-way mirror, Snape replied casually. I wonder if you have seen those mirrors that can display the situation from both sides. I've heard of them. Egg nodded. Is there a connection? The mirror employs a similar spell. Snape continued in his leisurely tone, explaining the general principle to Egg. Extend your hand, Snape said after inspecting the potion's hue in the cauldron. He stood up and drew his wand. What kind of mark do you intend to have? Egg smacked his lips. Maybe in a couple of days. I haven't decided yet. Then come back when you've made up your mind. Snape casually tossed a black cat out the door. Meow. For several days, Egg had been unable to reach a consensus with the Weasley brothers regarding the design. According to them, it should be a black, poisonous egg, but this notion was met with vigorous opposition from Egg. It wasn't until the eve of Christmas that Egg and Hermione, while leaving school, had still not reached a decision. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends were also deliberating on how to uncover clues about Nicholas Flamel, and thus, the group welcomed the holiday with a myriad of concerns. Harry looked enviously at Egg, who was walking with Hermione towards Hogsmeade, coveting the convenience of apparition. Ultimately, he chose to remain at Hogwarts with Ron, as he felt unprepared to confront the Dursleys. People can be quite strange when two individuals with a poor relationship suddenly improve it. They often find themselves at a loss as to how to interact. However, these were matters that did not concern Egg. He and Hermione operated directly to the Granger household. Upon arrival, they heard a loud bang, and the room suddenly brightened. Mr. and Mrs. Granger beamed at the two of them, holding two party poppers. On the other side, Aisha and Kaka also held party poppers, smiling at the pair. Merry Christmas, darlings. Jane stepped forward to embrace Egg and Hermione. Kaka told us you should be home soon, so I guess you would appear with a bang. As Jane chattered on, Egg smiled warmly. At that moment, he felt there was nowhere more comforting than here. On Christmas morning, Egg joyfully accepted the hugs from the Granger family and Aisha, as well as Kaka. Soon came the exciting time of unwrapping gifts. As per usual, Snape's gifts consisted of a large assortment of vials and jars. Egg frequently sold those potions that appeared close to expiration in Diagon Alley, claiming they were brewed by the potion's master Snape, often fetching a handsome price despite their nearing expiry. Egg couldn't help but feel fortunate that the Felix Felicis potion had no expiration date. Otherwise, he would have had to sell quite a few. Naturally, his potion-selling endeavors did not sit well with Snape, who subsequently sent only those potions devoid of expiration dates, much to Egg's delight, as the more precious the potion, the less likely it was to expire. Dumbledore gifted a plethora of sweets, but they were soon tucked away by Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who informed Egg that even with tooth-fixing potion, one should not consume excessive candy as it is detrimental to health. Professor McGonagall sent a golden lion's head for a wand and a matching cane, which bore a striking resemblance to Lucius Malfoy's cane and exuded an air of gentlemanly charm. Harry jifide abrom karakit, as he had always disapproved of Egg's casual attitude towards broomsticks, even insisting multiple times that Egg let him maintain them. Ron presented a pair of snakeskin boots, stating in his letter that in the new year, he hoped Egg would trample Slytherin underfoot, which made Egg laugh for quite some time. Hermione gifted a rigid red scarf that complemented Egg's coat, while Aisha bestowed upon Egg a delicate brass earring, which Hermione insisted Egg should not wear, claiming it looked effeminate. As for her true thoughts, it remained a mystery. What surprised everyone was that Malfoy had also sent Egg a gift, a remarkably exquisite black robe adorned with streaks of gold and crimson flames, appearing as if it were engulfed in fiery blaze, certainly more splendid than any of Egg's robes. You should check if there is any dark magic upon it, Hermione advised Egg. Egg nodded. I think so too. Following the methods he learned from Snape, Egg inspected the robe thoroughly 2 or 3 times, yet found no issues. Curiously, he lifted the robe, and a letter fell out, wherein Malfoy earnestly expressed a desire to befriend Egg. Those Slytherins who revere power, Hermione felt uneasy, fearing Malfoy might lead Egg astray. He's not too bad, Egg chuckled. I feel he is just spoiled by his parents, not inherently malicious, though he can indeed be quite annoying at times. Suit yourself, Hermione shrugged off Egg's opinion, believing that when she unveiled Snape's true nature, Egg might heed her words. The young girl was not in a hurry. In her view, the urgent matter was to find information regarding Nicholas Flamel. Just 2 days after Christmas, Hedwig appeared at Egg's window, flapping her wings. Egg welcomed her inside, offering her some of Kaka's homemade puff snacks. After untying the letter from Hedwig's claw, Egg examined it. The letter detailed how Harry had informed him of a peculiar mirror that revealed his parents and many family members. Harry mentioned that Ron thought this might not be a good thing, hence the two intended to write to Egg for clarification. Egg chuckled as he flicked his fingers, summoning a feather quill that flew before him, swiftly writing on the parchment. Chapter 34, Totem. Dear Harry, I am delighted that you trust me so much. That object is the mirror of Ariste, functioning somewhat like a boggart. However, While a boggart reveals your deepest fears, the mirror of a wreath shows you your deepest desires. Yet, remember, Harry, illusions are merely illusions. What is predetermined cannot be altered. I hope you do not become lost in the beauty of the unreal. I urge you to cherish what remains around you. As to me, it may just be an ordinary mirror. Furthermore, I do not recommend you continue your nocturnal escapades, though you never told me. I just know. Dumbledore would not wish for you to waste your time with the invisibility cloak. Indeed, the invisibility cloak was a gift from him, and I believe he would prefer you not to squander it. Morisers, gently smoothing Hedwig's feathers, AIG smiled and said, "Allow me to escort you back." With that, AIG and Hedwig vanished with a soft pop, reappearing in Hogsmeade. It appeared to be Hedwig's first experience with apparition. She sat dizzily on a nearby wooden post for a while, before finally spreading her wings and unsteadily soaring towards the castle. In the next moment, AIG found himself back in his room. He thought Fred and George's suggestion was quite sound. Sending messages via owl was indeed rather slow, and it would be unfortunate if something occurred that he couldn't attend to in time. With this thought in mind, AIG tilted his head and exited his room, knocking on the door of the adjoining chamber. Hearing AIG's knock, Hermione hastily stowed away a book titled Famous Modern Wizards. "What is it?" she inquired, opening the door to find AIG. He took Hermione's arm, rolled up her sleeve, and pointed his wand at her left wrist. You may feel a slight sensation of warmth, but bear with it. Hermione, uncertain of AIG's intentions, did not stop him. The tip of AIG's wand glowed faintly red, and a surge of warm energy flowed from it to Hermione's wrist, whereupon a heart shape materialized on her arm. "What is this?" Hermione gasped, gazing at the pattern on her arm. "It's my summoning mark," AIG whispered. "Much like the dark mark. I had considered using other objects, but fearing potential mishaps, I decided to imprint it directly onto your arm. What do you think? Do you dislike the heart design?" Hermione gazed at the heart on her wrist, her cheeks flushing as she gently shook her head. "I quite like it." AIG repeated the process, leaving a heart mark on Aisha's wrist as well, and even gave one to Kaka, who was beside herself with joy, weeping as if she had discovered a treasure. The Grangers, however, believed themselves to be non-wizards and declined AIG's offer, which left him somewhat disappointed. The entire Christmas holiday was spent in such cheerful commotion, and before long, it was time to return to school. AIG, Chris said, observing the two who were tidying up, "Could you come here for a moment?" AIG followed Chris into the bedroom, where Chris turned to scrutinize him for a time. "It's hard to believe it has been over 3 years now. Happy times always seem so fleeting." AIG chuckled softly. Chris nodded in agreement, then looked at AIG with some concern. "AIG, I've heard Aisha and Kaka mention that there exists some discrimination in the wizarding world. Is that true?" AIG nodded. "I understand your concerns, but I will ensure Hermione's safety." Chris looked at AIG with gratitude. "Truthfully, I had never considered this before. I'm thankful to have you, AIG." AIG's lips curled into a shy smile as he nodded. "No worries. I'm the school bully. No one dares to cross me. So naturally, no one would dare to bully Hermione." "That puts my mind at ease," Chris said, pursing his lips and gently patting AIG's shoulder. "It seems you and Hermione are making good progress." AIG's face flushed crimson, and he looked at Chris bashfully. Chris chuckled at his demeanor and lightly pressed AIG's shoulder. "Let us not delay any further. We mustn't be late." AIG hastily exited the room, pulling Hermione along as they operated with a pop. "What did my father say to you?" Hermione asked curiously, looking at AIG. AIG, blushing, replied, "He wants to marry you to me." Hermione's face instantly turned as red as a beet, and the two walked silently toward the school, snow swirling in the sky, their little figures trudging through the cold. Yet their faces were warm. "Are you back?" Ron exclaimed upon seeing AIG. "Thanks to your letter, Harry was nearly at his wit's end." "How is he?" AIG asked with a smile. "He is doing all right. We initially thought it was a glimpse of the future, but after reading your letter, Harry was indeed quite disappointed. Though he quickly regained his spirits," Ron said, leading them back to Gryffindor Tower. Hermione felt perplexed, not knowing what had transpired, and upon learning that Harry had been sneaking around the school for 2 nights, her emotions were quite conflicted, fearing that Filch might catch him. AIG shook his head. "Sometimes I truly wonder if you all are even wizards." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked, looking at AIG. "I go out almost every night, sometimes to the kitchen, other times with Fred and George to the astronomy tower to set off fireworks. We can worry about anyone catching us, except for Filch." AIG shrugged. "To deal with him, you merely need a forgetfulness charm." "Goodness, ever since I shared this tidbit with Fred and George, Filch seems to have become forgetful." Hermione took a deep breath, looking at AIG in horror. "How could you? You'll get expelled." AIG. "Not a chance. Aside from Dumbledore, No one can thwart my spells, Aig grinned. Hermione appeared quite angry, but Aig squeezed her small hand, and soon her thoughts strayed from that topic. Days passed, and Aig finally reached an agreement with the twins regarding the design of the mark. It was to be a solid black egg. However, after Aig insisted that it should not appear so foolish, the twins designed a jack-o'-lantern face on the black egg, which surprisingly complemented it well. Aig felt it resembled a dark wizard's insignia and was somewhat disapproving, so the twins added a pair of whimsical white wings and a halo above the jack's head. I can't believe I'm doing this, Aig murmured as he leaned back in his chair, his eyes vacant after finishing the mark for the twins. Don't you think it's awesome? Fred asked, curiously touching the mark on his wrist. The powerful symbol of the Egghead Brotherhood. Aig grimaced at the sight of the marks on their arms, clearly unimpressed. Lighten up. It's still quite cute, George chuckled. Not far away, Hermione was still diligently searching for clues regarding the Niffler, and Aig found himself thinking that perhaps, compared to researching these antics with the twins, playing a riddle game with Harry and the others might be more entertaining. The common room door swung open, and Harry burst in wearing his Quidditch uniform. Glancing at Aig before silently retreating to change, then sulking over to Ron and Hermione. Are you warming yourself by the fire? Harry asked, noticing Aig in the soft chair beside the hearth. You look a bit anxious, Hermione observed, watching Harry. He spoke softly to them. The next match has Snape as the referee. Just don't compete, Hermione said without hesitation. Say you're sick, Ron suggested. Pretend you've broken your leg, Hermione pondered. I still think a real injury would be more convincing, Ron insisted, looking at Harry. I can't do that, Harry frowned. The team has no backup seeker. If I withdraw, Gryffindor cannot compete. Just then, Neville stumbled into the common room, clearly having been subjected to a leg locker curse, as he appeared to have bounced in. Igor turned his head to glance back, and casually helped him break the spell. What was happening? Hermione approached and assisted Neville to his feet. Malfoy's voice trembled slightly. Igor immediately understood that as long as he was absent, that brat would stir up trouble. Go find Professor McGonagall. Hermione urged Neville. File a complaint. Neville shook his head in a panic, mumbling indistinctly, I don't want to cause any more trouble. You must be braver, Neville, Ron said with a frown. He has always been overbearing. We have no reason to yield to him. You don't need to tell me. I'm too timid. Malfoy has already said that to me. Neville's voice sounded somewhat choked. I thought you came to Gryffindor to find that courage within you, Neville. Igor leaned back in his chair, smiling at Neville. I believe in you. You are a true Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat must have seen a quality in you. Trust me. Igor's words reassured Neville considerably. Everyone knew that Igor had always been reliable. Harry pondered for a moment, then pulled out a chocolate frog and handed it to Neville. This was a gift from Hermione at Christmas, but I think you need it more right now. Igor is right. You're stronger than a dozen Malfoys, Harry said, patting Neville on the shoulder. The Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor, didn't he? And whereas Malfoy? In that loathsome Slytherin. Neville unwrapped the chocolate frog, his lips trembling weakly, giving Harry a somewhat pale smile. Thank you, Harry. I think I want to go to bed now. Neville said absent-mindedly. Do you want the card? I remember you collect them. He then handed the chocolate frog card to Harry. Harry looked at Neville's retreating figure and then down at the card in his hand. Another Dumbledore, just like the very first one he had. Before he could finish speaking, Harry gasped as he glanced at the back of the card, then turned toward Igor by the fireplace, who was still bickering with the Weasley twins. Harry quietly pulled Ron and Hermione aside. I found him. Nicholas Flamel. Harry looked at the two. I told you I had seen this name somewhere. I saw it on the train. Listen, this partner of Nicholas Flamel has been quite successful in alchemy. In the distance, Igor wore a faint smile. The handle of his wand slowly transforming back from the shape of an ear. It was a little trick of the transfiguration spell, allowing the wand to substitute for the ear to hear distant sounds. That's a neat skill, Fred said with a grin. I just had a brilliant idea. We could create elongated ears to hear distant sounds. George nodded. What shall we call it? Stretchy ears, Fred said offhandedly. Igor looked at the two in astonishment, wondering if such a thing could actually be done. Was he contributing to the Weasley Wizard Wheezes research? Igor shook his head helplessly while in the distance. Harry and the others were whispering over a thick book, likely confirming that there was indeed a Philosopher's Stone hidden in the trapdoor. Another night passed, and Igor could distinctly sense the excitement radiating from the trio, though this energy swiftly shifted focus to the Quidditch match that afternoon. In fact, Igor believed that as long as they were not facing Slytherin, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were genuinely inferior to Gryffindor. Although Slytherin often clinched the House Cup, it was mostly through various fouls. In terms of skill, they displayed no merit whatsoever. Despite Igor's musings, Harry appeared exceedingly anxious. taking deep breaths repeatedly, a relaxation technique Igor had suggested. After bidding farewell to Harry, Igor had just returned to the stands from the restroom when he discovered that the match had concluded. Harry had snatched the golden snitch in an astonishingly brief span of time. Cedric from Hufflepuff sat bewildered atop his broom. Igor, what on earth just happened? In less than 5 minutes, what transpired? Not only did he witness the end of the match, but he also saw Ron and Neville grappling with Malfoy on the ground, while Hermione squealed with delight at the sight of Harry catching the golden snitch. Upon seeing Igor approach, she excitedly embraced him. In the distance, Dumbledore was patting Harry on the shoulder, speaking to him. That night, Igor once again found himself in the kitchen, warmly welcomed by the house elves, who eagerly offered him an assortment of food, hoping he would enjoy their culinary creations. The Gryffindor Tower was particularly lively that evening, especially when Igor brought back a large pile of food to the common room, which elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. However, Harry and his friends still seemed rather tense, likely due to some event that had heightened their anxiety regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, Igor was indifferent. After all, it was merely a fake, while the real one rested securely against his chest, right beneath their noses. Every day, when Igor and Harry bathed in the washroom, the ruby necklace swayed against his chest, and the two had yet to realize its significance. This amused Igor immensely. He found it rather entertaining to witness their obliviousness. God only knows what was truly unfolding. In the following days, Harry and his friends inexplicably delivered warm, encouraging smiles to Professor Quirrell, urging those around them to refrain from mocking his stutter. Igor observed this with glee, nearly bursting with laughter, as Quirrell likely wore a perplexed expression. As the snowy days gradually diminished, the weather warmed. Hermione also began to grow restless, likely due to the impending exams in 10 weeks, which felt like a looming deadline to her. It seemed her sentiments were echoed by the teachers, as assignments had increased significantly. In exasperation, Igor purchased an automatic answering quill, not just any random one, but a fully automated quill worth 20 galleons, capable of answering nearly all but the most obscure questions. This was, incidentally, procured for him by Newt. Clearly, this century-old gentleman had also been quite the troublemaker during his school days. In stark contrast to Igor's ease, Harry and Ron appeared to be struggling considerably, as they accompanied the incessantly chattering Hermione while Igor practiced wandless magic. Harry and Ron could only resign themselves to remain in the library with her, sighing deeply and yawning, desperately trying to complete their assignments. Several times, Harry and Ron attempted to borrow Igor's automatic quill, but each time Hermione thwarted their efforts. "I can't help you," Hermione said, her cheeks flushed, looking nervously at Igor, "but I can't let you lead them astray," she claimed. Chapter 35, Don't You Dare Run. Igor had never imagined that Hogwarts Easter would also come with a holiday. However, perhaps due to the proximity of Easter to the end-of-term exams, the assignments given by professors made this break less anticipated than Christmas. Because the holiday was brief, most students remained at school. As for others, Igor was uncertain. He only knew that he might be in a bit of trouble. In Transfiguration class, it was a rare occasion for Severus Snape to knock on the door. He regarded Professor McGonagall at the podium and offered her a slight nod, requesting, "I would like to borrow Mr. Morisers for a moment." McGonagall glanced down at the bewildered Aiger and nodded in agreement. "Very well, Severus. I believe Mr. Morisers has some time to spare." A few minutes later, Aiger eagerly followed Snape, exclaiming, "Thank you for helping me avoid the Transfiguration essay. Goodness, Professor McGonagall has been assigning so much work lately." Snape remained silent, simply handing Aiger a note with an address. Aiger hesitated, puzzled. "Isn't it something you could handle yourself? Just a bit of apparition." Snape's expression stiffened, and after a prolonged gaze at Aiger, he finally replied in a gloomy tone that revealed his displeasure, "You haven't realized that apparition has its limitations, have you?" Aiger responded with confusion. "Is that so? But how did you manage before?" He stared at Snape, bewildered. "With the potion," Snape muttered, his lips barely moving. Aiger detected his irritation. "You think I brew potions daily? Why not just use the potion then?" Aiger's expression was one of bafflement. "If it weren't for the scarcity of the ingredients, I wouldn't have sent you," Snape retorted, tossing Aiger out of the school grounds. Suddenly remembering something, he pointed at Aiger. "Take care of her." Aiger clicked his tongue, aware that Snape was referring to little Lily, the child in the Siget's womb. He had little concern for the Siget's well-being. However, Aiger was somewhat struck by the realization that apparition indeed had a range limit. Perhaps his own magical power had shielded him from noticing it. With a pop, he found himself in London, surveying his surroundings in a daze. Following Snape's address, Aiger arrived at an elegantly designed garden community, and upon seeing the charming little house, he sighed. He gently knocked on the door, which creaked open, and he stepped inside. Inside, a woman in her 20s sat at the dining table preparing pastries. Humming a tune, her visibly rounded belly suggesting a cheerful disposition. Aiger was convinced that this surrogate had been handpicked by Snape, as her eyes bore a resemblance to Harry's. He pondered what spell Snape had cast on her, perhaps a confundus charm or memory alteration, but he found Snape quite despicable. "Is this Mr. Morisers?" the woman asked, eyeing Aiger in his dark robes. Yes, he nodded. "I am Aiger Morisers. Severus mentioned you would come. Please have a seat." "I apologize for my lack of decorum," she said, attempting to stand, but Aiger waved his hand as she found herself still seated comfortably. "Seems you like Severus. Or a wizard?" She smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I am Leah Snape." Aiger's eyes widened as he stepped closer, his expression turning serious. "I apologize for the abruptness, but I must verify whether your memories have been tampered with by that old bat." He gently tapped his wand against Leah's forehead, and after a moment, he lowered it, a peculiar expression on his face. "No issues at all. You haven't been subjected to the confundus charm, nor had your memories altered." Aiger speculated that Snape might have refrained from interference out of concern for the fetus, despite his usual harsh demeanor towards Leah. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. When the young woman discovered she had been ensnared by a wizard, she exhibited little panic, even accepting Snape's bizarre surrogacy arrangement with enthusiasm. This kind-hearted Muggle girl, under the frequent scrutiny of Snape, eventually found herself hopelessly infatuated with him. Aiger couldn't help but feel he was witnessing the year's most dramatic soap opera unfold. This was a textbook case of Stockholm Syndrome. The girl's real name was Leah Stork. The surname Snape was merely her own whimsical addition. Aiger felt a twinge of helplessness. He wished to warn her that once the surrogacy concluded, she would likely be obliterated from Snape's memory and cast aside. Yet, he reconsidered, realizing such words would be cruel. With a deep sigh, Aiger lamented the absurdity of the situation. Snape had tasked him with remaining here for half a month until a new batch of the enhancement potion was brewed, which allowed Aiger a reprieve from assignments. He made a trip back to the Granger household, bringing Jane with him. "Is this the surrogate girl?" "Goodness, she is so young," Jane remarked, astonished as she gazed at Leah. "And quite beautiful," she added. Aiger pouted slightly. "In truth, I'm not adept at caregiving. I was hoping you could assist." "Of course, darling," Jane replied, embracing Aiger. "I'm delighted you thought of this. Having two unmarried men care for a pregnant woman is rather irresponsible. I can't fathom what your professor was thinking." After a while, Aiger reclined on the sofa, watching television, while the two women inside chattered excitedly. Jane taught Leah how to knit, and Leah expressed her desire to create a little sweater for the child after birth. Shaking his head, Aiger mused on how carefree these women were. Days passed, as Aiger remained in the quaint little house. Snape had placed enchantments on it, preventing Leah from leaving, and every corner was rounded, ostensibly to ensure she wouldn't accidentally harm the child. Aiger couldn't help but reflect on how utterly ensnared Snape had become. Who would have thought he still possessed Lily's hair? This realization led Aiger to understand that he was embroiled in more than just a simple tale. He was part of an entire world filled with mysteries yet to be uncovered. Gazing at the rare azure sky outside, Aiger sat in the garden sipping tea, contemplating that if he was not mistaken, a house elf might be hidden within the walls of this house. "Well played, Severus." As he muttered to himself, Leah's pained voice emerged from the house, prompting Aiger to rush inside. "Calm down, Aiger. It's merely fetal movement." Jane gestured for him to relax. Though Leah's reaction is quite pronounced, fetal movement typically occurs around 5 months. Aiger nodded, realizing the timeline indicated she was over 7 months along, leading him to speculate that the child would likely be born shortly after his first year concluded. Witnessing the arrival of a new life into the world would undoubtedly be an enchanting experience. Aiger felt a sense of wonder, sensing the pure soul within Leah's womb, along with the faint magical aura surrounding it. The process of human birth resembled the cosmic explosion of the universe, expanding, growing, and birthing. Nestled in a plush armchair with a thick cushion, Aiger mused, how marvelous, despite Aig's fervent desire to witness the miraculous birth of new life. Severus Snape arrived punctually 2 weeks later. Aig, puzzled, inquired, "Why didn't you use the Floo network? Or a port key?" The fireplaces at Hogwarts typically did not connect to the Floo network, and port keys required registration with the Ministry of Magic. Snape's expression darkened. The long-distance apparition from Hogwarts had evidently taken a toll on him. "I made it clear that no one in the magical community can know," he replied curtly. "Very well," Aig acknowledged, showing no intention of moving. "You can return now," Snape said, casting a scrutinizing glance at Aig. Aig shrugged helplessly. Aunt Jean has been coming by every day to help take care of Leah. You should be courteous to her. I need no reminder, Snape retorted, stepping into the house. AIG raised his hands in resignation and vanished from the chair with a soft pop. By the time it was around 7 or 8 in the evening, AIG learned upon returning to school that Harry, Hermione, and Neville had collectively lost Gryffindor 50 points, with a total of 150 points. This deduction wiped out AIG's hard-earned contributions, leaving Gryffindor's hourglass nearly empty. As AIG passed by the large hourglass, a swarm of little lions rushed over to report the situation. For AIG was indeed the one who had accrued the most points. This is quite amusing. I have never seen the hourglass empty, AIG remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the concern. Dumbledore will surely find an opportunity to restore points. Upon seeing AIG, Hermione burst into tears, her head lowered. I'm so sorry. AIG, it's merely 150 points. AIG consoled her, patting her head gently. Hermione, choking back sobs, enveloped AIG in an embrace. AIG turned to look at Harry and Ron, who wore guilty expressions. Don't even think about it. I refuse to hug a man. Despite their guilt, Harry and Ron couldn't help but chuckle at AIG's words. I'm sorry, AIG, Harry said dryly. The trio quickly recounted the events that had transpired. According to them, on the very day AIG had left, Hagrid had acquired a dragon. They had gone to great lengths to notify Charlie, who was in Romania, and spent a week ensuring the dragon was removed from the school. Unfortunately, Malfoy had overheard, leading to a series of unfortunate events that culminated in Harry, Hermione, and Neville being caught by Filch during a nighttime escapade and brought before Professor McGonagall. I said I don't mind, but I hope you will heed my words, AIG nodded. I mentioned that nighttime excursions are permissible, provided you have means to avoid detection. As long as you can ensure no one finds fault, Professor McGonagall will not deduct points. You are correct, Ron lamented. She only deducted 20 points from Slytherin while taking 50 from us Gryffindors. Thankfully, I wasn't with him that night. Otherwise, the penalty would have been worse. Look on the bright side. Your twin brothers have never had points deducted less than yours. AIG waved his hand, urging them not to dwell on it. But they have never lost 50 points at once. Harry felt his throat dry. AIG shrugged indifferently. Let's set that aside. What happened with Hagrid's dragon? Why didn't you wait for my return? I had intended to raise a dragon myself. You're just like Hagrid. Ron grimaced at AIG. You all have gone mad. As he spoke, Ron raised his hand, which was swollen like a carrot, pointing it at AIG. Look, this is from the dragon's bite. Hagrid even named it Little One. It has grown larger than us in just a week. AIG drew his wand and aimed it at Ron's finger, and after a moment, Ron's finger gradually healed. How did you do that? Ron marveled at AIG. Madame Pomfrey can only facilitate a slow healing process. If your magical power is strong enough, you can forcibly use some restricted spells, AIG replied, nodding. Finally, there was something to bring him joy. Professor McGonagall had previously informed them that detention would commence at 11 that night. I suspect they will have to polish trophies all night, Ron grimaced. In fact, I wager your detention won't be as easy as polishing trophies, AIG mused before turning to leave. AIG, where are you going? Harry's voice called from a distance. AIG turned back with a smile, to find a suitable bodyguard for your detention adventure. The three exchanged baffled glances. Eventually, that evening, when Filch led them into the Forbidden Forest alongside Malfoy, Harry spotted Buckbeak behind Hagrid. Is that the bodyguard AIG mentioned? Harry pouted. Why do I feel like it poses more danger than safety? Buckbeak. Hermione approached and affectionately stroked the large creature's head. Filch huffed, recognizing the creature before him, and, out of fear, refrained from uttering any venomous remarks. Not far away, a small black cat stealthily walked along the edge of the Forbidden Forest, its luminous eyes fixated on the group. AIG observed as Hagrid divided them into two groups. Hagrid took Hermione and Harry, while Draco was paired with Neville. AIG, undeterred by their arrangement, rushed into the Forbidden Forest, having just overheard Hagrid mention an injured unicorn. AIG's temper flared. Those creatures were his source of income. His eyes ablaze with fury, he swiftly darted through the trees, suddenly realizing that a unicorn might die that very night. Quirrell, I curse your very existence. AIG seethed, infuriated with himself for not remembering this sooner. As he stealthily navigated through the forest, a red flare shot up in the distance. It was a distress signal from Neville. AIG gritted his teeth, disregarding the unicorn for the moment, and sprinted toward Neville's location. Upon witnessing the situation, AIG felt compelled to slap Malfoy. Why on earth are you scaring him when you have nothing better to do? Time was already scarce for searching for the unicorn. With no other option, AIG dashed deeper into the forest. After what felt like an eternity, he finally found a severely injured unicorn. And a shadowy figure in a black hood had just inflicted the wound. Aig erupted in fury, rising abruptly, heart-wrenching agony. A brilliant beam of light shot towards the hooded figure. The figure reacted swiftly, deflecting Aig's spell with a flick of their wand, but staggered, evidently caught off guard by the potency of Aig's incantation, and looked at Aig with newfound wariness. "I curse your very existence." Aig spat, brandishing his wand with a face flushed with rage. "What have you done to my unicorn?" A colossal, serpentine flame erupted beside Aig, roaring towards the shadowy figure. Behind them, a scream echoed as Malfoy, terrified, began to retreat. Harry, having inexplicably switched teams with Neville, now pressed his hand against his scar, staring at the hooded figure across from Aig, a sharp pain radiating from his scar. Buckbeak, flapping its massive wings, charged forward to assist Aig, but Aig halted it. The hooded figure, now panicking, waved their wand to dispel Aig's inferno, simultaneously fleeing into the distance. "I curse your very existence. Don't you dare run." Aiger spoke in fluent Chinese. A torrent of green light, symbolic of death, shot towards the figure cloaked in black, enraged as he pursued it for several dozen meters. Suddenly, he recalled the wounded unicorn and, unable to suppress his irritation, turned back. He knelt on the ground, casting a healing spell to staunch the unicorn's bleeding. Judging by the state of the creature before him, it seemed there was still hope for its survival. Chapter 36. Harry arrives. "Harry, please summon Hagrid for me, quickly. That fellow is too scared to return," Aiger instructed, gently tapping his wand against the unicorn's wound. Harry nodded and swiftly shot a red flare into the sky. After a while, Hagrid came rushing over, lantern in hand, and a small umbrella under his arm. "What happened? Aiger, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed. "Enough of that. Hurry and fetch Professor Kettleburn. He should have healing potions for magical creatures," Aiger urged, his wand still poised. "This is the result of dark magic. I can only stop the bleeding at best. Move swiftly." Hagrid nodded, somewhat bewildered. "Be careful then, I'll take them back." With that, Hagrid hurriedly led Harry and the others back to the castle, quickly waking Professor Kettleburn, who was clad in pajamas. Together, they rushed back with healing potions, toiling until the early hours of the morning before finally saving the nearly lifeless unicorn. The following morning, outside Hagrid's hut, Aiger was feeding a silvery white unicorn with fresh grass. The little creature seemed to understand that Aiger was its savior, affectionately licking his hand from time to time. Although unicorns are naturally inclined to allow only untouched maidens to approach, this one could not resist drawing close to Aiger, its benefactor. "Such a good boy," Aiger cooed, stroking the unicorn's head when Buckbeak, the majestic hippogriff, approached, nudging Aiger with a hint of jealousy. Aiger gently patted Buckbeak's head, saying, "You're quite good too." "Aiger, I truly appreciate you," Hagrid said, approaching with a bundle of tender grass, a smile gracing his face. "If it weren't for you, this little one might have perished last night." "It was nothing," Aiger replied, shaking his head. "They have helped me earn a considerable amount of money. I must admit I have my own motives." Hagrid laughed heartily. "Not at all. Our Aiger is the kindest. He will surely become a great wizard, much like Dumbledore." Aiger chuckled, the pent-up frustration from the previous night beginning to dissipate. "I really wish I could do away with him," Aiger muttered, squinting his eyes. Hagrid shook his head, cautioning, "Don't emulate Snape. I wouldn't want you to become vengeful like him. While he possesses many admirable qualities, I believe you should focus on learning the good." "All right," Aiger replied with a resigned shrug. After all, Quirrell wouldn't be around for long. He might as well let things be for now. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry rushed over, brimming with excitement. "Aiger, I have something to tell you. Is it about Voldemort?" Aiger smiled knowingly. Harry looked astonished. "So, you mean he was really there last night?" Aiger nodded without contradiction. "Yes, Voldemort was indeed present, albeit in a weakened state." "Aiger, there is something I'm unsure whether to share with you." Harry hesitated, studying Aiger. "I want to say, is there a connection between Snape and Voldemort?" "Indeed, there is a connection. Snape was once a Death Eater," Aiger confirmed. Harry appeared taken aback. "What is a Death Eater?" "They are Voldemort's minions. I've read about them in modern magical history," Aiger explained. Hermione approached, her complexion pale. "Aiger, listen to me. Whether you believe it or not, Snape intends to obtain the Philosopher's Stone to help the Dark Lord regain his power. And I'll tell you this, if Snape truly had his sights set on the Philosopher's Stone, he would have succeeded long ago and could easily acquire it to brew the elixir of life," Aiger countered, casting a serious glance at Hermione before sauntering towards the Great Hall, feeling both weary and famished after a sleepless night. "I swear, he must have been bewitched by Snape," Ron asserted confidently. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances, unsure, as they did not perceive Aiger as easily swayed. Think about it. He is a Death Eater, Harry, Ron pointed out. Why else would he be allowed to teach here? Perhaps even Professor Dumbledore has been deceived. It wouldn't be difficult for Snape to ensnare Aiger. Harry pondered this and eventually nodded. After some discussion, the trio resolved to continue their plan to thwart Snape from seizing the Philosopher's Stone. However, before addressing Snape, they faced a significant hurdle, the impending final exams. Just a short time ago, Harry and his friends had been teasing Hermione about the exams being 2 months away. Yet those 2 months had flown by in the blink of an eye. Aiger continued attending classes with a lackluster demeanor, often lounging on Hermione's lap in the sun, occasionally burping, seemingly indifferent to the imminent exams. Harry watched Aiger with a mix of envy and exasperation. He longed for Aiger's carefree existence. In stark contrast, Harry endured thrice-weekly Quidditch practices alongside a hefty load of assignments from Professor McGonagall, leaving him exasperated. As for Ron, even without Quidditch practice, he was tormented by an avalanche of homework. As the exams approached, Harry pondered how Aiger intended to pass. To his astonishment, during the potion exam, a subject he dreaded, Aiger nonchalantly snatched Malfoy's freshly completed paper and began copying it. Aiger knew that Malfoy consistently achieved high marks in potions. If he was going to copy him, whom else would he choose? Harry glanced at Snape, who was fixated on him, seemingly oblivious to Aiger's actions. A wave of despair washed over Harry. If he were in Aiger's position, he would certainly not believe that Snape would steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione was right. Snape regarded Aiger as if he were his own son. Unaware of Harry's inner turmoil, Aiger felt confident that his exam results would be satisfactory, especially in potions. During the Charms exam, Professor Flitwick instructed them to make a pineapple dance across a table. Aiger effortlessly cast a transformation spell, turning the pineapple into an adorably plump hamster, which pranced across the table, its little belly jiggling, leaving Professor Flitwick momentarily speechless. "Forgive me, Professor," Aiger said, smacking his lips. "I truly have no idea how to make a tap dance." In truth, the tango he performed was far from standard, and he meant to have the pineapple dance. A simple tarantella would suffice. Nonetheless, you executed it beautifully. "A flawless transformation spell," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his high-pitched voice ringing with excitement. "I shall award you full marks." As for Professor McGonagall's practical transfiguration exam, she tasked them with transforming a mouse into a snuff box. Aiger was momentarily stumped. He stared blankly at Professor McGonagall. "I've never seen a snuff box before." "Then you may transform it into a locket box. They are quite similar. However, a locket box is smaller and may prove more challenging, Mr. Morisers," McGonagall encouraged him. Aiger nodded and with a wave of his hand, conjured a beautifully crafted locket box before them. Professor McGonagall appeared visibly excited. "A perfect nonverbal, wandless spell. I can tell your score now. Full marks." Aiger stepped out of the classroom with a grin, feeling rather pleased with himself. Although he anticipated a slightly lower score in herbology, he had managed to answer the regular questions adequately, making the exam seem like a trivial matter. As for the defense against the dark arts class, the questions set by Quirrell were even simpler. This fellow was still laboriously pretending to stutter. The final subject, History of Magic, posed no significant challenge for Aiger. In fact, even if it were difficult, he wouldn't mind much, for even the worst students still found joy in their camaraderie. Once the last exam concluded, the surrounding young wizards erupted into jubilant cheers. Even Hermione, usually composed, was visibly excited and stood up, for the ensuing week promised a respite from academic burdens, allowing them to revel in carefree joy while awaiting their results. Regardless of others' opinions, Aiger had resolved to enjoy a week of unadulterated fun. That afternoon, beside the Black Lake, Aiger squinted against the sun while reclining on Hermione's lap. The young girl, her cheeks flushed, was half-heartedly gazing at a book. Not far away, Harry and Ron were engaged in hushed conversation, before Harry suddenly leaped up, looking anxious as he hurried toward Hagrid's hut, with Ron quickly trailing behind. Aiger sighed softly. Curiosity, it seemed, was indeed a perilous trait. He could sense that Hermione was becoming increasingly distracted. Aiger had little interest in their clandestine discussions. He simply knew that he needed to follow the three of them later that night, and barring any unforeseen events, danger was unlikely to ensue. As night descended, a small black cat lay quietly beside the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room. Aiger watched as 3 figures stealthily descended the stairs, whispering among themselves. "What are you up to?" came Neville's voice from the corner of the room. The trio turned to see Neville clutching a wriggling toad, his gaze fixed intently on them. "Nothing, Neville. Nothing at all," Harry replied hastily, concealing the invisibility cloak behind his back. Are you planning to sneak out again? Neville scrutinized their guilty expressions. Hermione attempted to deny it, but despite his timidity, Neville was not as foolish as he seemed. You can't go out, he insisted. You'll get caught, and Gryffindor will be in even more trouble. You don't understand, Harry said, a note of urgency in his voice. This is extremely important. Unfortunately, Neville was resolute in his determination to thwart them. I won't allow you to do this. He stepped in front of the portrait hole. I need to stand up to you. Neville, Ron exclaimed in frustration. Step aside, you idiot. Don't call me an idiot. Neville shot back. You can't break school rules. And it was you who taught me to stand up for myself. But not against us. Ron retorted, exasperated. Neville, you have no idea what you're doing. Throwing aside the toad, Neville advanced defiantly, but Hermione swiftly immobilized him with a Petri Ficus Totalis spell. Aiger, helplessly covering his eyes with a paw, thought the resolution had come a tad too swiftly. Observing the trio's retreating figures, Aiger stood up despite Neville's alarmed gaze and waved his wand. Immobulus. Instantly, Neville found himself able to move and rush to Aiger's side. Aiger, rest assured with me around, nothing will go awry, Aiger reassured him, patting Neville on the shoulder. Trust me, compared to Harry and the others, Neville clearly placed more faith in Aiger. He nodded. I haven't done anything wrong, have I? You did splendidly. Standing up to enemies may only require some anger, but standing up to friends often demands immense courage. I've told you before, you are a true Gryffindor. Aiger smiled and nodded. Now head back to bed. Everything will be fine. Neville nodded, somewhat hesitantly returning upstairs. The moonlight filtered into the tower, casting Aiger's shadow into the form of a cat as he slipped through the tower's opening. Minutes later, as he approached the three-headed dog, he couldn't help but marvel. This creature was indeed no smaller than a dragon. The fearsome Fluffy growled menacingly at Aiger, who quickly transformed back into his human form. Drawing his wand to cast a sleep charm, his magic surged forth unreservedly, a red light piercing Fluffy's fur, causing the three-headed beast to succumb to slumber. Simple, swift, and effective, Aiger muttered as he maneuvered Fluffy's massive paw aside and leapt through the trapdoor, floating gently downward. He casually shot a burst of fire below, igniting the coiled devil's snare before landing on the ground. Aiger strode forward, the sound of flapping wings echoing around him. At the end of the corridor stood a rather ancient-looking door. Ignoring the fluttering keys, he produced a small green object from his pocket and approached the heavy door. Let us see what you can do, little friend. While enchanted doors might resist magical entry, the nimble bowtruckle could physically unlock doors with its slender claws. Aiger had tested this many times with various doors, and without fail, the little bowtruckle could instantly pick the lock. True to form, Aiger pushed gently, and the door creaked open. He heard Ron's voice calling from within, and without a sound, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, quietly observing the trio play wizard's chess. Aiger had never mastered wizard's chess, but he knew there were ways to intervene. Those bumbling white pieces were no match for his fiery spells. Watching Ron sacrifice himself to allow Harry to advance, Aiger couldn't help but nod in approval. Harry and Hermione dashed through the door, and Aiger waved his wand to mend Ron's slightly fractured arm. Ron opened his eyes, momentarily astonished. I think you should hop on the broom and fly straight to Dumbledore, Aiger suggested with a smile. Ron seemed ready to protest, but Aiger interrupted, urging him to leave quickly. Then, Aiger pushed open the door, a foul stench wafting in. His expression remained impassive as he incinerated the unconscious troll on the ground with a flick of fire. It appeared that Quirrell was indeed responsible. He had quite the knack for trolls, and this one must have been left behind by him. Aiger continued onward, entering the next room, where he found Hermione preparing a potion, seemingly having already guided Harry through the flames. Aiger, Hermione shrieked upon seeing him, rushing over to embrace him. How did you get here? We need to hurry back to inform Dumbledore. Harry's still inside, and Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort might be there too. Aiger shook his head, gently patting Hermione's head to interrupt her frenzied speech. Trust me, it absolutely cannot be Snape inside. Hermione looked at Aiger with pleading eyes. Aiger sighed, retrieving the ruby necklace from his pocket and presenting it to her. Hermione stared, momentarily stunned, before covering her mouth in disbelief. So the stone has been with you all along? She had seen Aiger's ruby necklace at the Granger household, due to Aiger's habit of not wearing pajamas. Hermione often caught glimpses of the necklace glimmering on his chest after his showers. Inside, Hermione gazed at Aiger with a hint of confusion. Noticing her bewilderment, Aiger grinned and remarked, what lies within is merely an ordinary stone. Dumbledore toyed with Voldemort, and in reality, he might not even be able to acquire that mundane stone. Trust me. As he spoke, Aiger produced a vial of fireproof potion and took a swig. Shall we venture inside to take a look? Hermione nodded, and Aiger handed her the potion for a sip before both stepped into the encroaching black flames. Upon entering the room, they beheld Quirrell coercing Harry to stand before the mirror. "What are you doing here?" Hermione exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Quirrell. "Oh, I really do not wish to repeat what I just told this young scamp," Quirrell drawled lazily at Hermione, his gaze suddenly twitching at the sight of Aiger behind her. "Hello, Quirrell. We meet again," Aiger stated expressionlessly, waving his wand. "Harry, fly here." In an instant, Harry was inexplicably propelled to Aiger's side, astonished as he looked between Aiger and Hermione. "How did you get in?" "Long story," Aiger replied, his expression unyielding as he fixed Quirrell with a steady gaze. "In fact, that night in the Forbidden Forest, I should have finished you off, had it not been for Dumbledore's desire for Harry to experience facing Voldemort. You might have met your end the very moment school commenced. How dare you touch my vault?" Aiger's eyes turned icy as he scrutinized Quirrell. Chapter 37. A sense of shame? How can this be? Hermione questioned incredulously, looking at Aiger. "I distinctly saw Snape casting a spell on Harry that day." "Indeed. Counterspells require incantations as well," Aiger interjected before Harry could respond. "I am quite curious, Quirrell. Could you remove that filthy turban of yours, so I may see what your pathetic master truly looks like? How do you even sleep? On your stomach, perhaps? Avada Kedavra!" Quirrell suddenly drew his wand. Expelliarmus. A red and green light collided in a flash. The green light swiftly dissipated by the red, which continued unimpeded and struck Quirrell with force. He cried out in agony as his wand flew into Aiger's grasp. You should not attempt these tricks on me. Your master has resurrected, and that would be more fitting." Harry stared at Aiger, feeling a strange familiarity in his demeanor, as if he momentarily mirrored Snape's shadow. Quirrell's expression turned to panic as his turban fell away, revealing a pale visage reflected in the mirror of a Reist. "Fool a cold," raspy voice echoed, crimson eyes glaring intensely at the trio. "You cannot even handle a few children." Harry, alarmed by the face in the mirror, glanced at Quirrell, who hung his head in fear. "Forgive me, master. I have shamed you." "Harry Potter," Quirrell slowly turned, revealing Voldemort's visage, serpentine eyes, no nose. "I noted it. It was as described in the book." "Aiger Morisers," Voldemort rasped, his voice hoarse. "Such an exceptional boy." Voldemort's face shifted slightly behind Quirrell's head, as if leaning closer. "Give me the Philosopher's Stone, and I can guide you towards immortality. Aiger, we are of the same ilk." "Is this how you manipulate Quirrell?" Aiger's lips curled in a sardonic smile. "What level of intellect would one possess to believe your deceit?" Voldemort's expression faltered before erupting into laughter. "I can overlook your insolence. Aiger, you are quite formidable, having successfully controlled the Muggle. Such an achievement is beyond even my capabilities. Join forces with me, Aiger, and no one shall stand against us. We can do as we please." Voldemort's voice dripped with excitement. "Everything, all of it, will belong to us. Avada Kedavra." Aiger remained unfazed, as though contemplating Voldemort's words, before a streak of green light shot forth from his wand, striking Quirrell, who collapsed instantly. A shadow erupted from Quirrell, attempting to flee. Quick as a flash, Aiger cast a spell, but it merely pierced through a haze of smoke. Voldemort's distant voice echoed with fear and rage. "I will remember you, Aiger Morisers." The tone was venomous and hoarse, as though Aiger had committed some unspeakable offense against him. Voldemort never anticipated that Aiger would so abruptly retaliate with a barrage of spells, believing that at the very least, Aiger would allow him to finish speaking, for such was the minimum of negotiations. It was unfathomable to him that Aiger would act so undignified in his sudden assault. "Is this lad truly unhinged?" I exulted, laughing heartily as he watched Voldemort retreat into the distance, convinced that this encounter would leave a lasting impression on him. Glancing at the still-dazed Hermione and Harry beside him, I grinned. "What's wrong?" Suddenly, Hermione embraced Aiger fiercely, her voice filled with excitement. "Aiger, you defeated the Dark Lord. He was merely a feeble shade, truly. The real him is not so weak." Aiger shook his head. In fact, had Harry merely pressed his face against Quirrell, he would have perished. Harry bears the curse left by his mother, though it might be quite painful. He'll likely sleep for 2 or 3 days. However, the final Quidditch match is fast approaching, and I certainly do not wish to be his substitute. "Is that so?" Harry gazed at Aiger in astonishment. "What else could it be?" Aiger replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Did you truly believe your little antics could escape Dumbledore's notice? How naive. You mean to say that Professor Dumbledore guided us here? Harry stared at AEG in disbelief. He had been scheming all along. Had it not been for that old man wanting you to experience facing Voldemort, I would have dealt with him at the start of the term. AG's expression darkened. That bastard dared to invade my vault. But AEG, I don't understand. Harry looked at AEG puzzled. Why would the professor do such a thing? AEG patted Harry's shoulder. His expression complex. You will come to understand in due time. We initially thought it was Snape, Harry remarked, looking at AEG. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Quirrell. Quite normal. Considering Severus does not seem like the most virtuous individual. AEG nodded in agreement. In truth, he was never a good person. Why does he despise me so? Harry asked, bewildered. Is it merely because my father bullied him at school? No, your father not only bullied him, but also humiliated him before his beloved, saved his life, and ultimately married the woman he adored. Moreover, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. AEG clicked his tongue. It appears Snape has shown remarkable restraint by not killing Harry. AEG did not respond to Harry's question directly, merely smiling at him. The best way to deal with those who disdain you is to attempt to find something to appreciate about them. Harry appeared confused, but then suddenly remembered something. The Philosopher's Stone. With a jovial demeanor, Aiger retrieved a necklace from his pocket, revealing a gleaming ruby pendant before Harry's eyes. Harry gasped, that's not yours. Indeed. It is my necklace, Aiger replied nonchalantly. He strolled over to the mirror of Ares for a glance, then produced a small, dark stone from his pocket. What you see in the mirror is merely a rock that Dumbledore picked up casually by the roadside. The true Philosopher's Stone has been with me for 3 years. Aiger chuckled. Only I, Dumbledore, Nicholas Flamel, and Severus know of this. So you mean to say, Snape could obtain the Philosopher's Stone at any time? Hermione sighed. It feels as if you're always watching us as a spectacle. In truth, I am indeed observing your amusing antics. Aiger admitted with a nod, then turned to Harry. Do you recall what you promised me? To unconditionally trust you, Harry replied, staring blankly at Aiger. It's perfectly fine. Curiosity is a trait we all possess, Aiger shrugged. I merely wish for you to remember this. It's all my fault, Harry said, sitting despondently on the stone steps. Now, even you have drawn Voldemort's ire. In truth, whether he harbors resentment toward me is inconsequential. Harry, Aiger waved dismissively. A person's adversary defines their caliber. I do not believe Voldemort is worthy of being my opponent. Compared to Voldemort, Dumbledore is a far more suitable benchmark. With a resounding crackle, flames erupted as Dumbledore stepped through, accompanied by several professors. Well said, he remarked, his eyes, concealed behind half-moon spectacles, glimmering with pride as he regarded Aiger. I am delighted to have you as a student. It seems I was correct in my belief that your aspirations surpass those of Voldemort. Good evening, professors. Aiger greeted the group with a cheerful smile, while Harry and Hermione paled at the sight of Professor McGonagall. With a firm expression, she scrutinized Harry and Hermione before, after a moment, allowing a slight smile to break through. You have both done splendidly. There are no commendations more esteemed than those from the typically stern Professor McGonagall. Aiger felt that her praise held the greatest value among the faculty. But we have broken school rules, Harry said, looking apprehensively at Dumbledore. Rules are meant to be broken. Aiger laughed. With the holidays approaching, I doubt the headmaster will impose any punishments on us. Rest assured, Aiger is correct. What you both most need now is a peaceful night's rest. Dumbledore waved his hand. If you have any further questions, Harry, come to my office tomorrow morning. Harry nodded, and the professors led the way back to the castle, Harry trailing behind, his expression complex as he observed Snape walking ahead. Aiger had suggested that the best way to deal with someone who dislikes you is to try to like them, while Harry agreed with Aiger's sentiment. He was reluctant to put it into practice. The following morning, shortly after 9, Aiger groggily rose from his bed. Young people should not stay up late, he yawned, scratching his tousled hair. As he reached for his bedside table, a glass of milk found its way into his hand. The previous milk has gone cold. Sia has prepared a fresh cup for you. How is the temperature, Mr. Aiger? A high-pitched voice chimed as a diminutive house elf appeared at his bedside, bowing deeply. Oh, I thought today was Dodo's turn, Aiger remarked, surprised to see the little elf before him. Sia had generously delegated extra tasks to Dodo, thus granting Dodo this precious opportunity. With eager eyes, Sia looked up at Aiger. Word of Mr. Aiger's exploits last night has spread. I heard you defeated that mysterious man. I admire you greatly. Aiger's cheeks flushed, and he waved his hands dismissively. Please, don't say that. It was merely a wraith. Mr. Aiger is the most powerful wizard. One day he will defeat that mysterious man, Sia proclaimed proudly, puffing out her chest. Aiger, feeling a bit embarrassed, nestled back into his bed. At least he had a legion of devoted fans in the Hogwarts kitchens, perhaps due to his frequent visits. With a flick of his wand, a series of garments magically adorned him. The sun outside was warm, and Aiger, feeling lazy, patted Sia on the head with a grin. "You are right. I am the strongest, and that day will surely come." After getting ready, Aiger made his way to the Great Hall, greeted by friendly faces along the way, returning smiles and waves. News of last night's events had spread like wildfire. "Aiger, you and Harry have become complete celebrities," Ron remarked, leaning in to observe Aiger. "You are the real celebrity. I've always been one." Aiger grinned at Ron. "That chess game last night was quite impressive, arguably the greatest match since Hogwarts was founded." "It wasn't as remarkable as you claim," Ron replied, sitting back on the bench, a hint of pride coloring his cheeks. "I speak only the truth," Aiger insisted. "The brilliance lies not solely in the chess itself, but in your selflessness, Ron. Being ordinary is not inherently a flaw." He regarded Ron earnestly. "Sometimes, it is precisely because of our ordinariness that we can achieve greatness." Ron looked at Aiger with a mix of understanding and confusion, then pouted. "All right, you're starting to sound more and more like Professor Dumbledore." That is truly unfortunate," Aiger replied, his expression deadpan. Outside the Great Hall, Hermione joyfully ran to Aiger's side, enveloping him in a warm embrace before sitting beside him, her cheeks flushed as she began her breakfast. Just as Aiger considered teasing her, Snape stormed over, grabbing Aiger by the collar and pulling him out of the hall. "What are you doing?" Aiger asked, bewildered, his small frame bobbing in Snape's grip. "I need to go to London for me," Snape stated curtly, not looking back. "How about I take you there and return to fetch you later?" Aiger suggested hopefully, looking up at Snape. "I have potions to brew." Snape flatly rejected the offer without a second thought. "It won't be ready until tonight at the earliest." "Please," Aiger pleaded with puppy dog eyes. "This afternoon is our Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. It would be terrible if I'm not there." "I seem to recall you were never particularly passionate about Quidditch," Snape remarked, tossing Aiger out of the school grounds before turning back to the castle, leaving Aiger shivering alone in the early summer breeze. "My heart feels so cold," Aiger sighed, and with a sudden pop, he vanished from sight. Upon arriving at the quaint little house, Aiger found Leah reclining blissfully on a soft bed, her belly visibly round with pregnancy as she lovingly stroked it. "Good morning, Leah," Aiger waved. "Has Aunt Jane arrived?" "She is preparing breakfast," Leah replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "I've been troubling her a lot lately. Mrs. Granger hasn't even been attending her classes to take care of me." "Of course, Aunt Jane is the best." Aiger nodded in agreement, settling into a reclining chair in the small yard. He had been drawn to this place due to the absence of homework. As the holiday approached, Aiger felt a reluctance to remain in this place. After all, young people often yearn for leisure. Bathed in the warm embrace of sunlight upon his face, Aiger succumbed once more to slumber. He drifted into a deep sleep, dreaming of Chilo nestled in repose, with the anguished howls of Voldemort echoing from beneath the pillow, eliciting laughter from Aiger in the realm of dreams. The scene swiftly shifted, revealing Harry gazing longingly at Severus, clutching a colossal cake, while Severus, with a grim demeanor, scrutinized the confection for poison. Aiger erupted into hearty laughter once more, only to find himself dreaming of an adult Hermione and a pregnant Aisha seated on the bed, their flushed faces admonishing him not to misbehave. Aiger felt a twinge of shame. After a while, a pained groan roused Aiger from his slumber. He quickly sat up, glancing around the room to see Leah clutching her belly in distress. Mrs. Granger frantically dialed the hospital, urgently requesting an ambulance. "Please hurry. The delivery is premature." Instinctively, Aiger considered using apparition to transport Leah, but then recalled her condition. Such magic could pose significant risks. The end of the semester loomed ahead. It would take at least 10 minutes to apparate to the entrance of Hogwarts and locate Severus. A cold sweat broke out on Aiger's forehead as he gazed at Leah, who lay on the chaise in apparent agony. Taking a deep breath, he realized that a great deal could transpire in 10 minutes, unless he could apparate directly into Severus's office. Gritting his teeth, he raised his wand, recalling Dumbledore's words, "As long as you understand deeply enough." Aiger's focus had never been as intense as it was now. He fervently replayed every detail of his past experiences with apparition in his mind, channeling all his magical energy. With a swift turn, he vanished from the room with a sharp pop. This time, however, Aiger experienced something extraordinary. It felt as though he had transcended into another realm, observing everything from a divine perspective. He sensed that he could go anywhere he had ever visited, unbound by limitations. At that moment, in Severus's office adjacent to the underground classrooms of Hogwarts, Severus was concocting a potion. If anyone were present, they would have noticed that he appeared warm and inviting. Entirely devoid of his usual cold attachment, a soft crack echoed, causing Severus to look up in surprise as Aeg suddenly emerged from thin air. Severus was startled, gazing at Aeg with astonishment. "How did you manage that?" he inquired. No time for explanations. Aeg hurriedly grasped Severus' arm, and with another pop, they vanished from sight. Upon their arrival in the room, Aeg felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, collapsing onto a nearby sofa. Severus paid him no mind. This was merely a consequence of forcibly operating, and it was evident that Hogwarts' restrictions were not easily overcome. Severus glanced at Leah, who was still clutching her belly, and knelt to administer a potion. Leah's complexion improved almost immediately, prompting Severus to give her another vial. Mrs. Granger, anxious, inquired about the contents. "It's a pain-relieving and dilation potion," Severus replied flatly. "Please assist her with the delivery." Mrs. Granger nodded in a flurry, draping a blanket over Leah and squatting beside her. Severus gently pressed on Leah's abdomen, guiding the fetus downward. 2 minutes later, a wail pierced the air as Mrs. Granger found herself cradling a bloodied infant. "Goodness, I toiled all night when I gave birth to Hermione." In a magical world, that was considered slow. Severus's gaze was fixed intently on the newborn, his expression betraying a hint of satisfaction as he answered Mrs. Granger's comment. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he took a deep breath, then knelt to feed Leah another potion, causing her to drift into a deep slumber. "What is this?" Mrs. Granger asked, bewildered. "A nutrient solution mixed with the elixir of life." Severus's voice was thick with emotion as a single tear coursed down his cheek. "Let me hold her." As he cradled the tiny, wrinkled infant, Severus gasped for breath, and after a prolonged moment, he broke into anguished sobs, kneeling on the floor much like he had on the night Lily died. Yet this time, the tears were mingled with joy. After what felt like an eternity, Aeg rubbed his head and groggily rose to his feet, still experiencing waves of pain and dizziness. Severus grasped Aeg's arm firmly, fixing him with an intense gaze as he articulated, "Aeg, you need to help her bathe and choose her name." Severus's voice trembled, and Aeg was taken aback. "Mrs. Granger looked at Aeg with surprise before quickly urging, "Aeg, help her bathe." Aeg, a bit bewildered, followed Mrs. Granger's lead, clumsily yet cautiously washing the infant in the basin. He then looked quizzically at Severus. "Why must I do this?" And naming her is such a significant task. Severus to tal besidaek. His eyes fixed on him for a long moment. "Would you be willing to be your godfather?" he asked, a faint smile barely touching his lips, as if such expressions were a rare burden for him. Yet, Aeg discerned a glimmer of warmth in his gaze. Aeg smiled broadly and nodded, carefully continuing to bathe the child. "We need to establish an unbreakable vow." 2 hours later, in a Muggle hospital, Severus stood ominously in the corridor, clad in black robes, while Mrs. Granger conversed with a doctor not far away. Aeg gazed at the infant in the small pool, a smile lighting up his face. "I have thought of a name, Anastasia." "Aeg tuklet, Anastasia lidis nape." Severus looked at Aeg. "No, not resurrected." Aeg shook his head. "It means someone who has been revitalized." Severus's lips twitched, and he nodded slightly. After a moment, Mrs. Granger approached the two. "First, Professor Snape, this child has no mother. Until she turns 5. You must entrust her to me for care. Of course, you're always welcome to visit our home." Severus stared at the formidable Muggle woman, momentarily taken aback before slowly nodding, lost in thought. "Secondly, I hope you will apologize to Leah. I heard Aeg say you even considered erasing the child's memories." Mrs. Granger's voice was filled with indignation as she glared at Severus. "That is an utterly irresponsible act, the behavior of a coward. You must compensate her in every conceivable way." Severus avoided her gaze, a mixture of anxiety and embarrassment flickering in his eyes as he nodded. Aeg, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle. He sensed that Severus would rather face Voldemort than confront Mrs. Granger. "All right, if possible, let us return." "Truth be told, my head feels like it might explode," Aeg remarked, rubbing his weary head. Fortunately, Leah's placement was a resounding success. She moved into Aisha's home, which is adjacent to the Granger residence, and formed a pleasant rapport with Aisha. However, that is a tale for another time. On that afternoon, Snape hurried back to Hogwarts, clutching a set of door keys, while Egg wished to accompany him, but was forcibly restrained at home by Mrs. Granger. Observing his pallid countenance, she exclaimed, "My goodness, I had always assumed you were perfectly safe with your daily comings and goings." The following day, when Egg returned to school after Mrs. Granger reassured him that all was well, the match against Ravenclaw had already concluded. The good news was that Harry had successfully captured the Golden Snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor, who had not claimed the championship in 7 years. Egg couldn't help but reflect on how this achievement was partly due to him. Otherwise, the timeline would have been extended by another 2 years. The only regret was that Egg had not witnessed the moment of triumph firsthand. Wood was nearly beside himself with excitement. When Egg encountered him, he appeared to float as he walked. Even the usually stern Professor McGonagall couldn't suppress her joy as she mingled with the students in the Gryffindor common room to celebrate. Upon returning to the tower, Egg's first act was to perform a disapparition in front of everyone, recalling his wager with Hermione. Thank heavens, this time the reaction was not as intense. He merely felt a slight dizziness. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, and amidst the crowd's teasing, she planted a kiss on Egg's cheek, prompting a cacophony of whistles and cheers throughout the tower. Egg mused that this moment was even more delightful than Gryffindor's victory. As anticipated, during the final feast the following evening, Dumbledore announced Gryffindor as the first-place winner of the House Cup, thanks to the events of the previous nights. Unexpectedly, he also awarded Egg an additional 50 points, which he speculated was due to his high output. However, it truly mattered little, as Gryffindor would have claimed the top spot regardless. In stark contrast to the jubilant Gryffindor table, the Slytherins sulked in despair, their imminent victory snatched away in an unjust manner, which would leave anyone feeling disheartened. When Egg glanced at the staff table, he noticed Snape awkwardly smiling at Professor McGonagall with a rather forced expression. The hall was unusually lively that night. Egg even enlisted the house elves to procure some butterbeer, which he secretly shared with the Weasley twins. Any plans for the holiday? He inquired of the duo. Regrettably, we lack the funds for travel, Fred lamented. And we can't use magic during the break, so we don't have much in mind, George added, shrugging his shoulders before his face lit up with excitement. But we could brew a few potions. We're thinking of creating some candies, though it's still just a rough idea. Speedy skiving snack boxes, perhaps? Egg grinned. Well, I wish you the best of luck. If you encounter any issues, just tap your wrist. We will. Fred replied eagerly. In fact, we can hardly wait, George chuckled. Egg suddenly felt that perhaps there was no need to caution them, as he was curious to see how they would stir things up. The next day, on the final day of school, results were announced, and, as expected, Hermione achieved the highest marks in her year. Egg glanced at his own results. Second place. This left Harry and Ron green with envy. You were copying off your homework every day, Harry exclaimed dryly, staring at Egg. Ron added with a frown. And all you did was eat and sleep. Hermione was not pleased with their remarks and retorted, but Egg pays close attention in class. If you both could be like him, then exams and homework would be no trouble at all. The two boys felt a bit more balanced after her comment, and cheerfully headed toward the platform. How could you possibly pay attention in Snape's class? Harry complained. And Professor Binns too, Ron chimed in. Egg smiled at Hermione, took her hand, and with a pop, they vanished from their spot, reappearing in the Granger home. Upon their arrival, Hermione was greeted by the tender coos of a baby, and she rushed into the living room, astonished to see a small infant cradled in Jane's arms. When did this happen? Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. My goodness, how did you manage this so quickly? Egg chuckled behind her. Mrs. Granger rolled her eyes. This is not our child. I'm merely babysitting this poor little one. With that, she hummed a tune and leisurely walked away, placing the baby in a crib. In the kitchen, Leah emerged, smiling at Egg. Egg, you're back. Is this Miss Granger, the girlfriend you mentioned? Leah beamed at Hermione, who instantly turned beet red. This is the child's mother, Egg said, gesturing toward Leah. Hermione greeted Leah and then leaned closer to the crib, curiously gazing at the delicate little life. Is it a boy or a girl? What is the name? Anastasia, a girl. I'm her godfather, Egg replied with a grin. She'll be staying here for quite some time, so I must tell you something and hope you can keep it a secret. What is it? Hermione asked, astonished. When did Egg become the godfather of this child? Her full name is Anastasia Snape, Egg said, nodding at the astonished Hermione. Yes, that's Snape. Snape, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. You must refer to Professor Snape with respect. I wouldn't want you to be impolite. Chris stepped from another room. Seemingly aware of their return and having closed the hospital door in advance, Professor Snape holds you in high regard. Me? Hermione pointed at herself, incredulous. You hold me in high regard? Is today April Fool's Day? April Fool's Day was ages ago. Hermione, Egg said lazily, reclining on the sofa, blissfully munching on a chocolate frog. This vacation feels wonderful. Hermione remained standing in disbelief until after dinner, when Snape hurried over, finally convincing her of Egg's words. In Egg's room that night, he was clad in shorts, fiddling with an array of potions, while Hermione, dressed in her pajamas, nestled in Egg's bed. striving to comprehend the unbelievable situation. You actually cloned a person? You even cast a soul-binding curse on a professor? And had a Muggle woman act as a surrogate? Hermione lamented, tilting her head back. Good heavens, you violated every law in both the Muggle and magical worlds. Rest assured, no one knows, Egg said, taking a sip of a potion, which promptly made him gag. He quickly downed another vial, the nausea dissipating immediately. He was currently assisting Fred and George in selecting suitable potions for their skiving snack boxes, hoping to be ready before the next school year commenced. Who is the cloned person? Hermione asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Egg turned to her with a smile, climbed into bed, covered himself with a blanket, and gently grasped Hermione's small foot. Her cheeks flushed, and her delicate toes curled nervously. Regrettably, I cannot disclose that information to you at the moment, but in due time, you shall be enlightened. Aiger grimaced slightly, then gazed dryly at Hermione. It feels rather chilly in here. Hermione glanced at Aiger, who was bare-shouldered, her eyes flickering. Shall we slip under the covers for a while? The two of them nestled beneath the blankets, and Hermione felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. The warmth of Aiger's breath was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. They exchanged quiet glances, Aiger gently embracing Hermione, a faint smile gracing his lips, and eventually, they drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 39. The Resurrection Stone. The following morning, Hermione, her cheeks flushed, sat at the breakfast table enjoying her meal. Mrs. Granger, upon failing to find her in her room that morning, had gone to awaken Aiger, only to discover Hermione nestled in Aiger's bed, soundly asleep. As the morning unfolded, both Hermione and Aiger had to confront the ambiguous glances exchanged by the Granger couple, which left them feeling rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, the morning sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow that somewhat alleviated Aiger's mood. He planned to visit number 4, Privet Drive, to check on Harry. Although Harry's residence was not particularly close to London, Aiger cared little for distances. They held no significance in his mind. The atmosphere at the Grangers' breakfast table was decidedly peculiar, as silence enveloped the room. Last night, Leah had been picked up by Aisha, leaving only the 4 Grangers and a house elf in the household. Aiger, somewhat lost in thought, munched on his breakfast, contemplating matters from their second year, when suddenly a grave realization struck him. His eating came to an abrupt halt, and his expression darkened. He recalled that he had altered Harry's relationship with the Dursleys. This meant that the Dursleys might not confine Harry this year, which implied that Harry would likely not arrive at the Weasley home prematurely, thereby disrupting subsequent events. And Ginny might not acquire that diary after all. Aiger felt a sense of dread wash over him, experiencing the frustrating nature of the butterfly effect for the first time. He hesitated, knowing only that the diary was likely still in the Malfoy residence, which was indeed troubling. After a moment's reflection, Aiger hastily finished his meal, bid farewell to the Grangers, and disapparated away. With a sudden pop, Aiger found himself disoriented in Dumbledore's office, leaning against a nearby cabinet, murmuring, "Old Dumbledore? Right here. My child," came Dumbledore's aged voice from behind. "What are you doing facing the wall?" "Oh," Aiger shook his head. "Let us go. To the Gaunt Mansion." "Aiger, I suggest you take a moment to rest. Traversing several hundred kilometers and forcibly breaking through Hogwarts restrictions is not as pleasant as you might imagine." Dumbledore waved his hand, prompting Aiger to languidly settle into a nearby armchair. "I think it's thus," Aiger replied groggily. "Could I trouble you for a glass of chilled lemonade? It works wonders for nausea." Moments later, a glass of lemonade appeared beside him, and as Aiger sipped it, he felt considerably better. "So, what is it you seek at the Gaunt Mansion?" Dumbledore inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Well, I'll explain that later," Aiger interjected, gesturing for Dumbledore to hasten their departure. Reluctantly, Dumbledore rose, beckoning to the somewhat frail Fawkes, who flew over, and in an instant, they vanished. After a brief interval, they stood before a dilapidated shack, Aiger scrutinizing his surroundings. "There are traces of magic here," Dumbledore said, waving his wand to dispel the concealed protective enchantments. Together, they pushed open the door, which was reinforced with decaying serpent bones. A cloud of dust enveloped them as they entered, and Aiger waved his hand to clear it away. The interior was sparsely furnished, revealing a rickety table, a dilapidated cabinet, and a thick layer of dust covering the oil lamp on the wall, indicating that no one had inhabited the place for many years. Approaching the cabinet, Aiger pulled it open, revealing an exquisite ring adorned with a black gemstone. After confirming there were no malevolent curses with a few taps of his wand, he took the ring in hand. "It appears the defenses here are almost enticing one to claim this stone. Professor, please refrain from casting spells behind my back." Aiger suddenly spun around, blocking a silent, stunning spell. It seems Severus has been quite diligent in his guidance. Dumbledore sighed, casting an apologetic glance at Aiger, his lips trembling slightly. I am sorry, Aiger. I understand, Professor, Aiger responded, shaking his head in resignation. However, we cannot afford to linger. I believe it best we return. Dumbledore nodded, grasping Aiger's arm, and a flicker of fire ignited in the air. Fawkes perched on Dumbledore's shoulder, and in an instant, they found themselves back in the office. Holding the ring, Aiger climbed onto a cabinet to retrieve the sorting hat. With a swift motion, he drew forth a silver sword encrusted with rubies. As the sword of Gryffindor emerged, the ring began to writhe in Aiger's hand, as if attempting to escape. He placed the ring on the ground and, wielding the sword, struck the band, unleashing a piercing scream as a wave of dark energy surged forth. Dumbledore instinctively shielded Aiger from the onslaught, and the black stone soared into Aiger's grasp. Thank you, Professor, Aiger grinned, casually tossing the resurrection stone to Dumbledore. I will await you outside. I will return in an hour. The stone is yours, but it must remain in my custody. Dumbledore did not respond, but instead stared blankly at the stone in his hand as Aiger exited, exhaling a sigh of relief. How fortunate this was. Aiger had been correct. Dumbledore's immediate instinct upon seeing the ring was to don it. Thankfully, Aiger had reacted swiftly, or else old Dumbledore would have met an untimely end. It appeared that the old man had recognized the nature of the black stone at a glance. Aiger could empathize with Dumbledore's yearning and understand the weight of the unspoken apology that had lingered unexpressed for a century. This aged elder merely longed to utter a heartfelt "I'm sorry" to his sister. Aiger sat contemplatively before the stone statue at the entrance of the office for quite some time, until finally, Dumbledore's voice beckoned from within. Come in, Aiger. Aiger pushed the door open, finding Dumbledore wiping his somewhat bleary eyes with a handkerchief. Upon noticing Aiger, Dumbledore donned his half-moon spectacles, a smile illuminating his features as he regarded Aiger. I must express my gratitude to you, Aiger. It was nothing. Otherwise, you would have perished, Aiger replied with a smile. However, I do hope, Professor, that you do not become ensnared by this stone. No, that is not what I mean. Trust me, Aiger. Though I may have been somewhat muddled just now, you must not doubt a powerful wizard's resolve. Dumbledore nodded with a cheerful smile. That ring bears a curse, and I must express my gratitude for your timely intervention. Otherwise, in this nascent generation yet to flourish, my demise would serve no beneficial purpose. Death at any time only begets sorrow for those who remain, Professor. Aiger shook his head. Placing hope in the forthcoming generation is a sign of irresponsibility. I believe you ought not to embody such a character. Moreover, I possess the Philosopher's Stone. Trust me, I shall not permit your death to be so swift, he murmured, prompting a chuckle from Dumbledore. I am quite curious. What is it that you desire this time? Dumbledore inquired, his gaze calm and scrutinizing. I have yet to decide. Circumstances have deviated from my expectations, Aiger replied with a shrug of resignation. Thus, I must compensate for a portion of the losses before matters worsen. Well then, you have ample time to contemplate your desires, Dumbledore replied with a nod of approval. As for the deviations you've mentioned, would you like my assistance in resolving them? I think not for the time being. Let's observe how things unfold. Aiger sighed leisurely. The summer sun is splendid, and the Muggle television forecasts prolonged sunny days. I intend to take Hermione on a journey. Then, I wish you a pleasant trip, Dumbledore smiled, gently pushing the black resurrection stone toward him. However, before that, I believe it is time for you to fulfill your vow with Severus. I intend to heed your counsel and entrust this stone to your care. Aiger nodded, pocketing the stone, and with a flicker of apparition, vanished from the office. That object is truly malevolent, Albus. You have taught a remarkable student. Phineas remarked with a furrowed brow, observing Dumbledore's grasp on the shattered ring from the portrait on the wall. Undeniably, he possesses great merit, Dumbledore acknowledged. But it seems he is no longer the most exceptional among us. You ought to count your blessings, Phineas nodded, subsequently closing his eyes and lapsing into silence. Meanwhile, in the parlor of the Aisha residence, Aisha had already departed for work at the Ministry of Magic, leaving Snape seated on the sofa, his gaze fixated intently on the black stone in Aiger's hand. Within an hour at most, Severus, this object will drive you to madness, Aiger said, still somewhat apprehensive about the small stone. A promise is a promise, Snape replied, his expression unchanged as he reached for the black stone in Aiger's hand. Aiger nodded gently. Do not let me down. You should have new expectations now. Snape did not respond, hastily retreating upstairs with the stone. What is that, Aiger? Hermione inquired softly as she entered the room. Aiger sipped from his teacup, tilting his head in contemplation. It is a stone that allows one to commune with the deceased, the fabled resurrection stone. Can it truly bring someone back? Hermione asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Aiger shook his head slightly. It is merely a presence more tangible than a ghost or spirit, yet more elusive than the living. It undoubtedly embodies the deceased. But the barriers between life and death are not easily transcended. Over-reliance on that stone will only lead to a painful demise. Dumbledore used this resurrection stone to see his sister, who perished due to his mistakes, as well as his family, Aiger explained softly. Though the influence of this stone may not be particularly benevolent for those of sound mind, it remains the sole means of mending regrets. Hermione nodded, sitting obediently beside Aiger. So, who did Professor Snape see? I cannot disclose that, Hermione, Aiger replied, shaking his head. That is a memory buried deep within Severus's heart. Knowing it prematurely would not bode well. However, I hope you remember this. Despite Severus not being a good person, devious, vengeful, and harsh, he possesses a greatness in certain aspects. Among those I have encountered, no one possesses his profound emotions and compassion, not even Dumbledore. This is why I hold him in esteem. Hermione nodded, though somewhat perplexed. After a while, footsteps echoed from upstairs, and Snape, expressionless, returned the resurrection stone to Aiger. In that instant, Aiger felt as if some binding had shattered within him. It seems you have seen her. My vow is fulfilled, Aiger remarked with a smile. Yet your vow is not yet complete, at least until your dying breath. You must live well, or else I shall have no one to brew potions for me. Aiger rambled on, and Snape's lips twitched slightly as he nodded before turning to depart. I am somewhat concerned, Aiger, Hermione said, curling her legs on the sofa, her purple and black knee-high socks accentuating her small, restless feet. You are far too extraordinary. Silent casting, wandless magic, the Philosopher's Stone, and the Resurrection Stone. I truly wonder if I can keep pace with you. Aiger, toying with the black stone, turned his head and grinned mischievously. What did I ever say? I needed you to chase after me. Hermione looked taken aback, her eyes somewhat mournful as she gazed at Aiger. I merely wish to stand proudly beside you. Are you not doing so already? Aiger replied, somewhat puzzled. He then lifted Hermione's slender legs into his lap, gently massaging her delicate little feet. Goodness, our little know-it-all is feeling insecure. Whatever happened to being the top of the class? Aiger rambled on, causing Hermione to burst into laughter, giggling as she attempted to withdraw her feet. Stop it, Aiger, that tickles. Aiger playfully tackled Hermione, resting his chin on her shoulder. His captivating blue eyes fixed intently upon her. So, can you tell me why you wish to stand by my side? Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she opened her mouth to speak, but Aiger placed a finger on her lips, leaning in to capture that soft petal with his own. After a moment, Aiger lifted his head, grinning at the crimson-faced Hermione. Perhaps it is best you remain silent. I suspect what you would say is rather nonsensical. Instead, let us communicate through actions. Hermione's mouth slightly agape, her flushed face heaving. Aiger felt as if he were committing a crime, shaking his head. Never mind. I'm only 12 myself. Hermione was a couple of months older than him, and it was hard to say who was truly in the wrong. After a while, Hermione rested her rosy cheek against Aiger's shoulder, the sunlight streaming through the window, warming both of them. Aiger, do you have any aspirations for the future? Hermione inquired, lifting her gaze to meet the handsome, golden-haired boy beside her. Being with you, does that count? Aiger contemplated. Of course it does. Hermione beamed, her smile brightening the room. What else? Well, being with Aisha, Aiger replied with a pout, his tone dry. Hermione huffed softly. And what else? How about having 4 children? Aiger grinned. We could send them to different houses and watch them bicker. Chapter 40, Vacation Travels. Since that day, Hermione had entirely ignored Aiger for a full week, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Fortunately, at this age, the concept of jealousy had not yet manifested distinctly. Otherwise, Aiger feared he might be in dire straits. For more than 2 days, Aiger struggled to amuse Hermione, ultimately resorting to 3 lemon-orange popsicles to alleviate the little girl's discontent. He assured her of a holiday trip, which finally prompted Hermione to relent. Rise and shine. Mrs. Granger rapped gently on Aiger's door before pushing it open slightly to catch a glimpse of the drowsy Aiger. How peculiar. I assumed Hermione had spent the night in your room. Aiger's lips twitched awkwardly, and he let out a nervous chuckle while ruffling his tousled hair. Ever since Mrs. Granger caught them sharing a bed a couple of days prior, she had taken to teasing him each morning, which left Aiger feeling rather beleaguered. Fortunately, the Grangers regarded the two as mere children without any serious intentions, allowing them some freedom, which Aiger found immensely relieving. Ah, the joys of nurturing a little one. Aiger mused. It had been 4 years since he first laid eyes on Hermione, and the little girl had gradually begun to blossom into a figure of grace, which filled Aig with delight, akin to the anticipation of a bountiful harvest after long tending to a field. Seated leisurely at the breakfast table, Aig absent-mindedly picked up a sandwich. I wish breakfast could be a tad more varied. English breakfast can be rather monotonous, always wanting more while unwilling to lift a finger. Mrs. Granger admonished, hands on her hips. I suggest you live a couple of days like Kaka, and you might realize just how hard-earned your life truly is. Aig pouted, trembling beneath Mrs. Granger's authority, glancing over at Chris, who raised an eyebrow and subtly shook his head, indicating that he had no solutions either. After living in the Granger household for a considerable time, it was evident to all who truly ruled the roost. Eventually, Aig managed to escape Mrs. Granger's relentless chatter. As she and Mr. Granger were preparing for work, he took Hermione's small hand and turned to Kaka. Please keep an eye on the house, Kaka. It is my honor. Kaka exclaimed, performing a deep bow to Aig, who then vanished with a crack. I envy you, Professor Dumbledore. He erased your traces, Hermione remarked, gazing at Aig. In truth, he even arranged for the transportation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to apparate so freely. Once you come of age, your traces will naturally fade away, Aig replied nonchalantly. If all goes well, we should be near Harry's aunt's house. Are we here to find Harry? I wrote him a letter a couple of days ago, and he hasn't replied, Hermione said, looking at Aig. If he could see it, he would certainly respond promptly. Aig nodded, leading Hermione down the wide street while observing the house numbers. This is it, number 4 Privet Drive, Aig confirmed, stepping forward to knock on the door. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a chubby little boy who, upon seeing Aig, screamed in terror and bolted back into the house. What on earth? Damn it! A gruff voice boomed. Dudley? What's the matter? Heavy footsteps approached, and a larger, portly man appeared before them. Aig smiled amiably at Vernon Dursley. Good morning, Mr. Dursley. Is Harry home? Vernon glanced at Aig in fear, but quickly regained his composure, nodding slightly. Harry's here, having breakfast. Would you like some too? Aig grinned widely. Thank you. But we already ate before coming. Aig, Hermione. A voice filled with excitement called out as a slight figure emerged from behind Vernon. Harry beamed at Aig and Hermione. What brings you here? Of course we came. All your letters were intercepted. It seems you were unaware? Aig chuckled, following Harry into the house. Minutes later, Aig lounged on the living room sofa, surveying the surroundings. It appears you are faring quite well, aren't you? Harry chuckled awkwardly. Though it was a bit awkward when I first returned, I believe my life is decent now, especially with new clothes. He gestured to his brand new tracksuit, smiling at Aig. By the way, what do you mean by intercepted letters? I was wondering why you didn't write to me. Ah, well. Aig smiled and drew his wand, casting a spell towards the corner of the room. A small, frail house elf appeared with a yelp, struggling against the magical bindings. Outside, Dudley peered in curiously before screaming and retreating back into the house. Petunia rushed in, flustered. What is this house elf doing here? It seems you should confront your true feelings. Madam, Aig remarked, nodding at Petunia. Indeed, it is a house elf. Let me go. Dobby is here to save Harry Potter. Dobby has no intention of harming him. The frail house elf protested, still writhing against the restraints. Oh my, he's in such tatters, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. Whose house elf is this? The Malfoys, Aig replied quietly, causing Dobby to stiffen. Did the Malfoys send you to harm me? Harry glared at Dobby. That's not true. Harry Potter is the greatest wizard. Dobby only wishes to save Harry Potter, for he is so great. Dobby sniffled, tears streaming down his face. He's not mistaken. He did come to save you. Aig noted with a slight grimace. He likely heard something at the Malfoy household and, in his misguided way, attempted to assist you, but may cause you considerable trouble. Indeed, this year at Hogwarts, dreadful events are set to transpire. Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts, Dobby wailed, rolling on the ground, clearly unable to break Aig's binding spell. You are quite the enigma. You praise someone while simultaneously urging them to evade danger, Aig remarked, smirking. Do you equate greatness with cowardice in your eyes? Dobby looked at Aig in panic, a sorrowful whimper escaping him, while Hermione, feeling compassion, said, Aig, let him go. I believe he realizes his mistake. No, he does not. Aig shook his head. Even if I released him, he would still find other means to prevent Harry from attending school, believing himself justified in doing so. I do not discriminate against house elves, but even humans would not engage in such foolishness. What does he think he is? Aig shot a disdainful glance at Dobby. To act under the pretense of doing good while undertaking actions others despise. Little does he realize that he is more repulsive than the dangers he seeks to avert. This is precisely what you are doing, Mr. Dobby. Dobby gazed at AIG, pointing at his wand, a mournful whimper escaping his lips at a loss for words. Dealing with dangers is already quite exasperating. Do you intend for Harry to contend with your foolishness as well? AIG regarded Dobby with an impassive expression. First, I must inform you that your young master has invited me to visit his home these past few days. Should you wish to attain your freedom, I can assist you, but you must cease meddling in the lives of those around me. Dobby's eyes suddenly gleamed with anticipation as he gazed expectantly at Egg. Egg nodded, saying, "Promise me. Do not act on your own accord again." Observing Dobby's indecisiveness, Egg shook his head in resignation. "By your demeanor, are you perhaps lacking confidence in my abilities? Or do you harbor doubts about Dumbledore? You possess no freedom. How can you speak of protecting others, At this, Dobby drooped his head, and after casting a hopeful glance at Egg, he felt the spell binding him loosen. He bowed deeply to Harry and the others before gradually fading from view. I hope he can heed my words," Egg remarked with a nod. "Egg, did Malfoy invite you to their home?" Harry inquired, looking at Egg. Egg affirmed, "Indeed. He wishes for me not to bully him any longer and mentioned he had discussed this with his parents, hoping to share dinner with me. I have heard that their estate is quite sizable. I plan to take Hermione for a tour and release that little elf while I'm at it." Harry felt a twinge of discomfort. Witnessing his good friend grow closer to his nemesis left him feeling somewhat discontented. However, this feeling dissipated quickly as he reflected on the fact that if Egg could maintain a decent rapport with the gloomy, severe Snape, then surely Malfoy was more palatable in comparison. "Now, let's talk about you, Harry," Egg said with a smile. "Your new attire is quite dapper. I help him choose it," came the voice of Vernon, who peeked inside before sauntering in slowly. "A few days ago, we went out for a picnic, and Harry showcased his broomstick to us. Quite remarkable, isn't it, Petunia?" Petunia nodded earnestly, glancing at Egg with some difficulty as she spoke. "I know this doesn't signify much, but we are attempting to make amends for him. It seems the impact you made on them was indeed profound," Hermione whispered to Egg. Egg grinned, noticing a necklace adorning Petunia's neck, a piece he recognized as quite fashionable in the magical realm. He had once gifted Professor McGonagall a similar one that could summon 2 unicorns with a mere touch. "That necklace is exquisite, madam," Egg remarked, nodding at Petunia. "My automatic tie was also a gift from Harry," Vernon added, somewhat awkwardly adjusting his tie. "The only downside is that it can be a tad tight when fastening. I often worry it might choke me." Harry chuckled, sensing that this place was not quite so unpleasant for him after all. "I hope you have moved out from that cupboard under the stairs by now," Egg said, waving his wand as several teacups floated to the coffee table before them, followed by a kettle of tea appearing from the air, pouring tea for everyone. "I currently share a room with Dudley," as he insisted, though he is rather averse to washing his socks. Harry replied with a laugh. "You were right. Aunt Petunia indeed has a fondness for magic. She often inquires about various matters." Egg cast a knowing glance at Petunia, who looked slightly uneasy but nodded graciously in acknowledgement. "I am aware of a type of magic that can be performed even without magical power, madam," Egg said with a smile. "If you wish, you could borrow Harry S. Potion's book to peruse. Brewing common potions does not require magic. Many Muggle-born children have their parents attempt to brew some potions for amusement, as they can indirectly assist you in achieving unexpected outcomes." Petunia's breath quickened at this, glancing worriedly at Vernon, who smiled reassuringly and squeezed her hand. "To be fair, your husband's disdain for magic stems largely from the biases you've subtly instilled in him. I must say, he cares for you deeply." Egg raised an eyebrow, then produced several small vials from his pocket, placing them on the table: a cold remedy, a hair growth potion, a tooth replacement potion, a compound potion, a love potion, an expansion potion, an age-enhancing potion, a bone-mending potion, and a luck potion. Consider these as compensation for my previous offense. Each comes with instructions for use. This luck potion is the most precious. With just this small vial, one can make wishes come true. I suggest you seize the opportunity to use it wisely." Petunia appeared somewhat exhilarated and turned to Harry. "Harry, how are your potions class grades?" Lily excelled in potions during her time. That woman has quite a memory. Egg thought to himself, suppressing a smile. Terribly, Harry pouted. "Professor Snape despises me." "Snape?" Petunia echoed, puzzled by the name. "Severus Snape? How do you know?" Harry looked at Aunt Petunia in astonishment. Just as she was about to respond, a fit of coughing interrupted her, and Egg glanced at Petunia. Some matters are not yet for Harry to know. Harry seemed poised to ask more, but Egg halted him. "You promised me. Do not forget." Reluctantly, Harry closed his mouth. Egg observed the Dursley family, unable to suppress a smile. How many destinies had he altered since arriving in this world? Dumbledore? Snape? Harry? The Dursleys? Perhaps it was divine providence that had taken pity on them for having lost so much, sending him to bring them joy. Yet, Egg speculated that it was more likely the work of Merlin. After a pause, Egg bid farewell to Harry and the Dursleys, vanishing with a pop from the room. Moments later, he and Hermione appeared in a small garden, where an elderly gentleman with white hair was playfully interacting with several small creatures resembling llamas. Startled by their sudden arrival, Newt shook his head. Materializing directly into someone else's home is rather impolite, Egg, but nonetheless, you are most welcome. Goodness. I must admit that with age, I find the sound of apparition quite alarming. Good afternoon, Grandpa Newt. Egg greeted cheerfully. This is Hermione Granger, my girlfriend. Hermione blushed, while Newt observed them for a moment, appearing somewhat bewildered. Children these days are quite precocious. Lita Lestrange, Egg pronounced, rolling his tongue. Newt's eyes widened with surprise as he turned towards the house, looking somewhat alarmed. How do you know that? I have read many books about you, and, out of curiosity, I later inquired with Dumbledore about various matters concerning you. Professor Dumbledore shared everything without reservation. He seemed quite pleased, Egg replied with a grin. Newt sighed deeply. That old rascal has been a thorn in my side for a lifetime. Are you Mr. Newt Scamander? Hermione asked, astonished. You are the first wizard to capture Grindelwald? It was quite an adventure. Newt replied modestly, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. It was mentioned in the preface of Fantastic Beasts, as it was Dumbledore's suggestion. He hoped to encourage people to recognize magical creatures and utilize their abilities for mutual benefit.